Chapter 10:21 Victory and Harvest. A loud explosion resounded through the valley, and the entire valley shook with the explosion. The war horses were frightened, and the knights on the horses were knocked to the ground. They were wearing heavy armor and fell off the horses. Their whole bodies seemed to be falling apart. The war horses raised their iron hooves as big as bowls and struck fiercely. Trample on the knight. Some knights were next to those straw men. At the moment of the explosion, all the knights and horses flew into the air and were blown to pieces. The armor on their bodies was pushed further away. These straw men were spread all over the valley avenue. And the huge earthquake after detonating shocked the magicians in the sky. Even if they use explosive flames, they cannot have such power. And those ignited scarecrows were like countless H.L. flames, rumbling and exploding. The valley was suddenly shrouded in a cloud of dust and gunpowder smoke. An unlucky magician was hit in the buttocks by a heavy helmet that exploded because he did not fly high enough. He was almost knocked off the handle of his magic weapon, causing an aerial battle accident. The heavy cavalry in the mountain road were simply frightened by these sudden explosions. Those heavy cavalry who were not affected by the explosion fell off their horses one after another. Their ears were so shaken by the loud noise that they could not hear anything. They suddenly seemed to have entered to a world full of smoke and silence. The heavy cavalry hiding in the forest were also frightened by the scene before them. Looking at the smoke-filled valley, everyone's legs were a little weak. When Soldak led his team to charge down the hillside, there were only a few dozen people following him at first. By the time the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment came to their senses, Soldak had already led a group of people to a few dozen people. On the hillside 10 meters away, the large army hurriedly followed and ran desperately down. They had already hidden some road-blocking horses in the woods. At this time, they had to stop these heavy road-blocking horses at the exit of the valley. The valley was very wide, and there were not enough blocking horses needed. There are dozens. The valley was already in chaos. Soldak led his men to stop the cavalry in the middle of the valley road. There were tripwires between the big trees and the dense forest to prevent the cavalry from escaping from the woods. Then they were at the edge of the battlefield, carrying long swords, and began to deal with the heavy cavalry who ran out of the mountain road. At this time, no one can ride out of it, as long as these heavy cavalry are not riding. The heavy armors on their bodies are not protective gear, but shackles that hinder their movement. The armor is too heavy, and the cavalry's legs are slightly weak. In some loops, every step forward requires a huge amount of energy. Unable to carry the knight's spear and move forward, they could only draw the knight's sword and fight with the heavy armored infantry. Occasionally, one or two heavy cavalry would rush out on horseback. The two-headed ogre Guladum would greet him with a big stick. The ogre would have a fireball in his left hand and a big stick in his right hand. He would run rampant on the battlefield, unstoppable. Of course, although the squadron-level construct knights in the heavy cavalry regiment were also affected by the explosion, most of them survived on the battlefield with the solid defense of the magic pattern constructs. These construct knights also became the battlefield of potential threats on the ground, require Surdak to pay special attention. However, there are also many constructed swordsmen mixed in with the ordinary infantry on Surdak's side, and they are also looking for constructed knights hiding in the crowd on the opposite side. On the battlefield, soldiers have begun to get used to the habit of cutting off heads to tally the results after a beheading. After the heavy armored infantry soldiers here kill people, they would cut off the heads and hang them on their waists. The heads would swing back and forth on their waists, with blood still dripping from them. The scene was extremely bloody. With these cruel methods of the heavy armored infantry soldiers on the opposite side, the last line of defense in the hearts of the heavy cavalry was broken. Many people wanted to escape from the battlefield and turn around and run back. Unfortunately, the straw men on the avenue were like reminders, and fireballs continued to fall from the sky. Surdak is like a farmer standing in a vegetable garden, directing his men to harvest cabbages in the field. Finally, some heavy cavalry began to surrender. Capturing alive heavy cavalry will result in higher merit points than dead heavy cavalry. These heavy armored infantry warriors all have ropes on their bodies. They tie the hands and feet of the heavy cavalry together extremely roughly, and then use charcoal to paint on the opponent's armor, painted with his own number. The retreat was blocked by the road-blocking horses, and we continued to be busy until dark. There was still fighting in some places on the battlefield. The fighting will of these heavy cavalry is far more tenacious than Surdak expected. Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper have joined together. 2 members of the mage group were wounded by arrows during this operation, and no one was killed. What shocked the mages the most was the explosion in the valley. Even if 200 fire magicians cast spells at the same time, they might not be able to create such a scene. unless the 4th level group fire magic meteor fire rain was deployed, can survive this explosion on the scene. Did you see how they arranged it? Archmage Harper asked the people around him. When setting up the battlefield, Cerdak specially invited a group of mages to participate. A magician who participated in the whole process stood up and explained. They seem to have buried a lot of oak barrels in the ground next to the straw man. Not the metal rune plates that exploded with flames. Well, the oak barrel is very heavy, another mage said with certainty. Archmage Harper then asked, have you obtained any samples? Yes. The magician nodded, took out a paper bag from his arms, and said, these medicinal powders are taken out of the wooden barrel. Is it alchemy or potion? Archmage Harper asked. It should be alchemy, said the magician. Archmage Harper glanced at the crowd, and then said, isn't Higgins a master of alchemy? Show it to him and see what he says. Not long after, a middle-aged magician came over from the hillside not far away. He didn't even look at the powder, because he had a bottle in his hand, and said to Archmage Harper, it contains charcoal. Sulfur, well, is far less powerful than fire scale bombs. But a barrel of it, like this, can create an explosion bigger than the bursting flame. I heard that Viscount Cerdak has a sulfur mine. The magicians paused for a while, and then someone started to say, no wonder the fireball technique is used to detonate it. It is just a simple fire scale bomb without a magic rune detonation device. The magician named Higgins nodded and said, it's almost the same. The ingredients are much simpler than fire scale bullets. The magicians finally came to a conclusion. It seems that Viscount Cerdak also knows a great alchemist master. Everyone can still accept this conclusion. The battle at the military camp is ended. Ned Mosby led the heavy armored infantry regiment to successfully occupy the entire military camp and captured nearly 3,000 Lord Army soldiers. What awaits these warriors will be a long labor period. When the battle in the Gonbu Plain is over, they will be prisoners of war, waiting for their families to take them back with a ransom. If no family members come to rescue them with a ransom, they will continue to be rehabilitated in labor camps. Of course, if these prisoners worked hard enough, they could still regain their freedom before dying. There are not many supplies in the garrison camp, so Cerdak still needs to capture the town of Hatangada as soon as possible in order to solve the current problem of extreme shortage of various combat readiness supplies. After all, there is an army of more than 20,000 people. Cerdak and Aphrodite alone cannot transport so much supplies by traveling back and forth through the Void Gate. Many green-scaled horses died in this battle, which made Cerdak feel very distressed. The dead green-scaled horse was cut into pieces on the spot and transported back to the garrison camp to be stewed in soup. The injured war horses were also transported back to the camp. Cerdak planned to raise them. Even if they could not go to the battlefield, they would be sent to the pastures of the hills and mountains of the White Forest Plain to be raised as stallions. Only less than 600 blue-scaled horses survived in this battle, and there were only more than 500 heavy cavalry prisoners. All 50 construct knight squadron leaders were killed, and all the captured magic pattern constructs were also killed. It was extremely damaged. There were nearly 1,500 heavy cavalry whose intact bodies could still be found. The rest were blown into pieces, and some of the heavy cavalry took advantage of the chaos to escape. The heads of the heavy cavalry who refused to surrender were beheaded, and their bodies were hung on wooden crosses and stood on a hill outside Hatangada town. Many people died in this battle, and the loot that could be obtained was not as much as expected. The light cavalry in Hatangada town did not take the opportunity to run out to support them. Unlike the heavy cavalry, they had thick armor and were not afraid of the mage group in the sky. Until now, the 15,000 infantry soldiers of the 2nd Army of the Lord's Army are still on the road from Makuso City to Hatangada town. Chapter 10:22 Attack on Hatangada. Katangada town. The light cavalry of the 2nd Legion of the Lord's Army learned that the heavy cavalry regiment had been defeated by the Bena coalition in the Southern Valley, and immediately retreated to the town. In fact, it was not that this light cavalry regiment did not want to go for reinforcements. It was just that the heavy cavalry regiment only lasted for half a day in the valley before being completely wiped out. In addition, there was a mage regiment watching eagerly in the air. The light cavalry regiment had just run halfway when it was destroyed. The magicians flying around in the sky used continuous fireballs to force them to retreat back the same way. The commander of the 2nd Legion was Commander Cyrus MacDonald, the 3rd son of Lord MacDonald. In the lounge of the town hall of Hatangada town, Salah sat on a rattan chair and frowned, staring at the map on the wall. He couldn't figure out how the heavy cavalry regiment suffered a disastrous defeat. The heavy cavalry regiment was the biggest trump card is that even in the Battle of Talapagan, he can basically escape unscathed. He raised his head, pinched the corners of his eyes with his hands, and closed his eyes to think. There was too little information sent back from the battlefield. The information brought back by the light cavalry scouts only said that the valley was shaken by the fireball thrown by the magician. Could it be that the magic guild of Bena province sent a great mage to cast a meteor shower in the valley? Cyrus touched the two dark beards above his lips, thinking silently. He is also the most conceited member of the family, and has always believed that he has the most military and leadership abilities in the family. He thought that the heavy cavalry was attacked by magicians, but he never thought that the 3,000 heavy cavalry were blown to pieces by Soldak's black powder. Now he retreated to the town of Hatangada with 5,000 light cavalry, and found that almost no heavy cavalry could escape from the southern valley. He regretted that his action was too hasty. But what's the use of regret? Now he can only wait for the infantry regiment to arrive at Hatangada town on time, so that he can rely on the town's defense to hold on here and block the rebels south of Hatangada town. Gloa is so stupid. Cyrus cursed secretly in his mind. If he hadn't wanted to use the power of the Black Magic Monastery, it is estimated that the Magic Union in the Bena province would not have directly joined the Bena alliance. But now those black magicians have led the Hell Legion to bite back, and have occupied 4 important towns in the northern region. We don't know what the situation in the north will be like. Alvin's situation should not be as difficult as his own. The current MacDonald family cannot support a two-front battle with Makuso City alone. Otherwise, the infantry regiment would not be walking so slowly. There should be carriages. In just one day, his cheeks and eye sockets became somewhat sunken. Master, all the nobles in the town have arrived. The voice of the butler Bob came from the door. The second butler of the MacDonald family was also his most capable assistant. Cyrus got up from the chair, adjusted his military uniform, and responded. Come right away. The voice was a little hoarse, and the attendant on the side quickly handed over a towel. He took the hot towel from the attendant, wiped it on his haggard face, calmed down his mood quietly, and looked in the mirror to make himself look more energetic, so that he could show off to the noble lords of Hatangada town. We have some confidence. In fact, he himself had little confidence. Taking a deep breath, he walked out of the room, his leather boots making a dull sound on the corridor floor. He wanted to put on an imposing look, so every step he took was very heavy. The attendants around him knew that he was in a bad mood and did not dare to provoke him. They also tried to keep their steps as light as possible, which made him look particularly awkward in the corridor. He strode into the conference hall and stood directly on the podium. He deliberately lowered his tone and said in a calm voice, Everyone, the rebel army's 20,000 troops are currently only 50 kilometers away from us. Maybe when we wake up tomorrow morning, the town of Katangada will be surrounded by a large army. Unfortunately, my 2nd Army's heavy cavalry regiment has just been defeated in the southern valley. If you don't want the resistance army to rush into the town tomorrow morning and steal the wealth you have accumulated over the years, I hope you can send out all the private armed forces in the manor, and we will form a self-defense force in the town to guard it. Tangada town. Some well-informed people knew the news of the defeat of the heavy cavalry earlier. Master Cyrus, where is your infantry regiment? A noble asked curiously. Cyrus opened the curtain on the wall behind him, revealing the map that had been prepared inside. He pointed with the riding crop in his hand at an avenue between Makuso City and Hatangada town, and said, The infantry regiment is still there. If nothing unexpected happens on the way here, we will probably arrive in the town tomorrow afternoon. As long as my infantry regiment comes, the town can be defended. Then he added, his voice firm, In order to strengthen the defense system of Hatangada town, I also brought 12 crossbows from Makuso City this time. Upon hearing the news, the noble lords present immediately seemed to be in high spirits, and everyone was full of confidence. Everyone is having a heated discussion. Master Cyrus, I will let my followers join the self-defense forces. A noble lord patted his chest and assured, seeing someone expressing his position. Other noble lords also expressed, We will too. The meeting was a great success, and Sellers seemed delighted. Sales owns a house in the town of Katangada. In the restaurant, Cyrus's dinner was a medium-rare steak. When he cut it with a knife, the bloody meat juice flowed out. He cut a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that his hungry stomach seemed to be awakened, and he continued to eat it. After swallowing a few big mouthfuls, meat juice overflowed from the corners of his mouth. He wiped the corners of his mouth with a white napkin and drank another sip of red wine for himself. The adjutant walked in cautiously and said, "Master Cyrus, the time agreed with the noble lords to gather in the central square has come." Cyrus stood up, took 2 more pieces of butter bread from the basket, stuffed them into his mouth and mumbled, "Let's go!" The adjutant followed him with a worried look on his face, and the carriage stopped in front of the gate of the mansion. In fact, it's not that far from the central square. The carriage stopped next to the empty central square, and Cyrus discovered that there were only a handful of private armed forces who came to the square to join the guard. Not even 200 people. He got off the carriage and looked at the scattered warriors in the square. He was actually let go by all the nobles. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he whipped the stone sculpture at the fence of the square with the riding crop in his hand. The henchman next to him stood a little further away, for fear that he would also be whipped. On the other hand, the officers who came with Cyrus stood aside expressionlessly. A fast horse galloped down the street. The light cavalry scouts almost clung to the horse's back. Pedestrians on the street ducked to both sides. The light cavalry ran directly to the central square and handed a roll of parchment to those who came forward. "Officer." Then the light cavalry hurried away on horseback. The officer opened the scroll, frowned and walked to Sales, handed the scroll over and said softly, "Sir, there is movement on the rebel side. They rushed to Hatangada town overnight." "So fast?" Cyrus' eyes froze slightly, and he said with some surprise. An officer frowned and said, "We will probably see their troops under the city wall early tomorrow morning." Cyrus's face suddenly turned pale, and he asked quickly, "Have arrangements been made for the guards who will be on duty at night?" The officer said calmly, "It's arranged." Cyrus patted him on the shoulder and warned him seriously, "Keep an eye on him and make sure nothing happens before the infantry arrives." "Got it." After the officer said that, he immediately led the people away. Cyrus took a deep breath and walked towards the less than 200 privately armed soldiers. Serdak ended the fighting here, quickly led a heavy armored infantry regiment of 20,000 people to Hatangada town, and surrounded the southern part of Hatangada town. The sky had just dawned. 10,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers wearing black iron armor stood neatly outside the town of Hatangada. They formed a 2-kilometer-long horizontal row outside the south wall of the town. All the heavy armored infantry soldiers wore shields. All stand upright in front of the body. The battlefield was filled with a chilling atmosphere. The city walls of Hatangada town were also lined with city guards holding longbows. The magicians are also in the camp of the heavy armored infantry regiment, and they are all ready. The main task of the magicians today is to extinguish all the crossbows at the top of the city. After these few battles, there have been no H.L. dogs or demon servants in the Lord army. These magicians no longer want to help the Bena army fight the MacDonald Lord army. These are the Lord's own business. Son, the magicians don't want to participate at all. However, Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper stood up to overwhelm everyone and ordered the magicians to actively cooperate with the heavy armored infantry regiment to complete the siege. The two-headed ogre, as the main attacker, was checking the thick armor pieces on his body. He was preparing to attack the Jinan gate from the front. A week ago, Serdak made some preparations for the storming of Hatangada town. To this end, he also used 44-wheeled carriages to transform a batch of siege vehicles. This kind of siege vehicle is a sloping siege vehicle. The ladder is fixed on the carriage of the truck, and guardrails are installed on both sides of the ladder. The heavy armored infantry soldiers only need to push the siege vehicle under the city wall, and the infantry soldiers can rush up the city wall along the ladder. When 10 carriages run in parallel, a wide avenue can be built on the city wall. The town wall is not too high, and the height of the front end of the engineering vehicle is completely customized according to the height of the town wall. These siege vehicles appeared in the sight of the city defense troops, and everyone became more worried. The Second Army now only has 5,000 light cavalry left in the town of Hatangada. Using light cavalry to defend the city actually has no advantage. The only thing worthy of praise is that their archery skills are pretty good. Chapter 1023 Breaking the City. The siege trumpet sounds at that moment of dawn. 40 siege vehicles rolled out at the same time, surrounded by thousands of shield warriors holding their shields high. A group of archers stood on a siege vehicle. Each archer had a shield warrior in front of him to protect him from the rain of arrows. They stood on the siege vehicle and fired at the Hatangada town defenders. No one shouted. The dense arrows landed on the armor and made a clanking sound. The warriors had visors on their helmets. These ordinary arrows did not do much damage to the heavy armored infantry. The real battle began when the siege engines hit the city wall. The defenders at the top of the city began to pour kerosene on the siege vehicles and throw fire-scale bombs. Countless spears were thrust out from the wall stacks to prevent the heavy armored infantry from ascending to the top of the city. At this time, the heavy armored infantry could only charge upward with their shields shoulder to shoulder. This is a game for the brave. The soldiers of Serdak's heavy armored infantry regiment are the foundation of the rebel army. They have experienced more difficult battles than this. They are not afraid of death. Countless heavy armored infantry soldiers rushed to the siege vehicles. The two-headed ogre was covered in ice armor, carrying two large wooden barrels on its shoulders, spreading its legs and rushing forward. A group of heavy armored infantry soldiers were far behind him. The magician was in midair at the top of the city, throwing fireballs at the city wall, making the archers hide in the towers and not dare to run out. When they were still more than 30 meters away from the city, Nalwar shouted to Gulaitam, "Good brother, the distance is almost there. I'm ready to light the fire." Gulaitam held up the barrel, and a ball of flame condensed in his palm. The moment the barrel was thrown out, he lit the fuse on the barrel, and the barrel spun in the air and flew towards the city door. The ogre turned and fell to the ground. There was a loud bang on the city gate, but there was no expected explosion. The burning fuse hit the wall, and the fuse went out. The two-headed ogre got up from the ground, a little sluggish, and didn't understand why it didn't explode. "Come again!" shouted Gulaitam. Countless arrows rained down on him, but they were all blocked by the ice armor. Only a few arrows luckily pierced the ice armor and stuck in his granite-like body. This time he brought over 2 oak barrels, and there was another one beside him. A crossbow turned secretly, and the magician in the air had already noticed it. Just as the controller of the crossbow secretly shook the winch, the magician rode the magic crossbow in a dive and dropped a big ball towards the crossbow. Fireball. The flame instantly enveloped the bed crossbow. The biggest weakness of this type of bed crossbow is that it is not fire resistant. The entire bed crossbow is made of wood. When the fireball explodes, the flames will engulf the bed crossbow. At this time, the two-headed ogre threw the barrel out again, and then stood there, looking at the oak barrel flying towards the city gate to see if it could explode. The moment the barrel touched the city gate, the fire shrank suddenly and then spewed out. At the moment before the final explosion, the two-headed ogre suddenly felt the danger in his heart and jumped to the ground without any hesitation. An extremely wild thrust and heat wave came over, pushing the two-headed ogre more than 10 meters away. It fell to pieces, and the thick layer of ice armor on its body completely shattered. Gulaitam got up from the ground, dusted off the dirt on his body, and turned to look at the city gate. I saw that the iron gate at the city entrance had been blown to pieces, and a line of heavily armored warriors with shields rushed into the gate. The two-headed ogre saw that he had nothing missing, and immediately rushed towards the door with a big stick. He didn't want his lunch to be affected by the siege. As soon as Cyrus led people to feel the southern city wall, he saw an overwhelming number of heavy armored infantry soldiers climbing up the city wall along with the siege vehicles. There was an earth-shaking loud noise from the city gate not far away. An arrow tower at the city gate collapsed. The entire city gate was blown to pieces, but the magicians were still flying around arrogantly in the air. Going against the Magic Guild was, in Seller's opinion, the stupidest decision the McDonald family had ever made. The big man with 2 heads in the crowd was already blocking the city gate, and no one could stop the big stick in his hand. Behind Cyrus was a group of private militiamen of noble lords. Before Cyrus could give the order, these warriors were stimulated by the atmosphere on the battlefield. They picked up their weapons one after another, bypassed Cyrus and rushed towards the fierce battle area at the top of the city. As the heavy armored infantry regiment entered the town of Hatangada, the light cavalry and the city defense guards immediately launched a life-or-death street battle with the heavy armored infantry. In this siege, magicians played a vital role. All the crossbows at the top of the city were completely misfired. The archers on the city wall wanted to use their bows and arrows to shoot down the mages holding the magic shields, but they were not sharpshooters, and they did not have bows strong enough to break the shields. For such magic, the teacher has no choice. Samira rushed up the city wall from the ladder of the siege vehicle. Following her, there was a group of archers who quickly occupied the arrow tower on the siege vehicle section of the city wall. Samira was wearing a set of fiery red leather armor and stood on the roof of the arrow tower. Behind her appeared the shadow of the great elf Windrunner, who was more than 10 meters high. He was holding a sky strike bow filled with countless thunder and lightning power. What Samira did was actually a bit unreasonable. She completely suppressed the entire battlefield with the aura of a second-level powerhouse. How could the Lord Army have the courage to continue fighting after seeing the phantom of her great elf? Samira shot several arrows in succession, helping the warriors on the front line to kill their opponents. Sometimes it is clear that the opponent's sword will strike, and the heavy armored infantry soldier will die in a pool of blood. At this time, an arrow will fly from the sky, and the light helmet will be like paper. The arrow penetrates the helmet, and blood flows out. Holding the sword lord soldier fell straight down. Even the magicians flying in the sky felt the strong aura of the half-elf archer and flew around her. The private armed forces of the noble lords in the town joined the battle. Their biggest feature was that they were well equipped and had good personal combat capabilities, but they lacked cooperation and the courage to fight. Once dispersed by the gathered heavy armored infantry warriors, it would be difficult to have the courage to fight again. This group of people were originally employed by local noble lords. They went to the battlefield to defend their homeland. They had the courage to face the rebels, but it did not mean that they were willing to fight against the Bina coalition. When they discovered that these heavy armored infantry warriors were so well equipped, they had questions in their minds. When did the rebels' weapons and equipment become so good? When they noticed the magician flying around in the sky again, the well-informed warriors quickly understood. Who are these rebels? These soldiers are clearly the Bina coalition army. After these warriors discovered the true identity of the heavy armored infantry regiment, they immediately lost their fighting spirit. What else were they fighting for? So what if we win? Do you really want to be wanted by the entire Bina province? Is it really safe to hide in this plain? The Bina coalition forces came over with people to kill them before they turned around. In the face of this kind of war, the best way is to stay away. No matter where you go, it's better than staying here. So the private armed forces of these noble lords only appeared at the top of the city for a few minutes, and then all of them ran away without a single one left. This group of people brought the news from the city to the noble lords in the town almost immediately. The nobles were fleeing Hetengada town like they were infected with an infectious disease. At first, there were only one or two, but now the entire rich area is fleeing. Serdak's heavy armored infantry regiment did not lay siege to the city, and the nobles fled from the north gate. Under the wave after wave of heavy armored infantry, the troops deployed by Cyrus on the city wall were completely washed away. In desperation, he could only lead the light cavalry regiment to retreat into the town, fighting with the heavy armored infantry regiment. The soldiers started fighting in the streets. He looked up at the clock tower in the central square of the town, hoping that the infantry of the Second Army would arrive in Hetengada on time. It is now noon, and the city walls and gates in Nanchung district have been completely lost. But if the infantry of the Legion comes from the northern cities, he still has a chance to take back Hetengada town. Cyrus was pulled back by his personal guards. There were two shield warriors in front of him holding shields to protect him. He had been targeted by the strong archer at the top of the city, and the strong man had already shot him down. 7 shield warriors protecting Cyrus. The rangers and assassins who wanted to go around and kill the archer failed to come back. The cronies could only pull Cyrus back. After dawn, Soldak and 6,000 heavy armored infantry and 500 constructed swordsmen rushed to the mountain pass north of Hetengada town. They arrived almost only a quarter of an hour earlier than the infantry regiment of the Second Army. Not long after they occupied the mountain pass, they saw a black mass of infantry appearing in the wilderness to the north. But at this time, the flag of the Bina coalition was already flying at the highest point of the mountain pass. The infantry regiment was stopped outside the mountain pass north of the town. The commander of the infantry regiment, Lorenzo Congreve, received an urgent letter from Sellers last night. In fact, he also set out 2 hours early, hoping to reach Hetengada town at noon. They could imagine that the town of Hetengada would be in a very difficult situation after losing the heavy cavalry regiment. Lorenzo even couldn't figure out how the 3,000-strong heavy cavalry could be lost. In fact, he didn't know that Cyrus MacDonald couldn't figure it out just like him. In order to arrive at the town of Hetengada in advance, Lorenzo Congreve even left a large number of baggage trucks halfway, leaving some men behind to walk slowly, and the main force entered the town of Hetengada directly. Unfortunately, at a mountain pass less than 10 kilometers away from Hetengada town, he saw the flag of the Bina coalition fluttering in the wind. Lorenzo Congreve stood on the chariot, raising his arms high to stop the advancing army. He never thought that the opposing officer would be so bold as to insert his troops into the northern area of Hetengada town. If this strategic intention is discovered by the light cavalry in Hetengada town, they only need to send 1,000 light cavalry using wolf pack tactics to tear this heavy armored infantry regiment to pieces without leaving any bones. But there is another explanation, and that is that the current situation in Hetengada town is so precarious that even 1,000 light cavalry cannot be distinguished. Chapter 10:24 Blocking. Serdek and the great swordsman Quintus stood on the slope high above the mountain pass. This was a lush green grassland with almost no tall trees on the slope. There were just a few huge white rocks scattered on the grass. There are large areas of dense jungle on both sides of the mountain pass, and the mountains will be filled with tall broadleaf forests. This mountain pass is considered the most important pass in the north of Hatangada town. There is no pass built here. Soldek led the heavy armored infantry regiment to seize the high ground of this mountain pass, which can be regarded as taking the initiative in this battle. He only needed to stop the 15,000 infantrymen in front of him outside the mountain pass, wait for the large army to capture the town of Hatangada, and free up his hands to deal with these infantrymen. So he just let the heavy armored infantry guard the mountain pass. And while the second army was sorting out their formation, he took the opportunity to let the heavy armored infantry soldiers eat some scones, which was considered breakfast. As an explosion rang out in the town of Hatangada, Quintus the great swordsman couldn't help but look back. There was a faint cry of killing in the distance, which made people's blood rush. Quintus the great swordsman wanted to returning to Hatangada town. The constructed swordsman can only be most effective in this kind of siege battle, and the moment when the city is broken, especially when entering a small town for street fighting. No one can be more lethal than the swordsman. Unfortunately, there are 15,000 infantrymen in front of them at the foot of the mountain, and they are about to fight. The opponents seemed to know that they couldn't afford to wait. After setting up an offensive formation, they immediately launched an attack on the mountain pass. There are 1,000 archers on the side of the Lord's army. They hide behind the shield warriors, walk within the shooting range, and then throw arrows into the sky. The rain of arrows thrown by the long archers is very powerful, and can be nailed to the ground. On the shield, it can almost pierce the thick iron skin on the shield. However, since they were shooting from the valley to the top of the hillside, the arrows were slightly less powerful. Rows of infantry warriors holding tower shields rushed up to the top of the slope. Serdek only asked the shield warriors to form a shield wall on the top of the mountain, and did not attack the Lord army down the hillside. When the shield warrior on the opposite side was about to charge forward, the warriors from both sides collided. There were spear warriors holding Paglio spears on Serdek's side. They repeatedly stabbed the shield warrior with fatal blows, causing heavy casualties to the Lord's infantry soldiers. At the moment when the warriors from both sides were entangled, the great swordsman Quintus led 500 constructed swordsmen into the battlefield from the side. After the constructed swordsmen entered the field, it was like a hot knife cutting into the cream inside. The infantry soldiers of the Lord's army on the entire battlefield were rapidly melting. The constructed swordsmen danced their sword shadows and directly cut the Lord's army. The infantry phalanx was cut in half down the middle. The magic pattern structures on the 500 constructed swordsmen flashed with magic shields. Every step brought an afterimage of the body, and the sword light could pierce any armor. The infantry warriors of the Lord army looked as if they were naked in front of the constructed swordsmen. The killing lasted only 2/4 of an hour from start to finish, but nearly 1,000 infantry soldiers fell on the battlefield. This was a crushing victory in terms of rank and strength. Lorenzo Congreve quickly summoned dozens of squadron captains with first-level strength in the legion. Unfortunately, these squadron captains were still no match for the constructed swordsmen. On the battlefield of the mountain pass, Lorenzo Congreve was unable to use his strength advantage to suppress. As the constructed swordsman group entered the scene, the Lord's army's camp showed signs of collapse. When Quintus and Serdek joined together, they formed an iron fist and rushed into the Lord's army's camp. Lorenzo Congreve had to bring a large number of cronies to block Quintus and Soldek. As soon as they met, Lorenzo Congreve's heart went cold. As the commander of this infantry regiment, Lorenzo Congreve had the strength of a peak. And he also had this trick, a powerful primary magic pattern structure. And dozens of cronies around him are also first-level warriors. But when he faced the great swordsman Quintus and Soldek, the suppression from the level of power actually made him breathless. Every sword thrust by the opponent was almost impossible to resist, if it weren't for the close confidants around him who desperately protected him. Lorenzo Congreve might have been struck by Quintus's cleave as soon as they fought, cut into 2 pieces. Although Serdek is not that aggressive, he has a halo beneath his feet, which is completely the core of the battlefield. All the warriors are fighting around Serdek, and the Gurna shield in Soldek's hand is like a copper wall, blocking all attacks for the warriors around him. The broadsword he held in his hand exuded the power of runes, and magic arrays appeared in front of him, giving him irresistible magical power in every strike. Lorenzo Congreve could not stop the attack of Quintus great swordsman and Soldek. 500 constructed swordsmen rushed left and right in the military formation. cutting the battlefield into pieces. The personal guards around Lorenzo Congreve paved a road almost with their lives and escorted him to the rear of the infantry regiment. The battle lasted from morning to afternoon. The slopes of the northern pass of Katangata town were covered with corpses of soldiers. Lorenzo Congreve had his left arm chopped off by a constructed swordsman. The battle came to an end with the defeat of the Lord's army. Constructed swordsmen paired with heavy armored infantry are invincible in foot combat without the support of cavalry and archers. The infantry regiment withdrew from the mountain pass, and the soldiers on Serdak's side were also exhausted from the fight. They had no physical strength to pursue them, so they slumped down on the battlefield full of corpses. The gentle north wind was blowing the green grass on the hillside, and there were so many corpses lying on the grass that it was impossible to move them all. The blood dyed the dark soil red, and a group of crows were hovering in a high place. They probably saw many warriors on the battlefield and did not dare to fall down. A group of heavy armored infantry soldiers are on the battlefield, silently separating the corpses of soldiers from both sides. The fallen soldier on one side will have his name and property recorded, and will also receive a pension in the future. The army will confiscate his armor, weapons, and corpses. They will also be burned on sight, and the ashes will be transported back to Canyon Town. As for the infantry soldiers who died in the Lord's army, they were not so lucky. All the valuables on them would be plundered. After the corpses were burned, they would be like these plant ashes, waiting to be blown away by the wind. Those warriors who were injured and unable to evacuate in time with the Lord's army became prisoners. When they saw Serdak starting to use holy light to treat the injured heavy armored infantry soldiers, their eyes widened. No wonder the soldiers on the opposite side were fighting so hard. It turned out that they were not afraid of being injured at all. There were too many injured warriors in the team, and Serdak could only select some seriously injured warriors for treatment. The great swordsman Quintus carried 2 swords on his back, and poured the water in the water bag from his head to wash away the blood on his body. Then he looked at Serdak's busy figure on the battlefield. He took a short rest, and then amidst the wails of the constructed swordsmen, they led them to leave the battlefield at the mountain pass, and rush to the battlefield in Hatangata town. After dealing with the seriously wounded soldiers on the battlefield here, Soldak asked Ned Mosby to guard the mountain pass, and then rushed to Hatangata town with 2,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers, who had almost recovered their physical strength to support the street fighting there. In fact, when the great swordsman Quintus arrived at the town of Hatangata, the soldiers here had already declared the end. Cyrus MacDonald was shot to death by Samira with an arrow at the gate of the North City. The guards around him almost died on the way to escape. They fully realized the pain of being killed by a second-turn eagle. What kind of fear will you feel in your heart after you stare at it? The entire town fell into the hands of the heavy armored infantry regiment. But this time, there were 10 officers sent by Marquis Luther in the regiment. In addition, Soldak also conducted military discipline education on them when he was in Ban's town. Therefore, there was no looting after entering the city. Whether it is a trading house or a noble manor, the most they can do is station troops at the door. But no one dares to break in without any reason. Even if the light cavalry and city defense troops of the Lord's army hid in the residences, the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment would just leave them alone. And then the town would conduct a census and territorial liquidation. Subsequently, there were several incidents where the Lord army rushed out of private houses and injured people, but they were quickly suppressed by the mage group. When the light cavalry of the Lord's army finally evacuated from the town of Katangata, they wanted to burn down the town's grain depots and military supplies warehouses. Unfortunately, after the heavy armored infantry regiment entered the city, these were the most important locations to capture, and there was no provision for them at all. The opportunity for them to make a mistake. Samira found the 2-headed ogre Gulaitum in a restaurant. The restaurant owner gingerly brought over a plate of grilled lamb chops. Gulaitum drooled, pointed at the restaurant owner's chest and said, "Give me 2 more of this." The boss was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he whispered tremblingly, "Well, our restaurant doesn't serve human flesh." The ogre was too big to fit comfortably at the table, and he was taller when he sat than the owner of the restaurant when he stood. Good brother now Huar picked up the lamb chops on the plate and chewed them. Gulaitum's eyes were wide open, and he was very angry because he didn't grab it. He angrily yelled at the restaurant owner, "Are you scared? I asked you to bring me 2 more portions of these grilled lamb chops and broth. Bring the soup pot from your kitchen directly. Bring out these toasted breads too." "Right. I feel like I can't afford it." "Uncle!" Samira's voice sounded at the door of the restaurant. "Here's another fruit plate. Go prepare it. You don't need to stay here." When the restaurant owner saw a female elf archer walking in at the door, he felt a little relieved. "Okay, ma'am," the restaurant owner said quickly. Then the waiters in the restaurant started to get busy. In fact, Gulitum was not picky about food at all. He ate every food the waiters brought out. And there are 2 gold coins on the dining table. This made the restaurant owner even more attentive. The food in the restaurant was not worth that much, so he had the courage to recommend golden cider to the ogre. It was said to be a fine wine shipped from the northern part of the Green Empire. If Samira hadn't said, you wouldn't worry about him getting drunk and not giving you food money. I'm afraid the restaurant owner really took out his private collection and sold it. Chapter 10:25 News about the demons. The Surdak Legion occupied the town of Hatengada and did not loot the town as the nobles and businessmen expected. On the contrary, after the heavy armored infantry regiment occupied the town hall, they began to actively reorganize the guard battalion to maintain the chaotic order of the town. There were no thugs robbing property on the street. There were businesses along the street and vacant houses in wealthy areas. All public facilities in the town were relatively well preserved. People in civilian neighborhoods had already poured into the streets to welcome the people who entered the street on the day the war ended. The city's resistance. The free market was only closed during the siege. After the resistance army occupied the town, a large number of cheap and exquisite items emerged in the free market. The prices in the market were relatively stable, basically slightly higher than the par price. The permanent population of Katangada town is almost 200,000. Soldak fought very decisively in this siege, which really caught Cyrus McDonnell off guard. Otherwise, it would definitely not be easy for Cyrus to invade a town with a population of 200,000 just by devoting some militiamen from the town to take turns defending the city. On the second day after occupying the town of Katangada, Soldak organized a census of the town. The civilians in the town had a good impression of the resistance army. When they heard that the resistance army had entered the city, they all ran out of their homes to greet them. The nobles who lived in the wealthy areas kept their doors tightly closed, and there were some armed guards guarding the door. But there was some nervousness in the eyes of these guards. Some nobles and merchants fled to Makuso city with their belongings before the resistance army entered the city. But there are also nobles who insist on staying in Katangada town. These nobles who have not left are hiding in the manor in fear, waiting for the resistance army to rush into the manor, hoping that because there are people staying in the manor, they will be able to grab less. In fact, such looting did not take place on the streets of Katangada town. On the second day after the town was occupied, the nobles living in the wealthy area received a meeting invitation letter from the town hall. A meeting of lords is held in the town, and the noble lords who attend the meeting for the first time can keep their territories. Those noble lords who did not participate in the meeting need to use gold coins and magic crystals to buy back their land. If the nobles do not want to buy back the land, then the idle land will be confiscated, and 1/3 of the land will be confiscated. The land became the private property of Viscount Soldak. The town needs a new governor, and the most important thing is that Surdak needs to lead people to take over the idle land in the town. Soldak plans to continue to implement the tax-free policy in Atengada town and vigorously support agriculture, small workshops and shops. Any monopoly industry in Atengada town will be severely cracked down. It was also at this time that the nobles in Atengada town learned that Surdak's army represented the coalition of lords of the Bena province. The nobles wanted to regain their lost land, so they wanted to find a breakthrough from Surdak. The nobles who wanted to see Surdak could line up almost from the central square to the south gate of the town every day. Of course, the reasons are also all kinds of strange. Most of them invite Soldak to private dances, afternoon tea, manor garden tours, etc. Some of the famous ladies in town even invite him to their homes to eat cookies. At this time, every noble lord wished he could have 2 more daughters. Even if one of them can win the favor of Viscount Soldak, he will make a huge comeback in Atengada town. The next day, I don't know who revealed to these nobles that Surdak's fiancée was the beloved daughter of Marquis Luther. The nobles immediately gave up the idea of marrying their daughters to Viscount Surdak. But the invitations did not stop. Surdak didn't expect that Marquis Luther's reputation was so high. Even if they were separated by a plane, the nobles would not dare to offend Marquis Luther. It didn't take long for some rumors about Soldak to spread in the town of Katangada. Some people say that he likes to pay attention to ostentation wherever he goes, and he always likes to live in a house with a swimming pool and a loft. Some people say that he has a cruel and violent personality. He often likes to barbecue in the courtyard with his men and specializes in eating strong prisoners. Some even say that he is the arbiter elected by the Magic Union, who specializes in dealing with heretics for the Magic Union. In any case, the deeds of defeating the Lord's Third Army and the Second Army with 20,000 heavy infantry soldiers made him the most popular talking point among people on the streets. The heavy armored infantry regiment that attacked Serdek this time killed more than 600 people. For a large-scale siege, this number of casualties can be said to be a brilliant record. However, there were a lot of injured soldiers. Nearly 2,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers were injured, and the serious injuries accounted for more than half of the casualties. The H.L. Doghead sacrifice captured by the constructed swordsman in Black Crow Ridge was almost killed by Serta. Use up all the grams. The treatment took a long time this time. Sia was busy beside Soldak and shared most of the preparatory work for Soldak. However, he was still busy for nearly 3 days before treating these wounded soldiers. He was treated in turn. During this period, Soldak not only had to treat wounded soldiers, but also reorganized the heavy armored infantry regiment. Every time they win, there will always be some people in the legion who seem very impetuous. At this time, someone needs to suppress these warriors, such as strengthening physical training to make them calm down. The heavy armored infantry regiment harvested a large amount of supplies in Atengada town. Quartermaster Louis Fitch became a little numb along the way, and the supplies seized far exceeded the 100,000 magic crystals he brought over. Viscount Soldak seemed to intend to turn 1,500 blue-scaled horses and 2,000 ancient Bolai horses into his personal trophies. However, he, the quartermaster, could not find any problems in the accounts. These battlefield gains, part of it should belong to Viscount Soldak. Serdek even provided all war supplies in the early stages of the war. Although this heavy armored infantry regiment nominally belonged to the Bina military headquarters. During the war, Serdek had absolute command authority, and all gains from the war, except those that needed to be allocated to the infantry soldiers, belonged to the Soviet Union. Viscount Erdek. In addition to these precious horses, there are also 100 sets of magic pattern structures on the books. In addition to these, Louis Fitch also needs to use magic crystals to pay Serdek the purchase fee for the weapons and armor of 27,000 warriors. He even felt that if the war continued on this pattern, Viscount Serdek might form his own order of constructed knights at the end of the war. Although second-level experts are rare in the military, there are actually quite a few such experts in the huge Bina province. They often appear in major battles. But there are not many commanders, like Serdek, who use the power of second-level warriors to change the situation of the battle. Moreover, in the past few battles of Serdek, the total number of troops was not large. But there were always scenes of suppressed troops on the battlefield. Now he wants to understand how vicious the visions of Marquis Luther and Marquis Gulas must have been when they used the constructed swordsman corps to invest in Viscount Serdek. If the military can use 100,000 magic crystals to recruit 20,000 elite heavy armored infantry, this deal cannot be considered a loss. In the last week of March, the magicians brought worse news from the north. A large number of demon cavemen appeared in the northern town. Although this low-level soldier is weaker than the H.L. Dog, there are still many of them. They are not afraid of death and are very brutal when fighting. They are basically on the battlefield. They all drag their enemies to death together. As a large number of low-level people occupied the northern towns of the Ganbu Plain, the humans there were almost reduced to slaves and food, and refugees could always be seen fleeing in the mountains. In the occupied towns in the north, humans were trapped by demons, and the black magicians opened low-level demon gates in various towns. Moreover, an army composed of H.L. demons is constantly invading to the south. The 1st Legion of the Lord Army is currently fighting against this H.L. demon army. Because the H.L. demon army is supported by black magicians and has countless warriors, the caveman warriors are not afraid of death. So the situation of the 1st Legion is not very optimistic. The magicians are a little worried about this. But after all, they only have 40 people. Even if there are 11 second-level high-level magicians, they are still unable to fight against these H.Lish demons. So they needed Serdek's help, just as they had given him. Magician Sheldon also rushed to the town of Hatangada with the army. He was shocked to hear from the magician group that the H.L. demons appeared in the Ganbu Plain. However, he belongs to the magician of the Astrologers Guild, and his attitude towards demons is not as sensitive as the magicians of the Magic Guild's law enforcement group. The magician abbot came to Atengada town and came to visit Serdek that night. Serdek invited him to chat on the terrace of the house. The two of them talked about the demons' capture of the northern area of the Ganbu Plain, and they were both a little worried. Serdek thought of the vicious dogs of H.L. besieging the city of Wazimra in the Maka Plain, and almost occupied the Maka Plain. How tragic the battle was at that time. Serdek, as a knight who participated in the battle, was naturally deeply touched. But now the situation in the Ganbu Plain is worse than that of the Maka Plain, which inevitably makes Serdek even more headache. Magician Avid stood on the terrace, looking out at the scenery of Katangada town. I didn't expect you to reach Katangada town so quickly. Dak, do you remember that we still wanted to live here at the time? If we had really lived here at that time instead of running to Takale town, maybe we would have returned to Bena City long ago, and these following things would not have happened. Magic Avid said to Soldak with emotion. Probably so. Soldak also felt that this should be the case. If he had lived in the town of Katangada and had not experienced the town being captured by the rebels and recaptured by the Lord Army, Magician Avid might have left the Ganbu Plain with his group. In that case, I am afraid that the Bena province will really lose contact with the Ganbu Plain. No one knows whether this place will turn into H.L. by then. Chapter 1026 Plain Combat Plan. I heard that the Black Magic Hermitage has summoned a large number of low-level troops of the demonic Hell Legion in the north. Our next enemy will not only be the Lord Army of the Ganbu Plain, but also the more powerful low-level legion of the Hell demonic race. Magician Avid stood on the terrace and said to Serdek. Serdek rubbed his eyebrows and thought for a while before saying, No matter what, we must capture Makusuo. Otherwise we may be in trouble. It is not easy to capture Makusuo. It is estimated that it will be difficult to do it with Serdek's 20,000 heavy infantry alone. And the resistance army will continue to recruit new troops. Soldak is preparing to transfer the 7,000 heavy armored infantry reserve stranded in Bance town to Katangada town. Serdek asked the magician Avid. Have you brought the temporary teleportation circle? Bring it here, Magician Avid said. In fact, what he brought was not only the temporary teleportation circle, but also Miss Nora, who made him realize that the true meaning of life is not limited to magic. Serdek thought for a while before saying, Let's go back to Bena City and report the situation here to the military department and the Magic Guild. Magician Avid nodded and said, I am also planning to discuss this matter with you. Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper also have this idea. In addition, they hope that I can communicate with you. With an army of demons appearing in front of us, how much support can the heavy armored infantry regiment here give to the mage regiment? Don't worry. Tell Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper that it is our heavy armored infantry regiment's duty to deal with the demonic Hell Legion, Serdek said decisively. Hearing Soldak's promise, the magician Avid also breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper personally found the magician Avid, asking him to speak to Soldak. I didn't expect Serdek to be so proactive in jointly fighting against the H.L. demons. A little later, when the mages heard the reply from the magician Avid, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master Morrison and Archmage Harper looked at each other. The hard work the mage group had put in recently was finally not in vain. Next, Soldak's heavy armored infantry regiment will continue to move north. But there are no walls in the small towns between Atangada town and Makuso city. The Lord's army, except for the defeated 2nd Army, there is no infantry force that can stop the Soldak Legion. It will become easier to capture the towns next. Serdek had 2,000 ancient Bolai horses in his hands. In the Battle of Atangada, the number of ancient Bolai horses increased by nearly 1,000. In the past few days, almost all the 4-wheeled carriages in the town of Atangada have been forcibly requisitioned by Serdek. He not only wants to use the 4-wheeled trucks to transport infantry soldiers, but also needs to establish a complete supply line in the town of Atangada. Let the war return to what it should be. Instead of walking through the Void Gate every day, Serdek, along with Magician Avid, Archmage Morrison, and Archmage Harper, walked out of the teleportation gate in the teleportation hall of Bena City. The teleporter in the hall greeted them. Avid, how have you been in the Ganbu Plain these days? Everyone stopped quickly, and Avid stepped forward, saluted respectfully, and said, To be honest, the situation there is a bit bad. It can be said that it is already very bad. The old magician stood in the spotless teleportation hall and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Oh, are the McDonald family well prepared over there? Magician Avid shook his head quickly and said, No, although Lord McDonald's army is powerful, we have also organized a powerful infantry army. There are many low-level demons there, which makes our war very passive. The old magician was even more surprised. Then he lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said with a worried look, Oh, this is really not good news. So when we come back this time, we want to seek more resources from the Magic Guild. Avid stood in the hall and said to the old magician of the Astrologers Guild, Everyone agreed to stay in Bena City for half a day and then gather at the entrance of the teleportation hall to return to the Ganbu Plain together. Time was limited, so Soldak took the magic caravan directly to the Marquis Luther's mansion. Sure enough, Marquis Luther happened to be having afternoon tea at home, and the butler took Soldak to the garden of the manor. Mrs. Marion knew that the two had important matters to discuss, so she took the other ladies to prepare dinner. After hearing the information that Soldak brought back from the Ganbu Plain, Marquis Luther frowned. He did not expect that the Black Magic Hermitage would cause such a big hidden danger in the Ganbu Plain. Sitting on a lounge chair in the garden, Marquis Luther tapped his fingers gently on the armrests of the lounge chair, as if this was the only way he could concentrate on his thoughts. The genial sunshine makes the back garden very warm, and the warm wind blows through, carrying a strong fragrance of flowers. There were still clothes on the lounge chair that had not been put away in time. Mrs. Mabel still had a flush on her face when she left. It seemed that Marquis Luther really knew how to enjoy himself. Soldak took the teacup handed over by the butler and took the opportunity to pick a few nuts from the tea tray to eat. The fountain in the garden is full of water, and the swimming pool is crystal clear. But this season is not a good time for swimming. A few birds landed on the tall stone pillars. This reminded Serdak of the reservoir in Wall Village. Now that spring is blooming, the scenery beside the reservoir must be beautiful. Just when Soldak's thoughts were flying, Marquis Luther had opened his eyes, staring at Soldak with wise eyes, and said, "The most important thing now is to do everything possible to capture Makuso City and repair the portal in the city. As long as the portal can operate normally, the troops and supplies stationed in the Bena province can continue to flow. Delivered to Makuso. The Luther army is currently stationed in Ruth City. In addition to the Luther army, there is also the Bena Alliance army composed of other noble lords, which also has 100,000 troops. I will prepare the equipment and supplies there in advance. Anyway, I will do it. The prerequisite for any victory in the Bu Plain is to open that portal." He sat up a little and said to Soldak, "But there won't be much support here, especially with the demon army appearing in the plain. At this time, the noble lords of Bena will not dare to continue to increase their bets on this war. Dake, the main force of the coalition forces is waiting in Lut City now. Can you find a way to capture Makuso City?" Serdak hit his forehead and said bravely, "I'll find a way to get the job done." "Very good." Marquis Luther nodded, and then said, "If you can capture Makuso, at least the territory south of the Ganbu Plain can be included in your territory. For you, this is also a very rare opportunity. I will try my best," Soldak said, although he hasn't been able to come up with any good ideas yet. He feels that if he wants to capture Makuso City, there is actually no chance at all. Marquis Luther was a little tired. He waved to Soldak and said, "Go and see Hathaway before leaving. She complained to me for a long time because she left in such a hurry last time. It can be seen that he is under a lot of pressure." Serdak performed the knight's salute and said, "Yes, Your Majesty the Marquis." Then I followed the housekeeper from the back garden into the guest room of the castle. I don't know why I suddenly thought of Baron Sidney in the Battle of Moyinling, under the service of the maid. Soldak took a comfortable hot bath in the guest room, and then laid down on the soft big bed filled with the scent of soap locust and took an afternoon nap. When he woke up, he found Hathaway wearing a white skirt, sitting by the bed and reading quietly. Beatrice curled her body like a kitten, lying in her arms, staring at Soldak's face with a pair of big eyes. Soldak endured the restlessness in his heart and leaned his head forward for a passionate kiss. Afterwards, the three of them ran to the highest watchtower of the castle. It seemed that the room high up in the tower had become the best place for them to date. It was the place where Hathaway and Beatrice were confined, and it has now been decorated by Hathaway into a cozy cabin. When you open the window, you can feel the warm and sweet spring breeze, which is the breath of spring. Beatrice was wearing a comfortable silk nightgown, and her body was slightly chilled by the wind. Squeezing into Soldak's arms, looking up at his slightly stubbled chin, those soft eyes were filled with tenderness like water. The three of them even had dinner in this room. Of course, the three of them did not dare to challenge the glory of the Luther family and the Goffaro family. When Serdak returned to Bena City this time, he did not mention the dangerous situation in the Ganbu Plain. But Hathaway felt a little nervous in his heart. After all, Serdak was fighting on a plain controlled by Lord MacDonald's army. In the evening, when Soldak was about to leave, Hathaway and Beatrice reluctantly sent Soldak outside the gate of the manor. Seeing the magic of the Luther family emblem stopped at the door, Hathaway pulled Beatrice directly into the carriage. The two of them took Soldak to the door of the teleportation hall of Bena City before saying goodbye. Be careful. I'm not marrying Soldak, because he can become a count. Before Soldak jumped out of the carriage, Hathaway held his face, pressed it against his forehead, and spoke softly to him. No. Soldak glanced at the door of the teleportation hall, turned around, and quickly climbed up the steps. Magician Avid and several other magicians were already waiting at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Those magicians wore black robes and magic cone hats, with the emblem of the Astrologers Guild embroidered on their clothes. These old magicians didn't even have magician badges, or any badges. Hathaway has heard some rumors about magicians, and heard that there are many magic scholars in the Magic Union who are indifferent to fame and fortune. They just don't have those messy magic badges on them. And these people are the real foundation of the Magic Union. What she may see today is this kind of magic scholar. Hathaway and Beatrice looked at each other and instantly read the worry in each other's eyes. How could these magic scholars go to the Ganbu Plain with Surdak? Chapter 1027 Arriving at Makusuo. Surdak and the magician Avid met in the teleportation hall. Magician Avid was followed by 5 magicians in black robes. They hid their faces under the wizard's conical hats. Facing Surdak's greetings, the magicians had no intention of speaking at all. Surdak stood with the magician Avid with a stern look on his face. Avid introduced to Surdak in a very small voice. Those are the elder scholars of our Astrologers Guild. They live in the research room on the spire of the Magic Tower all year round. Even my teachers' teachers have to bow to them as juniors when they see them. I'm not very familiar with them. Come with me this time. The purpose of setting up the plane is to be able to repair the portal as quickly as possible after occupying Makusuo. Surdak lowered his voice and said, I thought you would bring some resources back to the Ganbu Plain. Avid patted the magic waste bag, with a trace of pride on his face, and whispered, I brought a lot. You will never imagine how much support the Union gave me this time. Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper arrived a little later. But this time, they brought 20 more magicians from the Magic Guild. In total, the Magic Union has already dispatched a squadron of 60 mages. He explained some of the battle plans of the Bena military department with Archmage Morrison. Although Archmage Morrison was a little dissatisfied with Soldak's failure to bring back any resources, considering the current situation in the Ganbu Plain, he could not do it for the time being. It can only be this way. Looking at it now, the key is to open the portal in Makusuo City Square. Only in that way will the Bena coalition forces continue to enter the Ganbu Plain from Rith City. Judging from the images burned in the magic crystal, Makusuo City is much larger than Helensa City. Makusuo City is the only central city on the Ganbu Plain. The population in the city is about 700,000. There are large slums built around Makusuo City outside the city. These slums have now developed into Makusuo City, a satellite town of the city. However, these small towns are almost connected to Makusuo City. The division between the city and the outside is a city wall that is 15 meters high. This is the center of power in the Ganbu Plain. The city walls are built very high, and since there are small towns connected outside the city, it is almost impossible to push the siege truck directly under the city wall. You must attack the city at once. Clear the area bit by bit. In addition, there are about 20,000 city defense troops in the city. The number of these city defense troops alone is equal to that of the Surdak army. Not to mention that there are still remnants of the 3rd Army and the 2nd Army in the city, as well as the private armed forces of countless noble lords. The total strength of these troops is at least 50,000. Once a war breaks out, this city with a population of 700,000 will continuously recruit militiamen from civilian areas to join the city defense army. It can be said that even the current heavy armored infantry regiment of Surdak is simply not good enough. The only thing Surdak can rely on is the constructed swordsman group and the mage group. How to make good use of these two swords is the key to whether Surdak can open up the situation. The heavy armored infantry regiment has set out from Atangata town and occupied several small towns along the way. There are no walls around these small towns, and the armed forces in the small towns do not offer any resistance. Now these noble lords also be smart. They don't care who rules here as long as they don't rob their estates or invade their land. The news that Surdak's army was in Hatangata town and did not rob the noble lords has spread among the noble circles. When passing through these small towns, there was almost no resistance. The mayors of each town even personally greeted them outside the town, and even took the initiative to give up the town hall for Surdak. Even when a meeting of noble lords is held, all nobles are present. After all, no one wants to spend money to buy their own land. Therefore, Surdak's heavy armored infantry regiment went northward very smoothly. In early April, they arrived at the border of Makuso City. In the military camp, Cerdak and a group of officers were practicing siege on a sand table. But this time, even with the mage group and the constructed swordsman group, there seemed to be no good way to break the city in the face of this high wall. In fact, even the great swordsman Quintus is not very optimistic about Cerdak's siege. If you want to capture a city, the siege force must be at least twice as strong as the defenders before it is possible to capture the city. Archmage Molsun was also in the military tent, but he did not participate in this military exercise. This time he brought a magic cannon from the Bina Magic Guild, but it was one of his few trump cards, and he didn't want to take it out so early. Although Cerdak has not yet been able to find a way to break the city, it seems that the Legion does not have that kind of dejection from top to bottom. On the contrary, the officers were in high spirits, and were thinking of various ways to break the city. In recent days, Cerdak and the infantry regiment leaders have made many siege plans. Some people propose that they want to use cavalry to quickly attack the city gate while the Makusuo city gate is open. As long as they seize the city gate and hold on to the armored infantry regiment arrived. And then, the army could rush into the city in one fell swoop. In fact, this idea is the most reliable combat plan, because there are currently a mage group and a construct swordsman group in the Cerdak army. Both teams are good at carrying out surprise attacks. If the construct swordsmen decide to seize the city, if the door is opened, and if the mages provide support from the air, there is still a high chance of success. However, because Cerdak's army currently only has horses and no cavalry, the siege plan has been shelved. Some people also suggested that constructing swordsmen sneak into the city, and then when the army attacks the city, the constructing swordsmen take the opportunity to occupy the municipal square and let the magicians forcibly repair the portal. When the portal is repaired, the Bina coalition forces will teleport from. If you rush out of the door, you can occupy the entire Makusuo. This plan is quite risky. It almost means that the constructed swordsman group will die and survive. Although Cerdak can command the constructed swordsman group to fight, he has no right to let so many constructed swordsmen die. Another officer proposed to send a group of elite teams into the city to kidnap members of the MacDonald family. Take them to the square. Use hostages to force the Lord's army to stay away, and then repair the portal. This is even more outrageous. It is obviously intended to destroy the strong men in Cerdak's army in one fell swoop. Of course, as a battle commander, Cerdak's plan is also very outrageous. He planned to have carpenters build a wooden horse larger than a house outside Makuso City. Ask 3,000 heavy armored infantry to hide inside the wooden horse. Then withdraw all troops, and wait for the city lord's army to push the wooden horse into the city. The heavy armored infantry took the opportunity to capture the city gate. Cerdak's plan was opposed by all the officers, and was simply too risky. Isn't it just a matter of risk? This is simply sending 3,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers in the horse's belly into a pit of fire. This time, Cerdak gathered 30,000 heavy armored infantry, which was considered to have mobilized all the elite fighters of the resistance army. There was also no available force in the rear of the resistance army. Arriving at various small towns along the way, Cerdak did not recruit new troops. Now when the army approached the city, it was discovered that these heavy armored infantry were missing after all. The camp of the Heavy Armored Infantry Corps is located on the edge of a satellite town outside Makuso City. The camp built by 30,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers is larger than the size of the entire town. It is less than 10 kilometers away from Makuso City. When the army just arrived in the town, they could already see the walls of Makuso City in the distance. There are many refugees who fled here from the north in the town. Many of them are planning to work in the town. Unfortunately, the town itself has a small population and several workshops are also in a state of shutdown. The refugees cannot find them at all to work. They also heard that there was a war in the south, so they chose to stay here temporarily. Unexpectedly, overnight, the resistance forces from the south were stationed outside the town. The carriages formed a wall outside the camp, surrounding the general camp inside. Now the 2nd and 3rd legions of the Lord Army have completely retreated into the city of Makusuo, and there is no resistance outside the city. The magicians on Cerdak's side can also fly around in the sky to explore the distribution of the Lord's army. Chapter 1028, Out of Control Situation. The sky in the north is a bit gloomy, with dense clouds, countless black clouds piled together, and the clouds are very low. Electric snakes kept lighting up in the clouds, and there was a faint rumble of thunder. In the mountains to the north of Makusuo City, there are cavemen with broken weapons all over the mountains and plains. They are only surrounded by tattered leather and armor pieces. And the weapons they carry on their backs are also scrap metal. Due to the constant discord underground, the eyes of these cavemen have completely degenerated, turning into a wrinkle on their foreheads. They are very sensitive to heat and smell in the air. Although they have no eyes, they can accurately identify the situation around the body. In particular, they have a pair of sensitive noses, which gives them a very strong advantage in tracking. And they are not affected by day and night when fighting. These cavemen are only about 1.5 meters tall. They have a thick layer of hard skin growing on important parts of their bodies. Their skin is smooth and hairless. They don't seem to have any sweat glands. Their mouths look extremely ugly. Groups of cavemen looked like they had just crawled out of a mud pit. Their bodies were dirty, and they made gurgling noises every time they breathed. Hundreds of cavemen came out of the mountains, like countless streams that eventually merged into a raging river. Next to them, some demon servants walking on the road with H.L. dogs can also be seen. A slum town composed of countless broken boards has appeared in front of them. The H.L. dogs at the front of the team have rushed towards the town. They jumped on the roof of the wooden house and sniffed the fresh food in the town with their dark noses. The taste of life. This is the satellite town on the edge of the northern city of Makuso. The people who live here are almost all the people living at the lowest level of Makuso City. They will enter the city during the day to do the lowest jobs and return to the city at night, living in shacks surrounded by wooden boards. Almost no nobles lived here. There is no one to maintain security here. There is mud and filth everywhere. The thin wooden house was smashed by the tall H.L. dog. The old people and children hiding under the bed were dragged out from the wooden house, and they were swallowed into the stomach with their bloody mouths. The sound of chewing bones was almost astonishing. Let those residents who want to escape collapse in the muddy water. Some ghetto men burst out from hiding, armed with sticks and hatchets. But they couldn't stop the hell dog, which was as strong as a calf. After knocking people down, the hell dog put its huge claws on the shoulders, stretched its bloody mouth to the neck, and bit them with sharp teeth of the throat. More and more people are being bitten to death by the vicious dogs of H.L. Those poor people who were so naive that they thought they could escape by hiding at home finally proved that they were wrong. There was no defense in the town, and the poor town soon fell completely. A large number of cavemen caught up from behind. Although they were not as fast as H.L. dogs, they had a keener sense of smell. A team of 500 cavemen entered the farm. They broke open the farm gate, climbed over the farm wall, trampled in the vegetable garden, and then rushed into the farm villa. The nobles hid in the cellars under the manor buildings, trying to avoid this disaster. The entrance to the cellars had been blocked with bricks and stones, and covered with a thick layer of soil. Unfortunately, this could not stop the cave dwellers at all. The cavemen rushed into the villa following the smell, and they began to dig wildly in front and behind the house. They only had 3 claw-like fingers, and the nails on the fingers were as sharp as iron hooks, which were very suitable for digging in the soil. The noble men, women and children in the manor hid in the cellar. The cavemen dug up the cellar and bloody killings took place in the cellar. Although the nobles have weapons, they are of no use in front of these cavemen who are not afraid of death. A caveman jumped up, followed by more cavemen, and then everyone piled up with the cavemen. The cavemen opened their big mouths full of sharp teeth, and then used their claws to dig deep, hook deeply into the flesh. The dead nobles were eaten by the cavemen. They lifted up the bloody meat and poured blood on their bodies, like worshipping priests. They drew some weird symbols on their faces, chests, and shoulders. The vast slum area in the north of the city soon fell into the hands of the demonic H.L. army. Serdek rode his horse and ran to the north of Makuso City. Refugees were escaping all over the mountains and plains. Among them were many defeated troops of the First Army of the Lord Army. Everyone was squeezing towards Makuso City. Hell dogs, demon servants, and cavemen followed, trailing behind the refugees. These refugees have completely lost the courage to resist. With their dry arms deep in the cavemen, they can easily pierce the refugees' backs by raising their sharp claws. In fact, the combat power of these cavemen is far inferior to that of H.L. dogs. Their greatest characteristic is that they are ferocious and fearless of death. They seem to be machines born for killing. Before they die completely, their killing is driven by instinct. When the guards at the top of Makuso City saw these demonic armies appearing within their field of vision, the North City Gate, which was originally crowded with people, was forcibly closed with a loud clicking sound. There was no moat outside the city of Makuso, and those people who had no chance to escape into the city threw themselves at the foot of the city wall and howled. More people looked at the closed city gate in despair, and decisively fled along the city wall to the east and west sides. Some people directly choose to go south around the city. The defender standing on the top of the city watched the black wave rushing up from behind, engulfing the people bit by bit. The body of the caveman who had eaten countless flesh and blood became swollen and strong. Bone spurs and scales grew on the outside of the hard armor, and the forelimbs became stronger, with withered hands like claws. The caveman chased him to the bottom of the city, and climbed up the wall easily. The guard standing on the city wall picked up stones, and threw them at the bottom of the city. Often a huge stone falling would kill a group of cavemen. However, there are so many of these cavemen that the gaps created by them will soon be filled with more cavemen. They occasionally open their mouths, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth and a long tongue like a chameleon. When these cavemen reached the middle of the stone wall, the guards on the top of the city began to pour kerosene down the city, and then dropped lit torches downwards. The fire scorched the cavemen, but they were covered in flames, and continued to climb up in the black smoke. The raging fire couldn't stop them from moving forward. More H.L. dogs have gathered under the North City wall. These H.L. dogs can jump more than 3 meters high in one leap. Their sharp claws scratch the stone wall of the city wall. Their bodies rush upwards, and they can easily climb up 15 meters high city wall. Those demon servants gathered at the city gate, piled countless discarded wooden boards stained with blood in the door opening, and burned the city gate to ashes with flames. The area outside the northern city wall instantly became a purgatory. The black magicians huddled behind the large army, and they seemed unwilling to rush to the front. The battle on the northern city wall soon attracted Serdak's attention, and countless refugees bypassed the city of Makuso and fled south. Even the residents outside the south of the city began to flee south with their families in panic. People shouted that the army of H.I. was coming. The mage group flew towards the north of the city on magic harpoons. When they saw the overwhelming demon army, they immediately brought the news back to the camp. They came very quickly. Most of them surrounded the outside of Makusuo's city wall, and some of them chased the H.L. dogs around to the south of the city. Serdak didn't expect that the demon army was coming so fast. It was one step ahead of the heavy armored infantry regiment and surrounded the north wall of Makusuo. Now that he saw the people outside the city hurriedly trying to escape, he immediately began to organize manpower. Serdak had experience fighting the H.L. dogs in Wazimra city on the Maka plain. He immediately left the camp with 3 heavy armored infantry regiments and marched against the fleeing people. Serdak asked the soldiers to they formed an arrow formation, and he and Gulidum stood at the front of the arrow. Quintus also followed with 500 constructed swordsmen, and there were dozens of magicians in the sky. Serdak led the heavy armored infantry regiment to set up a formation to the north of the camp to buy time for the residents of this southernmost town in Makuso to evacuate. Many fleeing residents would subconsciously run towards the army when they saw the army here. Some soldiers holding flags stood on high ground, guiding these people to continue their escape and not to stop. There were still more than 100 carriages in the camp. At this time, these carriages were dispatched one after another, rushing into the refugee group in the city, picking up the children, women and old people who could not run at all, onto the carriages, and using the carriages to pull the group of people running south, with these soldiers channeling the chaotic crowd, and some carriages carrying people who couldn't move. The chaotic scene in the slums outside the city became a little better. Lure those H.L. dogs over and kill as many as possible. The great swordsman Quintus followed up with the constructed swordsman, and Serdak whispered to the great swordsman Quintus. Serdak's heavy armored infantry regiment faced the charging H.L. dogs and rushed forward with the iris shield in their hands. As long as the shield warrior blocks the hellhound's momentum, the spear warrior behind will thrust out the Paglio spear in his hand regardless of his own safety. Under this shield wall defensive formation, the hellhound seems to have little choice. However, there are also some larger two-headed H.L. dogs in the group of H.L. dogs. These two-headed H.L. dogs can spit some fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades and the like. The shield warrior cannot block these magics, and will cause certain casualties if hit. However, there were still quite a few of these two-headed H.L. dogs. So great swordsman Quintus rushed forward with his swordsmen, and the mage group in the sky dealt with these H.L. dogs that could control magic. When these constructed swordsmen fight, they are also used to cutting off their heads as trophies. There is an army here fighting against the H.L. dogs, and more people stranded outside the city are rushing towards the army. When they came, they also brought more H.L. dogs. Facing the ferocious H.L. dogs, Serdak could only lead the heavy armored infantry regiment to gradually shrink their formation. Set up a shield wall with your back to the camp to block these H.L. dogs. Chapter 1029 Distant Friends. Magician Avid stood on a wooden roof outside the camp, looking at the chaotic battlefield and feeling speechless. The few old magic scholars he brought over looked at the chaotic scene in front of them, and had no intention of taking action. However, the Hell Legion had already begun to siege the city, and Serdak's heavy armored infantry regiment seemed more embarrassed whether to take the opportunity to attack the city or to fight to the death with the Hell Legion army outside the city. No matter which option is chosen based on the current situation, it is not the wisest choice for Serdak. If the Serdak Legion fights to the death with the Hell Legion, it will virtually help the Lord army reduce the pressure on the siege. But at this time, if the enemy chooses to attack Makusuo City with the Hell Legion regardless of ourselves, not only will he be condemned by all parties, but he may also face pressure from the Hell Legion during the siege. After all, it is impossible for the three parties to form an alliance, with Su judging from Serdak's military strength. He is the weaker force among the three parties. Therefore, Serdak stopped his army 10 miles south of Makusuo City and waited to observe the situation. Although there are also a large number of H.L. dogs following the refugees heading south, the pressure on Makusuo City is naturally negligible. At least here, when attacked by the Hell Dogs, the attacks often end in one wave, giving the warriors some rest. There are still many carriages still in the slums, taking the risk of being attacked by H.L. dogs to transport these refugees to a safe place in the south. The city gate of Makusuo was closed tightly, and Serdak's carriage team gradually escorted the residents of the town to evacuate southward. More cavemen gathered under the city. They did not follow the refugees south. Their intention was obvious. That is, they wanted to capture Makusuo City in one fell swoop. The situation in Makusuo City is precarious. The Hell Legion siege has never stopped since it began. The fighting on the city's head continued from morning to evening without stopping for a moment. The corpses of the cavemen under the city had already piled up like mountains. The corpses of the dead and wounded city guards on the city wall were also filled with the city square. Corpses were wrapped in white cloth and lying on the square. From a few hundred in the morning to dusk, by that time the number had reached 4,000. The reason for the surge in the number of dead was that there were too many corpses of cavemen under the city. These corpses formed a human ladder, allowing more cavemen and H.L. dogs to easily rush up the city wall. Adler MacDonald, the supreme commander of Lord MacDonald's army. The new Lord MacDonald has just taken office less than half a month ago. And just half a month ago, he led the 1st Legion north to attack the town of Acre, where the Black Magic Priory is entrenched. But the 1st Legion has not yet arrived. In the town of Acre, they encountered the Hell Legion coming from the north. After 3 days of fierce fighting, the 1st Legion of the Lord Army withdrew to Makusuo City. On the first day after withdrawing to Makusuo City, when the noble lords of Makusuo City expressed concern about the situation in the north, Adler MacDonald was still patting his chest and telling the nobles that the city had gathered with nearly 60,000 Lord troops. It is not difficult at all to defend Makusuo City. When the demonic H.L. army came to the city, Commander Adler MacDonald changed his tone. He hoped that the noble lords in the city would provide some supplies to help the Lord army tide over the difficulties together. The defense battle of Makusuo City lasted for just 1 day, and the city defenders were almost defeated. Under Adler's instructions, the remaining troops of the Lord's army climbed to the top of the city and assisted the city defense in the defensive battle. The defenders barely managed to hold on to the outer wall of Makusuo. In just 1 day, the cavemen gathered hundreds of thousands of troops under the city. By night, the siege battlefield not only involved the north city wall, but also a large number of cavemen and H.L. dogs gathered under the east and west walls. The siege pressure faced by the city defenders increased 3 times compared to that during the day. However, for the cavemen, it was the same day and night. They could also fight at night. Now all 3 city walls were in danger. That night Lord Adler MacDonald gathered the noble lords in the city. He requested that the private armed forces of the noble lords in the city, adventure group soldiers, and mercenaries should take turns to climb to the top of the city to participate in the battle. The specific deployment was done by the city defense brigade was formulated. In 1 night, the siege area spread to the south city wall. It's just that the slum area in the south is very large. When many H.L. dogs arrived in the south of the city, they couldn't help but chase and kill the people who couldn't escape. They did not form a siege in the south of the city. Standing under the north city wall, Adler MacDonald and a group of officers looked at the Hell Legion pouring out of the city with a worried look on their face. Adler MacDonald knew that it would not take many Hell Legions to form an encirclement, and he would really have to defend Makuso City by then. However, without external resources, this city could sustain itself in front of the Hell Legions. How long? Troops and supplies will face huge challenges. However, due to the continuous wars in the past year, there are not many supplies in the warehouse of Makusuo City. Adler MacDonald really wanted to fall off the city wall, so that he wouldn't have so many worries. The followers around Adler MacDonald have been urging him. Sir, you must make plans in advance. Once the South City gate is blocked by the Hell Legion, you will not be able to escape even if you want to. At dawn, L dogs and cavemen appeared in large areas of the slums of Nanchung, looking for anything to eat. The great swordsman Quintus led the constructed swordsmen to fight fiercely for a day and a night. They dragged their exhausted bodies back to the camp. Almost everyone suffered from the results of the battle, and the heads of the L dogs were thrown into the military camp one by one, in the wooden box in front of the big tent. The swordsmen washed away the blood on their bodies, under the wooden bathing wall built before death. Soldak walked out of the tent, and asked the great swordsman Quintus to arrange for the constructed swordsmen to enter the treatment tent one by one, regardless of whether he was injured or not. Surdak blessed each constructed swordsman with the blessing of the blessed body. The constructed swordsman did not expect that Surdak could perform such an operation. The full feeling of physical strength being continuously injected into the body amazed the constructed swordsman. The swordsmen are going to get some sleep first, and then go clean out the L dogs outside the camp later. After Soldak finished the blessing ceremony for the 500 constructed swordsmen, Archmage Morrison walked into the tent with a solemn expression. The situation in Makusuo City is very bad. There is a danger of the city being destroyed at any time. Duck, you also know that once Makusuo City is destroyed, the Ganbu Plain is likely to become a jumping point for the Hell Legion. Mori Masterson said worriedly. The leader of the Magic Union Law Enforcement Group stared at Soldak with a pair of golden eyes and continued. I plan to go to Makusuo and have a good talk with the commander of the Lord Army there. At this time, I hope that the Bena Coalition and the local Lord Army can temporarily put aside their conflicts and jointly fight against the Hell Army. Soldak thought for a moment and said, We don't think there is any possibility of cooperation at this time. After all, we have been from Bandstown to here. Archmage Morrison said calmly. I can come forward to negotiate. If the negotiation fails, our mage group can only provide assistance to Makusuo. After all, that is the main battlefield against the Hell Legion. Although everyone can cooperate, I will not give up repairing the portal. In addition, I am waiting for your news. Surdak smiled politely at Archmage Morrison and said. Archmage Morrison turned and left, leaving Surdak alone in the military tent. He was sitting on a wooden box, thinking about how to fight against the Hell Legion, complete the military's combat mission, and reverse the current difficult situation. Although it seems that the situation in Makusuo has not had any impact on the Legion at present, it is because the Demon Hell Legion did not notice the heavy armored infantry legion of Surdak. Once the Hell Legion notices, those massive cavemen in LS will as long as the vicious dogs charge forward. It is still unknown how long the Legion can hold on. He patted his forehead. But unfortunately, he still couldn't contact Iser, and he didn't know what the Red Dragon was doing. Aphrodite has already rushed to Pussy Hill as fast as possible. At this time, he felt something was burning on his chest. He lowered his head and groped around and found that the phalanx had become slightly hot. He took the finger bone off the sobriety pendant, put it to his lips and blew on it. A series of bloody runes emerged from the finger bones, forming a bloody magic array at the feet of Surdak. In the center of the magic array, a bloody gate appeared, filled with various terrifying reliefs. The bloody door was pushed open by a big pale hand. The dark wind roared inside the door, and countless skeletal hands stretched out from the door. Those hands grasped the edge of the door, as if trying to get out from inside. Count Fornak walked out of the door in a decent black dress. He closed the blood-red door and walked elegantly to Soldak. He sat down on the only chair in the tent and said with a smile, Duck, long time no see. It's not easy waiting for you to treat me to afternoon tea. Hello, Count Fornak, Soldak said as he stood up. He wanted to pour Count Fornak a cup of tea, but the teapot in the military tent was already cold. It seems you are in some trouble. Count Fornak had a faint smile on his face, but his face looked like it was covered with thick plaster. We have indeed encountered a lot of trouble. Is everything going well with you? Soldak said calmly. Count Fornak nodded and said, We have just annexed a piece of land recently, so we have a small corner in the Ghost Realm. That's really good. Soldak said. It's a world of the jungle over there. It's very pure. The weak have to survive. When they are strong, they have to keep swallowing up other weak ones to make themselves stronger. They can't stop for a moment. Because once you stop, you don't know who will take advantage of it. Compared with the past, when I think about it, I really miss the days when I was a noble in Helensa city. Now, only by chatting with you can these memories not be erased from my memory. And I can occasionally think of the past. Earl Phonak said. Face said with emotion. Surdak said apologetically. Sorry. I haven't been able to invite you to tea for a while. If you have anything to apologize for, I still say the same thing. If you need help, just ask. Count Fornak looked at the knight outside the tent and said to Soldak with a smile. Chapter 1030. Who sent the pillow? A half-foot-long wound was opened on his arm by the caveman's claws, and the bloody fat was turned outwards. Keen had no other choice but to wrap it tightly with a hemostatic bandage, and used his teeth and right hand to inject a wound on his left arm. His clothes were tied in a tight knot, and he leaned on the shelf behind the city wall, sweating profusely. A craftsman's heavy sword stood by the wall, and the round shield had been cut in half. In the battle just now, his left arm was injured because the caveman cut the buckler open. After losing so much blood, Keen felt like he was about to collapse. He drank the last sip of water from the water bag and saw another caveman emerging from the wall. The warrior in front was still fighting with the two cavemen. He did not dare to hesitate anymore. Grabbed the craftsman's heavy sword in his right hand, stood up staggeringly, swung the heavy sword in his hand, and slashed at the caveman at the wall. The caveman seemed to feel something, and raised his arm to block Keen's sword. The heavy sword struck out a string of sparks on the dark arm of the caveman. The caveman's body was slightly downward, and the other claw hook was drawn towards Keen's lower abdomen. Keen turned his body sideways, holding the heavy sword high in his hand, lifted high and accurately penetrate into the caveman's head. A burst of purple blood spurted out, spraying Keen's face with a fishy stench. The soldier holding the sword and shield beside him also ended the battle at this time. The two of them leaned behind the wall in a tacit understanding, taking advantage of the rare opportunity to take a rest. The sword and shield warrior was originally a light cavalry, but was transferred here because the defense of this section of the city wall was in critical condition. It's completely dark now, and it seems like there won't be anyone coming to change shifts tonight. Keen casually cut off a withered hand that was clinging to the wall, and the caveman who was about to climb up fell from the top of the city. The city exudes a strong stench. It won't take long for the corpses of such cave dwellers to rot rapidly after death. Now only Keen is dead in the 9th team. He has been automatically promoted to become the captain of the 9th team. He had been looking forward to this position of captain for 3 years. But now, he suddenly felt that he was so ridiculous. These burrowers are hacking endless. The light cavalry muttered as they leaned against the wall and impaled one of the burrowers and knocked it off the city wall. I heard that militiamen will be recruited from the civilian areas of the city tomorrow. Keen's voice was a little hoarse. He wanted to drink some water, but the water bag was completely empty. What use are the militiamen? All I need is a sharper. The edge of this sentinel's sword has been cut and curled. There was a touch of disdain on the light cavalry's face when he spoke. This kind of pride in his bones should be a bad habit he brought from the light cavalry battalion. I don't have any other wishes. I can replace us. My request is simple. Just take a shower and sleep before defending the city. Sean pulled at the sticky shirt that was stained with sweat and blood. In addition, there may be other liquids. The two of them were able to brag at the top of the city while taking advantage of their rest, which was considered to be a good situation. The migrant workers carried the dinner to the top of the city. Keen quickly poured a pot of water, then a bowl of oatmeal and half a wheat cake. At this time, Keen saw their squadron leader counting people at the top of the city. So he ran over and asked the squadron leader, "When will we arrange for someone to replace us?" The squadron leader stopped the pen in his hand, patted Keen on the shoulder with a bitter look, and said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone who can be sent is here. I heard that the infantry of the 1st Army will replace us for half a day tomorrow morning. So hold on. Maybe you can take a hot bath early tomorrow morning." When eating, we also take turns. Someone is holding the front, and the person behind is eating quickly. In this way, the weapon does not dare to leave his hand, and he must go to the front to save the situation at any time. Occasionally, a patrol team would pass by and take the opportunity to relax. These patrol teams are a group of veterans. They are also called Fire Brigade. They deal with dangerous situations everywhere. They go wherever there are H.L. dogs and wherever there are many people in the cave. As they walked, they encouraged the city defenders. Guys, if we persist all night, these cavemen are blind. As long as we light the torch at the top of the city, they will not be able to find us. Some people also responded to them. We are not afraid of the cavemen, but those HL dogs move too fast. The veteran of the patrol team patted his wrist and said with a smile, We're armed guards. Hell dogs like to knock people down and kill their necks. We only need to slash the long sword on its belly, and they will be completely destroyed. Some city defense guards are also complaining. To put it lightly, we are not all sword masters like you. The veteran didn't argue and just said, After all, we have all lived until now. Haven't we? That's true. Someone nearby agreed with it. At this time, someone suddenly stopped and everyone looked towards the South City gate. Listen, what's shouting over there? Someone said. He'd also chopped down a caveman from the wall. He took the opportunity to look and saw a group of cavalry appearing under the city, charging out with a group of cavemen. He originally thought that the cavalry were out of the city to clean up the garbage, and his heart suddenly warmed up, thinking that these cavalry were quite brave. Then someone at the top of the city heard a desperate cry. Adler McDonald ran away with a group of knights. The city wall exploded immediately. Magician Morrison is preparing to assist Makusuo City. He does not want Makusuo to fall into the hands of the Hell Legion. Then the Hell Demon clan may directly threaten Roland Continent with the help of the Black Magic Monastery. The magician stood at the top of the city and cast fire magic, which was still suppressive to the Hell Legion. He rode through the night sky on a magic harpoon. There was still a fierce battle on the city wall, and torches were lit everywhere, illuminating the city head. Fighting is happening everywhere on the city wall, and those cavemen are constantly climbing up from under the city wall. Their attack method is very single, but as long as they cannot be solved in time, the cavemen behind will gather more and more, and the backlog will become unmanageable. But it seems that the condition of the south wall is pretty good. Archmage Morrison heard a commotion at the gate of the city, and the south gate opened wide. A general wearing a mithril magic pattern rushed in front. He led a cavalry to rush out of the city, and immediately killed make a bloody path. The cavemen along the way were either trampled to death by their horses, or hacked to death with his tomahawk. Archmage Morrison found that these knights were really brave. At this time, they rushed out of the city to fight. These cavalry were really brave in fighting. They looked like elites at first sight. The cavalry behind the officers could run rampant in the cavemen's camp. Archmage Morrison couldn't help but nodded slightly. He even wanted to throw down a wall of fire to help. The cavalry's efforts to clean up the cavemen outside the city can really reduce the pressure on the city's defenders, etc. Why is there a gorgeous magic caravan behind it? Why do the heavy cavalry and constructed knights next to the carriage look so familiar? The knight leading the way in front. There are so many carriages with high shelves, and the large boxes on the shelves look very exquisite. There are actually many female relatives sitting in the carriages. Archmage Morrison suddenly came to his senses. Are they trying to leave Makusuo City? Looking at the emblem of the McDonald family hanging on the carriage, Archmage Morrison almost fell off the handle of the magic pot. The McDonald family abandoned the city and fled Makuso. So who will manage the city? Are they abandoning the city? Seeing the long queue of magic caravans listening at the city gate, the nobles in the city seemed to be planning to flee with them. There were desperate wailings everywhere in the city, and the entire Makuso city was in complete chaos. When the residents of the city saw Lord MacDonald fleeing, many people immediately collapsed. A large number of HL dogs blocked the outside of the city. Although the construct knights who opened the way went smoothly, the traffic behind them was still very slow, and a large number of magic caravans were crowded at the gate of the city. Archmage Morrison's original plan could only be shelved at this moment. Makusuo City was in chaos. Archmage Morrison quickly slowed down his flying speed and ordered to the assistant behind him. Send someone to inform Viscount Surdak and tell him that the MacDonald family has escaped, and now they can take the opportunity to take over Makuso City. Then he shouted to other magicians. We will guard the south gate later, and we cannot let the cavemen enter the city. This group of magicians are all elites in the law enforcement group. They are basically friends and students of Archmage Morrison. Naturally, everyone responds to his orders. When Suldak heard the news from Archmage Morrison, he was completely confused. However, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately called all the captains in the camp to the camp for a meeting. He also called the great swordsman Quintus and the magician Avid over. Didn't I say that I will kill those HL dogs again in the morning? What's wrong? Has the plan changed? The great swordsman Quintus was shirtless, still carrying his two swords behind his back. and holding his own magic pattern structure in his hands. As he walked into the tent, he asked Serdek a barrage of questions. Suldek rubbed his forehead and said, "Archmage Morrison sent a message saying that MacDonald abandoned the city and fled, and asked us to take over Makusuo." The great swordsman Quintus was a little dumbfounded and shouted loudly, "The streets outside are full of L dogs and cavemen. Even if they kill them, it may be too late. But I don't want to give up this opportunity. I have to give it a try to see if it's too late. I'll inform you. Give up all the luggage, and everyone will set off for Makuso City. Great swordsman Quintus, Gulitum and I are in front. The road is open. Everyone get ready." "Yes." The leaders of a group of heavy armored infantry regiments quickly walked out of the tent. And even the great swordsman Quintus and the magician Avid were in a hurry to go out and make preparations. At this time, Earl Fornack came out of the shadows holding a teacup, smiled and said to Suldek, "Let me do this. I should be able to help you before I go back. But you have to catch up quickly." After saying that, Count Fornack floated outside the camp almost in a spiritual state. Just outside the military camp, a bloody door appeared out of thin air behind Count Fornack. Count Fornack waved his hand. Two childlike souls stood on both sides of the bloody door. The two children opened the bloody door with all their strength. I saw the dark wind roaring inside the blood-colored gate, and countless ghosts rushed out from inside. Just like someone had poked a hornet's nest, countless ghosts flew out. They followed the direction of Count Fornack's finger and headed straight towards the south gate of Makuso City. Rush away. Everything along the way withered and aged in an instant. Even the wooden houses blocking the road or a rock on the ground turned into ashes and gravel under the violent wind. The cavemen and people encountered along the way, the body of the L dog was cut with countless wounds, and the wounds continued to rot. The L dog melted in the cold wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. A road like a road leading to I was formed instantly, directly from Serdak's camp to the south gate of Makusuo City. When Serdak ran out of the camp with Gulitum, Count Fornack was already standing at the bloody gate waving goodbye to him, and a group of ghosts lined up like puppets to enter the bloody gate. Chapter 1031. The Crowded City Gate. The night sky of the Gonbu Plain is divided into two by Jingwei of Makuso City. The night sky south of Makuso City is still a dark red sky with several countercurrents of time and space, while the night sky north of Makuso City is black. The clouds were overwhelming, and the night was completely as black as ink. The higher mountains were shrouded in rolling dark clouds, and some cavemen rushed out of the ink-stained darkness into the vast land around Makuso City. These low-level demons poured out continuously, like countless rivers converging under Makusuo City. Thousands of low-level demons ran out, and some L dogs devoured countless people along the way. They had evolved two heads. They stood under the city and could spit magic bullets to bombard the city wall guards. 100 meters away from the south gate of Makusuo City, a light blue ice road nearly 50 meters wide appeared in the night. Everything on the ice road seemed to be a light blue transparent spirit. Some soul-shaped light balls were like swaying weeds, floating in the night wind. Serdak led a group of soldiers from the heavy armored infantry regiment on the ruined ground. The ground under their feet was like sand mixed with dry plant ash. The soldiers walked on this road in fear. Everyone walked so carefully. They looked around vigilantly, and followed the soldiers in front of them, all the way to the city without any hindrance. The cavemen and L dogs dare not step into the light blue ice road before those blue ice roads are eliminated. As soon as they step into this area, their bodies will quickly fall apart and finally become a flash of black flame. Quintus, great swordsman, and 500 constructed swordsmen rushed to the front and did not feel anything unusual, although the swordsmen were a little confused, thinking that there were so many magicians in the military camp. It seemed normal for a certain magician to open a passage. However, this fourth-level group magic still somewhat subverted everyone's understanding. In fact, the magicians in the sky were also secretly horrified. They were also privately discussing what the magic of this first-like road was, and how it could stretch for nearly 10 kilometers. In the night sky, this road stretches straight from the heavy armored infantry barracks to outside the south gate of Makusuo City. This long passage actually runs in one go, and is as straight as a beam of blue light. It seems to be absorbing the souls around it. The city gate was extremely chaotic. A large number of cavemen smelled the breath of fresh life here, and rushed over from all sides almost crazily. However, the most elite knights of the MacDonald family had already protected the family's motorcade and rushed out from the south city gate. Now even the tail of the convoy can't be seen. Dozens of magic-covered carriages were crowded at the city gate. The nobles in these carriages originally wanted to follow the MacDonald family to escape Makuso City. Unfortunately, their convoy was intercepted by cavemen outside the city. The magic caravan outside had been completely surrounded by countless cavemen. Both horses were only left with some flesh and blood skeletons hanging on them. The carriage behind them could not retreat. Also encountered the same bad luck one after another. Some cavemen followed the smell of meat and crawled toward the door. The soldiers guarding the city gate retreated but could not retreat. And the city gate could not be closed, so they could only resist desperately. There was chaos at the city gate. Some nobles sat in the carriage with pale faces, watching the cavemen's claws scratch 3 times on the window. And their long scarlet tongues left sticky marks on the glass window. Thick blood marks. Some women were so frightened that they fainted in the carriage, while more people folded their hands in front of their chests and silently prayed to the Statue of Liberty for blessing. Archmage Morrison led a group of magicians to guard the wall at the south gate of the city. There are many cavemen here who want to break into the city gate, and there are also some H.L. dogs watching eagerly around. They have signed contracts with humans. After humans become servants of the devil, they have stronger vitality. At the same time, the H.L. dogs also have a part of human intelligences. Of course, only primary intelligence. The magician stood on a high place, burning the fireball in his hand. If a small fireball hit it, some H.L. dogs would always be injured. If it is the 3rd level magic continuous fireball, the explosions caused by the big fireballs can at least kill a large number of cavemen. MacDonald's cavalry could no longer be seen. Many nobles crowded inside and outside the city gate. Those inside the city were clamoring to rush out, and those outside the city were crying and shouting to return to the city. At this moment, a rapid march appeared on the ice road. They were all wearing uniform magic pattern structures and holding bright long swords in their hands. They rushed out from the ice road and rushed into the caveman camp. The battlefield was immediately filled with blood and flesh. Almost every one of these constructed swordsmen had the shadow of a great swordsman behind them. The long sword in their hand had a faint trace of the sword. She quickly occupied the city gate. Seeing the great swordsman Quintus rushing at the front, the Archmage Morrison on the top of the city finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bane staff in his hand once again flew out a series of fireballs, and his body was covered with fireballs. The flame magic pattern made even the eyes seem to burn. A moment later, the leading troops of the Soldak Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment had arrived at the foot of the South City. These infantry warriors were wearing black iron armor. They made a clicking sound of metal pieces as they walked. They held strong shields in their hands and stepped on the ground. The corpses of the cavemen quickly formed 2 shield walls at the entrance to the city wall. The arrival of the heavy armored infantry relieved a lot of pressure on the constructed swordsmen, who fought bloody battles on the battlefield. The H.L. dogs and demon servants in the Hell Legion rushed forward. The 2-headed H.L. dogs rushed out from behind and sprayed rows of magic bullets at the shield wall. Suddenly, several holes were opened in the shield wall by magic bullets. Some heavy armored infantry were blown away by fireballs, and the iris shield was cut in half by the wind blade. The great swordsman Quintus immediately rushed forward with his swordsman, trying to kill the 2-headed H.L. dogs hiding behind. Samira stood on the shoulders of the 2-headed ogre, although she was wearing a black devil's fang. Her entire right arm lit up with fire-colored magic patterns. Her left arm was wrapped with 3 wind rings, and the arrows she shot were accurately inserted into the eyes of the 2-headed H.Lound. The 2-headed H.Lound roared angrily. Howl. Several constructed swordsmen rushed to the side of the trapped magic caravan and desperately killed the caveman lying on the car, revealing the original appearance of the car. Purple viscous blood slowly flowed down the outer wall of the carriage. A constructed swordsman used a long sword to pry open the closed door. The nobles inside the carriage turned pale with fear. There was even a faint smell of urine inside the carriage. Get off! The constructed swordsman shouted. I saw countless cavemen rushing towards me not far away. These nobles were hiding in the carriage, and did not dare to get out of the carriage. The magic caravan carries a faint magical aura, but the magical aura has become weaker and weaker. Get off the car! The constructed swordsman struck the carriage blocking the city entrance with his long sword and continued to shout. Serdek walked up with a group of heavy armored infantry. The infantry soldiers moved forward while cutting down the burrowers who rushed up. This is the only way to the city gate. Several magic caravans are blocking the road. The horses have been almost eaten by the cavemen, because the caravans have protective magic patterns. The cavemen cannot break through them for a while. I can only lie down outside the carriage. Now the cavemen were cleared out by the constructed swordsmen. But the nobles in the carriage were frightened and they did not dare to step out of the carriage at all. "Push these vehicles out of the way!" Serdak's approach seemed rough and effective. He didn't care whether he was a noble or a commoner. Gulitem strode forward. He stood at the rear of the magic caravan, grabbed the frame of the car with both hands, and pushed the car to the side of the road with all his strength. A group of infantry soldiers followed Gulitem and rushed to the front of the second magic caravan. They ignored the desperate cries of the nobles in the carriage and pushed the vehicle aside. There were even infantry soldiers who silently helped them close the carriages. Samira jumped on the roof of an abandoned caravan and continued to shoot the more threatening HL dogs around. When she was in Wazimra city, she was not even a first-level warrior at that time, and she had already relied on the elves to the power of blood earned him the title of Hell Dog Killer. Now he has been promoted to a second-level powerhouse, and he has an epic weapon, the Sky Strike Bow. He stands on the roof of the car and shoots a row of arrows quickly. His prediction of the attack route of the HL dog is almost accurate to the extreme. As the large troops rushed to the city, a large group of heavy armored infantry soldiers waiting to enter the city had gathered at the city gate. Fortunately, this section of the city wall is in the hands of the mages, so Serdak does not have to worry about the threats on the city wall at all. He only needs to clear out the magic caravans blocking the city gate passage. The magic caravan in front of the city gate was pushed to the roadside by the infantry soldiers. The magic caravan blocked in the city gate didn't know what was going on outside. The driver's carriage drove out of the dark door, and the carriage behind it followed and blocked the door again. When the coachman saw a large circle of heavy armored infantry soldiers guarding outside the city, he immediately waved his horsewhip to signal the heavy armored infantry soldiers to move out of the way. The heavy armored infantry waiting to enter the city immediately surrounded them. Before they could take action, the two-headed ogre standing at the city gate smashed the Gubwa Lai horse, pulling the carriage to death with a stick, and then led a group of infantry to lift the carriage, go to the city wall. Amidst the screams of the coachman, Gulitem rushed into the door hole, put his hands on the horse's body, and used all his strength to push the magic caravan blocked in the door hole back into the city. A group of heavy armored infantry soldiers followed Gulitem's footsteps and rushed into Makusuo city. Dozens of magic caravans gathered at the city gate, as well as some private armed forces of noble lords. They originally wanted to rush to the front to argue, but they saw an ogre wearing heavy armor pushing from outside the city gate. The magic caravan rushed in, followed by a heavy armored infantry regiment. The quick-thinking person immediately realized that these soldiers were not the Lord's army. After taking a look at the ogre blocking the city gate, he raised the entire magic caravan above his head with both hands, and threw the car and the nobles in it onto a pile of supplies at the foot of the inner city. The nobles in the carriage shouted howls and screams. For a while, no one dared to rush in front of Gulitem. The heavy armored infantry regiments came in continuously from behind the ogres, and quickly occupied the small square inside the South City Gate. All the magic caravans blocking here were forcibly driven away, and a large number of heavy armored infantry regiments rushed into Makusuo City. Chapter 1032 Occupying Makusuo. A large number of heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers rushed into Makusuo City, and the city gate was crowded. The nobles discovered that it was the rebels who had rushed into Makusuo City. The nobles who were about to leave the city immediately asked the coachman to turn around and fled back to the manor. They had long heard in Makusuo City that this rebel army had two completely different policies towards the nobles. The noble lords who were willing to actively cooperate would retain their land and private property, while those who were unwilling to cooperate would lose their territories, will become public property. Now they are following Adler MacDonald to escape Makusuo City, and maybe their land will be lost. When Serdak's army entered Makusuo City, for these nobles, it was more like seeing a glimmer of light in despair. Seeing a large number of fresh troops entering Makusuo. They represent the Bena coalition. If the portal can be opened again, even if Makusuo City cannot be defended, everyone can retreat to Roland Continent. When the MacDonald family controlled Makusuo City, they did not dare to have such thoughts in their hearts. At that time, the MacDonald family had 100,000 troops in the Gonbu Plain, and this rebel army was huddled in the mountains a month ago, with nothing. Who knew that in just over a month, Makusuo would be successfully captured? The successive defeats have severely reduced the MacDonald family's huge army. The most important MacDonald family has now fled Makusuo. Of course, the nobles in the city would not stand up against the rebels at this time. Not only would they not choose to resist, but at this time some clever nobles would immediately send their followers and run to the city wall to participate in the defense of the city. Only by working together to defend Makusuo and completely breaking away from the shadow of the MacDonald family can we continue to live in this plane. Surdak led the team into Makuso City and immediately ordered Ned Mosby to lead the 1st, 7th, 15th, and 16th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiments to climb the 4 city walls and defend the city together with the city guards. He asked Mosby to avoid conflicts with the defenders as much as possible. If these resisted the heavy armored infantry, then let them fight against the burrowers alone at the top of the city. Ned Mosby was now the deputy commander of the Heavy Armored Infantry Corps. After hearing Soldak's arrangement, he immediately called the commanders of the 4 infantry regiments and led the infantry soldiers to the city wall. These heavy armored infantrymen climbed up to the top of the city. Without even saying "Lo," they held up their shields and began to kill the cavemen who had just climbed up the city wall. Mainly, everyone couldn't say "Lo." The two sides were still hostile forces. But the current pressure on the city defense was too great. Even with the support of the mage group, many sections of the city wall could no longer be defended. After a large number of cavemen climbed onto the city wall, they jumped from the city wall into the city like a large group of ducks descending into the river. He knew clearly that the infantry soldiers running over to support him were rebels. But when he saw him slashing down the caveman who climbed up to the top of the city with his sword, and saving his companions from the hands of the cavemen, the city defenders couldn't do anything to stab them behind. Knife. Seeing that many cavemen climbed up the city wall, I couldn't care about them anymore. I wanted to kill the cavemen first. At this time, warriors wearing full armor can show their advantage. These cavemen only have rusty iron knives, claws and teeth to attack. They are the lowest cannon fodder in the demon army. Among the legions of H.L., its status is not even comparable to that of the Hellhound. And there is nothing that can be done against the full coverage armor. When the heavy armored infantry soldiers were outside the city, they faced almost all the H.L. dogs chasing after the refugees. These H.L. dogs were flexible in movement, full of physical strength, and their sharp teeth could crush heavy armor. The shields in the heavy armored infantry were warriors must cooperate with spear warriors to kill those H.L. dogs. But on the city wall, facing the cavemen is easier. Samira quickly rushed to the south city with nearly 1,000 archers. The archers lined up on the city wall and fired a shower of arrows to support the constructed swordsmen below the city to retreat into the city. The great swordsman Quintus killed 2 two-headed H.L. dogs, and under the cover of the constructed swordsman group, the last one entered Makuso City. At this time, the nobles in the magic caravans outside the city also ran back to the city crying for their fathers and mothers. As the great swordsman Quintus entered the city, an iron fence fell with the sound of the chain rubbing. "Come!" stopped the cavemen pouring in from outside the city. At this time, the Hell Legion finally formed an encirclement on Makusuo City in the south of the city. From a distance, I could see that the southwest corner of the city wall had been completely lost. Countless cavemen swarmed up the city wall. With their physical strength, they climbed onto the city wall and followed the city wall south and east, expanding the occupied city wall section. Some cavemen jumped directly into the city. They jumped over the wall and into the alley, and entered the houses. These low-level demons from the H.L. realm love to eat flesh and blood, and almost no one of the city defenders in the southwest corner was spared. Although there are several magicians in the sky constantly throwing fireballs, trying their best to prevent the cavemen from spreading to other walled areas, these cavemen are not afraid of death. And the gaps in the occupied city walls are getting wider and wider. The 15th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment responsible for guarding the west wall, and the 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment responsible for guarding the south wall have both sent their main squadrons to support them. However, the space at the top of the city is limited, and the cavemen are good at climbing and are not affected by the narrow space. Due to the limited fighting space, the defensive side of the city had to resist attacks from 3 sides by the cavemen. It was even more difficult to regain the lost defense section of the city. After the great swordsman Quintus entered the city, he did not hesitate at all and rushed to the southwest corner of Makusuo City with his group of constructed swordsmen. The city defense troops on the south city wall continued to be defeated. The caveman who attacked the south city wall was a burly man with a row of sharp bone spurs on his back, long bone knives on his elbows and knees, and his whole body was covered with thick hard armor. The film's crypt warriors. It was unknown how many people it had eaten along the way, and thick scabs of blood had formed all over its body. The captain of the city defense guard on the opposite side was forced to retreat steadily by the caveman. The cavemen coming up from both sides kept pulling the city defense guard to the bottom of the city. Seeing that the lost city defense section expanded from 12 meters to more than 100 meters, countless cavemen jumped into the city, and the fighting wall of the city defense almost completely collapsed. Then, they saw a group of heavy armored infantry climbing up the narrow steps to the top of the city. These heavy armored infantry warriors held shields and protected the spear warriors in the center. They entered the battlefield and immediately withstood the cavemen's offensive. There was also a group of heavy armored infantry under the city surrounding and killing the cavemen who broke into the city. As balls of fire exploded from the top of the city, the heavy armored infantry soldiers fought hard to take back the defense section of the city despite their injuries. The cave warrior had several bloody holes stabbed all over his body by Paglio's spear. But he was still incomparably brave and pushed several shield warriors to the city gate one after another. The city defense guards were a little dumbfounded for a moment as they watched the resistance shield warriors fall down the city one after another, still clinging to the city wall. The situation at the city head that was originally chaotic has stabilized. However, it was the constructed swordsmen who really fought back these cavemen. Their magic pattern structures were illuminated with magic lines. The swordsmen rushed into the cave crowd with their swords. Wherever the sword blades passed, the limbs of the cavemen fell off one after another. But those big swords always erupted with sword light. These swordsmen rely on the powerful defense of the magic pattern structure, and often ignore the attacks of the cavemen. A group of L dogs climbed onto this section of the city wall. The great swordsman Quintus jumped high on the top of the city, and behind him appeared the phantom of the swordsman Benna holding a giant sword. The phantom more than 20 meters high could be seen. The shadow towering on the city wall gradually solidified, and the sword in the shadow's hand glowed with a faint golden light. Suddenly the phantom of swordsman Benna moved. He raised the giant sword in his hand and merged with the figure of great swordsman Quintus, who was jumping in midair. Just as the great swordsman Quintus was looking down, the moment he swung his sword, the shadow's golden sword also fell. The fierce wind almost pushed the city defense guards on the top of the city to the bottom of the city. The shield warriors were also resisting this strong wind. The golden giant sword slashed forward more than 20 meters along the city wall, and all the cavemen on the wall were chopped to pieces by the giant sword. With a full blow of the second turn great swordsman, the constructed swordsmen suddenly increased their speed and moved forward to occupy more city walls, with a group of shield warriors following closely behind. The southwest corner of the city wall was finally recaptured bit by bit thanks to the desperate fighting of the constructed swordsmen. The magicians in the sky immediately spread out to support other places. The great swordsman Quintus immediately rushed to the next battlefield with a group of constructed swordsmen. Some swordsmen stayed on the city wall here. The city defense guards took the time to clean up the city wall with corpses on the ground. If they didn't clean up quickly, the corpses of the cavemen decompose very quickly. And once the stench is released, no one can stand it. As more and more heavy armored infantry warriors join the clearing operation, the cooperation between the infantry warriors and these city defense guards becomes more and more tacit. The constructed swordsmen were divided into 8 combat squadrons by Quintus' great swordsmen. Wherever the battle was fierce, they would support them. Moreover, their division of labor was extremely clear, and there would never be overlapping support. In continuous high stamina battles, so the blessing effect of the blessed body that Erdek helped them to bless was reflected. The constructed swordsmen only need to rest for a short quarter of an hour to recover their physical strength. This kind of high-intensity fighting is of great benefit to the swordsman's advancement and understanding. Thousands of cavemen were also mixed into the city, and it was chaotic for a while. However, Serdek could only allocate part of his troops to deal with these cavemen for the time being. He led the heavy armored infantry regiment to quickly occupy the central square of Makuso. There is an abandoned portal in this square. There were 2 infantry squadrons guarding the abandoned portal in the square, but they also heard that Adler Makon fled Makuso with his family, and saw Suldak leading a group of heavy armors. The infantrymen rushed into the square, dropped their weapons, and declared surrender. The avid magician who was following the team looked at the ruins of a huge stone in the center of the square, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. He climbed onto a huge boulder in the ruins and looked around. Fortunately, the foundation of the stone formation was still well preserved, but nothing else was there. Chapter 1033 Officials of Makusuo City. 5 magic scholars from the Astrologers Guild came out of the heavy armored infantry regiment. They lowered their heads, holding crystal balls, and standing in 5 directions of the portal. The crystal balls in their hands released a trace of magic power. These magic powers formed magic lines, forming a 5-pointed star-shaped magic pattern on the ground of the portal. Here comes the magic circle. Serdek couldn't understand what they were doing, and the magician Avid didn't explain. Avid sat on the boulder in the ruins, waiting for Suldak to come up, and said with an ugly face, I thought they just destroyed the magic hub. But I didn't expect that they demolished the main structure of the portal. Now it's troublesome. The repair project is not only repairing the magic pattern array of the space system, but also involves some civil engineering. Avid pulled his hair in distress. Although there were 5 magic scholars to help, the person who repaired the portal was still the magician Avid. How long will it take to repair it? Serdek asked. He cared about this more than anything else. The magician Avid looked at the magic scholars, who were setting out the magic circle, and whispered, I'm not sure. We need to clean up the ruins first before we can more carefully calculate the extent of the damage. Serdek looked around, and then at the night sky. It was just early in the morning. So he asked the magician Avid, Will we start work now? Magician Avid said quickly, Of course. Leave some manpower for me. I need to move the rubble from these ruins and find some craftsmen for me tomorrow. Serdek waved to the commander of the heavy armored infantry regiment behind him and asked him to come over here, while promising, If you have any needs, just ask me and I will take care of it. All resources will be given to you first. Magician Avid nodded quickly to express his gratitude. Serdek left the 1,500 infantry soldiers of the 13th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment in the central square, and continued to lead the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment towards the City Hall in Makuso. When Adler MacDonald left Makuso City, it was left unmanaged. If Serdek wants to take over Makuso, he must occupy the City Hall as soon as possible and let the city continue to function. On the way to the City Hall, Soldek had no illusions about the treasury of the tax department of the City Hall. Adler MacDonald has been gone for so long, and it is estimated that the tax department's treasury has been almost empty by now. He hopes that there are still some supplies left in the supply warehouses distributed in the city by the City Hall Logistics Office. At least at this time, nothing can be transported out of the city. In addition, he hopes that the backup of the Land Bureau's files on the nobles will be intact. Although it has been preserved, the land around Makuso City is still relatively valuable. The Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment entered the inner courtyard of the City Hall. Serdek discovered that there were actually knights from the guard camp guarding the gate. However, these knights from the guard camp did not stop Serdek and his Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. Serdek when Dak rode into the inner courtyard of the City Hall. The knights from the guard camp at the door actually saluted Soldek as a knight. It's as if Serdek is the governor of this city, and tonight is his first day in office. Dozens of torches were lit in the inner courtyard of the City Hall, illuminating the entire courtyard brightly. A group of nobles were waiting anxiously in front of the steps. Everyone saw Serdek riding a blue-scaled horse and leading an army into the inner courtyard, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Some nobles even secretly wiped the sweat from their foreheads, which made Serdek a little baffled. A middle-aged earl wearing a noble dress walked to the front to welcome Serdek. According to the noble title, he was at least 3 levels higher than Serdek. But now he cannot use his title to overwhelm others, and he cannot take off his hat. Feeling embarrassed, he put on a smile and said to Soldek, Good evening, Commander. We have been waiting for you here for a long time. My name is Soldek, Commander of the Luther Legion Independent Cavalry Regiment. I will temporarily take over Makuso City. Who is your excellency? I am Basil Houghton, a member of the House of Representatives in Makuso City. I am also responsible for the specific affairs of the finance department in Makuso, the middle-aged earl said respectfully to Soldek. It turned out to be Makuso's finance minister. At this time, a noble who can take the initiative to stand in front of Serdek not only has sufficient status and prestige, but also has a bunch of affairs under his charge that will not let Serdek find anything wrong. Thinking of this, Serdek felt more hopeful. He listened patiently to Earl Houghton introducing the other nobles next to Soldek. Only then did Serdek realize that the nobles in front of him included almost all the top officials in the City Hall. Almost all the officials in the City Hall were present, including the commander of the City Defense Brigade and the chief of security. After a while of greetings, Soldek led the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment into the City Hall. After listening to the finance minister's introduction, Soldek realized that the situation at the City Hall was much better than imagined. Adler MacDonald has just been in charge of the MacDonald family for more than a month and has no time to install his own people in the City Hall. Makuso City Hall is not under the control of Adler MacDonald. Adler MacDonald left Makuso and failed to take away a single gold coin from the City Hall vault. All the supplies in the munitions department have actually been preserved, but they are not too much anymore. Lord MacDonald has been fighting the Bena coalition forces in Tarapa for so long, and most of the supplies he stocked have been consumed. Recently, the lords of the MacDonald family have frequently made big moves, and their successive defeats have also intensified the loss of supplies. Soldak summoned these officials to the conference hall of the city hall and held an emergency meeting overnight. The current task is to stabilize the situation in Makusuo and resist the invasion of the H.L. demons. Soldak sat on the rostrum of the conference room as his duty, waited until all the officials were seated, and tapped the table with his fingers. The scene fell silent instantly. After all, no one knew about Soldak's temper. Let me talk about the urgent problems that must be solved in Makusuo City. The first is the defense issue of Makusuo. I hope that the city defense team will do a good job in city defense. Of course, in extraordinary times, I will mobilize the heavy armored infantry regiment to participate in the city defense. It is necessary to ensure that the city wall is not lost. In addition, I am afraid that during the city defense, the war will continue for a while. And during this period, we need to coordinate the rotation of the guard soldiers. The second is to ensure the logistics of city wall defense. All kinds of materials must be deployed adequately and delivered to the city wall in a timely manner. Third, make good city defense reserves and actively form militiamen to participate in defending the city. This battle will probably become more difficult later on, so the reserves must prepare as early as possible. Every noble in the fourth city must contribute to the defense of the city. Since you are nobles, you are obliged to maintain the current order of Makusuo. Only when the city is stabilized can the city defenders concentrate on defending the city. The 5th Guard Battalion needs to immediately start cleaning up the low-level demons that have sneaked into the city. Note, I didn't say in the morning, but immediately. Finally, I hope to see you all here after the city defense is over. Not in prison, execution ground, or on the way to escape. After Soldak finished speaking, he arranged the parchment on the table, stood up from the rostrum, and walked out of the conference hall. The meeting was very short, and after Soldak finished speaking, he did not give everyone a chance to discuss it. He was more like issuing a notice, and the officials just followed it. Seeing Soldak leaving in a hurry, Finance Minister Basil Houghton, the Logistics Director of the City Hall, the Commander of the City Defense Brigade, and the Chief of the Security Guard immediately stood up and followed them out of the conference hall. Soldak stopped in the corridor, stood in front of the pillars, and said to the Logistics Minister, "Find 500 masons and carpenters before dawn and assemble in the central square. This is your first task. In addition, tomorrow morning, breakfast must be prepared for the soldiers guarding the city wall. The principle of living nearby is adopted. All residential buildings under the city wall must be requisitioned for military use to provide rest rooms for the city defense guards. Those families whose houses have been requisitioned must also be resettled. If you do these 2 things well, I will not remove your logistics director." The logistics minister's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Commander Soldak, I will do these 2 things well." The logistics minister was just about to leave. "Wait a minute." Durdek stopped him again and said, "Transport all the wounded soldiers to the city hall, and build a temporary medical tent in the inner courtyard of the city hall." "Yes, Commander," the logistics director said energetically. Then Soldak turned to look at the Minister of Finance and said to him, "I haven't had time to check the treasury accounts recently. Count Basil, you just need to prepare the account books." Without waiting for Basil Houghton to agree, he said to the commander of the City Defense Brigade and the chief of guards, who were waiting aside, "Let's go to the City Defense Brigade to have a look and discuss the rotation. The heavy armored infantry regiment, I will coordinate the dispatch here." He turned to the chief of guard and said, "The top priority of the guard camp now is to clean up the people who broke into the city's caves and try to reduce the casualties in the city." Soldak's horse stopped at the foot of the steps, and a group of heavy armored infantry was waiting in the yard. The group left the city hall in a grand manner. A group of nobles, including Basil Houghton, did not expect that when Serdak occupied Makuso City, he did not hold the money and food in his hands, but also retained the original group of noble officials in Makuso City. Chapter 1034 Bad News in the Magic Union. The Magic Guild of Makusuo City is located in the Academy Block in the northwest corner of the city. This block is close to the aristocratic district, but it is on the edge of the city. The west side wall of the Makusuo Junior War College is only separated from the city wall by one street, the Junior Magic Academy and Advanced Swordsman Academy. The city library and the arena are also on this street. Further south on the street are some magic shops. The Magic Tower of the Magic Guild is built behind these shops. The Magic Tower is surrounded by a huge square. This place is in the northwest corner of the city, at the end of the aristocratic district. The streets are clean and tidy, with some benches scattered everywhere. Tall hibiscus flowers bloom in the flower beds on both sides of the road. It is remote and quiet, and usually only a few magicians live here. Over time, this place became the quietest place in Makusuo City. The magic tower on the square is rarely open, except for the annual magic awakening ceremony held in the magic square. Few outsiders come here. The magic shops on both sides of the street still display magic products. Some magic shop owners have opened their doors and put some precious goods back in the glass display windows. But there is a look of worry on their faces. There are still some people on the street who are looking towards the city wall, seemingly wanting to know the specific battle situation. After receiving the message from Archmage Harper, Soldak immediately rushed to this neighborhood with a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers. It was just before dawn, and the sound of fighting was clearly audible from the other side of the city wall. There are not many pedestrians on this street. Occasionally, a team of knights from the guard camp pass by on horseback. They will stop while walking and ask the shopkeepers, who are open for business, if they have encountered anything unusual. They are checking for people who have sneaked into the underground caves in this city. Caves. The sky brightened slightly, and there was a faint stench and blood in the air. A group of people came to the magic square. As soon as they arrived, they saw the fountain with a faint magical atmosphere in the magic square. There is a 4-story magic tower in the center of the square. This magic tower is more like a 4-layer cake. Each floor of the magic tower has outer cloisters, exquisite marble columns, and beautiful relief patterns. A protective light shield with a semicircular dark blue honeycomb structure completely covers the 4-story magic tower. Serdek walked around the pool and happened to see Archmage Harper and Archmage Morrison leading a group of magicians standing in the light shield of the magic tower. They were blocked from the gate of the magic tower. The door of this magic tower is tightly closed. The pattern of the magic pattern array on it has been shining brightly under the full force of the 2 second-level mages. But there is no sign of opening. The entire magic tower opened its defensive shield. Serdek stood outside the shield and did not step in. He stretched out a finger and tapped the mask. Unexpectedly, the moment his fingertip touched the mask, a hexagonal magic shield suddenly rippled on the thin and transparent mask. Like the ripples on the water spread out in all directions, and Serdek's fingers were bounced back with the same force. If the magic circle in the magic tower is not closed, no one can get close to the magic tower. The magician standing in the light shield must have some unique method to enter this light shield. The magicians standing behind the 2 archmages were silent. One magician saw that Serdek and a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers were blocked outside the light shield. So they turned around and walked out of the magic light shield, facing the light. Serdek outside the shield said, "Commander Serdek, please wait patiently. Teachers Morrison and Harper are cracking the magic pattern lock on the door of the magic tower." Serdek nodded. Although there were a lot of things waiting for him to deal with outside, he still waited patiently outside the light shield. Seeing the solemn expressions of the 2 magicians Morrison and Harper, he vaguely guessed that the situation inside must be very bad. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the door of the magic tower suddenly erupted with a burst of hot light. Archmage Harper and Archmage Morrison were both bounced away by this beam of magic light. If the magicians behind had not been prepared and supported the 2 in time, it is estimated that the 2 magicians would have fallen on their backs. Then the dazzling light on the magic door disappeared little by little, and the door finally lost the shackles of magic. After waiting for the last light, Archmage Morrison stepped forward again, reached out and pushed gently, and the door on the first floor of the magic tower was pushed open by Archmage Morrison. The 4 magicians took the lead in entering the magic tower with magic shields. At this time, Archmage Morrison saw Soldak outside the protective barrier, and then he and Archmage Harper came forward at the same time. "Sorry to bother you when you are so busy, but the situation here is very bad, and we need your help," Archmage Morrison said politely. In his eyes, Serdek was a 2nd-level powerhouse of the same level as him. Therefore, he was extremely polite when talking to Serdek. "Is there anything I can do?" Soldak asked quickly. Archmage Morrison looked at the door of the magic tower with some worry and said, "Maybe we will encounter something very dangerous later. I need your holy light technique." Seeing Soldak's confused look, Archmage Morrison added, "Someone activated the most advanced defensive array of the magic tower and locked themselves in the magic tower. We have no way of knowing what happened here." While the 2 were talking, they opened a slit in the light shield and motioned for Serdek to come in. Serdek got into the magic protective shield between the gaps opened by the 2 archmages. Soldak followed Archmage Morrison to the gate of the magic tower and walked in. The hall on the first floor looked very messy. There were traces of fighting everywhere. There were many traces of explosions in the hall. There were some shallow pits and cracks on the ground. A lot of blood had dried. Some tables and chairs had turned into pieces. Sheepskin papers were scattered all over the floor. And there were even burn marks in the corners of the hall. The main body of this magic tower is made of rocks. So the fire did not expand and spread. No corpses of the magicians could be seen. And the magicians in front had already walked up to the second floor. Soldak followed Archmage Morrison up the blood-stained stairs. Archmage Harper held a crystal ball with a solemn expression. They fought on the first floor. And soon the magicians on the first floor couldn't stop them. Everyone walked up the stairs to the second floor. Someone fell here. The shadow magic element here is very strong. He should be someone from the Black Magic Hermitage. Climbing up to the second floor, there was a magician's body lying on the left corner of the stairs. His left shoulder and arm had been burned and corroded, leaving only white bones. The other half of his body was rotten and exuded a stench. He was holding a half-broken wand in his hand, and the precious magic pouch on his waist had not been taken away. Passing through the second floor corridor, there are some magic laboratories on the left and right sides of the corridor. I saw some magic apprentices and magicians lying in a pool of blood. The blood stains had formed hard lumps on the floor. Some magic laboratories were also open, and there were traces of fireball explosions everywhere. The wounds on these magicians are basically wounds caused by black magic, and the wounds have serious traces of corrosion. There are also some corpses of black magicians in the corridor, as well as the corpses of some H.L. dogs. After death, these H.L. dogs were rejected by the laws of the world and accelerated their decay, leaving only some charred skeletons. Those black magicians are very strong. There should be magister-level figures. Archmage Harper held the crystal ball and said to Archmage Morrison as he walked, "As you walk up to the third floor, the traces of the fight become more obvious. The walls are covered with marks made by sharp claws. Some magicians were scratched to pieces, and their bodies were divided into two parts. But it shouldn't be a H.L. dog. Hell dogs can't deal with magicians." The magician seemed to have no chance to resist, and was killed by a sneak attack. Archmage Morrison picked up a fragment of a magic scroll from the ground and said to Archmage Harper, "What kind of attack can ignore the magic shield?" Archmage Harper shook his head. The belongings of these magicians have still not been taken away. There are traces of large-scale burning in the corridor on the third floor. It can be seen that a wall of fire was used to block the enemy, but it seems that the magician's resistance methods have no effect. This magic tower has only 4 floors. The Magic Guild usually locates the most important magic storage room on the top floor, and the president of the Magic Guild usually works on the top floor. But now, the 4th floor is still filled with chaotic magic elements, as if an elemental storm has just occurred here. There were traces of violent explosions everywhere. The corpses of the magicians were almost invisible. The purple blood on the ground was dripping from a room. Archmage Morrison stood at the door of the room and did not go in. "This should be a magic item showroom." As he spoke, a magical shimmer appeared in his hand, and he controlled the magical shimmer to fly into the room. The room was a wreckage, with countless broken pieces scattered on the ground. Even the iron armor had turned into scrap metal, and the mottled walls were full of cracks from the explosion. "It's really cruel. It used overloaded elemental power to completely detonate the whole room. This kind of explosion in the Magic Union has never happened in a long time." Archmage Morrison looked inside the room. "Tragic situation," he said. He didn't go inside. Cerdak glanced inside and saw a demon corpse lying in the center of the room. He had a purple face, eyes like bells, double horns on his head, and a set of canine teeth inside his thick lips, holding a sickle in his hand. However, the demon's head, body, and limbs were all in pieces, as if they had been dismembered. There were various blood stains mixed on the ground, and Cerdak felt a different aura. The demon head's eyes were bleeding with purple blood, and the purple blood hadn't even dried up, although only one of the demon's heads was left. It looked as if he was still breathing, because Cerdak just happened to see him move his eyes. Cerdak was startled. He drew his broadsword and was about to walk into the room, but Archmage Harper grabbed his arm. "Don't go in! The space in the room has collapsed, and the elemental storm has torn open countless space cracks." Worried that Cerdak didn't believe it, he reached out and took out a dagger from his arms and threw it into the room. Through the dim light in the room, Cerdak saw that the thrown dagger was inexplicably broken into several pieces while spinning in midair. Cerdak was so frightened that he quickly retracted his feet. "There is time to seal this place. If these spatial cracks are allowed to spread indefinitely, the dry cloth plane may completely collapse." Archmage Morrison said to Archmage Harper worriedly. Chapter 1035 Defending the City. The magic item showroom itself has a defensive array. If it weren't for the magic circle arranged in the showroom, I'm afraid this magic tower would have collapsed when the elemental storm exploded. Now Archmage Morrison can only arrange for personnel to guard here to prevent anyone from breaking in recklessly and causing a larger collapse of the space rift. Soldak then followed Archmage Morrison to the central control room on the top floor of the magic tower. An old magician was lying next to the magic circle, with 3 holes stabbed in his chest by sharp knives. The blood on his magic robe had dried up, and his face was distorted and shriveled after death. The magic tower opened its defensive shield, which was apparently opened by the old magician before his death. He was seriously injured and crawled all the way to the central control room, with blood stains all over the carpet. He was leaning against the wall, with a magic notebook in his hand. The magic engraving pen was thrown aside, with some magic ink still remaining on it. Archmage Morrison walked over and picked up the magic notebook. He looked at the signature on the magic notebook and said to everyone, "This magician who deserves the respect of all of us is Schwavalla, the president of the Magic Guild." Ah! Then he stood up straight and began to read a line of text left by President Chevalier in the magic notebook. "I hope someone can find this magic note before the full-scale invasion of the demons. This is the Magic Union of Makusuo City. The Union was attacked by black magicians and shadow demons. None of the magicians in the Union survived, and all died. For the assassination of the shadow demon, I lured the last 3 magicians and the shadow demon into the magic exhibition room, and at the cost of destroying all the magic items in the exhibition room, I created an elemental storm and successfully killed those demons. I'm sorry. I know this will bring you some unnecessary trouble. After the elemental storm, a large number of space cracks are likely to appear. I hope you can repair the seal properly." The last words of the Green Empire on the night of March 14th, 2588. All the magicians gathered around the magician Chevalier. "Take off your hat and salute." After 3 minutes of silence, everyone raised their heads. Archmage Morrison put down the magic notes in his hand and said to Archmage Harper, "I didn't expect the black magicians to take action against the Magic Guild in Makusuo City. It seems that they have been planning for a long time. And this time, they actually summoned a shadow demon," Archmage Harper said with some seriousness. "If they hadn't successfully stopped the shadow demon, Makuso might have fallen into the hands of the Hell Demon clan. What to do with that demon head in the showroom?" Soldak thought of the shadow demon, who was not completely dead, and asked Archmage Morrison. To be honest, his hands were a little itchy when he saw something that could be used as a sacrifice. He could conclude that the demon's head was very precious and might be a high-level sacrifice. He doesn't have much of this kind of inventory, Archmage Morrison said with a wry smile. "As you can see, the room is full of space cracks, and no one can go in and take it out." The magician assisted next to Archmage Morrison suggested at this time, "How about throwing a fireball in and burning it to ashes?" Master Harper shook his head and said, "The space in the room has collapsed. We can't predict what will happen there if there is another elemental fluctuation. Since we can't take him out, we might as well let the shadow demon go for the time being. Put the head there." Archmage Morrison and Archmage Harper took the lead and carried the bodies in the magic tower to the ice house in the basement with a group of magicians. They put the magicians into some coffins according to the information on the magician badges on them. "Prepare to hold the funeral after the war is over." I thought there would be some kind of powerful demon hiding in the magic tower, but the magicians from the Magic Guild actually died together with the demon. After the things here were over, Serdek had time to run to the central square. What he was most concerned about was when the teleportation gate in the central square would be repaired. This is related to how long it will take for reinforcements from Root City to arrive in Makuso City. In the morning, the bricklayers on the square have already started working in full swing. They are working together to clean up the gravel and earthwork on the base of the portal. All these construction waste must be cleared away. Magician Avid was designing new drawings for the magic portal, and at the same time commanding people to dismantle the original portal. 5 magic scholars are preparing to recarve the basic magic patterns on the stone base. The workload of this project is also very huge. The original magic patterns on the stone base have been blurred, and even if they are repaired, they will become a safety hazard. Seeing that there was nothing to interfere with, Soldak returned to Makuso's City Hall. A large marching tent has been set up in the inner courtyard of the City Hall, and many wounded soldiers are lying in the courtyard of the City Hall. Jana, the mermaid Sia, has already started basic treatment here. She used hydrotherapy to clean and initially heal the wounds of the injured warriors. The slightly injured warriors were cured with hydrotherapy. And then, they could leave with a hemostatic bandage. In the city defense battle last night, the city defense casualties reached 6,000. And there were at least 1,000 seriously injured soldiers lying in the yard. Seeing Suldek walk in, Sia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Joining her in the treatment was a water magician from the Magic Union. At this time, she was sitting at the door of the tent, her face a bit sickly pale, which seemed to be a side effect of overdraft of magic power. "Thanks for your help." When Serdek walked to the door of the tent, he said to the female magician. The female magician looked at Serdek with a curious look, and then said very politely, "This is my honor, Commander Serdek." Serdek did not dare to waste time, and quickly walked into the tent to arrange the sacrificial ceremony. "Thea, you and the magician lady come first," Serdek shouted in the tent. Sia agreed, and pulled the female magician into the tent. The female water magician pointed to her nose in surprise, and asked Thea in a low voice, "Why is there still me? I'm not injured. Our leader can also use holy light to bless us. And the effect is not bad," Thea simply replied. Serdek spent A.H.L. Dog's head to perform the divine blessing body blessing on Thea and the female magician, and then began to treat the wounded soldiers. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment have become accustomed to receiving treatment from Serdek. Everyone is used to receiving personal treatment from Commander Serdek when they are injured. However, for the city defense guards, this kind of treatment is somewhat I haven't experienced it in years. The priests and combat priests in the temple used to specialize in this. But then, they all suddenly disappeared. Getting treatment for injuries has become an extremely luxurious thing. After all, there are so few water magicians. A ball of holy light appeared in Serdek's hand, and the tear-shaped wound bitten by the caveman healed quickly. And the traces of the black devil's energy that had eroded into the flesh and blood also quickly healed in the holy light. Dissipate. Thea stood next to Suldek with needle and thread. She was responsible for suturing the wounds of the wounded. This Naga Sea Weaver seems to be a natural tailor. She sewed the wounds of the wounded soldiers neatly. Several female civil servants were temporarily transferred to the city hall, and they also began to learn to bandage the wounds, accommodate the wounded. Soon, word spread within the city defense brigade and guard camp that the city hall could treat the wounded, which immediately boosted the morale of the city defense guards. Suldek was busy in the military camp tent all day long. Even when he had lunch, someone brought a plate to his mouth. The great swordsman Quintus and the two-headed ogre Guladum were leaning against the city wall, eating the lunch that had just been delivered from the city. In addition to oatmeal, there is also some roasted chicken in the barrel. This is the favorite of the ogre. He has a big appetite. There are 2 large barrels beside him. Guladum and Nalhuar are eating at the same time, swallowing food. The 2 of them had been fighting since last night until now, and they only found time to take a bite of food. The ogre looked at the two-headed H.L. dogs under the city and asked the great swordsman Quintus, "Captain Quintus, what do you think of the taste of those two-headed H.L. dogs? It shouldn't be too delicious. Look at the stench on the battlefield. It's giving me a headache." The great swordsman Quintus said bluntly, "Why? Do you want to try it? Well, forget it." Guladum gave up this idea instantly. Good brother Nalhuar was still holding half a chicken in his hand. He suddenly opened his mouth and burst into laughter, which shocked Guladum. Nalhuar pointed at Guladum's neck and said excitedly, "Hey, brother, we have grown a new magic pattern again. Let's see if this time it belongs to my ability or yours." Guladum also shouted excitedly, "Ah, it seems that this battle was really worth fighting." More and more cavemen gathered under the city wall. These cavemen kept climbing up from under the city. The long swords in the hands of the heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers were blunted, and they didn't even have time to polish them. In addition to the cavemen, there are also more and more H.L. rushing up the city wall. There are also many two-headed H.L. dogs releasing magic under the city wall, and fireballs, wind blades, and ice arrows fly up, causing heavy casualties to the heavy armored infantry soldiers. Although Samira and her archers tried their best to kill these two-headed H.L. dogs, their number was increasing. A city defense soldier threw a few dead cavemen out of the city. He retreated to the city wall and took a sip of water. He said with a depressed look on his face, "When will this city defense battle end?" "Ah!" The heavily armored infantry soldier lifted up his mask, revealing the young face inside. He waved the long sword in his hand vigorously on the top of the city and said to the city defense soldiers, "It won't take long. Just hold on for a few more days, and our reinforcements will be here." The spear warrior who had been hiding behind him now looked out to remind his fighting partners, Hey, pay attention. They're climbing up again. Chapter 1036 Torrent. On the surrounding city walls, the sounds of fighting could still be faintly heard. In the early morning, the streets were filled with nervous residents, all whispering about the battle last night. The news about Lord MacDonald's overnight escape seemed to have spread throughout the streets and alleys of the city. Many people became desperate and angry. Everyone cursed the weaklings of the MacDonald family, and also brought the city to its knees. The noble lords cursed all over. Some people also mentioned that a group of idiots actually ran into the city last night. Instead of running south at this time, they actually ran into the city. Keen refused the temporary residence that the captain arranged for him, walked down the city wall to the well, picked up 2 buckets of water to wash away the blood on his body, and then dragged his tired body towards his home, where he lived in Newman, number 97, Main Street, is not too far from the city wall. He was still wearing the armor of the City Defense Army, but it was stained with blood and was somewhat unrecognizable. The small round shield on his arm was full of cracks, and the craftsman's heavy sword hung on his waist. Thanks to his outstanding arm strength, he was able to have such a heavy sword when he was training, and now the effect is highlighted when defending the city against these crypt dwellers. A craftsman's heavy sword is far more useful than a knight's long sword. The citizens still have great respect for city defenders, like Keen, who are willing to fight bloody battles on the city walls. Keen felt many admiring looks on his way home, but he was a little exhausted. At this time, he just wanted to lie down on the wooden bed at home and have a good sleep. When passing a cold drink shop, the owner of the cold drink shop, who was complaining to the neighbors about Mr. Adler of the MacDonald family, saw Keen passing by. Without saying a word, he took out a glass of red bean smoothie from the shop and handed it to him. Keen looked tired. Eat quickly. It won't taste good if the ice melts. I'm treating you today, the owner of the cold drink shop said enthusiastically as he followed Keen. Keen took the glass of red bean smoothie nonchalantly, brought it to his mouth and smelled it. The sweet smell made him couldn't help but lick his lips. That's great. Thank you for your generosity, Keen responded. It doesn't cost anything to say nice things, so he won't be stingy with a few words. However, he was reluctant to eat it. He would be home soon and would bring this cup of red bean smoothie to his son. A few days ago, he was clamoring for food, but Keen never agreed to buy it for him. It's not that Sean didn't have the spare money. He was just used to saving money. He planned to send his son to the John Academy when he was older. That would require preparing a large amount of tuition. Carrying a cup filled with red bean smoothie, Sean felt that he should walk faster. The street was very quiet. No one came out to talk about the MacDonald family. Keen was a little confused. Then he thought of his family and walked home quickly. He saw a trace of blood on the street, and he felt a little bad. His pace became faster and faster. Just as he was about to rush home, a woman's scream came from the neighbor's house. His heart trembled suddenly, and he wanted to go home. Run. But as soon as he took 2 steps out, he cursed angrily. These dogs are raising demons. I am. He placed the half-melted red bean smoothie at the door, stretched out his foot, and kicked on the door of the neighbor's house. With a bang, the door flew out. Keen rushed in with the craftsman's sword and saw the yard. Neighbor Tommy was lying in a pool of blood, and Tommy's wife Dora held a hoe in both hands to block the caveman's bite. Under the eaves behind her, her scared wife was protecting her like a hen. 3 children. There are Tommy's eldest daughter and youngest son, as well as his own son. Keen suddenly felt that it was difficult to express his feelings. He didn't know how he rushed from the entrance to the courtyard. He just felt that he stretched out his hand and grabbed the edge of the hard armor behind the caveman. The craftsman's heavy sword penetrated through the hole in the right auricle without any hindrance. He couldn't remember how many burrowers he had killed all night last night. The gurgling blood flowed out from the blood groove of the craftsman's heavy sword and poured all over Dora's body. Keen kicked the caveman to the wall and ran over to check on Tommy's injury. There was nothing to see. All the internal organs were taken out from the stomach by the caveman, and blood flowed all over the floor. Keen checked again, almost frightening Dora, and slapped her hard on the face. Keen's wife and children gathered around him, and Sean gave him a hug to calm her down as she began to describe her adventure. Are there any other cavemen nearby? Keen asked his wife in a low voice. The wife quickly looked away and said, We didn't dare to go out, and we don't know what's going on outside. The son looked at Keen with admiration. He suddenly felt full of strength. At this time, he didn't feel tired at all. I'm going to check. He stood up, dragged the stinking caveman to the door, and dumped the caveman's body on the street. When he turned around, he didn't forget to take the red bean smoothie at the door into the yard. Keen walked to the next yard. The owner of this yard is a tailor, and his wife is an opera singer. Their income is not bad, but they are a bit looked down upon. At this time, Keen didn't care so much. He directly pushed open the fence gate of the yard and strode in with his heavy sword in hand. The door of the room in the yard was open, and the glass windows next to it had been smashed. There were sounds of fighting, women's screams, and the caveman's breathing like a bellows. Keen rushed into the room and saw the tailor, covered in blood, being pinned down by a caveman, who was tearing his arm apart with its bloody mouth. The severe pain caused by the wound caused the tailor to faint several times. Keen almost took it forward with a single step, stretched out the long sword in his hand, and penetrated the caveman's body from the back of the heart. He killed the caveman cleanly and carried the caveman out of the house without looking back. At this time, knights from the guard camp had already rushed over on the street. When they saw Keen dragging the corpse of the caveman out, they rode up to Keen and asked Keen, "Which department are you from?" "City Defense Brigade, Keen. Take turns to go home and rest." Keen stopped and answered. The two knights from the guard camp nodded, took out an iron hook from the side of the saddle, and dragged the two cavemen to the street. Battles like this were happening all over the city. Keen was lucky enough to come back in time to rescue his family from danger. However, many citizens were also swallowed by cavemen who sneaked into the city, causing many tragedies. Keen returned home, washed away the fatigue from his body, and laid down on the wooden bed and fell asleep amidst the faint cries of the woman in the yard next door. He would continue to climb the city wall to take turns watching the night, and he needed to get enough rest at this time. At dusk, after dinner, Keen walked out of his house and saw many people walking onto the long street carrying weapons. A long stream of people formed on the street, walking towards the city wall. Chapter 1037 Battle in the City 1. The fireball exploded on the city wall, and the huge impact overturned the supply shelves behind the city wall. The arrows, whetstones, and long-handled weapons on the shelves fell to the bottom of the city. Following the fall, there were some city guards covered in scars. Some of them were on fire. They fell under the city like defeated soldiers. They twitched a few times and stopped moving. From time to time, auxiliary soldiers from the logistics force would run down the city wall carrying stretchers. They would move these injured soldiers onto carriages and quickly transport them to the inner courtyard of the city hall, where they would at least have hope of survival. There is a long reserve team lined up under the city wall. While they are waiting to board the city wall, they will also deal with the burrowers who jumped from the city wall under the city wall. The corpses of the cavemen in the city cannot be transported out, and they will become stinky if left for too long. So there are incineration sites specially set up for the cavemen not far below the city wall. These incinerators were originally just piles of discarded firewood. After being lit, someone threw the corpses of the cavemen on top. The black cavemen were burned and crackled. There was a disgusting smell everywhere near the city walls. The urban residents with weapons in their hands, who came from the city, lined up to climb the city wall. They looked out along the crenellations of the city wall and saw a large black mass of demonic troops outside the city, like dark clouds pressing overhead. They gathered under the city wall, forming waves that hit the city wall. The siege army was filled with some tall underground warriors, holding heavy bronze axes in their hands. Every time these underground warriors climbed up to the top of the city, they would cause a commotion. Sometimes they can only be cleared out by constructed swordsmen coming to the rescue. These cavemen have no necks, and their heads and bodies are connected together. This also causes them to turn their bodies backward at the same time if they want to turn around. The residents of the city finally saw the hard fighting on the city walls. And of course, they also clearly saw the world outside the city. Almost all the slum towns that originally surrounded Makuso City had been razed to the ground. At present, there are traces of H.L. dogs in the siege army. They often follow some H.L. warriors to attack the city. Each time, they can cause a lot of casualties on the city wall. Compared with the two-headed H.L.s that spit magic below the city, vicious dogs, ordinary H.L. dogs that rush to the city wall are the biggest threat to the city defenders. The city residents, who had been fighting so high just before the city, were so frightened that they peed their pants. Many soldiers wore tight leg breeches, and their crotches suddenly became wet and dripping, and their faces suddenly turned red. But at this time, no one came to laugh at them. Some people were so frightened that their legs weakened, and they could only stand holding on to the wall. More city residents were vomited by the stench at the top of the city. In this way, The verbal reinforcements spontaneously organized by the citizens climbed onto the city wall, and were completely defeated after just one glance at the battlefield. Perhaps the battle on the city wall will form an indelible shadow in their hearts. But it's not without its benefits. At least those weird voices and doubts have suddenly decreased a lot. That night, a saying suddenly became popular in the city: if anyone is not convinced, just go to the top of the city and take a look. In the evening, Cerdak boarded the city again, and the number of cavemen and H.L. dogs under the city increased a lot. These low-level demon creatures seemed not difficult to deal with, but they were attacking endlessly from the beginning of the siege, which put great pressure on the city wall defenders. However, these city wall defenders did not suffer from negative emotions such as emotional breakdown. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment saw Cerdak coming up from the city with a group of officials on the city wall. They all stood up and took the initiative to salute Cerdak. Cerdak was also accompanied by a group of officials such as the city defense commander, the chief of guard, the logistics director, and the city defense guards also stood up and saluted. When Cerdak walked over, the city defense guards whispered to the heavy armored infantry soldiers, who had just become familiar with them. "Hey, brother, who was that big shot just now? The boss of our city defense brigade is actually accompanying us. The supreme commander of the heavy armored infantry corps, Viscount Soldak," the infantry soldier said casually, and then added, "It was he who led us all the way from Bands to Makuso." The city defense guards suddenly became reluctant to speak again. At this time, the cavemen came up and became the bond of friendship between the two parties again. If there is a conflict, just kill a wave of cavemen. The battle will not be temporarily interrupted just because Cerdak comes to inspect the city wall. Cerdak has a halo of power under his feet. No matter where he goes, the morale of the soldiers on the city wall will be greatly increased. He even personally raised the Gothic shield to demonstrate the correct and labor-saving defensive posture to the heavy armored infantry warriors on the city wall. Shield warriors need to know how to use angles and oblique forces when holding a shield. Otherwise, they will lose their physical strength very quickly if they resist completely. Some city defense guards also discovered that Cerdak was a very skillful shield warrior, and they all came together to learn from him. In this way, the battle at the top of the city became a live teaching. With only the block and shield attack of a shield, Cerdak was able to blast a tall underground warrior into the city with one hand. A wonderful performance often gets a round of applause. Cerdak asked the city defenders to fight on the city wall when they are physically strong as much as possible. If necessary, they can work in 3 shifts a day, so that the city defenders can maintain sufficient physical strength at all times, in order to ensure an adequate number of city defenders. All members of the heavy armored infantry regiment joined the city defense sequence. Cerdak stood at the top of the city, pointing to a dense residential area at his feet, and told the logistics minister, "You must try to clear out the area 30 meters away from the city wall as soon as possible, so that a buffer zone can be formed here to prevent the cavemen. Even if I jump into the city and crawl into residential areas, I can't find it. As long as they get into the city, every burrower's hands will be stained with blood before they can be dealt with by the knights of the guard camp. I want to build a second line of defense here to prevent them from entering the inner city." The knights in the guard camp dealt with thousands of cavemen murderers during the day. The 3,000 knights in the guard camp are still busy arresting the fleeing cavemen in the city, without the hunting groups organized voluntarily by the demon hunters, adventure group soldiers, and mercenaries in the city. The scene in the city would probably be even worse. That's why Cerdak came to the city wall to inspect the situation here. It can be said that once too many cavemen came up at the same time, and these cavemen jumped into the city regardless of casualties. No matter how many underground guards were on the city wall, can't stop them either. Cerdak immediately decided to form a second line of defense inside the city wall. However, clearing a battlefield is a big project for the logistics department, and other departments are also involved, such as finance and urban construction. Soldak thought for a moment and then said, "The residents here have temporarily moved to the inner city, trying to settle them as well as possible, and try to reduce the resistance in their hearts. Now is the time of war. We nobles must also open the manors and resettle these residents as much as possible. We will compensate these residents accordingly after the war. The specific compensation standards are determined by you. Give me a final look." The logistics director wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible." The northern city wall that Cerdak climbed onto was also the place that suffered the most severe attacks from the H.L. demons. The great swordsman Quintus and the ogre Gulidum were stationed on this wall. Especially the pile of caveman corpses under the North City gate has formed a gentle slope. And the H.L. dogs can easily climb to the top of the city by following the pile of caveman corpses. Some two-headed H.L. dogs and crypt warriors rushed ahead. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that waiting for them at the top of the city were two second-level powerhouses, one of whom was eagerly waiting for the arrival of the two-headed H.L. dogs. The great swordsman Quintus picked up the body of a headless H.L. dog and threw it outside the city. The ogre quickly put the severed head of the H.L. dog into a wooden box, and quickly poured some lime powder into it for preservation. The heads of these H.L.ounds are very valuable. The two-headed ogre finally got what he wanted, and chopped off the hind legs of a two-headed H.L. dog. The blood was slowly baked on top of the fire-gathering magic scroll. However, there was a layer of lava flowing on the surface of the H.L. dog's skin. It was obvious that it not too afraid of fire. Although the fire resistance of the dog leg has been reduced due to the loss of the support of the main body, it is unknown how long it will take to bake the dog leg with the flame formed by the scroll. Seeing Soldak coming here from a distance, Gulaitum quickly shook his arm, and the big stick in his hand could not be idle. He swung it round and hit a caveman flying out of the city. Soldak smiled and asked the great swordsman Quintus, "How did it feel? Was the battle on the city wall very difficult?" The great swordsman Quintus rubbed his great sword against the city wall, and a spark burst out. The heavy sword was badly worn, and the edge had to be scratched from time to time. Great swordsman Quintus smiled and said, "Finally, I experienced the siege of the Hell Army. The number of these Hell Army is really large enough." "Did you miss the battle in the Maka Plain?" Serdek asked. "Our people happened to be in Luachi at the time, and we later heard that Vatsamala was surrounded," Great swordsman Quintus said. Serdek looked at the dense crowd of cavemen outside the city and said, "At that time, Marquis Luther was in the Maka Plain. He dispatched a large number of cavalry regiments deep into the rear of the Hell Dog Legion and destroyed the portal there. Only then did he win the battle. I think we might also use the Maka Plain. Only with the following tactics can the situation of the battle be turned around." The great swordsman Quintus didn't even look back. He used his giant sword to chop off a burrower that rushed towards him with his backhand. He grinned, probably because he couldn't stand the stench here. So he kicked the caveman's body under the city wall. "Now, let's think about how to defend this city," Great swordsman Quintus said very realistically, because everyone knows that this arduous battle to defend the city has just begun. Chapter 1038 Battle in the City 2. Aphrodite has been on the road almost all these days. She first traveled day and night to Bena City. She originally planned to go to the Belan Plain for a visit. Unexpectedly, Serdek had an accident in the Gonbu Plain, and she had to rush back to Helensa City without taking the magic airship. Finally, they rushed back to Pussy Mountain overnight, and the succubus walked into the lava mine in a hurry, lying on the wicker chair next to the lava pool, enjoying the waves of warmth brought by the magma. She took off the mithril mask on her face and threw it casually beside the lava pool. The succubus finally breathed out softly. "Drive away the kobold slaves guarding the entrance to the lava mine, leaving Aphrodite alone in this world. Take off the black robe and finally have a good sleep." For the succubus, life here is more free. She felt that she must have been poisoned by some kind of poison from Serdek, or some kind of unequal magical contract. Otherwise, why would she be so willing to help him around? But wasn't she herself the author of that magic contract? She likes to have random thoughts on the wicker chair. Sometimes she even secretly asks herself, "Am I still a succubus?" The gate to the void opens again. Looking at Serdek's slightly tired figure, Aphrodite's various complaints disappeared in an instant. Serdek walked up to Succubus, and saw her lying beside the lava pool with her eyes closed. He reached out and touched her forehead, and asked with concern, "You came back so soon? Was the journey smooth?" Aphrodite ignored him, and kept telling herself in her mind, "Aphrodite, you are a succubus. You should be more reserved." Seeing that Aphrodite seemed to be asleep, Soldak covered her with the blankets neatly folded beside the wicker chair. He ran to the side and filled a pocket full of red crystals, and left a cup of milk tea next to the wicker chair. Then he carried the bag and walked into the depths of the lava mine. He also wanted to hunt a salamander to give to Gulaitum. Recently, his good brother Naohwir always complained that the power of the fireball spell was too weak. Salamander meat can increase the affinity of the fire element, and is a very good supplement for fire magicians. After Serdek's figure disappeared deep into the lava mine, the succubus gritted his teeth and opened his beautiful eyes full of charm. "Didn't you see that I was asleep? Don't you know how to hug me more before leaving?" Serdek walked into the treasure room with a bag of red crystals. The red dragon Iser was lying listlessly on the platform of the secret room. It felt that its studies were a bit wasted. Serdek was really not a qualified teacher. Opening his golden pupils, Israel blinked, and then raised his head when he saw that the figure in his eyes was not an illusion. Serdek, are you back? It brought its scaly head close to Serdek, and Serdek could even clearly feel the smell of sulfur in its nostrils. It was so angry. A red crystal cluster was stuffed into Israel's mouth like a thumb cracker. What a sweet taste. It is always so easy to satisfy, even if it is only a little beneficial. The red crystal is like a small dessert, easily making it feel much better. Israel let her head slump on the platform again. This was the bad thing about this secret room. It was too small. So small that you could only stretch your neck in. It shook its head to make its scales appear smoother. You seem to be very busy recently. How long has it been since we learned the language of runes together? Israel complained. Serdek pulled out the second red crystal, stuffed it into Yisrael's mouth, and said, Sorry. We are participating in a plain war recently. We are at a disadvantage, and have a hard time being tortured by those Lish demons. Demons! The lava land on the other side of Istanbul is also occupied by a demon brother. If I couldn't defeat them, I would even want to place my home in the lava pool in the crater over there. Israel, he said angrily. I'll deal with them sooner or later. Do you need my help over there? Yeah, Serdek said honestly. This was also the main purpose of his hurry. Israel chewed on the red crystal, squinted her eyes, and felt a little proud, and said casually, Then I will stay here for now. And just call me when you need me. Thank you very much. Serdek quickly thanked him. Israel flapped her wings. Although she couldn't feel anything in the treasure chamber, there was a huge rumbling earthquake in the dragon's nest on the cliff of Istander. It's nothing. We signed a contract, and we should help each other, Israel said shyly. Serdek sat in front of its left eye, looking at Iser's huge eyes. Its pupils were filled with thousands of golden threads, and these golden threads seemed to be constantly swimming and gathering into the deepest part of its eyes. It seems that you are always helping me, Serdek said. Hearing what Serdek said, it immediately felt its mood improved. So it responded, Actually, you have been helping me grow. It then added, At least it solved a lot of my confusion. I didn't know how to use my power before. Seeing Israel begin to silently enjoy the wonderful feeling brought by the red crystal, Serdek stayed with Israel in the treasure chamber for a while, before leaving the treasure chamber. On the fourth day, the main frame of the teleportation gate in the central square had been built. 5 magic scholars from the Astrologers Guild were working day and night to recalculate the teleportation matrix. The magic hub of the teleportation gate was also rebuilt. The magician Avid's eyes were bloodshot from the stress, and he had drank several bottles of precious spiritual potion recently, in order to repair the portal as soon as possible. Everyone is racing against time. Serdek's most arduous task every day is to use holy light to treat the injured city defenders. The two-headed ogre helped him collect many dog heads, so he has no shortage of sacrifices recently. As long as he comes to the treatment tent, when the warrior receiving treatment here enters the tent, he will first be given the divine blessing of the blessed body. So much so that the city defense guards and heavy-armored warriors who received Serdek's treatment thought that they had quietly advanced after walking out of the treatment tent. Both their strength and physical strength had improved a lot. Brutal battles are going on the city walls every day, and the residents in the city are living in fear every day. Everyone is worried that one day the city wall will be breached by the demons of the Flame Legion, which will be a disaster for everyone. It seems that everyone has no way to escape. I am also worried that if Mancuso city is besieged like this for a while, all the supplies in the city will be exhausted. Now the prices in the market are skyrocketing every day. Although the city hall has been controlling prices, merchants are still secretly raising prices. Serdek's request is very simple. The supply of the most basic grains, oils, rapeseeds, and eggs must be guaranteed to be affordable. In fact, the supply of many vegetables on the market has been cut off in recent days, even causing a certain amount of panic in a small area. On the afternoon of the 5th day after the Serdek army entered Mancuso, citizens living in the southwest area of the city felt a strong vibration in the ground beneath their feet. A 3-story hotel located at the junction of Heroes Square and North Street in the 5th district collapsed, and all the rooms on the west side of the hotel fell into the underground cave. At the same time, dozens of cave warriors brought a large number of underground troglodytes emerged from their burrows. The burrowers quickly took over Heroes Square and slaughtered the surrounding residents. Almost at the same time, several groups of underground warriors emerged from underground in Mancuso's inner city in no particular order. They all appeared in the slums, the aristocratic area, the opera house in the 1st district, and the arena in the 7th district. The cave warriors appeared, followed by a large group of cavemen, and the city fell into chaos. The city fell into deep despair and terror, and panicked people fled in all directions. They didn't know where they could go, but they didn't want to stay at home. Several cavemen were chasing a group of citizens on the shopping street. Several noble guards and knights from the guard camp were fighting hard. The group of citizens hid in a restaurant. The nobles, civilians, restaurant waiters, chefs and lobby managers crowded together in the corner of the bar. Everyone was trembling with fear and did not even dare to look outside, as screams came frequently. The knights of the guard camp and the noble guards were surrounded by more and more cavemen. They were not afraid of casualties. They pounced on the knights of the guard camp and refused to let go. 1, 2. The 3 guard camp knights were finally thrown to the street by more cavemen, and were eaten beyond recognition in a moment. On the city shopping street, a giant tunnel appeared, and groups of cavemen crawled out of it. Many buildings in the city collapsed, and battles with the demon cavemen broke out everywhere in the city. On the city wall of Makusuo, countless agile H.L. dogs rushed up to the city. When Surdak got the news, the city was completely in chaos, and even several cavemen rushed into the city hall. The constructed swordsman group of Great Swordsman Quintus was firmly pinned to the city wall. Groups of mages flew out on magic cauldrons and put out fires all over the city. They threw magic at the crypt warriors. But there were too many crypt warriors. They didn't care about the fireballs of the magicians at all. They just rushed to the streets, rushed forward regardless. The main force resisting the burrowers throughout the city was the Knights of the Guard Battalion, who were besieged by a large number of burrowers on the streets. The private armed forces of some noble lords formed a fighting group of more than 100 people and launched a self-rescue operation in the noble neighborhoods. The Mercenary Union, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Adventure Union also organized fighting groups to rush to the streets. They fought with the cavemen on the streets. These mercenaries were well equipped and powerful enough to fight. They planned to leave Makuso, but when we arrived at the city gate, we discovered that the city walls were covered with H.L. dogs, and the iron fence outside the city gate was filled with countless stinky caveman corpses. Except for those magicians who can fly in the sky on magic harpoons. No one can escape Makusuo. Since you can't escape, then fight. Chapter 1039 A Red Dragon. Surdak did not expect that these cavemen would actually hollow out the underground of Makusuo City. Countless tunnels were dug throughout the city, and there was no way to seal them. At this time, the 4 walls frequently sent out high-risk demonic signals, and a large number of H.L. dogs rushed onto the walls. Soldak walked out of the inner courtyard of the city hall and stood on the doorstep. The city was already in chaos, and even the central square, which was not far from the city hall, was attacked by a large number of cavemen. Fortunately, Surdak deployed a heavy armored infantry regiment in the central square. A large number of cavemen rushed into the central square. The heavy armored infantry soldiers in the square formed a square shield wall, and completely surrounded the portal in the square. Stand up. Surdak expected that the army of cavemen would rush into Makuso City. But he did not expect that the cavemen would come so fast and spread throughout the city in the blink of an eye. He stood under a giant swordsman statue next to the steps outside the city hall gate, and a golden angel silhouette appeared behind him. The silhouette was extremely eye-catching in the night. A group of officials from the city hall ran out of the inner courtyard in a panic. They all heard the news that the cavemen broke into the city, and wanted to discuss countermeasures with Surdak. The guard said that he hurried out of the city hall and hurriedly chased after him. They were also worried that Surdak would be like Adler MacDonald, who would lead his army to abandon Makuso when he saw that the city of Makuso was about to be destroyed. When they ran out of the city hall, they saw the tall golden angel shadow standing next to the statue of the swordsman. Surdak stood under the shadow, waving magic lines with his hands. Amen Raumalist 5 sets of complex magic pattern arrays merged together to form a huge 6-pointed star-shaped magic array at the feet of Surdak. Call to war. As the esoteric runes flew into the magic circle under the guidance of Surdak, the golden archangel silhouette suddenly opened its wings, and a stream of sacred breath was injected into Surda from between the hands of the archangel. The magic circle at his feet was so powerful that it shook the entire square. It seemed that the surrounding cavemen felt the powerful power released by Surdak. Not only did they not dare to approach, they kept retreating, for fear that the holy light would be contaminated on them. A gate of time and space filled with stars slowly emerged from the center of the magic array. and countless blue stars were constantly rotating inside the gate of time and space. As the gate of time and space sent out huge earthquakes, a huge red dragon had poked out from the door, followed by a long neck covered with red scales, and a huge body barely squeezed out of the portal. A huge adult red dragon strutted out of the gate of time and space, and immediately spread its wings that were more than 10 meters long and flapped vigorously. A hurricane surged through the long street, followed by a roar. It first looked around, then lowered its head and asked Surdak in front of its toes. "Soldak, where is this plane of Gonbu?" Soldak stood in front of one of its legs, holding a long sword. Israel leaned down, and Surdak skillfully jumped on the red dragon's back, hugging Israel's scaly neck with both hands. Israel seemed a little itchy and couldn't help but shake her neck. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, he spread his wings, kicked off his strong hind limbs hard, and with a swish sound, he flew into the sky in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Israel soared around in the air a little uncomfortably, turned to Soldak and said in a naive voice, "This place is severely suppressed by the power of the world's laws. I can't stay here for too long." Surdak heard the implication. "That is, if you have something to do, do it quickly. Let's go outside the city." Surdak patted the red dragon's neck and shouted loudly. He was afraid that when the red dragon was flying, the wind in his ears would be too loud and he would not be able to hear it, although there was no expression on Aesir's face. His golden eyes were full of disdain, looking at the dense crowd of cavemen and L dogs outside the city. He asked Soldak, "You called me just to deal with these ants? Dak, I'm not telling you. I think you can raise your target standards a little higher next time." Israel complained to Surdak. But it was just a complaint. It also saw the chaotic situation in Makusuo City and instantly knew what it should do. Israel retracted his wings in the air, and his flying speed suddenly increased. Surdak only felt the violent sound of wind blowing in his ears. A huge shadow passed over the city walls. Aesir twisted his neck and uttered 6 dragon languages in a row. These rune languages were very familiar to Surdak, and they were taught to it by Surdak. Breath of the Dying. A dazzling light shines through the gaps between the scales on the chest, and the body seems to contain huge energy. The heat even wants to burn through Aesir's body, as its neck appears that incandescent color. Surdak standing on the dragon's back. You feel like the heat is going to cook you. It spread its wings and suddenly flew high into the sky. When he adjusted his angle and folded his wings again, his body suddenly dived forward. A hot flame spurted out from the huge mouth, turning into a dragon's breath that could burn everything. Outside the northern city wall of Makusuo, along the parallel lines of the city wall, a line of 500 to 600 meters long and more than 30 meters wide was drawn. The flame zone. The cavemen and L dogs who were sprayed by the dragon's breath were instantly turned into ashes in the dragon's breath, without even having time to make any screams. A vacuum zone appeared in the Hell Flame Legion. The city wall was isolated by a wall of fire, and the cavemen behind did not dare to step through the wall of fire. Israel flew extremely quickly to the outside of the other 3 walls of Makusuo City, and each sprayed out a wall of fire like this. The entire city was surrounded by a wall of fire, and billowing smoke could be seen from a distance. These few mouthfuls of dragon's breath burned at least tens of thousands of cave dwellers to death. They gathered too densely. As for the red dragon Aesir, it looked a little tired, as if the fire contained in its body had burst out instantly, and the entire dragon had lost its temper. It circled in the sky before choosing to land on the south wall. Surdak jumped down from Aesir's broad back. It shook its head vigorously and said quickly to Surdak, "I feel the huge repulsive power of the world's laws. I must leave. The rest is up to you." The gate of time and space of the 6-pointed star appeared at its feet, but Yisel shook his head again, resisting the power of the world laws of this plane, and quickly said to Soldak, "By the way, if you can try to understand the world laws of this plane, maybe I can stay a little longer next time." We can't talk anymore. I'm leaving now. See you later." Aesir's body slowly became transparent in the huge starry sky gate, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Surdak at the end could hardly be heard. Not only was the 2-headed ogre staring blankly at the red dragon disappearing into the gate of time and space with its mouth wide open, even the great swordsman Quintus on the side looked back at Surdak with admiring eyes while saying, "Holy shit. I regard you as a good brother, but you are actually a dragon knight." Surdak quickly spread his hands and explained, "It's not what you think. He's just a friend. I understand. Just like the mage who helped you open up a road of frost a few nights ago. Is he also one of your friends?" said the great swordsman Quintus. That's Europhonic. When I was in the city of Helensa, I happened to save his son once. And then we became friends and often drank afternoon tea together. Serdek felt a little guilty. Said, I also want to have a friend like this. Great swordsman Quintus said with envy. Although many cavemen outside the city were killed by the red dragon, the H.L. dogs were still attacking the city crazily. And the cavemen in the city were still wreaking havoc everywhere. With the 4 walls of fire several hundred meters long spewed out by the red dragon Iser, the pressure on the city suddenly eased a lot. The heat wave almost cooked the heavy armored infantry soldiers on the city wall. The great swordsman Quintus and the constructed swordsmen can free their hands to deal with the chaos in the city. At the same time, Samira also withdrew nearly 1,000 archers from the city wall and participated in the melee in the city. Serdek and Guidam also hurried to the city. The city defense guards, who were resting in the city, came out of their dormitories one after another. They rushed to the streets and formed a new force in the city with the guard camp knights and heavy armored infantry soldiers. Fighting side by side, more and more residents are joining the fight. The battle lasted from the afternoon until dawn the next day, and the entire city was almost destroyed in this battle. Countless people lay dead on the streets, and women, children, and old people who could not participate in the fighting were gathered in some squares or large buildings, until the morning light entered this bloody city. The portal in the central square burst into a burst of light beams, and the portal finally opened at dawn. The magician Avid rushed into the light door first. 30 seconds later, he ran out of the light door and shouted to the expectant people around him, "The portal is repaired." Not long afterward, I saw a group of cavalry in heavy armor quickly walking out of the light gate. They were holding heavy knight spears. When they entered the Gonbu plain, they saw countless cavemen surrounding the central square. The square with the most important portal was captured by the cavemen. The knight commander walking in front raised his spear high, and the knights behind him took the initiative to line up on both sides of the knight commander's body. The horses under them snorted and panted, obviously infected by the atmosphere of the battle. The knight commander put the whistle into his mouth and blew it hard. Then a group of heavy cavalry shouted, "Charge!" A group of heavy cavalry rushed towards the cavemen in front. The sound of iron hooves stepping on the stone slabs of the square was like the sound of rumble war drums. Chapter 1040 Reinforcements. When he was in Wazimra city in the Makar plain, Serdek was still an ordinary guard camp knight. At that time, the most intuitive feeling about the invasion of low-level demons was that the city was surrounded by H.L. dogs. At that time, Waji, the city defense of Mara city, was almost defeated by the H.L. dogs. Now that he has become the supreme commander of the defense battle of Makusuo, he has discovered how difficult this kind of plain defense battle is. Even if the city's defenders were relatively strong, who would have thought that these cavemen would dig dozens of tunnels outside the city and directly attack the city? The city became chaotic. Citizens ran into the temporary shelters set up by the city hall last night. 1,500 knights from the Makuso Guard Battalion were scattered in various shelters to maintain order in the shelters. When Suldak saw the light rising into the sky in the central square, he guessed that the portal had been opened. He quickly got rid of the caveman in front of him, mounted the green-scaled horse, and quickly ran towards the central square. The 2 heavy cavalry regiments that were the first to rush out of the portal had already rushed out of the central square. The horses under their crotches were covered with heavy armor and collided with the cavemen, knocking them to the ground one after another. The heavy cavalry behind them, the cavalry followed up, and stepped on the fallen cavemen with iron hoofs. The bones were broken, and the tendons were broken, and the heavy internal organs flowed out from the mouth full of sharp teeth. The heavy cavalry raised the knight's spear in their hands, flying away the cavemen in front of them, and then charged forward with 8 cavalry abreast on the spacious street. There were 8 cavalry in each row, and there were a total of 12 rows in front and behind. If the charge of the cavalry in the front row is blocked by the cavemen, they will quickly move to both sides of the long street to get out of the way, while the knights behind continue to charge forward. After 12 consecutive waves, the heavy cavalry in the first row had readjusted their formation at the rear and were ready to continue charging forward. This straight main street is almost the most suitable place for heavy cavalry to fight. The 2 heavy cavalry regiments that entered the central square of Makuso City one after another quickly started fighting and moved forward along the 8 main streets. When Suldak arrived at the central square, the magician Avid was squatting on the lintel of the portal, reinforcing the magic rune board. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest, and his magic robe seemed to have always been worn. It has not been replaced, and is covered in dust. A group of ordinary swordsmen walked out of the portal. They were wearing light metal armor and carrying double-edged swords behind their backs. These swordsmen were the real kings of street fighting. The Bena province is known as the hometown of swordsmen. And the swordsmen they cultivate are the most famous in the Green Empire. The breastplates of these swordsmen were printed with the emblem of the Luther Legion. And they walked out of the portal majestically. The leader of the swordsman group saw Quintus Great Swordsman at a glance, and quickly left the team and ran to Quintus Great Swordsman. In front of Llewellyn, this is Viscount Serdek, the supreme commander of Makuso City in the Ganbu Plain. Your swordsman group is temporarily under his control. Great Swordsman Quintus pointed at Serdek and said in a voice said hoarsely, even a rank 2 expert looks haggard after fighting continuously for a day and a night. Llewellyn, the leader of the swordsman group, immediately saluted the great swordsman Quintus and said, yes, Teacher Quintus. Then he turned around and saluted Serdek, and said, the 73rd Swordsman Regiment has been ordered to report to Makusuo. Serdek hurriedly returned the gift and said without thinking, the situation is critical now, so I won't say any words of thanks. Please support District 5 immediately. There are residents in some streets there who failed to evacuate to shelters in time. The cavemen all come out of the ground, so be careful not to go too deep and try to clear out the cavemen in that area. Then he found a guard camp knight who was very familiar with the 5th area and asked him to lead the swordsman group to that area. After a group of 500 swordsmen walked out of the portal, they were immediately followed by a group of archers from the Luther Legion, looking at them adjusting their leather armor as they walked. You could tell that they were also in a hurry from Rit City. I rushed over and didn't have much time to prepare. This group of archers came out, quickly climbed onto the roofs of the buildings around the central square, and stood on the roofs to shoot the burrowers on the street. The Beta Coalition forces staying in Rit City finally entered Makuso City one after another. The melee in the city was gradually suppressed by the human soldiers, and slowly turned into the Bena Coalition, blowing the clarion call for counterattack. The whole square was crowded with cavalry. Serdek was speechless when he saw so many heavy cavalry regiments. Compared with so many heavy cavalry regiments, he hoped that there would be more swordsman regiments and heavy cavalry regiments from Rit City. An infantry regiment, even an archer regiment, is better than a cavalry regiment. These heavy cavalry are not suitable for street fighting in the city. But now there are battlefields everywhere in the city. As one cavalry regiment commander, after another rushed to Suldak and reported, the 13th, 15th, 16th and 21st regiments of the Collins Heavy Cavalry Regiment are here to report. The 35th, 43rd, 44th, and 47th regiments of the Luther Army are here to report. The 23rd Heavy Cavalry Regiment, the 45th Heavy Cavalry Regiment, and the 75th Light Cavalry Regiment of the Constantinople Owen Cavalry Regiment. Standing in the central square, Serdek began to assign the specific urban areas that these cavalry regiments were responsible for, and sent the knights from the Makuso Guard Battalion to lead the way to prevent these cavalry from finding their way in this strange city. The streets were littered with the corpses of burrowers, and the streets were almost stained with blood. Some cavemen jumped on the roof and launched an ambush on the cavalry on the street. However, the cavalry in the Bena Coalition were obviously the elite of the noble lords, and did not care much about the ambush of the cavemen. With their thick armor and sharp weapons, they suppressed these cavemen into various caves in the city. As the heavy armored infantry regiment carrying fire-scale bombs entered Makuso City, the battle situation in the city finally took a slight turn. By the afternoon, most of the underground cave exits in the city were controlled by the Bena Coalition. Logistic supplies were also transported in through the portal. The most urgently needed items were fire-scale bombs and kerosene. Finally, the heavy armored infantry regiment that came out of the portal brought a large number of fire-scale bombs. They used fire-scale bombs to the cave entrances dug by the cavemen were blown up one by one. The cavemen lost their caves and could not replenish their troops in time. So the battle in the city became easier and easier. In the beginning, the streets were full of cavemen. By evening, some cavemen would only be found around certain caves. By night, the streets and alleys of Makuso City had begun to clean up the battlefield. The infantry regiment of the Bena Coalition army climbed onto the city wall and began to join the city wall. Guard battle. The cavalry set up a camp in the city square. A large amount of daily necessities were transported to Rit City. That night, the iron fence of Makusuo City's south gate was slowly pulled up by a noose, and the gate passage filled with cavemen's corpses was cleared by a group of auxiliary soldiers. The heavy cavalry waiting in the inner city quickly dropped their visors and picked up their knight spears and shields at the command of the regiment commander. The city defense soldiers at the head of the city stood behind the wall stacks. After a whistle sounded, they threw hundreds of fire-scale bombs at the same time. The fire-scale bombs detonated continuously outside the south city gate, killing the cavemen at the city gate. A large area was killed and wounded. And the magician on top of the city also took the opportunity to throw dozens of fireballs. Just as the fire-scale bombs exploded continuously, the iron fence in the city gate was completely raised, for heavy cavalry rode out of the city in parallel. The horns on the chests of the war horses knocked away the cavemen blocking the city gate. A group of heavy cavalry took advantage of the night to fight out of the city. The magician stood at the top of the city and released dozens of low-light flares into the night sky, instantly revealing every detail of the battlefield outside the south city gate. The slums outside the city have long been reduced to ruins. The heavy cavalry rushed out to fight against the cave men. The knights aimed their spears at the cave warriors. The heavy spears pierced the heads of the cave warriors. A large group of H.L. dogs rushed over from the pile of corpses. They crawled behind the heavy cavalry, opened their bloody mouths, and bit the heavy cavalry's breastplate and neck guard. The heavy cavalry who rushed up from behind drew their swords and cut off the H.L. dogs in half. The two-headed H.L. dog standing high up sprayed out magic, and the fireball exploded in front of the heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry rushed out of the exploding fireball with their heavy shields on their backs. Some cavalry were also knocked off their horses in the explosion. At this time, the heavy cavalry rushed out from behind and passed by these fallen cavalry. When the heavy armored infantry behind them come out from behind, they can rescue the fallen heavy cavalry. The Hellflame Legion came to Makusuo City from the lowest level of demons. They were unable to withstand the charge of the heavy cavalry. On the battlefield outside the city, the cavemen fell in pieces like wheat. Soldak and the great swordsman Quintus received the commander of the Bena coalition in the central square. This coalition was put together by the private armies of various noble lords in the Bena province. Each noble lord went to Bena. The province is quite prestigious. The city was almost reduced to ruins, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. Probably no one expected that Makuso City would be so badly beaten. Almost the entire city was reduced to ruins, especially the holes in the holes. If you want to clean up these holes, you don't know how much it will cost. How much manpower and material resources. Serdek did not take these commanders to the city hall, but went directly to the north city wall. Looking at the densely packed cavemen in the mountains and fields, the commanders suddenly felt cold sweat break out on their backs. The entire Ganbu plain was actually destroyed. The low-level demons were beaten like this. However, looking at the heavy cavalry crowding the long streets of the city, the commanders felt a little more at ease. How could the fight be like this? A young commander wearing a magic pattern structure stood at the top of the city and said, looking at the city below. Another commander stood on the edge of the city wall, looking at the army of low-level demons outside, and sighed. There are so many H.L. demons here. If you tell me that this is a flaming H.L., I would believe it. This guy McDonald actually dares to reveal the coordinates of the plane to the H.L. demons. He should have been guillotined at the last public trial. Some commanders were muttering privately. Chapter 1041 Plan. The commanders were standing at the top of the city watching the situation below the city. A group of H.L. dogs rushed to the top of the city. The city guards on the city wall immediately raised their weapons to block the H.L. dogs outside the city wall. The spear-wielding warriors behind picked up one after another. The H.L. dogs first threw some of them under the city, but the remaining few were picked up inside the city wall. The shield warriors did not wait for these H.L. dogs to get up from the ground, rushed forward and hit their heads with their shields, and then chopped off the heads of the H.L. dogs with their heavy swords. They skillfully lifted the head of the H.L. dog with a rope and hung it on the wooden frame at the back. The two-headed H.L. dog under the city wall sprayed several fireballs towards the city wall. The shield warrior hid behind the shield and waited for the fireballs to explode, then ran behind the city wall and scooped water from the water tank to extinguish the flames. Everyone cooperated very well, and if someone was injured, he would be quickly dragged behind the city wall. A group of commanders looked in amazement after watching their battle. Some people couldn't help but praise. This city is in such a state of ruin, but these city defense guards can still stick to the city wall. These city defense guards are really good. The shield warrior dragged the hellhound's body to the city wall, and the two of them worked together to throw the hellhound's body down into the city. Those city defense guards all ran back to save their families last night. Our commander is Master Soldak. We fought all the way from the south to overthrow Lord MacDonald, the shield warrior said. The commander was a little embarrassed. Several wind blades flew from the city, and a group of shield warriors raised their shields to block them. After seeing the situation of Makusuo City at the top of the city, Serdek took the commanders to the tent under the city. The map of Makusuo's city was spread on the wooden box. Serdek pressed the map with both hands and looked at these. The commander said, "Our mission now is to completely clean out the H.L. Demon clan from the city. Clean the battlefield. Dispose of the corpses. Prevent the spread of the plague. Resettle the survivors in the city. And use the advantages of heavy cavalry to open up the situation on the battlefield outside the city. I divided Makusuo's city into 11 areas, and each legion is responsible for them. Each legion is stationed in its respective area of responsibility. In addition, the supplies shipped from Rit City will be distributed uniformly. A hospital has been set up in the inner courtyard of the city hall. If there are injuries, they can be sent there for treatment. In addition to the fact that the head of this kind of H.L. dog is prone to contain magic cores. Every seriously injured person sent to a field hospital for treatment needs to be delivered with the head of a H.L. dog. If you have anything unclear, you can talk to me alone, and I will divide it next." As he spoke, he quickly made notes with charcoal. Then Serdek raised his head and looked at the commanders present, and said, "If the heavy cavalry wants to go out to fight in the city, or if they need the cooperation of the mage group and the city archer group, they can come to me." Seeing that the distribution was fair, a group of commanders said one after another, "You are the commander of Makusuo, so of course you have the final say." The commander from the Owen family of Constantinople showed a faint smile on his face and said, "There is actually a field hospital. This is the first good news I heard when I came here." The commander of the Collins family asked Serdek, "How long have you Makuso been holding on?" Serdek said casually, "The low-level demons of the Hellflame Legion have been besieging Makusuo for a week. I have been stationed here for 5 days in total." A group of commanders looked at me, and I looked at you, and all fell silent for a moment. When the game was ending, a commander of the Bennett family secretly patted the great swordsman Quintus on the shoulder. The aristocratic circle is so small. As long as you are somewhat famous in the Bennett province, everyone knows you. The commander had cooperated with Quintus Great Swordsman several times, and had a good relationship. He whispered to Quintus Great Swordsman, "Quintus Great Swordsman, this time you have one more Lutheran legion. A commander skilled in defending the city." Great Swordsman Quintus was slightly stunned when he was told this. And then he realized that he was praising Serdek. Great Swordsman Quintus lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "To be honest, I don't think this is what he's best at." Probably only the group of nobles in the city hall and the Great Swordsman Quintus on the south wall can be regarded as the real witnesses of Serdek riding the red dragon out of the city to burn the low-level demons of the Flame Legion. Others may have seen a red dragon above the city, but they may not be able to see Serdek on the dragon's back. In fact, the appearance of a red dragon in the Ganbu plain made countless people crazy. If this dragon can be killed, the money earned from selling the Warcraft materials will probably be enough to eat, drink and have fun for 8 lifetimes. Every Benar has a dream of slaying a dragon. After all, everyone wants to own the legendary Quelsera. But in fact, many people may not be able to see a real dragon once in their life. The commander of the Luther Legion, who came over, was Swordsman Chester. When the crowd dispersed, Swordsman Chester walked to the back of the many commanders. Serdek stepped forward and hugged the great Swordsman Chester. Calculating the time, the two of them haven't seen each other for about 2 months. There was a stench everywhere at the foot of the city wall. Serdek invited the great Swordsman Chester to the city wall. At least there would be some wind here, and the stench in the air would be less. "Have you never returned to Milan?" Serdek asked the great Swordsman Chester. "Marquis Luther just transferred me to Terrapagan last week and asked me to fully cooperate with you." Great Swordsman Chester said calmly, "Who would have thought that the temporary teleportation circle was broken in the end? I thought you trapped in Ganbu. It will take a long time to get out." Serdek chuckled and said, "There were many accidents during this period in the Ganbu plain. Later, we ran to the rear of the resistance army, and it was there that we encountered the third army of the Lord Army preparing to wipe out the resistance army. Only then did we think, let's see if there is a chance to fight all the way to Makuso City." Chester stood on the city wall, looking at the devastated city, and sighed. "It looks like the situation here is very bad. But what we didn't expect was that you actually occupied Makusuo and opened the portal passage. This is really yours. If this portal is open 1 day later, maybe the city will no longer exist." Serdek also sighed. Although there has been no time to make statistics so far, Serdek initially estimated that at least half of the people in Makusuo City died this time, when the low-level demons of the Flame Legion attacked the city. Great Swordsman Chester asked, "What do you need us to do?" Serdek pointed to the vast plain north of the city. all the way to the northern mountain pass. The mountains on both sides of the northern mountain pass were densely forested, and it was not easy to cross that forest belt. If Adler MacDonald had acted responsibly and sent an army to guard the northern mountain pass, this group of low-level H.L. demons might not have been able to break in. Serdek said, "Now we need to stabilize the situation in Makusuo. I want to take advantage of our military strength to fight a big battle in the plain area north of Makusuo City. I also want to send some reconnaissance teams deep into the north to find the Devil's Gate hidden everywhere. Only by destroying the Devil's Gate can we cut off the supply line of the Flame Legion." "Okay, I understand. You want to copy Marquis Luther's combat plan in the Maka Plain. But this is indeed the most effective strategy." Great Swordsman Chester patted Suldak on the shoulder, said proudly. Serdek was a little confused as to how the Bena coalition forces entered Makuso City so quickly after the portal was opened. He was thinking, have all the troops been waiting in front of the portal? This time I saw the Great Swordsman Chester coming from Ruth City, so I asked him about the mystery behind it. Swordsman Chester laughed and told the truth. In fact, it was not as Serdek thought. All the troops were waiting in front of the portal. Of course, part of the Bena coalition army is stationed in Ruth City, and 2 cavalry regiments take turns guarding the teleportation gate every day. When the teleportation gate was opened, the 2 cavalrymen immediately passed through the teleportation gate and entered Makuso City after sending out the gathering signal. The other troops usually train normally in the camp and take turns to rest. After receiving the assembly signal, they rush to the portal and line up to enter Makusuo. These armies are stationed near and far. Their continuous entry into Makuso City will give people the illusion that all the armies are waiting in front of the portal. While the Bena coalition forces were clearing out the low-level demons in the city, the heavy cavalry regiment reinforced from Brit City also opened up the situation outside the city. Seeing the cavemen falling in pieces under the charge of the heavy cavalry, the Crypt Lord in the Flame Legion decisively ordered all the cavemen to retreat 1,000 meters. The periphery of Makusuo City instantly became much emptier, leaving only there were corpses on the ground, and holes dug all over the ground. The heavy cavalry did not continue the pursuit. They mainly left the protective range of the bed crossbow after 800 meters away from the city. The cavemen were able to give up the battlefield below the city wall, probably because they wanted to lure the heavy cavalry regiment out and then deal with them. However, the heavy cavalry regiment was not easily fooled. Taking advantage of the 2 armies being separated on the battlefield, they decisively chose to withdraw into the city. Before returning to the city, the heavy armored infantry regiment also used fire-scale bombs to blow up many potholes. Next, the city began to clean up the battlefield on a large scale. Whether it was some human corpses or the corpses of cavemen, they all needed to be transported out of the city before they rotted. There were not so many vehicles to transport corpses, so many cavemen piled the corpses into hill-like piles and burned them on the spot. After the corpses of some soldiers were burned, they were put into jars with their names written on them, and their pensions would be repaid after the war. For Suldak, the biggest loss this time was the war horses he obtained from Lord MacDonald's army. Of the 1,500 green-scaled horses, less than 1,000 were left, and 2,000 ordinary ancient horses were left. The loss of horses was even more severe, with less than 600 horses left. The most collected thing these days is the head of the H.L. dog. Almost all wounded warriors have the blessing of the blessed body. Chapter 1042 Battle. There are 2 commanders in this flame army that has captured most of the Ganbu Plain, and they are both kings of the race. A Crypt Lord who is stronger than a 2-headed ogre rules all the crypt groups on the Ganbu Plain, and a 3-headed H.L. dog leads all the H.L. dog groups. These 2 leaders have already with rudimentary wisdom. They are the well-deserved kings of their respective groups. In the past few days, the 3 H.Lounds and the Crypt Lord have been stationed outside Makusuo City. In fact, this time the cavemen dug hundreds of tunnels and rushed into the city of Makuso. It was an engineering operation planned by the Cave Lord Dogans, and he also requested the cooperation of Basimuller, the king of the H.L. dogs. Unfortunately, this operation not only failed, but also led to a red dragon to massacre the cave people. In addition, none of the cave people who invaded Makusuo City survived. This time the cave people suffered heavy losses. In contrast, the H.L. dog group was only responsible for attacking the city wall and did not invest too many troops, so the losses were limited. Hundreds of cavemen surrounded a huge crypt lord. It was as big as a catfish that had grown into sperm. It was also a giant catfish that was blind and covered with pustules on its skin. Its limbs had shrunk like matchsticks. Same. He was lying on a black stone slab. This huge stone slab was carried on the shoulders of more than 50 cave warriors. No matter where he went, there were hundreds of cavemen surrounding him. Opposite it, a three-headed H.L. dog with lava bubbles popping out from time to time lay on a boulder. The three heads showed three different expressions. Negative emotions such as suspicion, cruelty, and cunning were reflected from the three evil dogs. Passed out from the skull, they went through the Devil's Gate to the Ganbu Plain with great difficulty, and signed an agreement with the Black Magician. As long as they occupy the entire plain, they can develop and expand the tribe as they wish, which will be of great benefit to the Caveman tribe and the H.L. Dog tribe. The head in the middle of the three H.L. dogs said hoarsely, "What on earth are those black magicians doing? Didn't they promise that they would arrive in Makuso in about a week?" "Those bright red pupils are full of blood," Crypt Lord Dogans gasped and said angrily. "The main reason why we failed to capture Makuso City this time is because you didn't send more two-headed vicious dogs to the battlefield. You want to bear a large part of the responsibility. Those black magicians are not trustworthy, and everyone knows this." His voice was so loud that when he spoke it was like there was a mouthful of phlegm in his throat. Then the Crypt Lord complained, "If it weren't for your hesitation, I'm afraid Makusuo would have been captured by now." The head on the left side of the three-headed H.L. dog Basamule opened his sleepy eyes and said, "What's the point of talking about responsibility at this time? Brother, the two of us are now an inseparable whole. Only by working together to attack Makusuo can we almost capture this city. We have completed the important task entrusted to us by your lord. Your Crypt clan's mother nest has such a strong reproductive capacity. So what's the point of complaining if a few clan members are killed?" Crypt Lord Dogarn said reluctantly. "You H.L. dogs are not bad at fertility. So why don't you want to die?" The head on the right side of the three-headed H.L. dog opened its head on the cold mountain rock, and the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped several degrees. It asked the Crypt Lord coldly, "Are you blaming our brothers?" Just as they were about to start a quarrel, the head in the center of the three H.L. dogs quickly shouted, "Stop and stop arguing. Shouldn't we replan how to attack the city now? What problem can be solved by internal quarrels at this time?" This head obviously occupied the dominant position, and the other two heads were immediately suppressed. Crypt Lord Dodgern said angrily, "Their reinforcements are coming. What else can we do now?" The three-headed H.L. dog Basamuller responded, "Of course we will slowly consume them, and we are not afraid of death." "That's right." The other two heads also took the opportunity to echo. A large number of corpses have been transported out of Makuso City every day in the past few days. A mountain of corpses piled up by cavemen and H.L. dogs has been built outside the city. In order to prevent the outbreak of the plague, human warriors poured several barrels of fire on the mountain of corpses, oil, and then set fire to the mountain of corpses outside the city. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed and the entire pile of corpses burst into flames. The flames that kept coming out indicated that this pile of corpses would continue to burn for a long time. The entire city is still cleaning up the ruins, and many residents in the city are still looking for their separated relatives. Although the other person is probably dead, they still don't want to give up their last hope. The most troublesome thing is the caves in the city. According to Soldak's request, these caves must be sealed, and then a bag of dried wolf dung is burned next to the cave downwind, so that these caves can be cleaned. If there is no whatever the reaction, you have to choose to blow up these holes. As for the survivors in Makusuo City, Surdak has gradually arranged for them to move to Liite City. For the time being, Makuso has completely turned into a military-controlled area, and all surviving residents will undergo a mass migration. Accommodating these survivors is also Surdak's current priority. The heavy cavalry of the Bina coalition came to the Ganbu Plain this time, with about 5,000 people, almost the most elite troops that can be found in the Bina province today. In the past few days, these heavy cavalry have taken turns out of the city to fight, and each time, they have achieved considerable gains. The heavy cavalry has completely opened up the cavemen near the South City Gate. The battlefield here is also in an abandoned town, filled with wooden buildings, under the trampling of the iron cavalry. This abandoned town has almost been flattened. Recently, the cavalry archers and heavy armored infantry regiments have also tried to fight outside the city. They all want to accumulate some merits. I heard that Commander Surdak admitted that the merits obtained in the army can be exchanged for gold coins. The soldiers also hope that their commanders can implement this welfare. The only thing that worried Surdak was that some cavemen and H.L. did not stop at Makusuo, but continued to chase the refugees fleeing south. These cavemen are likely to bring disaster to the southern towns. But now Serdek has no time to care about the south. Serdek has cleared a large battlefield in the north of the city. He has also led the heavy cavalry regiment in the past 2 days, gradually driving the low-level demons of the Flame Legion towards the large battlefield, which is very suitable for the cavalry to establish an advantage. In the past 2 days, Serdek has summoned the commanders of the Lord's armies to the military camp almost every day to hold combat meetings, actively preparing for the battle in a few days. These commanders did not expect that Serdek's deployment of the battle situation would be as detailed as how each battalion would act during the battle. Serdek even drew some arrows on the map, and each army had a different combat deployment. This was Serdek's first time commanding a legion battle, and he wanted to take every detail into consideration. In fact, this is simply impossible. There are too many uncertain factors. The only way to test whether this battle plan is reasonable is to try it on the battlefield. This time, Serdek mobilized the 50,000 troops of the Bena Alliance, preparing to defeat the Legion of Flame in one fell swoop outside the North City. At the same time, the great swordsman Quintus and the great swordsman Chester led 1,500 constructed swordsmen and 30 mages into the north of the Ganbu Plain. Chapter 1043 Battle 2. The dark clouds and the cold winds seemed totally inappropriate for this season. The smell of burning corpses lingered in the air, but at least it was much better than the disgusting smell of corpses. There have been no corpses on the streets for a long time. Some large buildings in the city have been used as shelters, and a group of guard knights maintain order inside. Now, the residents of the shelter are lining up and walking towards the central square. Many citizens lost their loved ones in this demonic attack on the city, and embarked on the road away from home with sadness. Residents lined up in the square, preparing to leave Makuso City through the portal. Their first stop will be Ligite City, where they may stay for a while until the situation stabilizes before returning to Makuso. Of course, it doesn't matter if anyone wants to stay in Bena province, since the land in Terrapagan has become increasingly barren. The population loss there has been increasing year by year, leaving behind large areas of wasteland. There are also nobles and merchants in the team. The nobles were at the front of the queue, and many wealthy people wanted to take away some of the items they had collected in Makuso City, such as jewelry and antiques, magic crystals and gold coins. According to the terms established before this evacuation, each person can only bring a maximum of luggage that he can carry. For nobles, this is a bit difficult to choose. Compared to these nobles and businessmen, many civilians could not bring anything with them when they escaped from their homes at night. Although some people ran back home secretly at the risk of being eaten by cavemen, many places in the city were turned into ruins. Some people found their hidden savings in the ruins, and more people became nothing left. The knights of the guard camp pulled up a long rope as a fence in the central square, and people lined up in a long queue in the fence. Fortunately, this team moved forward without interruption, and everyone who was delayed at the teleportation gate would be pulled out of the queue, no matter what the emergency is. If you are stranded at the teleportation gate, you will be asked to queue up again at the end of the queue. A woman wearing a beige linen dress was holding a 4- or 5-year-old child. She was standing at the portal. She couldn't help but look back. There were 2 older children standing beside her. The woman looked at home with great nostalgia, direction, and looked at the South City wall. The knights in the guard camp at the teleportation gate have begun to urge. It's your turn. Hurry up and follow. The woman hurriedly jogged a few steps towards the steps of the portal. The child asked in a childish tone, Mom, how long will we stay out? Can we come back? The woman's worried face forced a smile, and she pretended to be relaxed and said, Of course. We are just going out for a walk. It won't take long before we can come back. The child asked reluctantly, Then why doesn't Dad come with us? The woman took a breath, suppressed the emotions that were almost breaking down in her heart, and whispered to her son, Because he wants to stay and take care of our home. All city defenders must stay to participate in the next battle. The heavy cavalry regiments in Makusuo City gradually walked out of the North City Gate. These heavy cavalry were also followed by many heavy armored infantry. The Flame Legion demons outside the city were pushed back to the battlefield 2 kilometers away from the city, leaving a large area at the city gate empty. Recently, the Cripman Legion and the Hell Dog Legion were suppressed by the Bena Alliance army on the battlefield and were somewhat out of breath. If they had not had an absolute advantage in strength, they would have been pierced countless times by the heavy cavalry of the Bena Alliance army. This time almost all the heavy cavalry, light cavalry, archer regiments and heavy armored infantry regiments in Makuso City were dispatched. Outside the North City Gate, 35,000 heavy cavalry were arranged in 23 square formations in the center of the formation. The front row of heavy armored infantry soldiers held up huge tower shields. Behind the bright shields were soldiers wearing full coverage armor. Armored infantry warrior. 5,000 heavy cavalry and 5,000 light cavalry were arranged on the left and right wings of the Bena coalition. Behind the team was an archer regiment of 5,000 people. Behind the archer regiment, 40 catapults were launched. Light cavalry guarded the archers and catapults. The army had been leaving the city one after another since early in the morning, and it was not until about 10 o'clock in the morning that the formation was completely deployed outside the city. Cerdak is sitting in the army. Samira is standing in the archer camp with 1,000 archers, and the two-headed ogre Gulaitam is squatting with the heavy armored infantry. At least there are people he is familiar with here. As the military formation began to move forward slowly, the heavy armored infantry kept a consistent pace. The neat pace made the ground in the north of the city tremble, as if a mountain giant was coming towards them. The pressure coming from under their feet. The feeling made the cavemen on the opposite side feel a little scared. The cavemen have no eyes, and their bodies are driven by instincts, which are all based on touch, hearing and smell. There are also tens of thousands of H.L. dogs lying in ambush on the left and right sides of the caveman army. Basamuller, the king of the H.L. dogs, hopes that the cavemen can contain the main force of the Bena coalition, and then the H.L. dogs will use their speed advantage to avoid the heavy cavalry and attack the archers and catapults behind the Bena coalition. Standing at the forefront of the caveman army was a group of elite cave warriors. They seemed a little restless under the pressure of the deafening footsteps on the opposite side. Although the Crypt Lord at the center of the army continued to suppress the emotions of these Crypt warriors, these Hell warriors were still somewhat unable to restrain themselves. When the distance between the armies of both sides was less than 500 meters, the cave warriors finally couldn't bear it anymore. They scratched their chests and front hard armor with their arms, and waved the huge battle axes in their hands, like a group of people breaking free from the cage. The beasts rushed towards the heavy armored infantry regiment. These warriors were probably the backbone of the cave people, and at the moment they rushed out, Cerdak discovered that there were almost 6,000 to 7,000 of these cave warriors. Perhaps the Crypt Lord brought all the Crypt warriors he could muster to the battlefield. Before Cerdak could make any move, the archers at the rear of the team drew their longbows to full capacity. The sound of 5,000 longbow archers pulling their bowstrings was a hair-raising sound on the battlefield. Numb feeling. At the end is the rattling sound of the catapult noose being tightened, followed by clear shouts. Put! Thousands of arrows suddenly rushed into the sky, then flew to high altitude in a parabola shape, and then fell one after another. The falling speed became faster and faster, and finally it was faster than the speed of the arrow itself. Whoosh! Whizzing! Whoosh whoosh! The arrows fell into the burrow warriors who were rushing up, and they were inserted randomly into the hard skin. The arrows might not be able to penetrate very deep, but they made the burrow warriors wail in pain. Some burrow warriors were pierced in their joints. The arrow hit him, and he fell down while running. He was instantly knocked upside down. The arrow rain covered a very wide area, and the cavemen behind did not have that much hard armor on their bodies. The arrows fell on them, and countless cavemen fell on the charge. The low-level demons of the Flame Legion are pressing forward in full force. Cerdak saw the huge Crypt Lord in the center of the military formation. With the sound of the noose being cut, the catapult threw the igniting oak barrels into the air. As soon as the oak barrels hit the ground, they violently exploded into a sea of fire, and the bodies of countless underground warriors were ignited. Burned. These oak barrels containing black powder and kerosene kept exploding, causing the low-level demon camp of the Flame Legion to stand still for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the roaring sounds of the H.L. dogs were heard. The H.L. dogs hidden on both sides of the camp were like a surging sea wave, outflanking the rear of the military formation from both sides. The heavy cavalry on the left and right wings were like two sharp blades, piercing the H.L. dogs. The two-headed H.L. dogs rushing at the front spit out fireballs, wind blades, and water bombs. These magic bombs exploded in the heavy cavalry regiment. The heavy cavalrymen held up large round shields, and holy silver shield shadows lit up one after another on the round shields. Shield of Blessing. This is the blessing of God that Cerdak used the last 2,000 heads of H.L. dogs to bless the 5,000 heavy cavalry. All the magic bullets were like colorful fireworks in front of these heavy cavalry. Amidst the constant explosions, the iron cavalry rushed towards the group of H.L. dogs. The knights did not use knight lances, but held a more powerful weapon, the heavy long-handled battle axes. With the speed of the horses charging forward, the knights turned sideways, swung the long-handled battle axes, and swept towards the vicious dogs of H.L. Immediately, the bodies of several Hell dogs were hit by long-handled battle axes. The Hell dog that bore the brunt was immediately split in half, and the Hell dogs behind were also chopped into pieces with broken bones and tendons. The green-scaled horse wrapped in heavy armor collided with the H.L. dogs. Even though these H.L. dogs were almost the size of calves, they were still knocked out by the protruding horns in front of the horses. These blue-scaled war horses came up together with the knights, and a group of H.L. dogs could not stop the charge of the heavy cavalry. In an instant, the H.L. dogs were pierced by the heavy cavalry. The cavalry rushed through the dogs, constantly harvesting the life of the H.L. dogs. Whether they had 2 heads or 1 head, their physiques had not changed much. Then, in the central army, the heavy armored infantry soldiers and the crypt warriors collided. These crypt warriors tried to use their big axes to pierce the tower shields in the hands of the heavy armored infantry. The Pagolio spears that came out from behind easily pierced the armor of these warriors. The warriors behind stepped on the corpses of their companions and threw themselves on the tower shield, as if they had paved a slope with corpses. The crypt warriors stepped on the bodies of their companions in front, jumped over the tower shield that was nearly 1 person tall, and jumped behind the shield warrior. In this crowded environment, when they were stabbed down by the spears, the giant axe in their hands also chopped down the spear warriors behind them. The 2-headed ogre was among the crowd of heavy armored infantry warriors. He held a big stick and let out a war cry, striding towards the group of crypt warriors. Those magic patterns almost covered his upper body, and in an instant, his eyes turning blood red, like a madman, a huge ogre rose into the sky, and then merged with him. The big stick wielded by Gulidum can sweep away the crypt warriors in a circle. The fireballs in Nahwa's hand kept flying out like continuous fireballs, exploding in front of him. The aura of power under Serdak's feet could only provide a power increase for a very limited number of warriors on the battlefield. But just in the area where he was, the shield warriors firmly blocked the crypt warriors from outside. The shouts of killing are overwhelming. Chapter 1044 Battle 3. Even if he becomes a second-level powerhouse, in Suldak's eyes, given the absolute advantage in military strength, the role that a second-level powerhouse can play in the military formation is actually very limited. But the 2-headed ogre completely subverted Serdak's thoughts. He roared in the military formation, almost making all the shield warriors in the military formation tremble. And the soldiers then aroused strong fighting spirit. He raised the tower shield again, rushed forward a few steps, and held up the shield wall against the rushing crypt warriors. Gulidum stood in the enemy camp, carrying a big stick, and bravely charged from left to right, smashing a big hole in the crypt warriors' formation. Serdak also drew his broadsword and raised it high above his head. Behind him, the shadow of an archangel lit up. A beam of light fell on Serdak, and the angel's shadow completely ignited the entire battlefield. The big demon in H.L. is the mortal enemy of angels. The sudden appearance of an angel in the military formation simply attracted the attention of all the demons. These demons seemed to have lost their minds and rushed towards Serdak. Suldak also took the opportunity to rush to the front of the military formation. He resisted Eisenhard's dodge and formed a solid shield wall with countless shield warriors. He kept rushing forward. As he recited the rune language, the front of his body magic runes appeared, and the broadsword in his hand struck the crypt warrior, and bullets of holy light were immediately activated. The holy light has natural restraint against these H.Lish demons. The crypt warrior who was hit by the holy light bullet bodies exploded one after another. The first-turn warriors in the heavy armored infantry regiment also showed their power, one after another. Various phantoms appeared in the military formation for a while. These warriors burst out with amazing combat power, completely suppressing the attack of the underground warriors. Living, the heavy cavalry on both sides quickly broke through the Hell Dog army, turned around on the battlefield, and moved towards the back of the Hell Dog army formation. Behind the H.L. dogs are more than 2,000 demon servants. They stand at the end of the military formation and surround Basamil, the king of the H.L. dogs. The black magicians failed to match all the H.L. dogs with demon servants. But the demon servants in the military formation were also overwhelmingly dark. Hell dogs sign a demonic magic contract with ordinary humans, and humans become demon servants. They can share life with Hell dogs, and their strength is greatly enhanced. At the same time, Hell dogs' IQs will also increase, and they can understand human instructions. In the Hell Dog Legion, those Hell dogs with devil contracts have evolved into 2 heads, and they are completely the main force of the Legion. However, on the battlefield. These demon servants are also the heavy targets of the heavy cavalry regiment. After all, after killing the demon servants, those HL dogs cannot survive. Compared with the flexible HL dogs, those demon servants have little fighting power. Seeing thousands of heavy cavalry charging towards the rear army formation, the three-headed hell dog King Basamule, who was sitting at the rear, was completely panicked. And the three heads began to argue about how to deal with it. Two heads want the Hell Dog Legion to quickly come back for reinforcements, and the other head wants the demon servants to push up so that the Hell Dog Legion can break through the archer camp of the opponent's army in one fell swoop. However, following a fierce internal strife and biting, the two heads clearly gained the upper hand, and the lone head finally had to succumb. With each low roar, the entire battlefield underwent tremendous changes. The HL dogs, who were about to fight with the light cavalry, heard a series of low roars, stopped suddenly in front of the military formation, then turned around in a circle and ran towards the back of the military formation. Dust is flying on the battlefield. A group of HL dogs chased the heavy cavalry, and the light cavalry, which had already been in combat mode, also rushed up from behind the military formation and hid behind these HL dogs. The demon servants could not avoid the charge of the heavy cavalry, and could only throw out scorched fireballs. Although these black oil fireballs could stick to their bodies and burn, they did not have much power against the heavy cavalry covered in heavy armor. The heavy cavalry rushed into the camp of the demon servants with fireballs and wind blades. They didn't even need to use long-handled battle axes. These heavily armored horses knocked down a large area, and the demon servants who died under the horses' hooves did not know that there were any. How many? A three-headed HL dog is in the center of the military formation, surrounded by dozens of two-headed HL dogs. It's a pity that these heavy cavalry have blessed shields on their shields, which are almost immune to low-level magic. As long as they are within charging distance, these two-headed HL dogs can block a heavy cavalry. But the heavy cavalry that follows are the same, can chop off its head. The heavy cavalry regiment rushed forward in a swarm, and immediately smashed the Hell Dog's army into pieces. The three-headed HL dog was greedy, suspicious and cunning in nature. Seeing that there were not many guards around him, he did not dare to stay where he was. He turned around and ran north with a group of two-headed HL dogs. Seeing that their king had run away, the HL Dog Legion had no intention of fighting to the death. They all followed the footsteps of the three-headed HL Dog King and fled to the north. The heavy cavalry chased behind them. The three-headed HL Dog was extremely fast, and the horses could not catch up. The heavy cavalry turned around and charged towards the HL Dog army behind them. These HL dogs have lost their fighting spirit and don't want to fight back at all. They just run away blindly. The demon servants in the Hell Dog Legion became the first group to be strangled. The death of these demon servants caused almost all the two-headed Hell Dogs in the military formation to die. The remaining Hell Dogs were stopped by the heavy cavalry. The light cavalry caught up and immediately divided dozens of circular formations on the battlefield. The long-handled battle axe of the heavy cavalry killed the HL dogs in the encirclement one by one. Although the Crypt Legion had an absolute numerical advantage on the battlefield, they lost the protection of the Hellhound Legion on their flanks, and the entire legion immediately became a piece of scattered sand on the battlefield. The arrows were still falling like raindrops. These arrows were very lethal to ordinary cavemen. Oak barrels rolled and flew out, exploding in the caveman army formation. In the center of the military formation, Surdak and Gulidum led the heavy armored infantry regiment to block the attack of the Crypt warriors. Longbowmen and catapults harvested a large number of burrowers, but there were too many burrowers. Although the corpses of burrowers were all over the ground, there were still countless burrowers coming up from behind the battlefield. The Crypt Lord Dodgerns originally ordered a group of cavemen to dig countless holes in the center of the battlefield in an attempt to block the charge of the heavy cavalry. It is a pity that Dogons did not expect that the heavy cavalry of the Bena coalition did not appear in the middle of the military formation, but stayed on the left and right sides to face the Hell Dog Legion. Tens of thousands of heavy armored infantry soldiers fought out from the middle, and the cavemen dug out and trapped them. The horse pit was hardly used before the 7,000 underground warriors gathered together to engage in battle. They were baptized by a hail of arrows and barrels of explosives before the following demonic tide tactics could play their due role. The Hell Dog Legion had already been defeated by the heavy cavalry regiment of the Bena coalition. The chain reaction of the defeat of the Hellhound Legion caused the Crypt Legion to lose its protective barrier on its left and right flanks. When the Hellhounds were slaughtered like cabbage by the heavy cavalry, These heavy cavalry began to point their battle axes at the crypt human legion. The heavy cavalry immediately surrounded the battlefield and began to eat away at these cavemen. At this time, the crypt lord Dodgerns, who was being carried by a group of crypt warriors, finally couldn't help but curse Basimuller's eggless stupid dog. Not only did he lose his legion of H.L. dogs, but he actually got himself into a trap again. The crypt lord commanded the crypt legion to retreat north. Basimuller, the king of hell dogs, retreated easily not only because they ran fast, but also because there was an army of cavemen on the battlefield to support them from the front. But now it is not that easy for the caveman army to evacuate the main battlefield. They cannot outrun the heavy cavalry, nor can they escape the heavy armored infantry soldiers behind them, and cannot completely evacuate from the battlefield. Seeing that the caveman army also wanted to escape, Cerdak was not willing to let them leave. Archmage Morrison went to the north with swordsman Quintus and swordsman Chester, while Archmage Harper stayed on the main battlefield here with 30 magicians. Now with Suldak's order, a group of magicians flew out of the city on magic harpoons. They carried magic shields on their bodies, and held the magic scrolls of the Wall of Fire in their hands, and rushed directly to the rear of the caveman army. The fire wall scrolls were dropped on the battlefield one after another, and before the cavemen could counterattack, the magicians flew into the air. Walls of fire crisscrossed and burned, blocking the caveman army's retreat. The two-headed ogre, wearing a suit of ice armor, rushed into the caveman army first. He only had eyes for the cave lord lying on the stone slab. The crypt lord Dodgerns also discovered the two-headed ogre charging in. He wanted to drag his fat body to stand up from the boulder slab, but unfortunately his legs could not support his body, and he lay weakly on the ground. On the boulder slab, demonic lines lit up on the body of the crypt lord, and his entire body formed a huge magical pattern as he spit out magic spells from his thick lips. The ground beneath him was shaking violently. The two-headed ogre that rushed up suddenly felt a heart palpitation, and he jumped forward suddenly. The moment he jumped up, more than a dozen stalagmites emerged from the stone ground under his feet. These stalagmites scratched out against the ogre's calves, scaring the ogre into a cold sweat. Before the ogre could fall from the air, a cluster of stalagmites grew out again and stabbed Guillidom's ice armor. The ice armor cracked, and a faint scratch appeared on the ogre's thick thigh. The two-headed ogre Guillidom had already chased to the huge stone slab, knocked away the two cave warriors in front of him, and was about to jump onto the stone slab. A light arrow shot out from behind, and from the forehead of the crypt lord Dognes, a lightning beam fell from the sky in an instant. The light arrows spread outwards with countless arcs, and the caveman who was hit by the arc let out a sharp scream. The crypt lord was struck by lightning and was scorched all over. His body was trembling and still in a state of paralysis. Guilidom stepped on the stone slab and hit the crypt lord's forehead with the big stick in his hand. Suddenly the stone slab shattered, and the crypt lord looked like a pile of rotten meat fell to the ground, and was trampled under the feet of the two-headed ogre. Chapter 1045. Falling in love with his skin. As the Roshan-like body of Dogan's crypt lord fell onto the shattered boulder slab, it was unknown how many crypt warriors were crushed underneath. What collapsed was not only the huge stone slab, but also the confidence of hundreds of thousands of cavemen to win. Although the cavemen could not see, they were very sensitive to their surroundings. The moment the cave lord fell to the ground, the news spread suddenly. Got out. You don't even need to see it with your own eyes for all the cavemen to start running north. After the archers fired a round of arrows, they put away their long bows and did not shoot another arrow. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment only surrounded the cavemen, who had no time to escape. They kept tightening the shield wall and used their spears to take away the lives of the cavemen. The heavy cavalry regiment even returned directly from the battlefield to the rear of the city gate, because after half a day of charging, even these green scale horses with excellent physical strength had reached their limit, and they had to take off their heavy armor when they came to the rear, then scrape off the sweat from these sweating horses, rest for a while, and then drink water and feed them. The army that is rushing out to hunt these cavemen is composed of 5,000 light cavalry in the legion. Each of them holds an alloy bow, and also wears light armor, and swords and shields. However, the armor and weapons have strict weight restrictions. Each knight the body is also very well proportioned, so that the ancient bow light horse can run. Light cavalry are also called horse archers by the legions, but they also have certain melee capabilities. It is most suitable for these light cavalry to chase these cavemen. Although their horses are not good at charging, they can run very fast and have good endurance. The important thing is that these light cavalry have been conserving their strength behind the military formation, just to wait until they win a complete victory and send them to pursue them. Tens of thousands of caveman corpses fell on the entire battlefield. And the battlefield turned into scorched earth. And large areas of the land were stained with purple blood. Start cleaning the battlefield. The battlefield of the H.L. dogs is full of headless dog corpses. The battlefield of the cavemen is much simpler. These cavemen have nothing of value, including the heads of the cave warriors. They cannot be used as sacrifices. They were worried that there were cavemen who had faked their death among these caveman corpses. And the soldiers did not have time to examine them one by one. Just pile all the corpses together and burn them. Only by burning can they be completely solved. Carloads of heads of H.L. were transported back to Makuso City. Naturally, these were sent to the field hospital in the inner courtyard of the city hall. As for the Crypt Lord, he became the trophy of the two-headed ogre Guladam. The mountain-like Doggins was carried on the carriage. Although Samira's arrow pierced his skull, and he was struck by lightning, the two-headed ogre's body was scorched. And the two-headed ogre almost smashed all the joints in Dogan's body with a stick. But the Crypt Lord was still dying with his last breath. He did not die immediately. Not only did he not die, he also used his own strong recovery power to repair his body bit by bit. He was lying on the carriage like a pile of rotten meat. But the energy and blood in his body were still running on their own. Soldek rushed back from the battlefield to the field hospital in the city hall, preparing to rescue the seriously injured in this battle. The heads of the H.L. dogs were already piled outside the marching tent. But before that, Serdek still felt that Guladam's trophy should be dealt with. After all, a Crypt Lord is at least equivalent to a level 4 monster. And the materials on his body must be very valuable, especially the high-grade leather. Although the color and pattern resemble disgusting crocodile skin, the leather armor produced will definitely be very good. Serdek is a skilled skinner, and he can also see the magic patterns of life contained on the magic skin. When Guladam lifted Dogans, who was like a pile of rotten meat, from the carriage and threw him heavily in the inner courtyard of the city hall, Serdek also blessed himself with the Eye of Truth, and treated his body after some inspection. He said to the two-headed ogre with a surprised look on his face, "Is he still alive?" Guladam was also a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that after being shot by Samira with an arrow and smashed into a piece of rotten flesh by himself, this Crypt Lord was still tenaciously alive. "How about I give him another blow? Let him die completely, and then we skin him?" Guladam said angrily. He didn't want to eat the ooze like dog gans. He wanted to exchange the loot for a salamander head. It was the most delicious meat the ogre had ever eaten. It tasted a bit like chicken, but better than chicken. A little tender. The ogre is definitely a man of action, and will do whatever he says. He grabbed the completely collapsed dog urns with one hand, and was about to hit him on the head again with the big stick in his hand. Dogans, who pretended to be a pile of rotten meat, immediately opened his eyes, and spoke a string of devilish words to Guladam. No one understands it. Aphrodite rarely speaks demonic language. Serdek signaled Guladam to wait, turned around and walked into the marching tent. After a while, Guladam dragged the Crypt Lord, who was like a rotten flesh, into the tent. Aphrodite sat on Serdek from the bed, where he usually treated patients. Katsura stared at the Crypt Lord with disdain. "Just because of this guy, you disturbed my nap?" Aphrodite yawned and asked Serdek. "He seems to have something to say." Serdek looked at Dogans and said to Aphrodite. Dogans looked at Aphrodite in shock and spoke a series of devilish words to her quickly. Aphrodite didn't even look at him and responded casually. The Crypt Lord collapsed into a pile of rotten flesh again. "What did he say?" Serdek quickly approached Aphrodite and asked. "He said his name is Dognes. He is the lord of the cave people, and he wants to redeem his life." Aphrodite replied lazily. "That's great, but you responded without asking me. Then how did you tell him?" Serdek asked curiously. Aphrodite glanced at Serdek speechlessly and responded. "Of course I am telling the truth. I said you are interested in his skin." Serdek suddenly found that he had nothing to say. Indeed, this Crypt Lord has a very good earth-based life magic pattern, and its aura is very powerful, far better than other life magic patterns that Serdek has seen. And he revealed that there is a very large magic core inside, which is likely to produce high-grade magic crystals. So Serdek was not prepared to treat him as a prisoner. When Guladam heard what Aphrodite said, he didn't hesitate anymore and hit the Crypt Lord on the head again. Serdek saw that the inner courtyard was already lined with wounded soldiers waiting for treatment. Sia and the water magician had already prepared the seriously injured soldiers waiting for treatment in front of them, just waiting to be carried into the tent for treatment. He quickly used the Eye of Truth to peel off a whole piece of leather from the Crypt Lord Dognes and put it into the demon sealing box. Sure enough, he found a coconut-sized demon core inside his skull. Gulaitum finally got his wish, and got a piece of fresh salamander ribs. He happily prepared to light a fire in the square opposite the city hall, and grill and eat the steak. Before leaving, he did not forget to drag away the pile of rotten meat left by Dogons. Surdak began to carry out a series of treatments for the wounded soldiers. Since there were so many H.L. dog heads harvested this time, his method became simple and crude. And the blessing of God from the blessed body was blessed on the wounded soldiers. As long as the injury is not too serious, and the wound is sutured correctly, he will basically not die. The water magician who was treating the injured with Thea quietly said to Thea, I have seen a high-status high priest in the temple treat the believers of the Statue of Liberty before. But it seems that there is no Lord Surdak. So efficient. Thea pursed her lips and whispered, maybe he is also a battle priest in a certain temple. You probably have never seen him fighting. There is an angel behind him to protect him. The water magician widened his eyes, and said in an exaggerated tone, I heard that he also met a red dragon. When Sia heard this, she pouted her lips and suddenly thought a little gloomily, is that why I don't like Naga? Chapter 1046 Northern Expedition. I'm afraid it's hard to describe the Makuso city in front of you just by using the word rundown. It is more like a ruin with only 4 complete walls. Although some buildings are still intact, the entire city suddenly has no residents. The silence on the street makes it look like a forgotten corner. Scattered cavemen and H.Lounds can still be seen outside the city. But their army has withdrawn further north. Chased by a group of light cavalry, the Cerberus Legion crossed the North Pass of Makusuo. According to the regional map of the Ganbu Plain, the demon army had left Makusuo. The demon army not only destroyed the entire north of the Ganbu Plain, but also destroyed the central city of Ganbu Plain, Makusuo, although it is still in human hands. Soldak felt that he was so tired that he could hardly stand upright. He walked out of the marching tent and stood on the steps at the door of the city hall. A group of cavalrymen walking out of the city hall saw Surdak resting against the statue of the swordsman. They all stopped and saluted, and then left quickly. Even their voices became much softer. In fact, Surdak was quite annoyed by the etiquette in the army. When subordinates saw their superiors, they had to salute, and Surdak had to return the salute. Otherwise, he would be regarded by the soldiers as an arrogant and rude commander. But he was too lazy to lift his heavy arms now. He just wanted to find a quiet place to rest for a while. In the square garden across the street, a huge figure was sitting on the ground with his back to the direction of the city hall. There was a bonfire in front of him. The fire would seem to come from the doors and windows of a certain house. There was a large piece of barbecue leaning on the bonfire. The smell. Well, lately there is a smell of barbecue everywhere in the city, and Surdak feels a little nauseous. Originally, he wanted to walk over and have a casual chat with the two-headed ogre Gulaitum. But now he changed his mind. A white hand stretched out from the side, holding a red apple in its palm. Surdak turned around and found Samira standing aside wearing the Devil's Fong magic pattern structure. Her leather armor collar was slightly open, and her fair skin was exposed from the collar, which was dazzlingly white. I remember that when I saw Samira in Wazimra City, she was wearing old leather armor, and her right arm was covered with bandages. Her skin was an extremely healthy wheat color, and the lines of her arms had clear muscle texture. But now she is like a white butterfly emerging from the cocoon. After 2 transformations, even her skin has become white, and has an ivory luster. Those light red eyes. The center pupil is more pure red, and the water chestnut-like lips have a hint of rebellion. Soldak took the apple and took a big bite. The sweet and sour juice immediately filled his taste buds. Like a nimble leopard, Samira rushed to the square stone platform of the statue. She held her hands on the statue's thick stone legs and looked toward the northeast. Will they come back again? Samira asked quietly. She was talking about those demons from H.L. I don't know, but we will fight until they are driven out of the dry cloth. Soldak stretched his arms. A H.L. dog sprang out from an alley not far away, followed by several warriors from the adventure group. They seemed a little angry, but they couldn't outrun the H.L. dog. Samira stood on the stone platform, fully drew her bow, and 2 fine steel arrows flew out. The H.L. dog obviously saw the 2 feathered arrows, but at the moment it saw it, it had already jumped forward, its body in midair, as if it was actively hitting the arrows. A feather arrow passed through the H.L. dog's eye socket, and another arrow passed through its abdomen, nailing it firmly to the street. The warriors from the adventure group rushed over panting. The 4 of them lifted the corpse of the H.L. dog and pointed toward Samira. Samira waved her hand, indicating that they could carry it away. An adventure group soldier pulled out the 2 arrows, wiped off the sticky purple blood on them with a rag, and brought them over himself. Don't you really want to take a piece of that H.L. dog? After all, it was your arrow that killed it. The adventure group soldier asked Samira. Samira took the arrow and waved her hand. Thank you for your help. The adventure group soldiers thanked Samira before turning and leaving. Now in this city, apart from the Bena coalition, there are only some adventure groups and mercenary groups left. They spend the whole day hunting cavemen and H.L. dogs in the city. The cavemen themselves are not valuable, but they are very valuable. They are easy to hunt. You can make a small fortune by meeting the crypt warriors occasionally. Only these H.L. dogs are worth some money. If you want to capture the H.L. dogs, in addition to using your brains, you also need a little bit of intelligence. It takes skill. Samira looked at the adventure group carrying the corpse of the H.L. dog and happily leaving along the deserted long street, and asked, Once the army leaves, what will happen to Makusuo? Serdek had already eaten up the apple, threw the core under the steps, then rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, and then said, You don't need anything in Makusuo City. You just need to guard the portal here. This won't be too difficult. And the news that H.L. dogs can be hunted in Makusuo City has probably already reached Beta City. Go. It won't be long before this place will be filled with adventure groups and mercenary groups. After all, compared to other low-level monsters, H.L. dogs are easier to hunt. Samira was a little stunned, and then asked, No wonder you want to move all the residents of the city to Rit City. When will we set off? Serdek said calmly. I'm waiting for the logistic supplies from Rit City. After hearing Serdek talk about supplies, there are now nearly 50,000 Bena coalition troops stationed in Makusuo City, plus Serdek's 25,000-strong heavy armored infantry regiment and the city defense of Makusuo City. There are currently nearly 90,000 troops stationed in the city, and the military expenditures consumed every day are astronomical. But now the whole city was destroyed, and the heads of all the H.L. dogs were used to feed the injured soldiers. Samira then said, We don't seem to be making much money from this war. So many people died, and all we got back was such a large piece of ruins. If we go to the north, you still have to convince the commanders of the Lord armies in the coalition to at least let them see some benefits. In the north, we have a lot of unclaimed land, Serdek said. Only the northern lands? Samira asked. Serdek said matter-of-factly. Of course, except for the southeastern corner. 1/3 of the land in the south belongs to me, and the remaining 2/3 and half belong to the Green Empire, and the other half belongs to the Bena province. Seeing Serdek's proud look, Samira said with disdain, The land here is worthless, and there are no minerals, no magic potions, and no magical beasts. Who would want to come here? Serdek said with determination. Believe me, as long as it is land, it will become more and more valuable. The dark clouds in the sky have retreated to the north, and occasionally some low-level demons can be seen fleeing northward in despair in the fields outside the city. The hunters are still only willing to hunt the cavemen who hide in the sewers in this area of the city every day. As more and more adventure groups enter Makusuo City through the portal, some groups are finally willing to go outside the city to pick them up. Rubbish. The ruins of the slums outside the city not only hide some cavemen and H.L. dogs, but occasionally a few silver coins can be dug out of the ruins. Serdek stationed 2 heavy armored infantry regiments in the square outside the portal. Sure enough, as Serdek expected, the commanders of the Bena coalition armies were not opposed to the northern expedition. They even wanted to conquer the small towns in the north occupied by the H.L. demons in separate areas. Perhaps it was the great battle outside Makusuo that gave them full confidence. The day after the logistic supplies shipped from the Bena province arrived in Makusuo, the Bena coalition couldn't wait to embark on the northern expedition. The light cavalry explored the way in front, followed by the heavy cavalry regiment, and finally the heavy armored infantry regiment, the archer regiment, and the logistics department's baggage regiment. Along the way, various noble emblems and flags flutter in the wind. Serdek discovered one thing during this plain war. The noble lords of Bena province did not actually have no troops in their hands. They just did not want to lose the war. Every failure meant losing a lot of money. Some declining families cannot afford to lose. So this also caused Duke Newman to have difficulty in the Warsaw Plain. After all, in the Warsaw Plain, except for the Bena army, the other lord armies had no intention of fighting. What they were thinking about was when they could leave this ghost place. In comparison, although the Ganbu Plain is not rich, What they have to face here is the MacDonald family, which is at the end of its rope. Although demons appear on the plain, they are also low-level demons. These demons are in the cavalry. It can be said that he has no fighting power in front of him. Regarding this northern expedition, Soldak was much more cautious. At least the 1st Legion of Lord MacDonald's army returned from a disastrous defeat in the north. Although Soldak didn't understand what they encountered, he still recognized the combat effectiveness of Lord MacDonald's army, perhaps relying on the morale gained from the battle north of Makuso City. The coalition forces pushed almost all the way north. On the first day of the expedition, the light cavalry built their camp at the foot of the westernmost mountain of the Gamanapia Mountains, 200 miles away from Makuso City. Less than 20 kilometers to the west is the town of Avaru. The town is the nearest and largest town in the north of Makuso, with a population of 150,000. Originally there was a gold sand vein along the river, but the land here belonged to the MacDonald family's territory. The gold diggers here had to sign a lease agreement with the MacDonald family. However, after the gold sand in the Jeanshaw River was panned out, this place the town gradually declined. According to the news delivered by the Mage Group, the Hell Legion has completely occupied this town. Moreover, the vanguard of the Bena coalition arrived at Gamanapia Mountain, and the low-level demons in the town there showed no signs of evacuating. Chapter 1047, Divide the Cake. When Surdak led the heavy armored infantry regiment to reach Gamanapia Mountain, the leading troops had already built a large temporary camp at the foot of the mountain. This mountain range almost ran across the northern and eastern part of the Ganbu Plain area. If you want to get to Makuso City from the north, you have to go around the west side of Gamanapia Mountain, unless you choose to climb over the densely forested mountains. By detouring from here, Avaru Town and Tongaro Town are the only places that lead to Makuso Town. A tall marching tent was built in the military camp. Surdak walked into the tent and discovered that there were 8 magic chandeliers hanging inside. The tent was crowded with commanders of 13 Lord Legions. Noisy voices came from Surdak. The moment Dak opened the curtain, a buzz rushed into Soldak's head. It felt like the fat cook and the stingy merchant were quarreling and scolding each other in order to save a copper coin by buying a cabbage in the market. When Surdak opened the curtain and walked in, everyone's eyes were focused on Surdak. The marching tent suddenly became quiet for 3 seconds, and then the commanders were like a group of smelly flies. Hula, surround them all at once. Surdak, Samira, and Sia almost squeezed out of the military tent. Surdak quickly stretched out his hand to stop the commanders who were coming up, and asked with a surprised look on his face, "Commanders, who can tell me what happened?" At this time, the commander of the Collins Corps closest to Surdak first said to Surdak, "Commander Surdak, Collins Corps is willing to regain the town of Avaru." Surdak was familiar with the commander of Collins's legion, mainly because they both knew Lord Trollope. A tall commander at the back immediately put his hand on Commander Collins' shoulder and shouted loudly, "The Collins family's heavy cavalry and light cavalry took advantage in the last battle. In any case, this time we should give the door to the enemy." One chance for the Germans. The sound almost penetrated the roof of the marching tent. The commander of the Collins Corps looked contemptuously at the commander of the Men Corps. Avaru Town is a big town, and there will definitely not be too few H.L. demons stationed in it. I have no intention of discriminating against the Men Legion. I just want to remind everyone that it is not an easy bone to chew. The commander of the Men Corps obviously lacked confidence and was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Later, Commander Collins said, "Compared to the town of Avaru, I think the town of Tongaro, 50 kilometers to the north, is relatively easier." The young commander of Owen's army came up behind him, put his arm around the shoulders of the commander of Men's army, and said to Soldak, "This time, the Men army will join forces with the Owen army of Constantinople. I think with the strength of our 2 armies, we should have a chance to capture the town of Avaru." Only then did Surdak realize that these legion commanders wanted to grab the meat and bones from the plate from now on. He pushed aside the commanders who were standing in front of him and walked to the wall with a map inside the march tent. After taking these few steps to calm down, he turned around and said to the commanders in the march tent, "Tomorrow morning at the latest, the light cavalry who went to conduct reconnaissance there will come back. By then, we will know the specific situation in Avaru Town and how many demon troops there are. I hope you want to focus on attacking Avaru Town. Commanders must have specific combat plans." Surdak looked around and paused. After the commanders who were whispering "shut up," he said again, "We will not decide which legion will capture Avaru Town tonight. If there is any other legion that wants to go to Avaru Town, you might as well tell them. Of course, You can also consider it one more night. Hearing what Cerdak said, the commanders of each lord's army began to whisper again. Cerdak stopped again, and waited until the surrounding voices subsided before saying again, "Let's take a look at the specific situation over there tomorrow morning. Although I am the commander of the war in the Ganbu Plain, I am willing to listen to your opinions. If everyone has the same idea and wants to focus on attacking Avaru town, then let's Lady Luck decide who goes to Avaru." The commanders of the Lord's armies did not expect Cerdak to make such a decision, but they finally calmed down the chaos for the time being. Then the commanders of the Lord army left the marching tent in 2s and 3s and began to prepare to unite some powerful allies to win the main attack power of Avaru town. Mage Harper sat in the corner and waited for the commanders to leave before complaining to Cerdak with a smile. "What you're doing is quite simple. Aren't you afraid that the legions attacking Avaru town will be eaten up by the HL demons over there?" Soldak shook his head and said, "They are all low-level demons after all. No matter how bad the fight is, I believe they will be able to escape without any problems." Cerdak faced the map, pointed at several intersections on the map, and explained to Archmage Harper, "In addition, when they attack Avaru town, I will ask other coalition armies to intercept them around Avaru town. Some troops can be deployed here." Archmage Harper became more energetic and said, "Would other legion commanders be willing to make wedding dresses for others like this?" Cerdak ended with a smile. "Of course. When the legions participating in the Battle of Avaru town encounter other towns, they will not have priority. When they meet other towns again, they will have to do the same thing and help other Lord legions to regain these towns." Small town. Cerdak scratched his forehead and said to Archmage Harper, "I hope that the northern land can be drawn out fairly and justly this time. Of course, this cake cannot be divided equally among all the participants. Those who are capable, courageous, and lucky will certainly get more. On the contrary, those who are unwilling to contribute and only want to wave the flag and shout can only drink some soup." Archmage Harper laughed and praised, "It seems like it would be fun to divide the cake like this." The next morning, according to the information brought back by the light cavalry scouts who came back from Avaru town overnight, there were at least more than 100,000 low-level demons entrenched in Avaru town. The commanders of the Lord army stood in the camp and looked at each other. Had to reconsider his customized plan to attack Avaru town last night. Cerdak introduced the coalition's next plan to attack each small town in the marching tent, and received unanimous approval from the commanders of the Lord's armies. Subsequently, Colin's corps took the main attack on the town of Avaru. There are also 7 Lord armies responsible for blocking other intersections in the town to prevent these low-level demons from escaping to other places. And Soldak led the remaining Bena coalition forces to continue towards the town of Tongaro, 50 kilometers away to the north. Chapter 1048 Life Magic Pattern Fireball. 50 kilometers north of Gamanapia Mountain Camp. The town of Tongaro is located at the pass of Mount Myra, at the pass in the southwest corner of the Sayadaman Plateau. Continuing north from this town, you will enter Roman, the first plateau in the Ganbu Plain. The Ganbu Plain is lower in the south and higher in the north. The washboard-shaped terrain can actually be said to be a huge gentle slope that stretches for about 5,000 kilometers. The higher the terrain goes to the north, the Bena Coalition Army crossed the Makusuo North Pass. In fact, this feeling is very obvious. Therefore, Tongaro town is a pass into the northeastern plateau of the Ganbu Plain. Although this town has less than 50,000 permanent residents, the Lord Army stationed at the northern pass of the town is a reorganized infantry battalion. Unfortunately, Tongaro town it was also occupied by the low-level demon army of the Flame Legion. After determining that the Collins army would focus on attacking the town of Avaru, Soldak led the heavy armored infantry army and other Lord Army armies to the foot of Myra Mountain. Myra Mountain is a typical terracotta mountain range, although the rocks here contain iron elements, which causes the entire mountain to be red in color. It is only a poor iron ore. It is said that 5 lords once opened mines here, but all ended in failure. The Sai Roman Plateau has the largest grassland in the Ganbu Plain. All pastoral areas here belong to the territory of the MacDonald family, and the MacDonald cavalry basically came out of the Sai Roman Plateau. The lords of the Bena Alliance army have focused their attention on this plateau. Nowadays, plain wars occur frequently. The lords' private armies have a great demand for war horses. The average war horses on the market have now reached 20 gold coins each. Even so, there are still many war horses. Demand often exceeds supply. Therefore, being able to own a pasture is also a recent trend for noble lords to purchase territory. Serdek was worried that the army of hell demons was ambushing in the pass north of Tondalo town. So Archmage Harper personally flew 3 times around Tondalo town on a magic harpoon, but did not find a large number of low-level demons. Serdek then stationed the Bena coalition forces at a lake at the foot of Myra Mountain. This time, it was the Men Corps who was the first to step forward. The commander of the Men Corps, who looked like a black bear, once again pulled the commander of the Owen Corps, and the two of them joined forces to seize the main attack power in Tongaro town. However, this is a pass halfway up the mountain, and the army cannot cross Mount Myra in advance to block the retreat of these low-level demons. Serdek didn't understand what the two lord armies, which only had light cavalry regiments and heavy cavalry regiments, could do to capture a mountain city built halfway up a mountain. However, seeing the confident looks of the two of them, Serdek felt that maybe they had some good means to defeat the enemy. According to the combat deployment, the other lord armies of the Legion need to wait quietly at the foot of Myra Mountain. Once the town of Tondalo is captured, the other lord armies will send troops to surround the pass behind Tondalo. When all the commanders left, the two commanders of Owen's army and Min's army stayed very honestly. Serdek looked at the map on the table, raised his head, and smiled at Commander Owen's legion and asked, "Have you thought about how to attack Tongaro town? Your two legions join forces to attack Tongaro town. You have a certain strength advantage." The young commander of Owen's legion smiled and said to Soldek, "Well, Commander Serdek, you also know that both of our legions only have cavalry, so I hope to get your help in capturing Tongaro town this time." Serdek did not expect that these two commanders would actually have their own ideas, and asked with some surprise, "Do you need me to do something for you?" Although the commander of the Owen army has not met Soldek before, Lady Annabella and Amon Owen of the Owen family of Constantinople all have some friendship with Soldek. This commander is also a member of the Owen family. That's why I asked Serdek for help. "Can you lend us that ogre warrior and lend us 1,000 archers?" The young commander of Owen's legion asked cautiously. Serdek touched his nose and smiled at the commander of Owen's legion and said, "It seems that you have already thought about it. You can negotiate with Gulaitum on your own, but you will probably have to pay a price. We can pay a certain amount of commission." The commander of the Men Corps said immediately. Soldek shook his head and said, "Gulaitum prefers delicious food to gold coins." Then he said, "As for the archer regiment, it is not impossible to lend it to you. But if the archer regiment's battle losses exceed 10% in Tongaro town, the archer regiment will withdraw from the battlefield immediately. Besides, you will pay for the archer regiment's battle damage subsidy this time. However, the commission is against the rules. In exchange for benefits, can Constantinople provide a batch of fire-scale bullets?" The young commander said very decisively, "No problem. We did bring a batch of fire-scale bombs to participate in the plain war this time. So happy to cooperate." Soldek stretched out his hand, and the three fists bumped together. The army that mainly attacks Tondalo town. When the territory is divided in the future, the Owen family and the Men family can occupy a large area of territory around Tondalo town, just like the Collins army captured the town of Avaru. When the northern territory is distributed in the future, the territory near Avaru town is destined to belong to the Collins family. In fact, this is the default territorial allocation method for coalition operations. Serdek didn't know how the two commanders of Owen's army and Min's army moved Gulaitum, but during the siege, he saw Gulaitum standing in the heavy cavalry camp holding a big stick. Samira also stood behind the heavy cavalry phalanx with 1,000 archers. The town of Tongaro on the mountainside does not look very big, and there are no walls. Heavy cavalry can enter the town from all directions. This town is occupied by a group of H.L. dogs. For the heavy cavalry, the H.L. dogs are not too difficult to deal with. Besides, they also spent a lot of money to hire a group of archers and a second-level warrior who is good at charging. Gulaitum was mixed with the heavy cavalry team. As a rain of arrows covered the heavy cavalry rushed into the town along the mountain road. Gulaitum, covered in ice armor, also rushed in confusedly. The archer regiment followed the heavy cavalry into the town and rushed up along the central main street. The heavy cavalry resisted the attack of H.L. dogs, escorted the archer group to the northernmost part of the town, and helped the archer group quickly occupy the roof of the highest building in the town. The archer suppressed the group with arrow rain from high up. Hellhounds. It took almost half a day to successfully eliminate more than half of the hellhounds in Tondalo town. There were almost no cavemen in this mountain pass. In the second half of the battle, a group of H.L. dogs holding fireballs actually appeared from the H.L. dog group. These Gog and a pack of two-headed Lounds climbed onto the roofs of buildings to blast the archers high up with fireballs. However, these Gog were killed one by Samira, who was hiding in the archer group with a sky strike bow. Ghulitum even rushed over with fireballs and wind blades to kill the corpses of the flaming Gog that Samira had shot. Carry it back. Owen's army and Min's army used heavy cavalry to fight a street battle in a small town. Although these heavy cavalry were a little uncomfortable, fortunately they prepared an archer group in advance and rushed to the commanding heights of the town as soon as possible. The Dog Legion formed a suppression and blocked their retreat. The battle was planned so carefully that by the next morning both armies retook the town of Tongaro. However, for Surdak, the biggest gain from the attack on Tondalo town was the dozen Gog shot by Samira. Surdak found 2 fire-type life magic patterns on these Gog. When Surdak was skinning in the marching tent, Archmage Harper happened to notice him. Originally, he just wanted to see Gog, the fire resistance of leather. But then he discovered the difference between the two leathers. For a long time, many magicians have been trying to find the origin of their magic from Warcraft, which is the magic pattern of life. But for magicians, the magic pattern of life is something that can only be encountered but cannot be obtained. This time, Archmage Harper actually discovered 2 of them at the same time. Chapter 1049 Life Magic Pattern Fireball 2. To Soldak, the marching tent of the Bena Coalition army was like a temporary field hospital. Before the war begins, the commanders of the various lords' legions can still hold strategic meetings here. However, once the war begins, this place will become a field hospital where outsiders cannot be disturbed. In order to avoid sudden attacks by low-level demons in the town, Surdak did not move into the town after it was captured. A row of tents set up next to the marching tent is a rest area for wounded soldiers. Surdak took Sia on a tour of the wounded soldiers' tent and walked into the marching tent. The magic chandelier on the roof was gently swaying, and 11 light brown songs were hung in the corner of the tent. Leather. Each piece of leather is stretched tightly on the wooden frame. The unripe leather becomes hard, and the outer surface has a layer of fine and dense velvet, glowing with a light luster. Picking up a towel from the shelf and wiping his face, Surdak walked over to Archmage Harper. Archmage Harper was hunched over, looking at a piece of Gog fur with some excitement. His fingers were slender, and his nails were neatly trimmed. He was stroking the fur in the wooden frame, and it looked like he was touching the fur in the wooden frame. Feeling the smooth and delicate touch of the fur, Surdak could tell at a glance that his fingers were slowly moving along the magic lines of life hidden under the leather, just like an artist touching a delicate handicraft. He is feeling the mysterious magic circle contained in the magic pattern. The magic pattern of life is a magic pattern that cannot be reproduced in nature. Many magicians are exploring the magical origin of the magic pattern of life, but there are very few magicians who can make achievements in this aspect. Surdak knew that Archmage Harper saw these 2 life magic patterns and did not disturb him. It's a pity that these 2 life magic patterns are a fire attribute. Sia glanced at them with some regret, feeling a little regretful in her heart. Although these 2 life magic patterns are not suitable for her, this does not prevent her from being interested in these 2 life magic patterns. Understanding of magic patterns. Although these 2 life magic patterns are only the lowest level fireball spells, this cannot conceal the value of the 2 life magic patterns themselves. These 2 life magic patterns are enhanced versions of the low-level fireball technique. They not only greatly speed up the casting speed, but also reduce the cooling time of magic skills. To put it simply, if the ordinary fireball technique is compared to a revolver, then the life magic pattern peeled off Gog's body is a Maxim machine gun. But Gog is limited by the source of its own magic power and cannot embody it at all. The power of this life magic pattern. At this time, the female water magician, who was performing restorative treatment on the injured barracks with hydrotherapy, walked into the marching tent. Seeing Archmage Harper carefully observing the magic pattern of life, she quickly walked over to say, "Lo, Teacher Harper, do you also think the life magic pattern on this magic leather is mysterious?" The water magician's words contained a sense of pride in being recognized by the strong. Archmage Harper raised his head in surprise, and immediately said, "So you all know." In his heart, he took a deep breath to hide his inner embarrassment, and said casually, "It is indeed a very good fire-type life magic pattern. I didn't expect it to be peeled off in such a timely manner. If the skin was peeled off normally, starting from the neck circumcision and then the chest opening, the magic pattern would be divided into 2. And it's actually so well preserved. Commander Surdak is indeed a master of skinning with superb skills." The female water magician agreed. "And the luck is so good. Who would have thought that he could seize the short moment before the magic pattern of life dissipates? Keep it. After all, this kind of magic pattern is hidden. Originally, Archmage Harper imagined that everyone was ignorant, and that he could still pick up the slack. Now it seems that. He stood up straight, placed one hand on the wooden frame, and asked with a smile, "Commander Serdek, are you willing to sell these 2 pieces of magic leather?" Serdek was looking at the canyon to the north of Tongaro town. Currently, the leading troops of the coalition forces were stationed at the entrance of the canyon. When the mage reconnaissance team completed the investigation over the canyon, the coalition forces would enter Saruman through this canyon. Now the Min army and the Owen army are still cleaning up the low-level demons around Tongaro town. Serdek raised his head and said to Archmage Harper very readily, "Of course. If you need it." Archmage Harper felt that although he had a high regard for the young commander in front of him, he might still lack some real understanding of him. "What about you? Do you need me to pay for magic crystals, gold coins, or other rare magic metals, magic potions, high-level magic scrolls, or enchanted weapons?" Archmage Harper asked casually. Serdek thought for a moment and said, "If you are good at inscriptions, can you help me repair a batch of primary magic pattern structures?" Hearing that Serdek was talking about a batch, Archmage Harper asked seriously, "How many are there in a batch?" "100 sets," said Serdek. "2 magic patterns," Serdek added. Archmage Harper stretched out a hand to Suldek and said, "Deal. But repairing the magic pattern structure cannot be completed overnight. The war in the Ganbu Plain is over. You bring the magic pattern structure to Benes City. The Magic Guild is looking for me, and I will try my best to prepare the schedule." Serdek took Archmage Harper's hand and responded, "Okay, Archmage Harper." The ogre did not participate in the subsequent cleaning work in Tongaro town. He had more important things to do. He ran back to the camp and lit a bonfire, and then strung 2 skinned dog on wooden sticks. Just stand next to the fire and start grilling seriously. It's a pity that Gog is not very afraid of fire. The flesh on his body is not like that of a salamander. After death, he loses resistance to flames and can cook delicious barbecue. These 2 Gogs were a little undercooked, but they were still placed on the ogre's table. Gillidan's teeth have always been well protected, and when chewing Gog's leg bones, the crunching sound was like chewing brittle bones. Gulidam and Nalhwar each had one, sitting outside the marching tent and eating with gusto. These 2 Gog were the unique delicacies promised to the 2-headed ogre by the Min army and the Owen army, and they also came with a small plate of unique sauce from Constantinople, which made Gulidam very satisfied. It's been a long time since he's eaten meat that's only medium cooked, and it feels pretty good. Archmage Harper's temporary residence is in a not-so-seriously damaged residence on the edge of Tondalo town. There is plenty of light in the living room, and there are many bottles and jars on the magic experimental table. A magic crucible is next to the test table, and the magic solution in it is constantly bubbling. He carefully cut a life magic pattern to the size of a book page, and used a curing potion to make the page tougher. Then he bound the enhanced fireball technique life magic pattern page into a thick magic book. Generally speaking, the regular weapons of magicians are wands and magic secret swords. Some people also like magic daggers and devil's horns. However, there is also a school of magicians in the magic world who like to hold a magic book, which is similar to compound magic. Real. The magicians draw the magic pattern array on the magic parchment and usually carry the magic book with them. When fighting, just tear out the pages you need. The method of use is actually similar to that of a magic scroll, but the pages produced from this special leather with the magic pattern of life are no longer disposable magic items. It can even be turned into a book with a single page on top. It's just that Archmage Harper is used to binding it in his favorite book. There are a total of 33 pages in this book, and this is the 34th. Every page is of extraordinary value. After the binding was completed, Archmage Harper finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed. He only felt sore all over and slumped in his chair without wanting to move. After a long time, he finally regained some strength, and out of curiosity about this new page, he turned the page again. Archmage Harper suddenly felt a little inexplicable suction from the magic pattern array hidden in the middle of the leather, and the surrounding magic elements were even gathering into the pages of the book. The fine magic lines are hidden in the leather, and now an orange light shines through the leather. He could only use his mental power to perceive the general pattern of this life magic pattern, but he could not accurately reproduce it. He even had the urge to peel off the second life magic pattern from the leather. He was really I want to see the true face of this life magic pattern. In fact, there are many magicians who do this. but no one has successfully reproduced it so far. He held up the magic book and injected a trace of fire element into the pages, and a fireball instantly condensed. Poof sound. The fireball flew out without stopping. Harper found that the fireball flew straight forward. He could only slightly control the direction of the fireball, and it hit the wall of the room. After the explosion, the wall was blasted with black scorch marks as big as a ball, and a large piece of the gray-white wall peeled off. Only half a second later, the second fireball flew out. A series of small fireballs were like the lanterns decorated on the balcony during a festival, exploding on the wall with a continuous puff 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 sound. This kind of fireball consumes very little magic power. Each small fireball is almost instantaneous, and the interval is so short. Archmage Harper suddenly felt that the 2 magic patterns of life he had promised to repair 100 sets of magic patterns in exchange for were not such a loss. And whether you are a magic apprentice or a senior magician, as long as you have magic power, you can activate the magic pattern array in the magic book pages and release a series of fireballs. This magic book is much more advanced than those wands with fireball spells engraved on them. Archmage Harper closed the page and looked at the test platform. It was as if there was a devil with random thoughts in his heart, which made him have the urge to peel off the second magic pattern of life from the leather. Chapter 1050 Myra Mountain Canyon. The town of Tondolo is a depressing scene. Cavalrymen occasionally pass by at the street corners, and there are traces of fighting everywhere. The largest trading house on the main street has become a temporary residence for the heavy cavalry. There are also some goods such as cloth, iron pots, and wooden barrels on display in the trading house. There are also some traces left after the fight, and there are eye-catching blood stains on the stairs. The blood stains that looked like they were scratched by bloody fingers were still so clearly imprinted on the wall. The cavalry searched all day, and the lounge in the town were almost cleared. The cavalrymen set up the stove and cooked a large pot of vegetable soup, and found some cheese stored in the warehouse of the trading company. The sky gradually darkened. The town of Tongaro is located at the pass of Mount Myra, where the wind is very strong in the morning and evening. A human cavalry lived in the empty town, and bonfires were lit in many courtyards. There was a group of knights surrounding a bonfire. They were all wearing armor, and their swords were standing beside the low wall. It's tragic enough. The whole town is gone. Not even the bodies are left. A cavalryman picked up the vegetable soup, took a sip while it was hot, and then sighed. Cleaning out the lounge in the town has left these knights devastated, and there are almost no survivors in the town. When we leave, no one will live here. Another cavalryman followed. The atmosphere in the team was a little dull. The lounge left a lot of feces in the town. These gray-white dried feces were mixed with a large number of bone fragments and finger bones. This group of dogs must have been eating people in the town for a while. The blood stains covered the narrow alleys, the windows of the houses, and the statues in the square, as if killings were everywhere in this town. When the cavalry arrived, all the residents of the town had been eaten by the dogs. When the dogs came out, the town was so clean that not even a mouse could be found. The cavalry captain picked up the wheat cakes from the campfire and said with great certainty, "There will still be people coming. After we drive away the demon army here, people will move here one after another. They will rebuild this town. Maybe we still know those people who come here. After all, it is men in the town captured by the Men and Owen families. A large area of land here will belong to the Men and Owen families." He looked down at the scars on his arms and said to the other cavalrymen, "After this plain war is over, I will almost retire from the cavalry regiment. If the family sells the land here, I plan to if we come here to develop. There are so many vacant houses. Even if they are not given to us, they will be very cheap." The cavalryman who spoke first said jokingly, "Aren't you afraid that these dogs will show up again one day?" The cavalry captain patted the hard armor on his body nonchalantly and said with an indifferent expression, "What is there to be afraid of? Is it safe to be in Roland continent?" The cavalryman laughed and said, "That's a lot to say. Captain, if you want to come here, you can count me in." A group of Bena coalition troops passed through the street. They did not stop in the town of Tongaro, but climbed over the pass and entered the camp set up at the entrance of the canyon to the north. The Bena coalition army, composed of 13 lords' legions, will rest here for 3 days. When the Collins Legion arrives from Avro town to join them, it will officially pass through the canyon north of Tongaro town and enter the Sai Roman Plateau. There are 17 small towns scattered throughout the plateau. These small towns have all been captured by the demons, An acre town is located in the northernmost part of the Sai-Roman Plateau. Captain, how long do you think this plain war will last? A cavalryman turned to the cavalry captain, who was tearing into pieces a baked wheat cake, and asked. The cavalry captain rubbed his forehead and thought seriously for a while before saying, I heard that you can enter the Sai-Roman Plateau through the canyon at the back. There are large pastures there. We will continue to capture the entire plateau. A large number of tents were set up in the entire area at the entrance to the canyon behind the town of Tongaro, and bonfires were lit at night. Serdek did not rush into this canyon, which was only less than 5 kilometers long, because the terrain on both sides of the canyon was somewhat special. He felt that it was necessary to let the mage investigate it when dawn came. The commanders of the Lord Legion waiting at the entrance of the canyon gathered together at night and began to study the dozen or so small towns on the Sai-Roman Plateau. It seemed that they could not wait to carve up the first town in the north of the Gonbu Plain. Plateau. A group of light cavalry crossed the canyon and galloped towards the camp. These light cavalry scouts rushed to the hinterland of the plateau to avoid the wandering groups of H.L. dogs, but did not find the H.L. demon army near the exit of the canyon. They rushed back to the military camp in the north of Tongaro town under the cover of night. But they did not find the greedy eyes on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. Only in the dark night can this H.L. dog king dare to stand unscrupulously on the cliff and look at the southern exit of the canyon. It roars from 3 throats at the same time, venting the uncontrollable anger in its heart. He was 1 step away from capturing Makusuo City, and he had even smelled the sweet fruit with victory written on it. The cavemen who rushed into the city had already seen the door, but unfortunately they failed to seize the opportunity, causing the entire siege to fall short. During the battle with the human army in the north of the city, another defeat left it 1 less ally. Although the Crypt Lord Dodgerns had a bad temper, there were so many crypts rushing in front that he would die less in every battle. Tribesmen. Now it fled to Sai-Roman in embarrassment, and those human troops actually dared to pursue it. The Troglodyte Legion had lost their king and had been scattered by the bottom of the sea, and it was said that dog urns had been skinned. Alu. Basamule stood on the top of the cliff and couldn't help but roar again. The H.L. dogs hiding in the caves on the cliff top were lying on the ground, eager to bury their heads in the soil. The H.L. dogs have been starving on the cliff for 2 days. Although this is nothing to them, they have just finished a feast in the town, and now they have to hide in the hole with hungry stomachs. This psychological gap is quite large, especially after they have demon servants and have some mental abilities. They began to have some doubts about Basamuller, the king of Hell Dogs. Although it was the king, it led the Hell Dog Legion to suffer several defeats in succession. So even if he is a king, of course, he is an extremely incompetent king. In the next 3 days, the human army gathered more and more at the entrance of the northern canyon in Tongaro town. A steady stream of supplies from the rear were transported here from Makuso City. But this army had no intention of taking a step forward, and some heavy armored infantry were still digging some holes in the canyon. It seemed that they had no intention of entering at all. Sai-Roman Plateau's plan. The H.L. dogs hiding in the mountains on both sides of the canyon are increasingly unable to control their impatience. Many H.L. dogs can't help but crawl out of their damp and stuffy caves in the dark. They even wanted to take advantage of the darkness and rush into the camp in the north of the Myra Mountain Canyon. But their king had no such plan at all. Although the light cavalry scouts, who went deep into the Sai-Roman Plateau, did not find anything unusual in the valley. The mage group riding magic harpoons in the sky did not find anything wrong with this valley. The person who discovered something wrong with this canyon was the half-elf archer Samira. The night before the expedition, Serdek blessed Samira with the blessing of a high-level god who could see things at night. Insight. So Samira happened to see the king of hell dogs crawling out of the crypt at night. Only then did they discover that these H.L. dogs were actually lurking on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, preparing to stage an ambush while the army passed through the Myra Mountain Canyon. Although he didn't know the specific number of H.L. dogs, Serdek planned to keep this H.L. dog army in the Myra Mountain Canyon forever. Chapter 1051 Meteor and Fire Shower. The canyon north of Tongaro town is the only way from Mount Myra to the Saruman Plateau. There are mountains on the east and west sides. The steep cliffs and dense forest belts in the high mountains form a natural barrier for the Sai-Roman Plateau. Some steep cliffs are difficult for even the most agile apes to climb. The mountains on both sides of the canyon are more like aloe vera squeezed together, and each stone peak is tall, towering and independent. The Myra Mountain Canyon is located among these dangerous stone peaks. The canyon is like a cracked edge, L, in addition to the high stone peaks. There are narrow platforms on the mountain walls on both sides, where those Hell dogs are lying in wait. On a narrow platform on the cliff. Serdek did not let the Hell Dog King wait too long. In just 5 days, 20 catapults were lined up at the entrance to the North Canyon of Myra Mountain. And hundreds of catapults were buried on the slopes on both sides of the canyon entrance. Only oak barrels. However, this battle to clean up the Hell dogs in the canyon was not led by any army of lords, but a performance by magicians. The heavy cavalry only need to stand at the south entrance of the canyon and admire it quietly. Among the Bene coalition forces, there have always been doubts about magicians. Many soldiers in the Lord Army believe that the greatest role of magicians is to detect the enemy's situation, and they can also record the battlefield terrain. In the Bene coalition, these were originally the jobs of the light cavalry. So many soldiers equated mages with light cavalry. However, the treatment of magicians in the army is 10 times, or even 20 times better than that of light cavalry. So this kind of doubt became more and more intense. In recent times, this kind of doubt has even been revealed openly in the military camp. And the biggest fuse is closely related to Suldek. It was the magician investigation team who failed to discover the Hell Dog Legion lurking on the cliffs on both sides during the day. Instead, Samira, the commander of the Archer Regiment, discovered the Hell Dog Legion on the cliff at night. For this matter, the Lord Legion the commanders have some doubts about the ability of the mage group. In fact, there is also a conflict between the traditional nobles and the magical nobles. The magicians can be regarded as the high-level intellectuals of this society. Of course, they are indignant at their contempt for the army soldiers. But in this kind of demon invasion war, everyone must work together. Now that they had a chance to prove themselves, the magicians decided to treat this canyon war as a performance to let these warriors see how the magicians fought. The mages wanted to use magical concepts to interpret war. After all, it is a war with the Hell demons. Even though it is a low-level demon, this kind of thing will be recorded in the annals of history. The mages need to leave some commendable deeds in this war, rather than the scouts as Bena's army calls them. The mages don't want this title to continue until the end of the Gonbu Plain War, especially after Mage Harper received personal sponsorship from Commander Serdek. The mages became even more impatient. Archmage Harper has been living in Tongaro town for a few days, and has personally drawn 20 firewall magic scrolls. This is the handiwork of a second-level senior mage, so these firewall techniques can be given the title of advanced. Usually a first-level intermediate mage can chant a spell to activate this fire scroll. The length of these firewalls can exceed 30 meters. In the camp on the south side of the canyon, groups of heavy cavalry are neatly lined up at the entrance of the canyon. They will wait for the mage group to force the Hell dogs into the canyon. And then the heavy cavalry will charge in this straight canyon to kill the dogs of Hell trample under the hooves of the horses. 30 elite magicians from the law enforcement corps stood next to the suspended magic pot. Some actually changed their magic cone hats into woolen hoods, while others were wearing goggles. Archmage Harper slowly walked in front of them, reached out and patted each magician on the shoulder, helping them straighten the magic badges on their chests. He didn't speak, and his face looked a little heavy. The excitement and impatience on the faces of the magicians were reflected in the heavy gaze of Archmage Harper, and the smiling faces gradually became quiet. "Is the firewall scroll ready?" "Ready," the magician said neatly. "The bombing team should pay attention to the flying height. These oak barrels are not that strong. If they are broken, they will lose their original power. But you must be more careful and don't let the magic of the Hell dogs below touch you," Archmage Harper said earnestly exhorted. Then he took out an oak barrel less than 1 meter high, patted the edge of the barrel hard, and said to the magicians, "Be careful not to mess up the fuses here. The explosion yield of these black powder barrels is almost equivalent to the intermediate burst flame. In addition, the fuse must be lit when throwing, just like we did in the previous drill." A group of magicians immediately responded, "Yes, Teacher Harper." Wizard Harper waved his hand. "Every team is ready to go." "Yes." 30 magicians rode on magic harpoons and flew into the sky. They divided into 4 groups and flew towards both sides of the canyon cliffs, while Archmage Harper flew directly to the center of the canyon. The Lord Army soldiers standing at the southern entrance of the canyon looked at the magicians flying in the air with envy, and watched them fly away. The magicians at the front flew all the way to the northernmost part of the canyon. They took out the magic scrolls of the firewall technique and tore open the firewall technique scrolls at the north exit of the canyon. As the magic spell sounded, walls of fire were ignited below the canyon. A 700-meter-long wall of fire blocked the north exit of the valley, and the valley suddenly burst into flames. The magicians then divided into 2 teams and flew to the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. All the magicians took out an oak gunpowder barrel from their magic pockets. They adjusted the flying height, and they didn't even need to recite a spell. A ball of flame lit the fuse on the edge of the oak barrel, and he threw it away. The moment the first oak barrel landed on the cliff, it exploded. The flames of the explosion spread to all directions, and countless mud and gravel flew everywhere. Then a series of oak barrels were dropped from the air, and there was a series of explosions. A series of explosions occurred on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, and countless H.L. dogs hidden in the caves were blown into the sky. The magnitude of the explosion was such that even the magicians riding magic harpoons in the sky were slightly affected. So much so that they all activated their magic shields. For magicians, these oak barrels are far less useful than magic scrolls, and their power is also very average. But the advantage is that detonating the oak barrels does not require the use of magic. In addition, the cost of making magic scrolls is relatively expensive. Whether it is magic parchment or magic ink, you need to use magic crystals to buy them. With a series of explosions, the H.L. dogs hiding on the top of the cliff finally realized the danger. 30 magicians threw a round of oak barrels along the walls on both sides of the canyon. Hundreds of oak barrels were thrown onto the cliff. The continuous explosions immediately drove away all the H.L. dogs on the cliff from their caves. Come out! If they were buried in the rock wall, perhaps these stone peaks would completely collapse. Unfortunately, when dropped from such a high altitude, the power of the explosives would be released above the ground. Even so, the power of the explosion is considerable. All the H.L. dogs hiding in the crypt crawled out and were running around. They couldn't even figure out where the enemy was. The mages riding magic harpoons followed closely with the second round of bombing. But this time, they did not throw away the oak barrels. Instead, they took out the magic scrolls they drew, and they were all level 3 fire magic. Fireballs in a row and the like. As the H.L. dogs crawled out of the caves, the mages threw fireballs at the cliffs regardless of the cost. So many fireballs were thrown down that the cliffs on both sides suddenly formed a sea of fire. And this is obviously not over yet. Archmage Harper actually made 2 pages of the life magic pattern of the fireball spell and put them into 2 magic books. In the air, 2 magicians who had reached the peak of their strength were riding on magic shackles, holding these 2 magic books and performing fireball magic. At that moment, a series of fireballs surged from the chests of the 2 magicians. Like machine gun fire, countless fireballs flew down the cliff. The sudden and unexpected bombings caused death and injuries to the H.L. dogs on the cliff. Balthamiller, the king of hell dogs, rushed out of the cave. His 3 heads sprayed fireballs, ice bullets, and wind blades into the sky. Unfortunately, these spells could not even touch the magician's clothes. He let out a series of low sounds. Howling, countless 2-headed H.L. dogs rushed to the heights of the stone cliff to fight back against the magicians in the sky. At this time, Archmage Harper was already standing in the canyon. As a strong second-turn mage, he had a good chance of becoming a third-turn mage. He spent 2/4 of an hour setting up a large magic amplification array in the canyon clearing. Then he stood in the center of the array, opened his hands, and recited a spell. And a door to the elemental world appeared in front of Master Harper. A nearly 10-meter tall fire elemental user came out of this door. It is not a shadow projected from the elemental world, not the power of Archmage Harper, but a real fire elemental elf. Its whole body was burning with blazing flames, and a pair of eyes made of flame stared at Archmage Harper in the thick smoke. At this moment, Archmage Harper's whole body is also rapidly transforming into elements, and his body has turned into a humanoid body of flame and fire elements. "You're the one calling me Harper!" The fire elemental elf made a sound that resounded throughout the valley. "Yes, friend. I need your help." In comparison, Master Harper's voice was like the buzzing of mosquitoes in his ears. But this did not prevent the 2 people from communicating. "Good." The fire elemental elf readily agreed. Archmage Harper quickly drew a complicated magic pattern array. This magic pattern array continued to absorb Archmage Harper's mana, and he watched the flames in Harper's body disappear violently. At this time, the fire element elf stretched his hands to the sky, and it actually turned into a huge fire element vortex in the next second. The entire canyon and even the entire sky of Myra Mountain are crazily gathering countless starry fire elements. A large amount of fire element is injected into the elemental vortex formed by the fire element elf envoy, and is compressed into pure fire element mana in the vortex. and is madly injected into the body of Archmage Harper. Chapter 1052 The Wronged Ogre. A large fire cloud appeared in the middle of the canyon, and the entire sky seemed to be on fire. Countless fireballs fell from the fire cloud. These fireballs continued to detonate on the cliff on the left side of the canyon, causing the valley to tremble. Surdak quickly ran up to the higher ground, looked over the canyon, and asked Guladam's good brother Nahor, "What kind of magic is that?" The two-headed ogre stood on a large rock, both heads looking into the distance. Nahor looked at the fire cloud in the distance with a fascinated look on his face, and said casually, "Meteor Fire Rain is a large-scale 4th-level group magic that can only be performed by a fire magician with a body of fire element, and with the help of a fire element contract partner." Guladam thought of the bitter battle in Makusuo City, and said angrily, "Why didn't this old guy use it when he was in Makusuo City? If he stood on the city wall and used Meteor Fire Rain, would we have been attacked by cavemen?" When a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers behind Surdak heard Guladam say this, they all looked filled with indignation. Sia, the Naga mermaid who followed Surdak, said with a longing look on her face, "I heard that it takes a little chance to cast this kind of large-scale magic. Just like the 4th-level water magic Tide of the Sea. Every priest it can only be cast once a month. This kind of group magic is very burdensome for magicians. Some 2nd-level magicians can even adjust their bodies for half a year to release this kind of large-scale group magic." Samira, who was standing next to Thea, was also amazed. "I think we burned enough money when we were in the Belan Plain. Now it seems like it's nothing. A war with mages is the real money burner. How many magic scrolls do you think they will lose here?" Thea blinked and whispered to Samira, "For magicians, the commonly used magic scrolls are only the cost price of the materials. For example, it is not very difficult for me to make water magic scrolls." These people were chatting and watching the fireworks show on the cliff. The expressions on the faces of the Bena Coalition soldiers standing at the entrance of the canyon were simply unspeakable. Only then did they understand the true strength of the magicians. When they thought of this, the slightness shown in the past few days has made even my back feel cold. The mages riding magic harpoons flew back and forth 5 times on the cliff on the right side of the canyon. Countless magic scrolls and their own fire magic were thrown on the battlefield, causing flames and explosions, killing all the HL dogs. They were all driven out of the crypt. Those HL dogs covered in flames jumped out of the sea of fire one after another. Some were killed on the spot. Some were covered in flames and ran wildly. And some had broken legs and barked on the spot. Basimuller, the king of Hell Dogs, originally wanted to lead the Hell Dog Legion to escape towards the north entrance of the Myra Mountain Canyon. But it saw a blazing wall of fire at the north exit on the cliff. It only had rudimentary wisdom, and would be blocked by the back road as soon as it saw the wall of fire. The 3 heads looked around the canyon, and found that an old magician was still releasing guiding magic in the canyon. The tall body stepped on the rock wall, and kept jumping down. Its eyes were filled with the flames of anger and hatred. The surviving HL dogs followed their king, and jumped down the canyon one after another. At the same time, countless HL dogs were killed and injured by the rain of fire falling from the sky. A large number of HL dogs were forced to jump off the cliff. There were originally tens of thousands of HL dogs, but now more than half were killed or injured by a round of fire magic. Tens of thousands of HL dogs were driven off by 30 magicians, and jumped off the cliff one after another. They rushed into the canyon, because there is a great mage in the canyon who stands in the center of the magic circle and casts a group. The one rushing at the front was Basimuller, the 3-headed HL dog king. At this time, hatred had filled up its 3 brains, and it even thought about how to pounce on him later and tear him apart. The Lounds followed behind Basimuller, and soon gathered into a large black mass. On the cliff, countless HL dogs were killed and injured, and they were abandoned on the cliff. The entire battlefield was now heating up. Surdak mounted his green-scaled horse, raised the broadsword in his hand, and shouted to the heavy cavalry at the mouth of the valley, "Heavy cavalry, prepare, mount up." The captains of a platoon of heavy cavalry immediately went to their respective teams. The cavalry mounted their horses one after another, and formed a square formation at the entrance of the canyon. The heavy cavalrymen held round shields in their left hands, and long-handled battle axes in their right hands. The war horse began to run forward slowly, faster and faster, and the dust was already flying when it rushed into the canyon. "Old friend, it's time to stop." The huge fire element vortex transformed into a 2-meter-high fire element. Its breath seemed a little weak, A large magic spell consumed almost all the mana of the fire elementalist. Archmage Harper also stopped at this time, and the magic pattern array under his feet quickly disillusioned. Archmage Harper, who returned into a human appearance, saluted to the fire elementalist, and then said, "Thank you for your help, friend." The fire rain stopped, and the fire clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The body of the fire elementalist also disappeared at the elemental gate at this moment. Archmage Harper stepped onto the handle of the magical harpoon and flew straight into the sky just before the HL dogs rushed towards him. When Basamuller came over with the Cerberus Legion, he didn't even scratch the corner of Archmage Harper's clothes. At this time, Basamule saw thousands of heavy cavalry rolling in from the south side of the canyon, and his mind instantly cleared. These magicians were bombarding the cliffs, basically trying to lure the Hell Dog Legion down. Such a steep cliff, let alone the cavalry, would probably be impossible for even the heavy armored infantry regiment to climb. But they couldn't bear it. Stay and rush down the valley with the Cerberus Legion. Looking at the tens of thousands of HL dogs behind him, the king of HL dogs was furious and roared again. Half of the HL dogs were separated to face the heavy cavalry, while it took the other half of the HL dogs and fled towards the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. The figures of magicians appeared in the sky again. The magicians holding the two magic books had changed to the 8th group. This book consumes mana too quickly. No magician can sustain this level of mana consumption all the time. Countless fireballs fell, immediately blocking the escape path of the HL dogs. On the other side, the heavy cavalry had collided with the hellhounds. Although the hellhounds were tall, they were immediately hit with broken bones and tendons in front of the heavy cavalry covered in heavy armor. The heavy cavalrymen held up the blessed round shields, and the long-handled axes fell at the same time, immediately harvesting the lives of a group of HL dogs. The two-headed ogre ran faster than a war horse on the battlefield. He took great strides and rushed towards Basamule. The last time he was run away by this guy outside Makuso City. The ogre regretted it. A few days. He didn't want to let it escape this time. Basamuller also clearly noticed the tall figure on the battlefield. It had a kind of fear from the bottom of its heart towards the ogre, with two heads on its head. It was surrounded by HL guards. It growled and gave orders to the guards, urging them to rush towards the two-headed ogre. Seeing a group of strong HL dogs attacking him, Gulidum shouted loudly. His strong body actually jumped up high. The big stick in his hand was raised above his head, and his body turned into an afterimage and hit Basamule. Clear demonic patterns appeared on the body of the Hell Dog King, and three heads faced Gulidum at the same time, spitting out tongues of fire and wind blades. Gulidum's body was covered with ice armor, and his skin was completely petrified. He carried the flames and wind blades and rushed to Basamuller. Basamuller's head hidden behind suddenly popped out and bit the two-headed man-eater on the devil's arm. Gulidum shook his arms violently, but unfortunately Basamule was taller than Gulidum and could not shake off the king of HL dogs. Almost the next second, the other two heads of the king of hell dogs also bit the two-headed ogre fiercely. One head bit his neck, and the other head bit Gulidum's calf. Gulidum was instantly lifted up by the king of hell dogs, and the three heads tore hard, trying to tear Gulidum into pieces. Gulidum's good brother Nauhar screamed like a ghost, and the totems on his skin were instantly covered all over his body. The ice armor has been shattered, but the eyes of the two-headed ogre turned blood red. When the brain smashed out the fireball, flames burst out from the ogre's feet, and the muscles of the body instantly became extremely bulging. The ogre used his arms to hold one of Basamuller's heads with his backhand, and strangled him with all his strength. The legs also hold another head. As for the Hell Dog King biting the ogre's neck, it doesn't matter to him. He has two heads anyway, and it won't affect his breathing. At the same time as the ogre roared, an arrow filled with countless electric arcs flew out, accurately hitting the head where Basamuller bit Gulidum's neck. A bolt of lightning full of destruction fell down. The two-headed ogre had never been so badly struck by lightning in his life. It was not until evening that the battle came to an end, and the valley was still filled with a lot of smoke. While cleaning the battlefield, there were still small-scale battles in some areas. The casualties at this time were even higher than during the war. The heads of hell dogs collected on the battlefield were piled into a hill, and there were other materials on the hell dogs that could be collected. The magic cores obtained from the hell dogs are all brought back in boxes. Basamule, the three-headed HL Dog King, was also killed by the two-headed ogre and Samira. The body was dragged back, and Surdak peeled off the mottled leather with his own hands. although there was no magic pattern of life. Suddenly this a piece of skin is also very valuable. Especially the magic cores in the 3 heads have a chance to obtain high-level magic crystals. The 2-headed ogre suffered some injuries, so much so that his body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. However, the ogre could only hide his resentment towards Samira secretly in his heart, and did not dare to reveal it at all, because Samira is responsible for taking care of the ogre's daily diet these days. The Bina coalition finally passed through the northern canyon of Myra Mountain on April 10th and entered the Sai-Rumen Plateau. Chapter 1053 Sai-Rumen. As the army entered the Sai-Rumen Plateau through the northern canyon of Myra Mountain, Surdak finally saw the landscape of Sai-Rumen. This plateau was completely surrounded by mountains. The entire plateau is almost as big as the Tarapagan area in Bina province. How big is the Sai-Rumen Plateau? According to veterans in the resistance army, it would take at least 9 days to reach the foot of the easternmost mountain by selecting a few ancient Bolin horses with excellent endurance and using the best knights to gallop all the way from Tongaro town. If you rush north from Tongaro town, it will take about 5 days to reach the foot of the North Peak. A plant called bitter thistle grows everywhere on the plateau. This kind of wild plant is very suitable for grazing. Livestock that grow up eating this grass will be particularly strong. Black scale horses suitable for riding by knights, and green scale horses for heavy cavalry all like this grass. This place originally belonged to the territory of the MacDonald family. There were 15 small towns in the entire pastoral area. All the war horses produced here were supplied to the lords of the MacDonald family. This plateau is considered the largest piece of fat in the northern territory of the Ganbu Plain. Almost all the families behind the 13 lords legions of the Bina alliance under Surdak are keeping an eye on this land. Of course they are not willing to let this pasture fall into the hands of others. But we must sit down and have a good discussion on how to divide this pasture. In fact, when the coalition camped at the foot of Gamanapia Mountain, Surdak set a tone for how to distribute the territory. That is, each Lord's Legion would automatically have ownership of the main attack town. The 13 Lord armies can choose which town to attack at will. The Lord armies that have chosen the town will lose their priority. Only after all 13 Lord armies have been selected can a new round of competition begin. The Collins family, the Min family, and the Owen family have already chosen the towns of Avaru and Tongaro. Now they have lost the right of first choice, and can only wait for everyone to pick the rest. Fortunately, there are 15 towns enough for everyone to distribute. However, the advantages of the 3 families of Collins, Mind and Owen are also very obvious. They occupy more small towns on the main roads than other lords. The 13 lord armies are divided into 15 small towns, and each lord army can probably obtain a small town on the Sai-Rumen Plateau. As the commander of the coalition forces, Surdak is eligible to obtain the last 2 remaining towns. After entering Sai-Rumen, the role of the mage regiment gradually became apparent. The gap between the light cavalry scouts and the mages flying in the sky can be said to be worlds apart. The main reason is that on this flat plateau, if they can get up and go to from a bird's eye view, you can see how far away you are, no matter how good your eyesight is. But the light cavalry is different. They can tell how far the horse is running as fast as it can run. If you want to find the demon legion scattered everywhere on this plateau, you can't do without the investigation of mages no matter what. In comparison, the role of light cavalry is smaller. As the Bina coalition forces gradually regained large areas of territory in the Ganbu Plain, the legion moved farther and farther north. Currently, what hindered the legion's progress was the long supply line, because the logistics supply line was too long. After the legion's successive victories, various materials began to be in short supply. Surdak was troubled by these things. Analyzing the reasons, the coalition forces that entered the Ganbu Plain this time were powerful, and the enemies they faced were a group of low-level demons. The coalition heavy cavalry regiment completely suppressed this group of low-level H.L. demons. The pace of the war was too big, resulting in logistical problems. Supplies can't keep up. Surdak knew clearly that this was very different from the situation in the Maka Plain. At that time, the H.L. dogs of the Maka Plain besieged Wazamala city, which was the most tense period of military strength in the Bina province. Since there were no troops to send to Bazimra, the military headquarters had no choice but to summon the Knights of the Guard battalions from various cities in the Bina province to enter the city of Wazmra overnight. Later, Marquis Luther led his army to the Maka Plain and quelled the Cerberus army there in one fell swoop. But the situation here in the Ganbu Plain is different. Although Makusuo was almost reduced to ruins, the Bina coalition army composed of 13 noble lords was waiting directly in Rit City. As long as the portal was opened, there would be a powerful army entered Makusuo. In addition, the entire Makusuo city has been reduced to ruins, and there is no business group here willing to become a business group accompanying the army. 13 lord armies are willing to wait in Ruth City, which is also everyone's absolute trust in Marquis Luther. In fact, Marquis Luther fully deserves everyone's trust. When the coalition forces entered Makusuo City, the situation in the Ganbu Plain was quickly reversed, and several strategic victories were achieved in succession, especially now that the army was singing all the way towards Saruman. Giving each lord's army brings great benefits. I heard that there are already business groups willing to enter the Ganbu Plain to compete with the military business groups. Because of the successive victories, the soldiers of the Bina Alliance army have a lot of money in their pockets. Only after these achievements are turned into strong purchasing power can they promote the prosperity of the Ganbu Plain. Therefore, taking advantage of successive victories, the business group still has a lot of opportunities to make money by entering the Ganbu Plain. As for which business group will be chosen to become the merchant group accompanying the army, Surdak, as the commander of the army, has the final say. Surdak learned an exciting new news from Archmage Harper. The constructed swordsman group led by Great Swordsman Quintus and Great Swordsman Chester had arrived in Arc Town. It was said that they were in Arc Town. Jin killed more than 20 black magicians and several shadow demons. The corpses of other low-level demons were piled into a hill and were already being incinerated. Acre Town is almost the rear headquarters of the magic monastery. There are almost 60 black magicians in the entire town. However, during the battle, they still could not stop the escape of these black magicians. Great Swordsman Quintus also rescued some magicians from the dungeon under the magic tower in Acre Town. It is said that they are all members of the magic guild in Makusuo City. Many magicians are dead, and those who are qualified to live in the underground prison of the magic tower are almost all magicians who are relatively famous, prestigious, and useful in the magic union. Now that some people can be rescued, Archmage Morrison is also very happy there, as the Demon Gate in Acre Town was destroyed by the constructed swordsman group. Even though a large number of low-level demons are stranded in the Ganbu Plain, the constructed swordsman group is still searching for these L dogs and demon servants. The Bina coalition forces have been admiring the scenery of the Sai Roman Plateau on the grass these days. This time, 2 business groups came to the Sai Roman Plateau with the supply convoy. Not only did they bring a large amount of supplies, they also announced their willingness to acquire any loot from the coalition soldiers. On the same day, the heads of the 2 business groups came to Soldak with gifts. They all hoped to become a business group accompanying the Bina coalition army. Chapter 1054 The Military Merchant Group on the Plateau 1. Orange sky. Dark clouds faded. You can see the towering snow-capped mountains in the north of the plateau, and the clouds forming a gray-white blur in the sky. The green grassland is covered with a kind of small white flowers, with a hint of light yellow in the stamens. A large group of war horses are eating green grass outside the military camp. This is the biggest benefit of the coalition forces entering the plateau. They no longer need to provide a large amount of fodder for the war horses. You must know that the current number of horses in Serdak's Bina coalition army alone exceeds 12,000. And the hay and beans consumed every day are calculated on a cart basis. Now that the ground is full of green grass, there is no need to prepare a large amount of fodder mixed with beans for the war horses. However, these war horses still need to be fed some grain black beans every night to ensure that the war horses do not lose weight during the march. The 2-headed ogre's injuries healed quickly, but there were very clear burn marks on his skin from being struck by lightning. Those scars were flesh pink and looked like a tree growing upside down. The tree on his shoulder had no leaves and was divided into countless tiny branches. Gulaitum didn't care about the new scars on his body. For the ogre, every trace left on his body recorded a thrilling experience. Don't you feel that when you are struck by lightning, your whole body is numb and arcs of electricity are running through your body? It's actually quite comfortable. There is a bandage wrapped around Nahor's neck, and there are 4 holes where he was bitten by the king of hell dogs. Given the super resilient power of the ogre's body, these wounds have survived for so long. After recovery, there was a trace of rich black energy in the wound, as if it had vitality, preventing the flesh and blood from healing. However, this injury did not seem to affect Nahor's mood. He raised his hand with a smile, and there was actually a little bit of lightning power in the flame in his hand. No, Gulaitum said simply. Obviously, as a good brother who shares the same body, Gulaitum knows exactly what Nahor is thinking. Then can you do it for me? I mean, look at the changes caused by this flame. I think it is a small improvement for us. so I think it's okay for her to shoot us occasionally. That half-elf is your friend. Could you please ask her to shoot us with an arrow once in a while? Nelhwar said carefully. Cannot. Gulaitum rejected his good brother without hesitation. A gust of wind blew, and the young grass leaves in the meadow swayed gently in the breeze. A grasshopper rested on the grass blades, spread out its translucent wings, flew far away in the breeze, and landed on the stem of a wild leek. The two heads of the two-headed ogre were raised almost at the same time, and their nostrils were constantly flaring. He supported himself on the grass with one hand, stood up from the grass with his burly body, and frightened a group of grasshoppers away. He looked into the distance, and saw a convoy going around the grassy slope in the distance, and slowly driving towards the camp. Oh! Look at the supply convoy! Finally! On those carriages! I smell the aroma of ham! Gulaitum said to Nelhwar excitedly. Nelhwar also blinked, smiled honestly at Gulaitum and said, It would be better if I could get some more of the salamander ribs I had last time. This is a motorcade filled with various goods. Each carriage is piled with various goods, and tied very tightly with ropes. There are also some mercenaries riding horses surrounding the motorcade. The leather armors worn by the mercenaries were of various styles, but everyone looked like an elite warrior armed to the teeth. The convoy did not drive into the military camp. They drove over slowly, and stopped on the grassy slope opposite the camp. When the carriage stopped, the carriage drivers took out some tents from the carriage, and set them up on the spot. They also spread some leather on the grass in front of the carriage. They took out pieces of goods from the carriage, and placed them on the stalls. Soon there were more than 20 people. A small market was set up on the grassy slope opposite the military camp. On the stall set up, there is a dazzling array of products, including porcelain, iron pots, buckles, silver-plated cups, copper tea sets, etc. Of course, there are also dried chickens, ducks, hams, whole jars of pickles, salted fish, etc., cheeses with strong local flavor and more. This market appeared at the entrance of the military camp in almost an hour, and many cavalry and heavy armored infantry came out to have fun. Many people gathered in front of the stalls. They were tired of eating marching rations in the military camp every day. They secretly dug into their wallets and asked the stall owners for prices. At the end of this caravan, there are some triangular tents with divination signs. Outside each tent, there is a plump woman in exaggerated clothing, holding a silver-plated plate in her hand. There is very little food in it. Only one. A small plate of biscuits and a cup of milk tea. But who would care about such a small amount of food if they are willing to come here to spend money? The largest number of soldiers gathered here. The soldiers were surrounded on 3 levels inside and 3 outside. Almost all of them craned their necks to look inside. Not many people were really willing to take the plates and walk into the tent. Serdek stood in front of the big tent in the camp, and could see the lively market opposite through the layers of tents. A familiar breath rushed towards me. Serdek recalled those days at the Forest Farm camp in Handanar County. There was such a temporary market on the hillside opposite the camp. Obviously the market there was more lively, with at least 10 business groups of various sizes. Several. Now, there has just been a caravan here, and it seems that this caravan came here in a group. Suldek suddenly felt that the supply of the Legion might not be so difficult in the future, and he could finally enter the depths of this plateau. In the Green Empire's army supply system, the business group can be said to be an indispensable component. Many lord armies raise their own funds for fighting abroad. The scale of these lord armies is not large. They do not have a dedicated logistics supply team. Sometimes they can rely on the Great Lord Army to supplement various supplies through the supply line of the Great Lord Army. Supplies? The heavy armored infantry regiment led by Serdek is a regular army prepared by the Bina Military Department. So the logistics supply line has been prepared by the Bina Military Department during the recent period. It was better when we were in Makuso City. After all, there is only a portal between Liyite City and Makuso City. Many supplies are available in Liyite City, and it is not a problem to transport them here. So the logistics supply is there have never been any problems. However, as the Bina coalition marched north, some minor problems began to arise in the supply of logistical supplies. After the army entered the Sai Roman Plateau, the coalition forces could only stay at the north entrance of the Myra Mountain Canyon in the southwest of the plateau, waiting for the subsequent delivery of military supplies. Now there is actually a caravan coming from Makuso City, which can solve many problems. The cavalry are very rich, and they don't mind spending more than a dozen copper coins to buy a piece of cheese, jerky, or ham from their hometown. In comparison, The soldiers in the infantry regiment seemed to be relatively short on money. They went to the market and just picked out some bargains, such as salted fish or pickled vegetables. The heavy armored infantry corps under Serdek has a total strength of 25,000. It is the largest component of the Bena coalition and is affiliated with the Bena military headquarters, not counting Serdek's private army. These soldiers who came out of the resistance army had never seen a market set up at the entrance of the military camp during the war. Privately, the soldiers lamented that the gap between the rebel army and the regular Lord army was really not the slightest bit, and ran to the market with freshness and curiosity. During the expedition, food and accommodation were all in the military camp. Everyone had little money, so now they were a little dumbfounded when they saw the dazzling array of goods, especially when they walked to the dozen triangular tents at the end of the caravan and saw the buttery white bread squeezed out of the cups. The fire deep in their hearts was completely ignited. So, just when everyone was thinking about where to get some money, they suddenly remembered that there is a merit exchange list in the army. When they were in Bandstown, someone used the merit points on the exchange list to exchange for some gold coins. So someone ran to the logistics tent of the heavy armored infantry battalion and tried to exchange their achievements for gold coins. As a result, 100 points of merit were wiped out, and a golden and heavy gold coin was actually received. The entire military camp was excited about this. But the merit exchange officers in the logistics department still took the trouble to remind these soldiers that the merit points placed here can be exchanged for gold coins at any time. But once exchanged for gold coins, they cannot be refunded. It will be exchanged for performance points. So if you need gold coins, try to exchange as much as you want to spend, so as not to regret it later. Only a fool would regret it. In fact, most soldiers think so. While the soldiers in the military camp were frantically redeeming their merits and buying random things at the temporary market, a business group called the Catchers in the Rye arrived at the Sai Roman Plateau transporting a large amount of food. In the military tent, Soldek decided to attack the nearest town of Rees tomorrow. The commanders of the various lords' legions left their camps and prepared to leave here tomorrow morning. The orderly outside came in and reported. The director of the Palm Bay Merchant Group asked to see Commander Serdek. When Serdek walked to the tent door, he saw a very well-dressed businessman standing in front of the tent door. The businessman wore a pair of brown breeches and riding boots on his lower body, and a white linen shirt and leather vest on his upper body. His hair and beard were neatly trimmed, and he looked capable and shrewd. "Hello, Lord Soldak. I am Dirk Triton, the director of the Palm Bay Merchant Group." He bent down toward Serdek and said respectfully, "Come in, Mr. Decker." Serdek nodded to him. He was the commander of this coalition. When facing these businessmen, he did not need to be too cordial. However, since Mr. Dirk's business group was the first business group to arrive at the gate of the military camp, and he was the first businessman to visit, Soldek decided to give him some preferential treatment. Chapter 1055 The Military Merchant Group on the Plateau 2. Soldek invited the businessman Dirk Triton into the military camp tent. Dirk did not look around out of curiosity. His eyes fell on the map hanging on the wall of the military camp tent. The small town of Dillies has been drawn with a red pen in a circle, and it stayed on it for 2 seconds. Soldek stopped and introduced unabashedly. "If there are no other emergencies, the next step will be to clean up the town of Rees. Mr. Decker, what do you want from me?" He didn't have time to test each other out and play some language games. "If you have this time, you might as well go to the treasure chamber and give Israel a bag of red crystals." Businessman Dirk was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Soldek to get into the topic so quickly. It was as if he ended the foreplay early and lacked some lubrication, which made his words a little dry. He pinched his Adam's apple and cleared his throat. Said, "The purpose of my coming here is to apply to you for the Palm Bay Business Group to be the business group accompanying the army." The so-called military merchant group means that the Legion has priority when purchasing bulk goods. In addition, it can also enjoy the price agreed within the merchant group. All the Legion needs to do here is to sell the spoils to the military merchant group. Compared with the gold coin transaction, this purchase, the profit gained from selling the middleman, can be directly multiplied several times. Thea walked in from outside with 2 cups of tea. She had completely adapted to her role as an assistant. Businessman Dirk was not surprised that such a pure and beautiful girl could appear in the military camp. "Well, I am indeed the commander of this coalition. But in terms of purchasing materials, I am only responsible for the heavy armored infantry soldiers of 1 legion. If you want to become the accompanying merchant group of my heavy armored infantry legion, naturally I will very welcome. Soldak sat down in front of businessman Dirk, picked up the water glass and took a sip. Then Cerdak continued, "So I can only do that my legion will make regular purchases from your merchant group. You have to convince the commanders of the other 13 lord armies." Businessman Dirk was not surprised when he heard what Cerdak said. He probably has figured out the internal situation of this coalition. After all, it is not a secret. "Since you want to become the accompanying merchant group of my heavy armored infantry corps, then I will also directly tell you my expectations. I hope that the prices of various commodities will reflect the advantages of the accompanying merchant group," Cerdak said. "Of course, in terms of certain goods, you may think that some of our trade group's products have no competitive advantage, such as grain." Businessman Dirk continued with a look of confidence on his face. "But our trade group said that we provide goods the quality is absolutely guaranteed." Businessman Dirk approached Cerdak, lowered his voice, and said, "In addition, I can also provide purchase rebates to the commander. I can return it to you at 5% of the total transaction amount. Of course, I would guarantee that this expense will never appear on the bank's books." "Rebate?" Soldak thought he might have heard wrongly. "Yes. Don't look at it as only 5%. But this is what I can do on the premise of providing you with a price that is almost the same as other business groups. Of course, if you want to increase the rebate rate, such as 100%, 20, or 50% or higher, this part of the cost will be directly added to the payment list." After speaking, businessman Dirk looked at Soldak expectantly. Cerdak rubbed his forehead in distress, reached out and patted the businessman Dirk on the shoulder, and said to him, "I am willing to cooperate with you as a business group accompanying the army because your business group was the first business group to come to this plateau and set up a market opposite the military camp. I saw those soldiers lingering in the market. It's rare for us to be in a good mood. I'm full of expectations for your business group, and I also hope that we can have some cooperation in the future. Compared with those ridiculous rebates, I care more about the cost-effectiveness of the products. You think in the face of continuous victory, who cares about the small profits made by those who are just trying to win over others?" Businessman Dirk looked surprised, then lowered his head in fear and admitted his mistake. "Well, I was offended. Of course, as the first business group to come here, I am still willing to cooperate with you." Cerdak is always willing to give more opportunities to businessmen who are dealing with him for the first time. After speaking, Cerdak stood up to see off the guests. Businessman Dirk also stood up along with Cerdak, and the two of them walked to the tent door. He then said to businessman Dirk, "I will make a purchase list as soon as possible, and you have to fill in the quotation and delivery date on it. Of course, what I can give you is that you have priority when it comes to the same price. Because your business group was the first to come here, it deserves to enjoy this treatment." Businessman Dirk responded quickly. "Thank you for your generosity." Cerdak smiled and said, "Looking forward to cooperating with you, Mr. Decker." Until businessman Dirk walked out of the camp, he was still thinking about one thing. What exactly did Commander Cerdak want? It stands to reason that the organization and ownership of this heavy armored infantry regiment belonged to the military department. So wouldn't it be good for Cerdak, who only has the right to command, to get some rebates when purchasing some military supplies? After all, during this northern expedition, the big shots in the military department would not care too much about this. After watching the businessman Dirk leave, Soldak turned and walked back to the tent. Only then did he think of going on a tour of the camp. As an assistant, Sia followed Cerdak and introduced the recovery status of the wounded soldiers in the military camp. Her gorgeous blue eyes were always looking at Soldak with curiosity. There seemed to be a certain quality about him that made her particularly obsessed, but she couldn't tell what it was exactly. Thea lowered her eyes, looked at the faint scales on her arms, and sighed softly. After the coalition's plan to clean up the town of Rees was announced, the entire camp began to pack up in advance and began to prepare dry food for the day's march. Tomorrow morning, all you need to do is pull up the windproof ropes of the tent, pull out the wooden frame, roll up the canvas, and you can set off immediately. The orderly ran into the medical tent and reported to Soldak in a low voice. "Jeffrey, the owner of Catcher in the Rye Merchant Group, is here." Compared to the dazzling market and the Palm Bay Merchant Group opposite the camp, what Cerdak was looking forward to more was the Rye Catcher Merchant Group transporting food, because they were transporting food that was urgently needed by the coalition forces. In fact, because the supply line failed to deliver the general food in time, the army had completely run out of food 3 days ago. In the past few days, Cerdak temporarily purchased some grain from Helensa City and transported it here through the Void Gate. Although the wheat flour he purchased was very cheap, and he could double the profit by providing it to the coalition forces. He's not a grain merchant. Moreover, the current population base of the coalition forces is so large that they need to run back and forth many times a night. If this situation continues for a few days, the source of food sources will definitely be questioned by other commanders. Therefore, Serdek is still very much looking forward to the arrival of this Rycatcher grain transport group at the Sai Roman Plateau. Standing at the entrance of the military camp, I saw 3 businessmen walking in from outside the camp. 2 of them clearly had the characteristics of Southerners from the Empire. It must be said that the Southern lords almost monopolized the food market of the Green Empire, probably introduced privately by the orderly. The 3 businessmen walked up to Serdek. The elderly red-haired man in the middle saluted like Serdek and asked, "Excuse me, are you Commander Serdek?" "That's right." Serdek nodded in response. The red-haired old man and the other 2 businessmen quickly saluted Serdek and said, "I am Jeffrey from the Catcher in the Rye Merchant Group. This time, I transported a batch of wheat flour. I hope to reach a win-win deal with the coalition forces." Serdek invited them into the military tent and said, "Of course, we are looking forward to a caravan coming to the plateau with the food we urgently need." He said this deliberately because he wanted to see how much this grain business group could set the price of grain when it was alone. After the 3 businessmen all sat down in the big tent of the military camp, the red-haired Jeffrey in the middle looked at each other and said to Serdek, "This time we shipped 8,000 bags of wheat flour. Our wheat flour was shipped to the plateau, and the normal price is 10 copper coins per pound." When he said this, the implication was that there was still an agreed price. Serdek sat on the chair and listened quietly. The red-haired Jeffrey said directly, "But I can lower the selling price to 8 copper coins per pound. The prerequisite is that we hope that our Catcher in the Rye business group can qualify as an accompanying army business group." The price of 8 copper coins per pound is already in line with Serdek's psychological expectations. Serdek still pondered for a moment before saying, "The price is very fair, I promise you. But what materials do you want to purchase?" The red-haired Jeffrey was overjoyed. His eyes became a little brighter, and he quickly said, "The magic core, leather, and other valuable magic materials on the Cerberus are all fine." Serdek nodded after hearing this and said, "I promise you that if you have sufficient financial resources, I can sell 50% of the trophies obtained by the Legion to you through the channels of the military merchant group." He paused and then said, "In addition, I need to support some other business groups. After all, if I want to be on this plateau and not have to worry about logistics, your business group alone is not enough." The red-haired Jeffrey was a little hesitant. Obviously, he was not satisfied with the 50% right to acquire the spoils. So he said very tactfully, "There is definitely no problem with funds. If you can relax the proportion of loot purchases, you can provide greater discounts on food." Serdek shook his head with persistence and said, "That's enough. Otherwise, when other food transport merchant groups arrive here, you won't even be able to hold on to the 50% part. Okay, you can send the food brought by the merchant group outside the town of Rees. But the premise is that you will set off with our army. The H.L. demons over there have not been cleared yet." Chapter 1056, The Magic Core. The small town of Rees is located at the foot of the middle part of the mountains in the western part of the Saroman Plateau. The heavy cavalry broke through the cross square in the small town of Lis, and a large number of Lounds and cavemen fled out of the town. A large number of heavy cavalry have been ambushed outside the town, just waiting for these low-level demons to leave the town and meet the charge of the heavy cavalry on the flat and vast grassland. Purple blood stained the green grass. The capture of Director Town was particularly smooth this time. There were only 7 or 8,000 low-level H.L. demons in Rees Town. After cleaning up these H.L. demons, the coalition forces still had to carry out routine searches for the remaining demons in the town. In addition, they were looking for small demons, the survivors of the town. Although he knew that there would be no survivors, every time he arrived at a new town, Serdek would ask the army that was mainly attacking the town to search it carefully. After the death of the Crypt Lord Dogons and the H.L. Dog King Basimul, the H.L. demon seemed to have turned into a piece of loose sand, and the border town located on the westernmost side of the Sai Roman Plateau had even been destroyed by demons. Forgotten by the clansmen, Serdek led the Bena coalition forces here and captured the town in just half a day. This made Serdek even have the urge to capture the next town non-stop. However, considering the Legion's subsequent supply and division of spoils, the army still had to stay outside the town of Rees for a while. The coalition forces have won several recent victories, and have accumulated a large amount of trophies in their hands. In the large tent of the military camp where Serdek was located, the catcher in the rye merchant group transported a large amount of wheat flour to solve the army's urgent need, and therefore received a 50% share of the spoils acquired by the military merchant group. At that time, Serdek asked the red-haired when visiting Jeffrey. He also reminded him of the issue of financial resources. As the third largest trading house in Ruth City, the red-haired Jeffrey is quite confident in this. But when everyone was outside the town of Rees, they saw with their own eyes the scene of heavy cavalry hunting H.L. dogs. This made Jeffrey understand how the Legion harvested wealth. The long-handled battle axes in the hands of the cavalry were like huge scythes. When they rode on horseback and waved the giant axes at the H.L. dogs, they like standing in a wheat field sweating like rain and waving a sickle. Those dark magic cores, which are as big as walnuts, are almost packed together in boxes. Now the entire military camp tent is full of such boxes, and Serdek has asked people to open all the boxes. And there is a dark mess inside. They are all magic cores, and there are 11 boxes in total. Serdek stood in front of the box and asked the red-haired Jeffrey. Each box contains 5,000 magic cores. This H.L. dog is not considered a second-level monster, but the production rate of magic crystals in its head is much higher than that of a first-level monster. The market price is 1 gold coin per piece. These 11 boxes are exactly half of the trophies we have harvested during this period. As for the teeth and claws of the H.L. dogs, we have not kept them. Maybe the soldiers can collect some in private. How about, can these magic cores be eaten? Can you get off? The red-haired Jeffrey hesitated for a moment, but did not question Serdek's magic core crystallization rate. I was thinking that if I could buy part of it first, return to the camp to unlock it overnight, and then get back the magic crystals inside to redeem them. I don't want you to move back and untie it overnight, and then send the magic crystal to me. I want to trade it with gold coins. Serdek seemed to know what he was thinking, and directly blocked his path. The red-haired Jeffrey could only smile bitterly. Commander Serdek, can you give me some time to see who can carry more than 50,000 gold coins in one go? Serdek also agreed on the spot and said, Of course. We can trade again when the grain comes next time. Now you can take some back to check the quality. I will put seals on these wooden boxes, but you'd better seal the quantity in advance. I'm not sure about that. How much more can this magic core be increased? After all, you want to eat 50% of the loot. Is this half? Red-haired Jeffrey asked in surprise. Serdek casually picked up a helmet, scooped up a helmet magic core, and put it into his pocket, handed it to the red-haired Jeffrey, and then said, Of course. Don't take the idea of the other half. The merchant who bought it's already waiting outside. But we choose our major customers to have priority. The red-haired Jeffrey was not polite. He took the pocket containing the magic core and said respectfully to Serdek, I will bring the money over as soon as possible. Then please do it as soon as possible. After saying that, Serdek stood up to see off the guests. When businessman Dirk walked into the March tent, he happened to see the red-haired Jeffrey wiping his sweat as he walked out. Everyone was doing business in Ruth City and knew each other well, but they were not friends. Businessman Dirk nodded slightly to the red-haired Jeffrey as a greeting. Seeing that Jeffrey was hesitant to speak, he was a little confused, but there was no way to stop and chat, so he could only walk into the military tent. Serdek had already prepared a purchase list and handed it directly to the merchant, who came up to say hello to him. There are various purchase items listed on the list, but the first 3 items seem to have been scratched out with charcoal. Although horizontal lines have been drawn, the text has not been completely smoothed out. It clearly reads, a single piece of magic pattern constructed shoulder armor, with slight strength increase and skill collision. A piece of god monster leather with fire resistance properties. A bottle of secondary healing potion. Death nemesis. The following is a list of items that have not been spent by the black line. The first ones are some ordinary magic weapons. These items can be bought in the magic shop. They cost 30 or 40 gold coins at most. However, it clearly says 100 items, and they are only limited to in swords, shields, bows, crossbows and spears. This is obviously a big deal, and the list below is more complicated. Magic daggers, ordinary leather armor, long leather boots, etc. are all in demand. Businessman Dirk roughly calculated that these orders were approximately 2,000 gold coins. When he looked at Serdek, he saw that Serdek had 2 wooden boxes placed in the tent of the military camp. After opening the lids of the boxes, they were filled with magic cores. This is the trophy we recently harvested. If you want to become our merchant, You probably want to buy some trophies. I can provide you with 2 boxes of magic cores. Each box contains 5,000 magic cores. These 2 boxes are exactly 10,000 magic trees. Core. The purchase price is 1 gold coin. If you want to trade the gold coins now, if you want other trophies, you must order them in advance. We have not saved other trophies yet. Businessman Dirk was not surprised and asked calmly, Commander Serdek, with all due respect, these magic cores were not selected by anyone after they were harvested. Serdek smiled and said nothing. He bent down and dumped most of the box of magic cores into the tent of the military camp. He said to the businessman Dirk, Would you like to cut a few to see the quality? Businessman Dirk nodded repeatedly. You can choose some at will. I'll break them open for you. But if the magic crystal inside is broken, it's yours, Serdek ordered. Businessman Dirk quickly followed the instructions, randomly selected 20 magic cores from the pile of magic cores, and said, Of course they are mine. Serdek found Ghoul Item and asked him to smash the magic core open with a sledgehammer. The outer skin of the magic core is one of the materials used to make the magic sealing box. It can not only seal magic fluctuations, but also prevent the magic from spreading. The texture is extremely hard, but it still cracked easily under the ogre's big hammer. The magic crystal inside also shattered. Businessman Dirk didn't expect that there was a full-size magic crystal in the first magic core. And then it was broken into countless pieces. Ghoul Item did not pause, and smashed 10 of them in one breath. Perhaps the businessman Dirk was very lucky. 3 magic crystals came out of just 10 magic cores. Without exception, they were all destroyed by Ghoul Item. Lightem smashed. The businessman Dirk kept shouting stop and refused to give these magic cores to the ogre to crack walnuts. Then he asked his men to return to the caravan. And soon they delivered 10,000 gold coins and took away 2 boxes of magic cores. Chapter 1057 Demon Core 2. Several guys in the business group struggled to carry the 2 boxes of magic cores onto the carriage. And the businessman Dirk left in the carriage. Although the 2-headed ogre usually doesn't pay much attention to these magic cores. The 3 magic cores, containing crystal stones, were smashed from his hands. Even though he is usually a bit dull, this does not mean that he is stupid. And he naturally knows it. What does it mean to have 3 magic crystals out of 10 magic cores? The current market price of 3 magic crystals is approximately 21 gold coins. On average, each of these 10 magic crystals is worth at least 2 gold coins. With such a high crystallization rate, the 5,000 magic cores in the wooden box would be worth nearly 10,000 gold coins. Serdek is currently sold for 5,000 gold coins per box. If calculated this way, Serdek will lose a lot. After all, detaching the magic core is not a craft job. As long as you have a fine whetstone. The ogre was always a talkative person. After the businessman Dirk left, he bluntly reminded Serdek, Boss, the probability of these magic cores yielding magic crystals is so high. Will we lose money if we sell a box of magic cores so cheaply? Serdek was standing next to the map, using a red pen to draw eye-catching circles on the small towns on the map, and then connecting them into line segments to analyze the marching route. Hearing what Ghoul Item said, Serdek discovered that the ogre had actually learned to think. Surprised, Serdek explained to Ghoul Item, Of course not, because I have personally selected these magic cores. The ogre's eyes widened. He was shocked by Serdek's hand. Serdek touched his nose, smiled sheepishly, and said, Each wooden box contains approximately 715 magic cores with complete magic crystals. These magic cores are worth 5,000 gold coins. Of course, after all, it takes labor to solve the magic cores, so they can also open some more magic crystal fragments. And finally, there is still some magic stone powder left. In short, they will not lose money, but they don't expect it. Can make a fortune. Ghoul Item didn't know what to say, but his good brother Nohua blinked and asked with great interest, Dak, since you know which magic core contains magic crystals, why don't we keep all the magic cores containing magic crystals? Serdek stood with the 2-headed ogre and said, In doing business, we must be honest. If we lie to people once, I'm afraid no one will do business with us next time. As long as we are fighting outside, we cannot do without these military business groups. Compared to the military logistics supply group, these business groups are more punctual and trustworthy. We don't have much time to solve the magic core now, and there aren't many gold coins in the logistics warehouse. We need to exchange some magic cores for gold coins. I don't want to gain from them, nor do I want to suffer too much loss. So these boxes of magic cores are specially prepared for them. Of course, This is also a process of building trust between everyone. At the gate of the military camp in the distance, grain trucks drove into the camp. There are 13 canteens in the military camp alone, all of which are busy making baked wheat cakes. These wheat cakes will not go bad after being stored for a week or two. For the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment, one baked wheat cake is a day's ration, probably because he smelled the aroma of baked wheat cakes. The ogre did not continue chatting with Surdak and ran directly to the cafeteria to prepare a few scones to cushion his stomach. In the early morning, Dirk Tratan lifted the blanket and sat up from the simple folding bed in the carriage, ignoring the fact that the wheat-colored skin of the young female assistant lying on the folding bed next to him was exposed to the air. Pushing away the carriages and walking out, he picked up a water glass from the wooden shelf next to him and rinsed his mouth. Seeing the financial officer of the business group walking over with a tired look on his face, holding an account book in his hand, he asked with concern, "How about it? Have all the windows of those magic cores been opened?" "Everything is open." The financial officer felt a little unmotivated. Dirk asked, "How's the exposure?" This is what he cares about most. He spent 10,000 gold coins to buy these magic cores. This time, the business group may not be able to make so much money if they sell all the goods. Like all gamblers, he was extremely looking forward to getting more magic crystals. But he was also very nervous, worried that there would be nothing in those magic cores. The financial officer said casually, "Well, we can confirm that these magic cores contain 712 complete magic crystals, and there are also 50 incomplete magic crystals. It is estimated that hundreds of magic crystal fragments can be polished." Hearing this number, Dirk was slightly disappointed, but at the same time, he was slightly relieved. "It seems like you won't lose money on this transaction." Then he asked with a surprised look on his face, "Why are there so few magic crystal fragments?" How do I know this? If I don't have anything else to do, I'm going to catch up on some sleep." The financial officer of the business group was speechless and said to Dirk, "The financial officer sent by the business group this time is a relative of the boss's wife. Even if he is a little tired at work, Dirk can't say anything." Dirk nodded and agreed. "Okay, I understand." The financial officer glanced at Dirk's carriage, turned around and climbed into the carriage of another caravan. Dirk walked to the bonfire in the camp, where a group of stewards and clerks gathered for breakfast. Everyone saw Dirk coming and quickly gave up their seats. He was brought a cup of hot milk tea. The steward tore into half a piece of scone and sat down to have breakfast with everyone. The morning on the plateau is a bit cold, but drinking a cup of hot milk tea will warm you up. "How is the economic strength of the soldiers in the military camp you have come into contact with during this period?" Dirk asked the supervisors around him. Since the goods in the business group are very mixed, these lower-level supervisors are each responsible for a stall. They usually have the most contact with soldiers in the army. They are very generous, especially the cavalry who participated in the main attack on the town, and a group of auxiliary soldiers who burned corpses. The manager in charge of selling dried meat in the caravan said after taking a sip of milk tea. A young supervisor next to him was in a daze and asked in a low voice, somewhat incomprehensible, "How can you make money by burning corpses? Doesn't the Legion manage the property of fallen soldiers?" The manager in charge of the butcher's shop business explained, "The money in their pockets should not have been obtained from the dead soldiers. The Legion has very strict control over this aspect, and the ones cleaning the battlefield and burning the corpses are not the same group of people, and it is not their turn to make money." After saying that, he took off a money bag from his waist and picked out a few gold coins with mottled marks, even some melted and extremely distorted gold coins. The black marks on them seemed to have been washed away and still remained in the veins. "Look at these gold coins. They all look like this. There are some silver coins that look even worse than this," the supervisor said. Several supervisors took it and rubbed it in their hands, and some put it to their mouths and smelled it. A middle-aged manager who looked very greasy asked in surprise, "Why did it burn like this? There's corpse oil on it." Dirk picked up a gold coin and threw it to the supervisor while holding back his nausea, and then said, "These gold coins probably fell out of the stomachs of the cavemen and H.L. dogs after they were burned to ashes. This kind of gold coins is no longer considered gold coins. If you see this kind of gold coins in the future, you can only treat them as containing impurities." Gold nugget price recovery. A group of supervisors quickly agreed. "Yes, Director Dirk." Dirk asked a young supervisor, "Is the quotation list ready?" "Ready." Dirk nodded and said to the cup in his hand, "Give it to me. I will discuss the next cooperation with Commander Surdak." Chapter 1058 Those Things in the Military Camp. In the large tent of the military camp, a group of commanders discussed the next battle plan with Serdek. After entering the Roman plateau, the problem of shortage of logistical supplies was solved, and the coalition forces could finally continue to move closer to the east. There are almost no mountains on the Roman plateau, and there are vast grasslands everywhere. The coalition forces are not constrained by water sources, which gives the coalition forces countless possibilities for the routes they can choose. Serdek originally wanted the army to go all the way eastward and push forward wherever it went. This was the most conservative battle plan, and could steadily fight all the way to the easternmost town of Acre. This was originally the case. However, the battle in Reese town gave the commanders of the various lord armies many other ideas. This battle was too simple. After the heavy cavalry rushed into the town and killed a group of L dogs who were resisting, the low-level demons in the town became powerless. What followed was more like a hunt. The fight was simply too easy. So the commanders began to think wildly. Since an army of lords can solve the problem of losing land, why should we share the loot with others? Especially after this heavy cavalry entered the town of Reese. They found that although everyone in the town was dead, it was simply a gold mine. Although the people living in this town are struggling to survive, the wealth accumulated by the nobles in this town is unimaginable. Because everyone has overlooked one thing before. That is, the entire Roman plateau is a prairie of about 5,000 square kilometers. The pasture here is suitable for grazing scale horses. It is precisely because of this unique advantage that the MacDonald family lord army has nearly 10,000 heavy cavalry and 20,000 light cavalry. In terms of the number of cavalry, it is twice the total number of cavalry in the Luther Legion. But owning such a prairie is not just a matter of having a large number of cavalry. In recent years, plain wars have occurred frequently. In order to ensure that their plains will not fall into the hands of the forces of the Dark Abyss, the lords have continued to expand their private armies. Young warriors can be recruited within the territory, but most lords have to purchase high-quality war horses from outside. But there must be some issues left over from history, involving the grievances of many wealthy and noble families, as well as the issue of high-level alignment. For example, Duke Newman has always been a staunch ally of the Bousman family. But Duke Ryan has made enemies everywhere in recent decades, and has completely fallen out with the Grand Dukes of the Western Province. The Bena army is still stationed in the Warsaw Plain, which led to the Bena province's desire to purchase war horses, which met with firm resistance from the Western Alliance. This ban on sales has seriously affected the formation of cavalry by the noble lords in the Bena province. The price of high-quality war horses in the horse market of Bena province has always been high. Even the ancient Bolai horses have reached 20 gold apiece. And the scaled horses are a rare commodity that even the rich can't buy. It was under such a situation that the nobles living on the Roman plateau were actually very wealthy. Although some nobles fled the town with a large amount of wealth before the town was invaded by the L demons, there were always things that could not be taken away, and things that were too late to take away. In the small town of Reese, a heavy cavalry team that captured the town found in a noble manner that even the stair railings had golden patterns, and many of the ornaments were gold and silver objects. There was almost a bloody conflict with the infantry regiment that subsequently rushed into the manor. No one wants their piece of cake to be taken away by others. Of course, there is also a weighing of their own strength. Then the battle plan that Suldek had formulated with the commanders before seemed to be less in line with everyone's interests. The mage group has already explored the eastern area of Roman Plateau, and basically no large-scale demon legions have been found. Some scattered small groups of cavemen and L dogs are also extremely scattered, and it is not worth rushing there to clean them up. It can be easily solved by sending a cavalry squadron when passing by, said Commander Collins. On the plateau, the advantage of the cavalry in the Legion was suddenly magnified several times. In comparison, the role of the heavy armored infantry regiment appears to be much smaller. The town that Collins' army mainly attacked was ranked last. So the commander of Collins' army, Earl of Kent, hoped to get the task of clearing out these small groups of L dogs scattered across the grassland. The cavemen don't have any valuable materials, and they are good at hiding underground. No one wants to do this kind of hard work without getting any benefits. However, if you want to eliminate the L dogs, you must also clear out the cavemen in this area. This is inevitable. A commander with a thin face, but almost as tall as Serdek, stood up and suggested to Serdek. Commander Serdek, I have a suggestion. Since these towns are not as dangerous as imagined, and there are no large groups of demon troops along the way, why don't we divide our forces to attack these towns? After speaking, He leaned over and pointed with his finger at the small towns drawn in red circles on the map. And continued, "Everyone, please see. Our current position is here. If we divide our troops into 10 groups, it will be like two big hands covering the western part of the plateau. We can almost clear out all the L demons scattered on the grassland along the way." After hearing this, the other commanders nodded and said, "Yes, this will not only be more efficient, but also clear away the scattered demons on the grassland more cleanly. I also agree with Commander Mescal's proposal." "Me too." The noble titles of these Lord Army commanders are higher than that of Serdek. In this kind of military meeting, there was no need to put forward the battle plan in such a tactful manner. But Soldak was the commander appointed by the military. He especially led the infantry regiment to capture Makuso. He had 25,000 heavy armored infantry in his hands. He was also a leader among the young officers of the Luther Legion, the daughter of Marquis Luther, Miss Hathaway's fiancé. Therefore, the commanders of the various lords' armies, even though they were all counts, were still relatively polite to Serdek and did not usually use their titles to overwhelm others. Serdek looked up at the commanders around him and asked, "You all hope to divide your forces and attack each small town? We have also discussed this matter privately. This is more in line with the interests of our legions." The tall and thin Mescal commander admitted. Soldak nodded and said, "Since everyone thinks this is better, then I agree. Is there anything you need me to coordinate?" Commander Mesca then said to Serdek, "Commander Serdek, I wonder if 2 mages can be arranged for each legion to assist us." Indeed, with the assistance of mages, these Lord Legions will become more flexible and maneuverable on the plateau. "Okay, I'll discuss this with Archmage Harper." Soldak nodded in agreement. The commanders did not expect that Serdek would agree to the new combat plan so readily, and almost all of them looked happy at the same time. After all, no one wants to spend too long on this plateau. Serdek raised a hand and said to the group of commanders gathered in front of the map, "But I still hope that everyone can maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness so that they can deal with any emergencies." He stretched out his hand and drew 4 arrows on the map, and then said, "The 13 Lord armies are divided into 4 groups and march eastward at the same time. After all, even if you are divided into 10 groups, the paths taken by some of the armies may overlap. The heavy armored infantry regiment may move slower, so arrange it in the middle and march eastward with the military merchant group." Soldak considered that some L demons might suddenly appear on the plateau, so he proposed to divide the 13 Lord armies into 4 groups, since the priorities of each Lord army pair had been established before. Seeing that it would be okay to separate separately, the commanders of each legion nodded in agreement. After the battle plan was reset, the commanders breathed a sigh of relief. Then everyone talked about the constructed swordsman group that entered the Roman plateau in advance. "Is there any news from Great Swordsman Quintus and Great Swordsman Chester?" Commander Kent asked Soldak. "The news from the mage group only said that after destroying the demon gate in Arktown, the constructed swordsman group is hunting down the demons and black magicians who escaped from Arktown in the wilderness." Su Erdak responded. When the commanders heard the news, the crowd was excited. Some commanders even shouted loudly, "The constructed swordsman group not only destroyed the Devil's Gate over there, they also hunted down those black magicians on the plateau? Did Archmage Harper tell us how we need to cooperate?" Commander Owen asked Serdek curiously. "There are no special requirements over there." Soldak shook his head and said, and then remembered something and said hurriedly, "There was news from the mage group that traces of a 2-headed L dog were found in the mountains north of the town. Which commander is interested in sending someone to deal with it?" None of the legion commanders responded. Cleaning up this kind of L dog hiding in the mountains will be a hard job for each legion unless there is an experienced scout team. Now that the march plan has been decided, the commanders naturally do not want to send elite teams to such a task. Serdek had no choice but to turn to Samira, who was chatting quietly with Sia in the corner of the marching tent, and said, "Samira, please take a light cavalry team to check." Samira raised her head and agreed lightly. "Oh, I got it." He walked out of the marching tent and called to the 2-headed ogre who was packing his luggage. "Ghoul item, come with me to take a walk in the mountains over there." The 2-headed ogre looked north at the densely forested mountains and asked curiously, "What are we going to do?" Samira walked towards the north gate of the camp without looking back and said casually, "I heard that the grouse over there tastes pretty good." The 2-headed ogre quickly put down a large bag of dry food and stalked to catch up. He held the half-elf archer's slender waist with both hands, let her sit on his broad shoulders, and said loudly and happily, "How can such a thing happen without me?" After saying that, he strode through the camp and headed towards the mountains to the north. Chapter 1059 Symbiosis Contract. With sufficient supplies, the cavalry units in each lord's army couldn't wait to leave the coalition camp that night and headed towards their respective target towns. Many lord armies came to the Ganbu plain this time, and they only brought cavalry regiments. Without infantry, these lords' army was like a herd of wild horses, quickly disappearing into the dark prairie night. Originally, there were commanders who wanted to lend the two-headed ogre to Serdek. They knew that this ogre usually had a lot of autonomy, and the reward he needed was just some delicacies, not magic crystals. He agreed with the commanders' psychological expectations. According to past experience, as long as Guidam is persuaded, Serdek will usually not refuse. Unfortunately, the ogre actually went out to perform the mission for the first time. Several commanders failed and had no choice but to give up. Serdek's heavy armored infantry regiment is not so urgent. He plans to set off with a heavy armored infantry regiment tomorrow morning. 2 accompanying military merchant groups will also march eastward with Serdek's large army. Samira returned to the camp with Guidam very late. What was unexpected was that the 2 of them brought back a group of survivors from the town of Reese. Serdek heard the noise in the camp and quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag. Thea was soaking in a large bathtub next to her. She was sleeping in a terrible state, with almost all of her body inserted into the bathtub. Instead, she had a 3-color fishtail hanging on the edge of the bathtub. Although she turned into a mermaid, she was also very slender. But a 3-color fishtail is over 2 meters long. It can't fit into a bathtub as big as it is without curling up. Serdek patted her fishtail, which was cold and icy and had dry scales, and asked her to change her position and fall asleep again. Thea emerged from the bathtub in a daze, thinking that Serdek was calling her Miss Mermaid in the middle of the night. She raised her head, stretched out her hands sleepily, and hung them on Serdek's neck, and put them on her face with a red face. Her head rested on his chest. "I mean, your tail is exposed. If you don't want the scales to fall off, just change your position and sleep again. I'll go outside and take a look." Soldak patted Thea's pretty wet face and whispered. Thea came to her senses at this time. She held the bathtub with both hands and bit her soft lips. She looked at the back of Soldak as he left in a hurry. She covered her face with her hands and sank into the bathtub. Then she retracted the 3-color fishtail into the bathtub. In the barrel, Serdek was only wearing a linen shirt and bloomers, and the front of his shirt was soaked by Thea's hair. When they walked out of the tent, they saw Samira and Guidam standing in the camp, followed by a group of refugees in ragged clothes. The orderlies in the military camp were holding a large pile of baked wheat cakes and trotted over, and there were people behind them, carrying the soup bucket. Guidam stepped forward and grabbed a piece of toasted wheat cake, tore it into 2 pieces, and ate the 2 heads at the same time. While eating, he complained to Serdek. "Dak, Samira told me that there are grouse in the north of the mountain, and she wanted to take me hunting. But when we rushed over, we couldn't find even a mouse except for a 2-headed H.L. dog." Serdek stood next to Guidam and quickly smoothed things over for Samira, saying, "Every livestock on the entire grassland has been hunted down by H.L. dogs. It is normal that there is no prey in the mountains. Originally, I'd like you to go there, just to kill that 2-headed H.L. dog. Where did you find these survivors?" Serdek turned to Samira and asked. Samira handed the refugees to the nearby orderlies for resettlement, letting them rest where they were first, and giving each of them something to eat and drink. Then he said to Soldak, "Over the mountains to the north. They are hiding in a cave." Serdek took a closer look and found that the residents of these small towns looked good. Although they looked a little dirty, they did not seem to be hungry. I thought there were excellent hunters among them, but it seemed that none of them wore leather armor or carried hunting bows. Serdek felt a little strange. "Boss, come here," Samira said to Serdek. Serdek followed her to a wooden cage in an empty area of the camp. Serdek seemed to smell the smell of rotten apples. He followed Samira's fingers and looked at the wooden cage. There was actually a demon servant in the cage. Although this demon servant was wrapped in a shabby and dirty blanket, Serdek could still clearly see his rotten face. The almost demonic face had black and red stripes, which may be the result of the demonized body. Exclusive. His whole body was severely rotten, but relying on the recovery power brought about by living with the H.L. dogs. The inside of his body was constantly healing these festering sores. Even his breathing made a gurgling sound, as if his lungs were filled with water. Serdek asked with confusion, "Why did you bring him to the camp?" "Usually when I encounter these demon servants, They are executed on the spot. They don't have anything valuable on them. Samira felt helpless and whispered, I don't want to either. But those people said that it is this demon servant and a two-headed H.L. dog that have been feeding them these days. Before Samira finished speaking, she saw an 8 or 9-year-old boy among the refugees running to the wooden cage with a piece of scone in his hands. He tried hard to reach inside with his little hand and stuffed the scone into the demon servant, into his hand, and said in a childish voice, Dad, you eat? Serdek finally understood Samira's dilemma. The H.L. dog escaped. But we caught this demon servant. Samira lowered her head, not daring to look at Serdek, but said in a hoarse voice, I heard from the refugees that it was the demon servant rescued them from the small town of Rees and kept them hiding in the caves of North Ridge. The H.L. dog usually hunted prey in the mountains for them. Serdek looked at the boy sleeping next to the wooden cage, and knew in his heart that this child must have softened Samira's heart. The child seemed very tired, holding a small piece of wheat cake in his hand, and fell asleep leaning against the wooden cage. The demon servant was in a good mood and even tasted the wheat cake. He just carefully broke off the dirty part and put the clean part back into the boy's arms. Serdek opened the wooden cage and asked the demon servant to come out. The demon servant bent over and got out of it. He staggered a little and dragged one leg as he walked. But he said nothing. The refugees in the town not far away thought that the demon servants were going to the execution ground, and they all wanted to squeeze over. In fact, the soldiers in the military camp usually execute demon servants on the spot when they see them. They are not even qualified to go to the execution ground. A group of refugees was stopped by several soldiers. A woman tried to push away the soldier with a spear, but was pushed back by the soldier and sat down on the ground. The demon servant glanced with some reluctance. Only then did Serdek see his eyes clearly. One eye was blood red, but the other eye was clear blue. When will I die? His voice was vague. Serdek sat on the wooden box and asked him, Do you have any other requests before you die? The demon servant raised his head, as if listening, and then said, I know it is nearby. If you kill me, it will not survive. Can you bury me with it? I will use these to buy its body. As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag from his arms, carefully placed it in front of Soldak's feet, and opened the bag's mouth, revealing the yellow gold coins inside. Seeing Serdek frowning, the demon servant immediately said, I guarantee that it has never killed anyone, and the money is all clean. Soldak said calmly, Compared with these, I want to know what happened. The demon servant sat on the ground, pointed at the town of Rees that was shrouded in darkness not far away, and said in a hoarse voice, I live in Rees, and I often go to Acre Town to buy horses. 2 months ago, I went to Acre Town to buy horses, and countless H.L. demons attacked the town. Many people were arrested by them like me. But they didn't kill us directly. They fed us a kind of purple magic grass. And when our bodies changed, they made us sign a magic contract with those H.L. dogs. And then I turned into this. After I signed a symbiosis contract with it, it happened to activate primary intelligence and could communicate with me. We didn't want to kill, so we escaped from the army. Before the demon army comes, let's escape back to Rees Town. I warned the people in the town that the demon army was coming and wanted them to escape quickly. But they didn't believe it. They even arrested me and nailed me to a cross, preparing to burn me to death the next day. It was my family and some neighbors who took me there. I secretly rescued them, and then I took them and fled to the mountains to the north. When the demon army came, they hid in the cave. Every day they went out hunting with me, and they lived like this until now. Serdek didn't expect that he was actually a H.L. dog and demon servant who defected from the demon clan. However, he may be an outlier among the demon servants because he was not completely demonized and lost. Although his body was demonized, his mind was still normal. From the expressions of the refugees trying to rush over, it can be seen that what he said must be true. However, thinking that he had signed a symbiosis contract with a H.L. dog, Serdek couldn't help but ask, What do you understand by the symbiosis contract? The demon servant didn't expect that Serdek would ask these questions, and he didn't even know how to answer. No matter what, whether it was forced or experienced so much humiliation and suffering, when I sign a symbiosis contract with it, we are one, and it is my closest partner. I can understand what it is saying. You can also feel its emotions, even if it is a H.L. dog. The demon servant said calmly. He paused and continued. I originally thought that H.L. dogs were all cruel by nature. In fact, They are not all like that. It's just that humans are no different from prey in their eyes. Surdak couldn't help his curiosity and continued to ask. So, it is a unique H.L. dog? The demon servant shook his head silently and said, It just opened the primary wisdom and recognized me. Chapter 1060 Symbiosis Contract 2. The night wind blew Suldak's face. He stood on a grassy sandhill outside the camp, looking up at the crisscrossing countercurrents of time and space. Surdak thought that he also had a symbiosis contract. When he brought Aphrodite from the Maka plane to the Roland continent, he signed an equal and symbiotic contract with her. To this day, he has not understood those terms. But this magical contract should be very advanced because it involves equal two-way summoning and is not even affected by planes. In fact, this is also a topic studied by many black magicians. The original black magicians studied the summoning circle in the hope of enslaving the devil and using the power of the devil to strengthen themselves, body and soul. Unfortunately, nowadays, the summoning circle seems to have changed a bit. Some black magicians even want to build a gate to H.L. Just like these black magicians in the Ganbu Plain. They can summon an army of demons, but they cannot control them. Fortunately, these black magicians still have limited understanding of summoning circles and spaces. Even with the help of the black magic of the H.L. demons, they can only open the primary demon door. This kind of demon door can only be used by low-level demons. Pass. The closest companion? Aphrodite is sitting on the other side of the grass slope. Her graceful figure under the black robe has a unique kind of laziness. She does not wear a mithril mask or tie her hair. She has a curved devil's horn on her head. We also have a symbiotic contract, Surdak said. When he said this, he saw the two-headed H.L. dog lingering under the hillside in the distance. Yes! The lazy voice had a special kind of softness. Looking at the two-headed H.L. dog in the distance, Aphrodite suddenly felt that it would be good to let Surdak have more contact with other demons. It was almost dawn, and some Legion teams had already begun to put away their tents. In the distance, caravans were also loading all their goods onto carriages, preparing to set off with the army. The place where several wooden crosses were buried outside the camp became a makeshift execution ground, and the demon servants were tied to the crosses with ropes. The group of small town residents stood next to the wooden cross, and many of them had such complicated expressions on their faces. To them, this demon servant is not only a relative, a benefactor, but also an enemy. There was only one woman who cried hard. I heard that that woman was the wife of a demon servant. After he became a demon servant, they never said a word again. I don't know now whether I'm crying about my ill-fated fate, or whether I'm reluctant to let go of this demon servant. The demon servant had a rope tied to his body. He lowered his head and said nothing. He was tied there for most of the night. It's almost daybreak, and the army is about to set off. On the hillside not far away, Soldak came back with the Eisenhard broadsword in his hand. He stood next to the demon servant and raised the broadsword in his hand. The light of the broadsword reflected on the demon servant's face, and the faint holy light caused bursts of black smoke to rise from his face. A two-headed H.L. dog also appeared on the grass in the distance. It ran towards this side without hesitation, first trotting, and then like a flag fluttering in the wind. Surdak's sword fell and cut the ropes around the demon servant. Seeing the rope fall to the ground, the demon servant looked up at Surdak in surprise. Surdak nodded to him and said, Learn hunting skills and hide deeper so that no one can find you again. Also, please stick to your heart and don't lose yourself in the blood. Then you can leave. The demon servant looked at Surdak in surprise. Are you going to let me go? Surdak turned around and walked back to the camp without looking back. As he walked, he said, Otherwise, you have not committed any crime. We cannot kill you just because you have become a servant of the devil. Those we killed are all lost. The true devil in your heart. Obviously you are not yet a devil. At most you are half a devil. The demon servant limped and ran towards the H.L. dog. He was worried that the H.L. dog would rush over and be shot by the soldiers here. The two-headed H.L. dog stopped. The demon servant communicated with him while walking onto the sand hill opposite. The two-headed H.L. and demonic servant stand on a high hill. His family members and neighbors almost collapsed on the ground, and many breathed a sigh of relief. The woman, on the other hand, looked surprised and sat blankly under the wooden cross, seeming to be cursing in a low voice. The dark red night sky gradually turned into orange, and the golden light band in the countercurrent of time and space gradually disappeared. Amidst the low sound of the horn, the heavy armored infantry marched forward in neat steps. heading east. On that slope, the demon servant ran back lamely. The two-headed H.L. dog could no longer be seen. He wanted to run in front of Serdek, but was stopped by the surrounding soldiers. At least there were 20 spears were pointed at his body. He raised his hands to explain something to the infantry soldiers. Serdek sent someone to bring him to him. He was originally going to ask him if he wanted some dry food or something. But before Serdek could speak, the demon servant said to Serdek, "You should also be careful. It has felt the call of the superior. There should be a high-level demon born in the Ganbu plain. He is gathering a huge army on the other side of the mountain, preparing to overwhelm you in one fell swoop." Serdek was a little stunned. A high-level demon? Thank you for your message. In fact, there is another sentence that Serdek did not say, whether it is true or not. Serdek looked at the departing figures of the demon servants and remained silent for a long time. I didn't expect him to bring such news. The demon servant left a bag of gold coins in his hand to his wife and children, but did not leave with them. Those refugees will return to Makuso City with the caravan, then leave the Ganbu plain and seek refuge in Lugite City. After all, they took their savings with them when they left the town of Reese. During this period, they had been hiding in the mountains and living a life of drinking blood. But the money was always with them. They had everything in the caravan. These refugees were in the business. The team took a shower and put on new clothes. The wife seemed to have changed. There was no longer any sadness in her eyes. And she even flirted with a steward in the caravan. The boy, on the other hand, had been looking at Shagang. Even though the figures of the demon servant and the two-headed H.L. dog had disappeared, a neighbor put his arm around the boy's shoulders and handed him a piece of scone. Regardless of whether the news is true or false, Archmage Harper is ready to investigate in person. He does not want the H.L. demons to reverse the current situation again. Director Dirk of the Palm Bay Business Group brought a quotation. The price on the quotation was not bad, although it was not as cheap as the one sold by the owner of the Thunder Rhinoceros Business Group, Malacom. It was still acceptable. After all, this was a war zone. Director Dirk also said that more than half of the goods could be delivered immediately, which Serdek did not expect at all. As soon as the Lord Legion commanders left the camp with their cavalry, Serdek announced the merit exchange list. Even if the heavy armored infantry legion was on the march, these infantry soldiers almost exploded. It turns out that merit points are so useful. What is exchanged is not only gold coins, but the best thing is actually the magic pattern structure of a single product. But after seeing the 100,000 merit points on the merit list, I don't know how many people gave up immediately. Then looking down, 2,000 or 3,000 merit points can be exchanged for a magic dagger, and 4,000 merit points can be exchanged for a magic weapon. It's hard to say how many heavy armored infantry soldiers in the military camp have an obsession with magic weapons. Even if the weapon is given an extremely simple sharp attribute, some people will love it and show it off to their companions. Not to mention these real magic weapons that enhance strength, agility, precision, explosive power, ice attributes, fire attributes, etc. It may be difficult for them to save up to 30 gold. But in the military camp, it is usually difficult to spend this stuff. So they have to save it little by little. With the emergence of the business group, everyone began to pay attention to the merit points in their hands again. For example, the merit points of Ned Mosby, the commander of the 1st Heavy Infantry Regiment, had reached more than 6,000 points, which could be exchanged for a handful of magic. The weapons are coming. Basically, other heavy armored infantry regiment leaders can also get such rewards. Serdek also said that there will always be a merit exchange list in the military camp until the Ganbu plain is completely recovered. As the 3rd Business Group came to the Sai Roman Plateau and caught up with the heavy armored infantry regiment, Serdek discovered that this time it was no longer a mercenary group escorting the business group, but an adventure team. This means that some adventure groups will take advantage of the plain war to hang out on the battlefield and hunt down H.L. dogs. They will also go to the ruins of the town to pick up garbage. Adventure groups are different from mercenary groups. Mercenary groups charge more for escort missions because they are professionals in this regard. As for the adventure group, they mainly explore around, hunting monsters, collecting herbs, exploring ancient ruins, underground cities, and sometimes robbing ancient tombs. Taking on escort missions is just their side job. The advent of the adventure group in the Ganbu plain was a good thing for Serdek. At least, he didn't have to worry about those H.Lish demons in the wilderness that couldn't always be cleaned up. They came here to hunt H.Lounds. Chapter 1061 Samp Town. In just a few days, adventure groups have sprung up on the Roman plateau like mushrooms after a rain. Along the way, 3 more merchant groups successively joined the caravans behind the heavy armored infantry regiment. Although the number of caravans following the regiment increased to 6. Currently, the only merchant group accompanying the army is the Palm Bay Merchant Group. It's just a group and a catcher in the ride business group. However, Surdak did not object to the soldiers selling some trophies privately, such as the claws and teeth of the H.L. dogs. As for the head of the H.L. dog, it is a prohibited item. No matter who is in the military camp, anyone who seizes the head of the H.L. dog must turn it over. This has become a common practice in the military. With the merit exchange list, rich rewards appeared. The soldiers in the heavy armored infantry regiment began to become more proactive. Although the redemption performance of the magic pattern structure in the first row of the exchange list was simply an astronomical figure for most heavy armored infantry soldiers, there are many warriors who have dreams and work hard for them. There is even a rumor among the legions privately that they don't want the war in the Ganbu plain to end too early, lest everyone be unable to redeem the magic pattern construct. In fact, after several battles with Lord MacDonald's army, Surdak not only pieced together 123 complete sets of magic pattern structures from the captured loot, but also more than 50 parts. Surdak planned to put these parts on the merit exchange list one after another to mobilize the enthusiasm of the heavy armored infantry regiment during battle. As the army continued to advance eastward, more and more low-level demons were encountered along the way. Surdak had to send additional scout teams to clean up small groups of low-level demons around the army. The plateau is flat, but there are no trees. Instead, it is overgrown with weeds. These low-level demons are lurking in the grass, and it is a desolate scene as far as the eye can see. As adventure groups continue to appear around the army, they hunt in the wilderness during the day and return to the caravan camp at night. If they have harvests, they will go into the triangular tent. When the harvest is small, they will go to the merchant group's mobile tavern for a drink. Xiaobei. The freedom and ease of life of these members of the adventure group makes the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment very envious. In the past few days, the scouts gradually discovered that if they patrolled according to the established route, the team's harvest was getting less and less day by day. Sometimes they could still see the battlefield they had just fought in front of them, and the purple blood had not solidified. The infantry scout team in the Legion didn't understand who was always intercepting the prey that should be theirs. So they approached the accompanying mages in the Legion and asked them to help investigate. The mages fought a beautiful battle of annihilation in the North Canyon of Myra Mountain, which was recognized by the Legionnaires. Recently, the two sides have been getting along much more harmoniously. Seeing the request handed over by the infantry troops scout team, the mages rode on magic harpoons the next day and followed the scout team's action trajectory to conduct an advanced reconnaissance, only to discover the secret hidden inside. In fact, this matter is related to those adventure groups. One adventure group seems to have figured out the action route of the infantry scout team. They will run ahead of the scout team to hunt low-level demons. In this way, it doesn't matter even if you encounter danger, because there is a scout team behind you, and you can escape from danger as long as you persist for a while. If you don't encounter danger, then after hunting low-level demons such as H.L. dogs, will quickly run to the front. The adventure group's approach is very silly, but very safe. The mages who were conducting aerial reconnaissance were all amazed. There really are all kinds of shameless people in the world. After hearing the answers given by the mages, the scout team immediately gathered a group of friends from the squadron after the patrol mission. They planned to beat up these adventurers, but they were informed and rushed to Ned. Captain Mosby stopped it in time. Just kidding. If these adventure groups are driven away, who will be willing to come to the plateau to clean up these demonic garbage in the future? However, we can't just let these adventurous groups do whatever they want. After all, if this kind of thing spreads, it will damage the face of the heavy armored infantry regiment. Captain Ned Mosby's solution is actually very simple, which is to ask the mages for help. During the March of the Legion, the main task of the mages is to ride magic harpoons to explore the situation in the wild. They mainly detect whether there are large groups of low-level demons around. If a large number of low-level demons are found gathering, Surdak will send the army cleared it up promptly. Now, Captain Ned Mosby asked the mages to assist the scout team and guide the scout team in the sky. By temporarily changing the route, they could get rid of those adventurous groups. When this adventure group discovered that the scout team was far away from them several times, and the mages were flying through the air on magic harpoons, they knew that their little actions had long been noticed by others. and they were worried about the scout team. The subsequent revenge was to follow the business group for 2 days. Fortunately, no one was pursuing the matter, and the adventure group finally decided not to mess around like this anymore. Samp Town is located in the central area of the Saruman Plateau, close to the shores of Bellinoma Lake, which belongs to the hinterland of the plateau. The melted snow water from the snowy mountains in the north gathers together to form the Noma River, which is the only large river on the Saruman Plateau. It almost divides the Saruman Plateau into 2 halves, dividing it into the eastern plateau and the western plateau. The reason why Samp Town can become the central town of the plateau is because it has the pearl of the plateau, Lake Bellinoma. Lake Bellinoma is the second largest lake in the Dry Cloth Plain. Samp Town is located at the outlet of the southern river channel of the lake. Samp Town is on the west bank of the large dam of Lake Bellinoma. This large dam is also equivalent to a bridge, connecting the east and west Saruman Plateau, precisely because it is a transportation hub connecting the east and west plateaus. This town is considered the most prosperous central town among the 15 towns. Many nobles have settled here. Therefore, the prosperity of this town is far higher than that of other plateau towns. This is also the first town that Serdek is responsible for the main attack. As for why the commanders of the various legions gave up this place to Serdek, in addition to being the supreme commander of the legion, Serdek was also selected by Marquis Luther. In addition, he has a red dragon friend. Although this does not mean that he will definitely become a dragon knight in the future, but at least he is very hopeful of becoming one. Finally, there is another crucial reason, which is that Samp Town has a city wall, just like Hatangada Town, Takarite Town, and Bans Town. Samp Town also has a city wall, and when this wall was originally built, even including half of Bellinoma Lake, and at the same time it is integrated with a large dam. When the Legion arrived at the border of Samp Town, Serdek discovered that the low-level demons here had become very dense. Even some adventure groups who arrived here first did not dare to enter the suburbs of Samp Town easily. It is said that 3 adventure groups wanted to sneak into Samp Town in advance to pick up garbage, but they were discovered by low-level demons and chased them all the way. When escaping back to the caravan, many people from these 3 adventure groups died. Scattered among the grass are some whitish feces and broken bones, all left by the H.L. dogs. Due to the huge number of the H.L. dog legion, they will basically eat all the local living people and animals as rations wherever they conquer. Moreover, because there is always not enough food, their bite force is very amazing, and they will basically eat when eating, crack the bones into pieces and swallow them. Therefore, it is rare to see complete skeletons among the grass. Piles of feces are washed away by the rain, and in the end, only a piece of gray bone remains. The low-level demons here seem to have mastered many skills in fighting humans. They often lurk in the grass and ambush infantry regiment scout teams and adventure groups. When the infantry regiment had just arrived at the border area of Samp Town, the mage group had already brought the detected images of Samp Town and Lake Bellinoma back to the camp through the memory crystal. There are 2 city gates in Samp Town, namely the West Gate and the East Gate. If you want to enter Samp Town from the Western Plateau, you can only pass through the West Gate. The city gate is not closed, and you can still see dry holes on the broken gate. The bloodstains collapsed in the city gate. There were torn pieces of armor and broken weapons scattered everywhere around the city wall. There are nearly 1,000 flaming dogs stationed on the city wall, and thousands of demon servants guarding the city wall. There are a large number of H.L. dogs and cavemen entrenched in the city. Serdek thought that the H.L. demons would gather heavy troops to guard Samp Town, but he did not expect that there would be so many flaming Gog. Each Gog was a mage who could release small fireballs. Once these Gog gathered in groups, the threat posed to the siege fighters is still very huge. Moreover, those demon servants also wore some blood-stained armor, which seemed to have been ripped off from the soldiers guarding the city of Samp. They were also equipped with some weapons, and there were piles of black oil prepared on top of the city. Same thing. Serdek had seen demon servants use this kind of black oil balls in other towns. They would ignite these black oil balls before throwing them. However, due to the limitations of their arm strength, the fireballs could not be thrown far. If it were on a battlefield outside the city, these black oil balls might not pose a threat in the hands of the demon servants. A hail of arrows could knock down a large area of them. But now they are standing on the city wall more than 5 meters high, and they can throw these black oil balls down from the city. Once these sticky black oil balls are on the body, it is difficult to get rid of them. The continuous burning flames attack for city warriors. It is a greater threat than the fireball technique. With Serdak's current strength, it seems that it is not that easy to capture Samptown. Serdak asked Archmage Harper, who was holding the magic memory crystal. Archmage Harper, have your mage group contacted Great Swordsman Quintus and Great Swordsman Chester? Archmage Harper raised his head. The reddish fire element in his eyes slowly disappeared, and said casually, Our people were on the other side of the snowy mountains and tracked the marks they left a few days ago. Soldak nodded. Chapter 1062 Shadow Demon. Dak, do you want to call back the constructed swordsman group? Archmage Harper asked Serdak while standing in the military camp. This Samp town is obviously more difficult to attack than those previous towns, since the Luther Legion's most elite constructed swordsman group is on the Roman plateau. There is no reason to abandon it. Serdak hesitated for a moment before saying, No need for now. Let the heavy armored infantry regiment try it first. This time he brought over 20 catapults, which were powerful siege weapons, with the black powder barrels and flints. They might not need the support of the constructed swordsman group. Archmage Harper nodded, put away the magic memory crystal in his hand, held a short magic wand in his hand again, and said, Okay, if you need my cooperation, if you need anything, just come to me. Serdak quickly saluted Archmage Harper politely and said, Thank you for your support. Archmage Harper turned around and walked out of the military tent. The heavy armored infantry regiment set up camp on the west shore of Lake Bellinoma, 5 kilometers away from the town of Samp. Not only is it convenient to get water here, but Soldak is also preparing to make some sheepskin rafts, hoping that the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment can secretly land on the rafts from the south bank of Bellinoma Lake. This is also the northern dock of Samp town. There were also high walls, but no demon servants were seen guarding them. Those business groups also camped on the north side of the military camp, because this time they went deep into the enemy's battlefield in order to be protected by the heavy armored infantry regiment. The merchant camp was almost immediately adjacent to the heavy armored infantry battalion. Before the war, entertainment venues such as mobile taverns and triangular tents where you could eat cookies and drink milk tea were temporarily closed. Only stalls selling daggers, leather goods, armor pieces, and other supplies were set up. At this time, no one dared to cause trouble in Soldak's heart. An invisible pressure not only enveloped the military camp, but even the business group felt a little breathless. They even regretted a little. If they had known that the situation here was so bad, they should have stayed in Reese town for one more week before setting off. By then, the outcome would probably be decided. Now, just seeing the continuous dispatch of scout teams from the military camp, and hearing that members of the adventure group were attacked outside the city one after another, we know that the cleanup of low-level demons outside Samp town is not going so smoothly. And the demons' counterattacks are also very sharp. This time, those H.L. dogs seem to have finally grown a little more brains, and several ambushes caught the adventure group by surprise. The scout team in the military camp also encountered some troubles, so Serdak had to double the number of scout teams that went out for inspection. And there were mages watching from the sky. The responsibility of the scout team is to comb through the deserted meadows outside Samp town to prevent any invisible caves from connecting to the town. If an army of H.Lish demons suddenly appears during the siege, they will then fight with the demons in Samp town. The inside should be coordinated with the outside, and the heavy armored infantry regiment would be wrapped up in dumplings, which would be real trouble. Serdak stood on the grass beside the lake and happened to see a row of catapult bases placed on the grass beside the lake. The craftsmen responsible for assembling catapults in the heavy armored infantry regiment have begun to assemble these extremely heavy catapults. This siege equipment is quite powerful when combined with flint and black powder barrels. The huge wheel bases of these catapults were pulled all the way by war horses, because this kind of catapult is very heavy, and we are worried that the magic components will be damaged due to bumpy roads during transportation. Only the huge throwing arm is still installed on the catapult, and the rest of the components have basically been disassembled and pulled here by a 4-wheeled carriage in order to transport these 20 catapults to Samp town. Soldak invested 120 Gubwa horses before attacking Samp town. The craftsmen in the catapult camp quickly assembled the catapult. This can be regarded as a big trump card in Soldak's hand. Isn't there a black powder barrel? A catapult has been assembled and is being tested over the meadow. Soldak thought of John, the catapult craftsman who fled with him after the failure in the Battle of Moyinling in Handenar County in the Warsaw Plain. He didn't know how this guy was doing now. In the afternoon, Soldak summoned 17 infantry commanders from the heavy armored infantry regiment to conduct a battle meeting in Samp town in the military camp tent. The infantry commanders all had siege experience in a Tengata town. This combat meeting was not too serious. This time, some commanders wanted to temporarily build a few simple siege ladder trucks. But there was no such thing nearby. There were no forests. And the number of planks carried in the barracks was very limited. But the ladder still needs to be built. And it is impossible to enter Samp Town with just a gate. Soldak raised his head and glanced at the bearded Edgar sitting in the front. And said, "Edgar, you are responsible for making a few sheepskin rafts this time. Ned, you are responsible for modifying the ladder truck. I will provide the wood. Think of ways to." Ned Mosby quickly replied, "Yes." The bearded Edgar stood up on his own initiative and said to Surdak, "Commander Surdak, we don't need to set up a sheepskin raft this time. I saw some boats moored at the dock north of Samp Town. At night, I took some people to swim across the lake and steal those fishing boats back. It is almost 5 kilometers away from Samp Town. The other side of the lake is just a very thin line. I really don't know how the bearded Edgar discovered that there are fishing boats there. But obviously fishing boats are more reliable than sheepskin rafts. And the soldiers in the heavy armored infantry regiment are basically members of the resistance army. They live in the dense forests in the southern part of the Ganbu Plain all year round and know how to operate boats." After the combat meeting, as soon as Soldak walked out of the military camp tent, he saw 6 soldiers from the scout team hurried over carrying a stretcher. Soldak quickly called Sia and hurried forward to greet her. Surdak rushed over and discovered that the injured person was actually a swordsman from the adventure group. He was lying on a stretcher, covered in blood, and his throat had been cut open with a knife. However, he should have received hydrotherapy and was entangled. Hemostatic bandage. Surprisingly, no one is dead after carrying it here. A water magician was running out of breath. His makeup was stained with tears. He was not ugly, but he was not beautiful either. He kept using hydrotherapy on the swordsman. Surdak didn't expect that there was a water magician in this adventure group. It seemed that the scale of this adventure group was not small. "Commander, please save our captain!" The female magician rushed up, grabbed Soldak's arm tightly and begged without letting go. Surdak struggled to free himself slightly, but did not break away. "I thought, do you want me to save you? Or do you not want me to save you?" After the female magician finished speaking, she pulled out a wooden box from her magic pocket and smashed it to the ground with a clang. It was filled with the heads of Lounds, which seemed to be in good condition. It was obvious that someone had instructed them to pay for the treatment. The people carrying the stretcher were soldiers from the scout team in the military camp. Soldak held up a ball of holy light and looked at them, wondering how they carried the people to the military camp. If the merchant group and when everyone in the adventure group was injured and came to ask for treatment, he, the commander, might as well just change his profession and become a therapist. The captain of the scout team understood what Soldak meant at a glance, and quickly stood up and explained quickly. "Commander, we were surrounded by a group of dogs and demon servants 3 kilometers southeast of Samp Town. At the beginning, we still had a slight advantage, so we wanted to cut off the heads of the dogs and bring them back. But then, there were demon servants among them, possibly wearing invisibility cloaks, holding 2 daggers. We couldn't see them at all, and they stabbed several of us in succession. We were fighting and retreating with our injured companions, and then we met their adventure group. The leader of the adventure group led people to rescue us, but his throat was cut by the invisible demon. Please save him!" Soldak wiped his nose and said lightly, "Bring him in." At this time, the wounded soldiers of the scout team limped back from outside the camp. "Let them come in," Soldak said while standing at the door of the military camp tent. "The treatment process is not that complicated. The holy light technique and divine blessing body's blessing quickly caused an oil film to form on the gap in the swordsman's throat, and the broken blood vessels stopped bleeding. Although the swordsman's face was a little pale, there was no serious problem. But it is necessary to practice for at least a week." After the adventure group left the camp, Surdak called the captain of the scout team into the military tent and said, "Tell me, what happened to you? This is not a wound that dogs and cavemen can inflict." The scout captain said to Soldak tremblingly, "We don't know either. That guy can only flash out at the moment of killing someone, and then disappear in a whoosh, and can't be found at all." The armor of the heavy armored infantry regiment all had neck protection plates. No one had their throats cut, but there were several people who had a few bloody holes in their bodies. The swordsman leader of the adventure group was wearing a leather armor, although the leather breastplate was a magic pattern construct. The armor piece on his neck was accidentally cut. "Okay, got it!" Serdek waved to the scout captain and asked him to go out. Then he ordered Edgar, who was standing aside. Captain Edgar, please inform the rest of the scout team and ask them to be careful when they go out to patrol. Don't lose your life because of a few H.L. dog heads. Everyone rides in. As you command, Commander. The bearded Edgar hurriedly walked out of the camp. Samira also followed the bearded Edgar outside the tent. But she didn't go far and stood guard at the entrance of the tent. Inside the tent, Serdek opened the curtain of the treatment area and asked Aphrodite standing inside. Aphrodite, do you think that assassin is an advanced demon servant? How can it be a demon servant? Even if the H.L. dogs grow 3 heads, they can't be invisible. That should be the shadow demon. Didn't you see it once in the magic tower of Makuso City? Aphrodite sitting on the diagnosis and treatment bed. He said to Suldak with a smile. Suldak said nothing. At that time, he only saw a shadow demon head that was not completely dead in the storage room where the space was shattered. That head left a very deep impression on him. He did not expect that what the scout team would encounter in the wild would also be a shadow demon who was proficient in assassination methods. Can they come back alive after encountering the shadow demon? Serdek asked with some confusion. Don't think of them as a group of omnipotent assassins. They are just mage killers. As long as you know how to deal with them. They have no other abilities except being good at peeping. Aphrodite smoothed her fluffy hair and raised her head to look at Serdek. Those purple eyes are filled with come and praise me, and I will tell you the answer to this question. Facing the succubus with such an expression, Serdek also looked helpless, as if he had been away from home for too long. Chapter 1063 Shadow Demon Skin. Time flows backward and disappears from the night sky. As dawn arrived, one scout team after another left the military camp and walked into the grass on the outskirts of Samp Town. In addition to the regular equipment, each of these scout teams also carries a clay pot on their backs. This clay pot is no different from the jars used to store honey and olive oil at home. Each jar has a flat round lid. Open the lid and you can just put one hand in. Each scout filled this clay pot with the finely crushed ashes of H.L. This fine gray powder rose into the air, like smoke, and could almost be blown away by the wind. This is one of the ways Aphrodite told Serdek to deal with the shadow demon. The moment the shadow demon disappears, it does not turn into smoke, but becomes invisible through the awakened bloodline talent. Not all shadow demons are as strong as the shadow demon in the mage tower in Makusuo City. The warriors of their tribe are also strong and weak. It is precisely because of this racial talent that the warriors of the shadow demon clan usually do not want to make progress, always thinking that they can solve everything by relying on their bloodline talent. Therefore, the strong ones among the shadow demon group are even rarer. These scout teams left the camp this time basically to go out and hunt the shadow demons. I heard that the skins of the shadow demons are very valuable. However, not all shadow demon skins are very valuable. But only a very small number of shadow demons have the attribute of invisibility. Magic skins. Many magicians like to use their leather to make invisibility cloaks. A scout team walked through the dung-covered grass, surrounded by dead silence. There is even a lavender columnar plant growing around the feces of those H.L., which looks a bit like a morel mushroom, but with white spots on it. This plant is very invasive, and they emit some black pollen from time to time. When these powdery substances get on the leaves of other plants, those leaves will quickly wither, pushing aside the jagged blades of grass. A bloodstain was drawn on the face of the scout captain. If he was scratched by some vines containing neurotoxins, the wound would be particularly painful. He wiped his face with the back of his hand. He had been walking around in this deserted meadow for a long time, but he did not find the invisibility that Commander Serdek described. Killer. He looked at the sky and felt that it was a little early to return to the military camp. He reached into his arms, took out half a piece of scone, tore off a piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. The biscuit is a bit dry. Chew it slowly, and feel the thick wee aroma. A charred H.L. suddenly appeared from the grass in front. There was a faint green smoke coming from their bodies, and they were breathing heavily, as if there was water in their lungs. The captain pressed his body lower, just waiting for the H.L. dog to get closer. Even closer. He even reached behind his back and made coded gestures to the members of the scout team behind him, asking them to get ready. He felt that his body suddenly sank, and his head seemed to be hugged by someone. The scout captain felt a chill in his heart. He even asked about the smell of tobacco. At this moment of life and death, the captain nodded quickly. A spark immediately flew out from the armor piece on the neck, like a knife cutting on the armor piece at the neck, and the friction sound was very harsh. The captain threw himself towards the grass on the left side in the next second, only to feel a stinging pain in his left shoulder. The weakest part of the shoulder armor was cut open, and the entire shoulder was bleeding. Without hesitation, he reached into the clay pot and grabbed a handful of ashes. The moment he fell out, he turned over and threw the ashes behind him. A stream of dust dispersed in the wind. The next second, the ashes powder outlined a human shape in the air. The captain almost fell into the grass, and the figure followed him. The scout captain pulled out his long sword and stabbed the outline of the ashes. The outline of the ashes dodged nimbly, but he didn't even prepare to block, and the dagger in his hand stabbed the scout captain again. The scout captain was a little dumbfounded. He was a little confused. Is the outline of the ashes stupid? Aren't you afraid that you could cut him off with your sword? Without any time to think, he swung his sword and successfully cut the outline of the ashes in half. Purple blood gushes out, and he quickly avoids it. A short figure slowly emerged, but there was a huge scar on his abdomen. The whole person was cut off at the waist, leaving only a little bit of skin behind him connected together, and his internal organs flowing all over the ground. At this time, the other members of the scout team had easily eliminated the 4H-L dogs and were happily cutting their heads. The scout captain took out a piece of oilcloth from his arms, quickly wrapped the body of the H-L demon with a green and red stripe on his face and a sharp horn on his head in the oilcloth, and then put it into a linen bag. Mission accomplished. Call it a day. The scout captain touched his neck and saw a deep mark on the armor plate. Throughout the day, more than 70 scout teams dispatched by the Heavy Armored Infantry Corps hunted a total of 17 shadow demons on the outskirts of Samp Town. I have to say that this hunt was very successful. 27 scouts were injured in the fight with the shadow demon, but no one died. However, when hunting the H-L dogs, 5 scouts had their necks bitten off by the H-L dogs. Unfortunately, as rumored, shadow demon skins with the life magic pattern of invisibility are very rare. Serdek was not able to find the life magic pattern from the corpses of these shadow demons, even the incomplete ones. Serdek pushed the chopped shadow demon into the trash can, then soaked a bloody leather wooden bucket full of purple blood to remove stains, then stretched it tightly on a wooden frame and took it out. The large tent of the military camp was placed outside to dry. The entire military camp looked a bit like a slaughterhouse, but unfortunately nothing was gained. Nearly half of the 20 catapults have been assembled. Tomorrow there will be a round of debugging on the catapults, and then these 20 catapults will be pushed onto the battlefield. At night, Lake Bellinoma is like a quiet deep sapphire. Sia stepped into the lake. When she was waist deep in the lake, she looked back at Serdek on the shore and waved to him. His clear big eyes are full of encouragement, and his face has a confident and sweet smile. Serdek took a deep breath and stepped into the lake. When they came to Sia, they found that she had already turned into a long fish tail in the water. Sia stretched out her arms and let Serdek hug her shoulders from behind. Then Sia fell sideways into the lake. The 3-color fish tail made a huge splash and slid into the lake with Serdek. Serdek just hugged Sia from behind, and Sia took her for a swim in the lake, letting the lake water hit her face to face. Sia's arms kept moving the lake water, swimming across the lake as fast as a dolphin. Soon, Serdek saw the bearded Edgar and 16 infantry soldiers holding a log and quietly approaching the dock in the north of Samp Town. But Thea didn't want to get too close. After all, she was a little shy in the water. When approaching the North Pier, I saw more than a dozen fishing boats next to the pier. Occasionally, a few desperate roars came from the town. Serdek was not sure whether there were survivors inside, and he did not dare to rush in at this moment. There are no H-Lounds guarding the dock. Hellhounds don't like water very much. The bearded Edgar successfully approached the fishing boat. 17 soldiers leaned forward almost at the same time and used daggers to cut the hemp rope tied to the stone pier of the dock. Then they did not get on the boat, but pushed the fishing boat out of the dock little by little, until after they were far away from the dock, they all climbed onto the boat and rowed all the way to the camp while holding the wood pulp in the boat. Thea followed at a distance with Serdek on her back. When he saw that they were exhausted, he created a wave and pushed the dozen or so fishing boats to the camp without any danger. Chapter 1064. When the horn sounds. The rainy season is about to begin on the Sai Roman Plateau, and the wind blowing from the south is warm and humid. Serdek rode a blue-scaled horse and stood on a high hill. In front of him was the town of Samp, which was built on the southern shore of Bellinorma Lake. The 5-meter-high city wall was filled with demon servants and fire songs. Leather, They sent out strange screams towards the heavy armored infantry regiment on the hillside. Cerdak dispatched a total of 6 heavy armored infantry regiments and an archer regiment this time, with a total of 10,000 troops. In addition, there were 1,000 heavy cavalry guarding the left and right wings of the army. Cerdak raised his broadsword and assumed a forward posture, and the low horn sounds immediately sounded from all parts of the team at the same time. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment surrounded 10 ladder trucks. As the ladder trucks pushed forward slowly, these heavy armored infantry soldiers would be the first to rush up the city wall along the ladders. The grass and soil in front of Samp Town were a little soft. The wheels of the ladder truck made 2 deep ruts. The whole army is also slowly advancing. The heavy armored infantry warriors in front held up huge tower shields, forming an indestructible shield wall. Neat footsteps make this great grassland tremble. The main force attacking Samp Town was 6 heavy armored infantry regiments, and 1,000 heavy cavalry guarded both sides of the main attacking regiment to prevent emergencies. At the gate on the west side of Samp Town, groups of H.L. dogs with smoke coming out of their skins ran out. They did not rush up immediately, but crowded tightly at the gate. 10 ladder trucks stopped 200 meters away from the town of Samp. Dog on the top of the city held a small fireball in his hands, and suddenly the city wall lit up with dense firelight. Demonic servants also revealed devilish faces from the top of the city, and these faces carried the aura of decay. Cerdak raised his sword again, and the entire heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers neatly tapped their shields with their swords, and their morale skyrocketed for a moment. Get ready to light the fire. Put it on! As the commander issued consecutive instructions, 20 catapults threw 20 black powder barrels at the rear of the team at the same time. These black powder barrels were made of hard oak, and some of the barrels hit the wall stacks, suddenly fell apart. The black powder in the barrels scattered out, and suddenly burst into a dazzling light. Only a few black powder barrels successfully detonated, immediately killing and injuring Gog and the demon servants at the top of the city. Barrels of black powder thrown out in rounds exploded near the city wall, and the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment pushed the ladder trucks closer and closer. The H.L. dog huddled at the city gate actually didn't rush out, but when these heavy armored infantry soldiers pushed the ladder truck to a place less than 20 meters away from the city wall, they saw 10 catapults in almost no order. The front wheels were all sunk into sand pits, and the entire ladder truck tilted forward, and even several ladder trucks fell under the city wall. A row of heavy armored infantry soldiers walking in the front fell into the sand pit one after another. At the same time, thousands of burrowers emerged from the countless sand pits under the city wall. They rushed towards the heavy armored infantry soldiers waving scraps of metal in their hands. The heavy armored infantry soldiers, who had fallen into the sand pit, were also fighting hard. Some of the heavy armored soldiers rolled together with the cavemen, dropped their shields, and thrust their long swords into the cavemen's hard skin. In the body, these cavemen opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and bit the bodies of the heavy armored infantry soldiers. The H.L. dogs huddled at the city gate were like a group of arrows, rushing towards the battlefield one after another. The heavy armored infantry soldiers, who were fighting hand to hand with the cavemen, immediately felt the threat of the H.L. dogs. Some heavy armored infantry soldiers had their arms bitten off by the H.L. dogs, or simply bit their throats. Even if the long ones, who followed behind them, the spear warriors stabbed Paglio's spears into the body of the H.L. dog. A rain of arrows fell on the top of the city, and the demon servants and Gog screamed like ghosts and wolves. A round of flints smashed down on the city wall, causing rubble to fly everywhere. The flints ignited the flammable materials on the walls, and some sections of the walls burst into flames. There was a melee under the city wall. At this moment, a roar was heard from the city wall. A Gog leader, who was almost as tall as a normal human, stood on the high arrow tower at the top of the city and threw a huge fireball in his hand. Go down the city wall. The moment it stood up, thousands of Gog and demon servants appeared on the city wall. The Gogs threw the fireballs in their hands, and the demon servants also threw the ignited black oil balls on the ladder truck. They didn't seem to care about the H.L. dogs and cavemen under the city. There was a sea of fire under the city wall, and many warriors were on fire. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment at the back held up their shields, and under the leadership of several regimental leaders, they reorganized a line of defense under the city against the exploding fireballs. The heavy armored infantry soldiers, who were fighting in the city, were supported by their teammates. They quickly left the battlefield with flames on their bodies. They ran back to the square formation and immediately fell to the ground. The soldiers behind took out shovels and threw them at these soldiers crazily. Sand, Put out the flames on your body. A sea of fire has formed below the city. Countless Gog and demon servants threw black powder barrels from catapults, desperately throwing fireballs at the bottom of the city wall. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment continued to retreat, quickly getting out of the fireball range of these Gog soldiers. The cavemen and H.L. dogs took the opportunity to bite the tail of the heavy armored infantry regiment, refusing to let the heavy armored infantry regiment easily evacuate the battlefield. The archer group at the rear quickly moved in, forming a rain of arrows covering the city wall. The heavy armored infantry soldiers got behind the shield wall, and the H.L. dogs caught up with them, and some of them were stabbed to death with spears. The H.L. dogs were followed by a group of cavemen who didn't run very fast. They rushed up, not caring about their own life or death. They threw their round bodies on the tower shield and hugged the tower shield with both hands and feet. The ground behind them, the cavemen stepped on the body of the caveman in front and rushed forward. The shield wall breaks down. The heavy armored infantry soldiers once again fell into a life and death hand-to-hand combat with the cavemen. Some black oil balls were thrown on the ladder truck. Although the ladder truck was fireproofed, the black oil balls with strong adhesion continued to burn and ignited the ladder trucks. The hellhounds and burrowers attacked fiercely, and the heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers could only retreat continuously, unable to bring back the ladder truck when they retreated. Without the ladder truck, the heavy armored infantry regiment was unable to conquer the city gate. They could only rely on the rain of arrows from the archers to kill the H.L. dogs chasing behind. Even the two-headed ogre mixed with the heavy armored infantry team was disgraced this time by so many Gog on the city. Serdek did not expect that Samptown would be so difficult to attack. After making so many preparations before the battle, it was still blocked by the demon servants and Gog at the top of the city. He didn't even give the bearded Edgar waiting on the other side of Lake Bellinoma an attack signal. The frontal attack on the city was making no progress. They couldn't let their hundreds of heavy armored infantry soldiers land on the northern dock and die in vain. The H.L. dogs and cavemen under the city wall were suppressed by several rounds of arrows, and the H.L. dogs kept pouring out of the city gate of Samptown. Suldek sent an order for the catapult to continue bombarding the wall of Samptown with flints. However, the heavy armored infantry regiment slowly retreated in front of the catapult, forming a solid human wall. The flints exploded one after another, mixed with a large number of black powder barrels. With the explosions, several cracks were blown out on the surface of the wall of Samptown, and some hundreds of H.L.s were under the city wall, and more cavemen emerged from the sand, slowly approaching the heavy armored infantry regiment. This time, the warriors of the cavemen still rushed to the front, with countless cavemen following behind. They seemed not to realize that without the protection of the flame Gog and the demon servants, their suicidal attacks would be of no use. The people in the crypt are indeed not afraid of death, but the H.L. dogs are different. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment rearranged the shield wall and pierced countless cavemen corpses with sharp spears. The H.L. dogs seemed to hear the call coming from the city wall, and then they once again abandoned the cannon fodder on the battlefield. The cavemen fled towards the town. On the battlefield, although the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment could not continue to attack the city, they refused to give up the corpses of these H.L. dogs on the battlefield. They advanced forward with their shields raised and chopped off the heads of all the H.L. dogs on the battlefield. Later, another infantry soldier discovered that the body of the crypt warrior also had it. But this guy's head and body were completely connected together, like a giant pea. The severed head was too big, and it was not easy to carry it back from the battlefield. Therefore, the infantry soldiers just cut their bodies open and took away the magic cord inside. They also cut off their chests. The first few pieces of tough hard armor were also purchased by the East-West Business Group. 20 siege vehicles were on a high hill 800 meters away from the city wall. They used flints to bombard the walls of Samptown in turn. This bombardment continued until dark, and the 6 heavy armored infantry regiments came from the front line. Withdraw? In fact, before 6 heavy armored infantry regiments and 2 heavy cavalry regiments withdrew from the battlefield. 6 heavy armored infantry regiments in the military camp left the camp before dusk and rushed to the gate outside the west gate of Samptown. On the battlefield, they continued to suppress the low-level demons in Samptown. These 20 catapults will not stop bombarding the walls of Samptown even at night. As for the flints and black powder barrels, Suldek brought them from Pudong Mountain. The mountain ridge to the north of Wall Village is Oak Ridge, where there is no shortage of black powder and oak barrels. The old village chief, Bright, recently personally led people to fill the black powder barrels. In addition, flints thrown by catapults are also produced in Wall Village. Compared with those explosive barrels filled with black powder, the cost of flints is relatively low, because these stone balls with a diameter of nearly 1 meter are no longer masons. Instead of carving it out of granite or marble, we poured the unique cement from Wall Village into the wooden shape. After the cement dries, very regular cement stone balls will be formed. Then use flax thread soaked in kerosene to wrap a thick layer around the stone ball, and it will become a flint that can ignite a fire when thrown. This kind of flint is far less lethal than explosive barrels, but its advantage is that it is cheap and can be manufactured and used regardless of cost. The deserted land is currently in the dry season, and there is a large amount of surplus labor in Wall Village. The old village chief organized 500 people to continuously transport cement every day, pour cement stone balls, wrap them with oil-soaked linen cloth, and finally wrap them with oil film paper after the packaging is completed. Each flint is even fixed with a special simple wooden frame for easy transportation. These flints were continuously transported to Pudu Mountain by four-wheeled carriages, and then were moved by Surdak and Aphrodite in turns to the military camp outside Samp Town in the Gonbu Plain. Chapter 1065 The Waiting Rain. Quartermaster Louis Fitch has been living a very happy life recently. Continuous victories continued to increase his wealth on his books, giving him some new expectations for this war, although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the merit exchange system established by Surdak. Regarding the wealth that continued to accumulate in the military camp, he felt that when he returned to Bena City after the victory of the war in the Gonbu Plain, not only Surdak could bring it back an elite heavy armored infantry regiment of 20,000 people, and the 100,000 magic crystals that he brought back from the munitions department can also be brought back intact. His small office may be replaced with a larger one. Starting from Makuso City, the heavy armored infantry corps has been making profits, although the previous wars in the southern part of the Gonbu Plain continued to make profits. All the profits from the wars were transferred to his name by Surdak in the name of self-raising war preparation supplies and weapons and equipment, including more than 100 equipped with a magic pattern structure and 3,000 excellent war horses. But there were no loopholes in the accounts, leaving Louis Fitch speechless. However, after the portal from Makuso City was connected, the military resumed its material supply to the Legion, and the wealth gained from the war has been accumulated in the Legion's accounts. Every time you fight, you can get a huge amount of magic crystals. However, this good thing seemed to end in the town of Samp, because in order to prevent the heavy armored infantry regiment from suffering excessive casualties, Soldak ordered the heavy armored infantry soldiers to stand in front of 20 catapults to form 3 shield walls for protection. This position, Quartermaster Louis Fitch held the parchment account book every day and began to have a headache at the huge daily expenses. The high pension and merit reward system will quickly reduce the newly accumulated wealth in the Legion during this stalemate stage of the war. Moreover, Surdak did not know where he bought a large number of flints and gunpowder barrels. The catapults have never been withdrawn since they were pushed to the battlefield. Every day, the craftsmen of these catapults work in 3 shifts, working day and night towards throwing flints at Thumper Town. In just 5 days, 20 catapults had thrown more than 50,000 flints into Samp Town, all of which were money. This was like taking boxes after boxes of silver coins and smashing the demon servants and the flame god to death at the top of the city. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment formed a shield wall and stood guard around the 20 catapults. They would not take the initiative to attack at all. Commander Serdak's fighting method can be regarded as a reinterpretation of the maximum value that the heavy armored infantry regiment, which has always been regarded as cannon fodder, can exert in siege warfare. Louis Fitch didn't understand where these flints came from, but since there were mages in the Legion, he was not allowed to make any questions. Maybe a certain magician was involved. Then he would have offended the entire army. The Circle of Magicians. Louis Fitch had to pay 7 silver coins for each flint, which made him feel distressed. In fact, as a senior quartermaster, Louis Fitch knew clearly that even if a war started in the Bena province, it would be difficult to buy a flint wrapped with kerosene and hemp rope for 7 silver coins. For businessmen, this is an unprofitable business, because what makes this strategic material expensive is not its own value, but the high transportation costs. In total, Louis Fitch needs to pay 500 magic crystals for these 5 days. In fact, the city wall of Samp Town had been turned into ruins by 20 catapults in these 5 days. There were round flints everywhere near the city wall of Samp Town. Those demon servants and the flame god didn't know where they were safe, as the city walls continued to shatter and collapse. The barrier in Samp Town was completely lifted. Even so, Soldak still did not launch a general attack on Samp Town. The soldiers injured during the siege on the first day have all recovered under the treatment of holy light. But Cerdak is still waiting. He even rode a blue-scaled horse and took 2 young ladies, Samira and Sia, to run north along the Noma River for a whole day. It was said that he wanted to see the clouds over the snowy mountains. But the heavy armored infantry regiment, the warriors were more willing to believe that he was taking the opportunity to date the beautiful half-elves Samira and Thea. In this legion where the strong are respected, Samira is regarded as a goddess by all the infantry soldiers for her extraordinary archery skills. Of course, there are many warriors who pursue Thea. After all, Thea's hydrotherapy has treated many injured warriors. And those warriors are all her supporters. In fact, Cerdak has been delaying the date of siege, waiting for the best opportunity to siege. In addition, if he waits one more day, he will earn an extra 100 magic crystals, which is definitely a lot of money for Wall Village. Aphrodite was extremely annoyed by having to carry Flint for several days. But on the 6th day, these efforts finally paid off. Cerdak took Aphrodite, Samira, and Sia on horseback to ride on the vast grassland. They headed north, upstream along the beautiful Noma River. After running to the bottom of Palmyra Falls, everyone had a lunch carefully prepared by Soldak by the clear pool. Sia even went to the waterfall to catch a few delicious redback bass. After Soldak carefully grilled it over charcoal fire, everyone happily had a delicious meal, and then accompanied Soldak for a while to look at the white clouds piled up like marshmallows on the snowy mountains in the north. "Dak, when are you going to attack Samp Town?" Samira's slightly hoarse voice always reminds Soldak of a movie star he liked in his previous life. Although they looked different. They looked at the clouds in the sky, but their eyes shone with the same look. "Yeah, a lot of people have been asking me recently." Sia also leaned out her upper body from the clear water and asked curiously. Her clear voice could not be covered up even by the rumbling sound of the waterfall. "It's coming soon. It may be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. In fact, I'm waiting for that cloud." Cerdak pointed to the north very casually and said, seeing that the time was almost up, he took the green-scaled horse that was grazing by the river and prepared to return to the camp. Aphrodite didn't want to ride anymore, and a 6-pointed star-shaped magic pattern appeared under her feet. She slipped into the void gate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sia pointed to the clear Noma River and insisted on swimming back. Cerdak had no choice but to return to the military camp by Lake Bellenorma with Samira. On the 6th night of the catapult siege, Lake Bellenorma received a heavy rain, and the rain continued until the next morning. Archmage Harper in the camp tent breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first weather forecast in his life, although it was one day later than expected. The rain finally came. The heavy armored infantry originally thought that it would not be too hard on a rainy day if everyone wore rainproof cloaks and stood next to the catapult to form a shield wall in such terrible weather. Unexpectedly, Cerdak formally issued the order for a general attack just after breakfast. In addition to the 1,500 heavy cavalry remaining in the military camp, 25,000 heavy infantry soldiers, and 1,000 archers all had to brave the rain to participate in this siege battle. Even if they were wearing rainproof cloaks, wearing a steel helmet, standing in the rain can still feel how cold the rain is. The infantry soldiers marched in formation towards the town of Samp in the pouring rain. They could hardly see too far. There are rain curtains everywhere in the world. I wear long leather boots on my feet and heavy full coverage armor on my body. Being soaked by the rain like this requires some maintenance of the leather boots and armor. The leather boots are soaked in the rain. It will become hard over time, and the armor will rust if it is soaked in rain for a long time. The phalanx of the heavy armored infantry regiment rushed to the ruins of the city wall of Samp Town, and only encountered some H.L. dogs who were stubbornly resisting. A group of cavemen were soaking in a puddle. Their legs were very thin, and their bodies were very heavy. Their feet were stuck in the mud and couldn't be pulled out. The cavemen in the rain were like a group of worms, and they didn't even need a shield. The warrior stood in front, and the spearman holding Paglio's spear stabbed one to death, and then another. Soon the city wall was filled with demon blood diluted by rain. The blood was lavender. The flaming gogs that emerged from the ruins of the city wall were like drowned rats in the rain. Their fine downy hair clung to their bodies. Each one had huge eyes. They were beaten by the pouring rain and could barely stand upright. Small fireballs erupted from their hands. Puff puff. Heavy rain fell, and countless fireballs were extinguished. The heavy armored infantry soldiers, who held up their tower shields to fight the hell dogs, shouted from the bottom of their hearts. The excitement from their hearts turned into irrepressible courage, and they strode towards the ruins of the city wall. The cowardly Gog people began to scream and fled into the town. The only fighting force on the battlefield in the ruins of the city wall are these greedy and cunning H.L. dogs. They can't stop the heavy armored infantry soldiers at all. A group of demon servants are also behind the ruins of the city wall. Turning around with these H.L. dogs, escape into the town of Samp. The heavy armored infantry soldiers braved the pouring rain above their heads and strode through the ruins of the city wall into the town of Samp. In a neighborhood on the edge of the town, a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers suddenly fell silently in a pool of blood. Some transparent silhouettes of human figures appeared in the rain. Every time they killed someone, they hid in the corner of the house. The infantry squadron leader behind them quickly blew the whistle. Samira, wearing black leather armor, jumped several times and arrived in front of her. In the rain, she didn't wear a rainproof cloak or a face-covering hood, and the black scarf almost stuck to her face. The power of thunder and lightning continued to emit from the sky's strike bow, which penetrated into the ground along with the rainwater. Samira shot arrows with swirling winds, and she killed 6 of the shadow demons that had only transparent outlines in the rain in an instant. She hunts shadow demons all over the battlefield, because Soldak is very interested in these shadow demons. A group of shadow demons could not hide in the rain, and could not stop the heavy armored infantry regiment. In only half a day, the heavy armored infantry soldiers occupied most of Samp town. Chapter 1066. A small town in the rain. The town of Samp was much larger than Serdek had imagined. When the heavy armored infantry regiment entered the town, they were immediately confused by the dense buildings in the town. Because the buildings are very dense, it also makes it more difficult for the soldiers to clean the streets. The 25,000 heavy armored infantry regiments could not even form a formation and clean the town like a carpet. The town could only be isolated into 4 areas. First, a small number of heavy armored infantry were used to divide the areas along the main street. Then Serdek personally led a large number of troops to sweep the streets in the first area. The heavy armored infantry soldiers held their tower shields and walked quickly in the cold rain. They broke open the courtyard doors one after another and found the H.L. dogs and demon servants hiding in the buildings. Hell dogs are not good at hiding, but after they have demon servants as contract partners, they have half the wisdom of humans. At least when they are in danger, they will choose to hide in buildings to try to avoid danger. In addition, there were some H.L. standing guard in large buildings in the town, and Serdek gave instructions not to attack rashly. Any such situation must be reported promptly. Serdek will then take Samira, Gulaitam, Sia and more than 100 squadron captains temporarily transferred from the infantry regiment. The squadron captains of these heavy armored infantry regiments are all first-class warriors. Serdek formed such a powerful assault team and blessed everyone in the team with the blessed body and blessing shield. He also had a halo of power, with the blessing effects of these blessings, can double the team's combat effectiveness. When cleaning up the gathering areas of Hell Dogs, the raids on the first few gathering places went very smoothly. But when the assault regiment attacked the guard camp in the town, they encountered stubborn and determined resistance from the H.L. dogs. Some demon servants even rushed out of the building of the guard camp. Their bodies were ignited with fire. They rushed out and pounced on the shield warriors at the front, assuming a posture of dying together. Several powerful squadron leaders were burned by the fire. Serdek picked up Gerda's shield and stopped a soldier who was about to rush into the guard camp. The situation here was more difficult, so he prepared to rush in at the same time as the ogre Gulaitam to clean up the guard camp building. Lightam followed him silently. The 2 double wooden doors in the hall on the first floor of the guard camp had long been broken. Soldak stepped into the hall with his shield. The first step he noticed was that there was something sticky under his feet. The red blood almost covered the floor of the hall. 2 H.Lish evil spirits both sides of the dog gate rushed out at the same time. Serdek raised his shield and hit a H.L. dog. Shield bash. The shield accurately hit the chin of the H.L. dog. With the power of the second-level warrior, Serdek threw the H.L. dog in the air until it let out a scream, and then fell out. Serdek turned sideways and lunged to twist his shoulders. The broadsword in his left hand was raised towards the H.L. dog and pierced into the H.L. dog's sternum. When the broadsword was swung, it carried a faint holy light. Those holy lights were highly corrosive to the H.L. dogs. It was like applying a layer of poison. Silver star marks appeared on the wounds on the H.L. dogs, and they fell out screaming. Just when Serdek pulled the broadsword out of the H.L. dog's body, 2 demon servants whose bodies were on fire appeared in the corridor at the door. They almost wailed in despair and rushed towards Serdek. Serdek raised his foot and kicked one of the demon servants away, and another demon servant made him hit the wall at the door with his shield. It almost turned into a piece of meat, and the entire wall cracked. Stepping into the blood-smelling guard camp hall, a group of H.L. dogs roared at Serdek and bit him desperately. Many demon servants also appeared behind the H.L. dogs, and they poured out of the hall. "Come out." Gulaitum took a big step from behind and stood in front of Serdek. He swept out the sharp-toothed stick in his hand. Suddenly, all the H.L. dogs flew away, and the stick hit the wall of the corridor. Suddenly, the wall collapsed, revealing a large hole. The demon servants threw some burning black oil balls. Serdek quickly held up his shield to block the oily fireballs. He moved across the corridor and chopped off the heads of the 4 demon servants in front of him with the long sword in his hand. The demon servant behind him was not scared away by Serdek. He rushed towards Serdek with all his strength and hit his body on the edge of the sword. However, he also grabbed Serdek's arm with both hands. The demon servant tried to pull Serdek away. "Hold on." Thick smoke was rising from the body of this demon servant, and flames instantly started burning from under his feet. Serdek did not dare to hesitate, raised his foot to kick the demon servant away, and fought his way into the hall with his sword. The hall was dimly lit, and the windows seemed to be coated with a thick layer of plasma. The entire guard camp hall was dyed black and purple with blood. After entering the town, Serdek had never seen a complete human corpse anywhere else. But in the corner of the guard camp hall, there were some human corpses piled up. Those corpses were still bleeding with some uncoagulated blood, which formed a pool in the pit in the center of the hall. It seems that these corpses must have died recently, and the blood can still leak out. Some demon servants are squatting next to the corpses to deal with the corpses. They did not even expect that Serdek would rush in. They stood up, showing a ferocious look on their faces. With an expression on his face, he rushed towards Serdek with his teeth and claws bared. More than a dozen H.L. dogs also pounced from other parts of the hall, and there seemed to be the sound of popping fireballs. Serdek knew that this was a lair of H.L. dogs, but he didn't expect these H.L. dogs to be so brave. Behind him appeared the shadow of an angel with his hands clasped together, and his body emitted a faint holy light. Under the holy light, the H.L. dogs that rushed towards him were emitting a faint green smoke. The shield in Serdek's hand also showed the color of holy silver, and it hit a H.L. dog, and a large piece of the H.L. dog's fur was immediately burned off. Gulaitum, who was following Serdek, threw a fireball. The fireball exploded in the air and immediately blew away the 3 H.L. dogs. Serdek stopped in the hall, and a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers immediately poured in from behind. These squadron leaders were all experienced first-class warriors in the resistance army. They held up their shields to block the demon servants that rushed towards them, and killed them on the spot. Seeing that the assault team had occupied the hall, a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers blocked the stairs, and the H.L. dogs that jumped down from the second floor blocked the stairs. Serdek did not attack upstairs, but followed the blood trail and rushed towards the basement of the guard camp hall. Amidst the noisy shouts, he heard some inaudible cries in the basement. There are survivors. The 2-headed ogre is so tall that it cannot get into the basement, so it can only clean out more and more H.L. dogs in the hall on the first floor. Samira took the opportunity to follow Serdek and rushed into the dimly lit basement. She didn't know how many H.L. dogs she shot through along the way, and the quiver on her waist was empty several times. She followed Serdek nimbly, and nailed the H.L. dogs to the stone wall with one arrow. Continue walking inside. The basement is actually very spacious. When you enter the basement, you will see an empty space. There is a chair next to the test bench. A black magician is sitting there with his head lowered, and is seriously writing and drawing on the test bench. And in the 2 iron cages in front of him, there happened to be a H.L. dog and an adult man howling tragically. Chapter 1067 The Black Magician in the Basement. 2 iron cages were placed on 2 platforms engraved with magic runes. At this moment, the magic pattern array on the platform was just in operation. A dark red light slowly flowed under the feet of the 2-headed H.L. dog. Some magic runes vaguely emerged from those magic lines. The 2-headed H.L. dog continued with a low roar. The dark red magic threads were continuously sending streams of magic power into the body of the 2-headed H.L. dog. Even its body was covered with countless unfamiliar and difficult to understand runes. The H.L. dog suppressed the pain in his body, and his body seemed to be growing continuously. The 2 huge heads kept struggling. and even a huge wound was opened on his neck. The two-headed H.L. dog obviously doesn't care about the physical pain. There seems to be an invisible blue thin line on the top of its head. This thin line is more like a dredging pipe, constantly sucking souls from its body. A translucent light blue soul emerged above the iron cage. It clearly looked like a two-headed H.L. dog, and most of its body outline had been woven above the laboratory. When the H.L. dog roared, the soul that was extracted also roared. On another round platform less than 3 meters away from the H.L. dog, there is a 6-pointed star-shaped light blue magic circle engraved on it. With the magic circle running at high speed, a human soul is coming out of his body. The soul was struggling hard, and the human body was howling loudly. But the black magician in the laboratory didn't care at all. He walked up to the human captive with a tube of blood-colored reagent, stretched out his hand and opened the human prisoner's mouth with a pair of pliers, and poured the medicine in the test tube into the prisoner's mouth. When he raised his head, he realized that Serdek and his party rushed into the basement from outside. The two H.L. dogs guarding the basement steps were also split in half by Serdek. The two demon servants, who followed them, also lit up with magic runes all over their bodies. These magic runes were like hot lava. The demon servants were actually burned by the magic runes and turned into a wisp of black smoke. Black ash fell to the ground on his body, revealing his gray-white skeleton scattered on the ground. Almost at the moment when the two H.L. dogs died, the two demon servants were melted by some powerful curse, leaving only a little bit of bone residue. This was the first time that Serdek saw the symbiosis magic contract working as it should at such a close distance. The black magician threw away the crucible pliers and magic engraving pen in his hand, and quickly ran back to the test bench from the round platform. There were many H.L. dogs in the basement. Two of the two-headed H.L. dogs sprayed fireballs at Serdek. Serdek raised his shield to block it, and a silver shield of blessing appeared on the shield. The black magician obviously didn't expect someone to break in. This place is heavily guarded, and the hall is crowded with H.L. dogs and demon servants. This is the transformation base for H.L. dogs and demon servants. So many H.L. dogs. The black mage showed a sinister smile on his face without any panic. He picked up the staff on the table and waved it. A magic array appeared under his feet, and a bunch of shadow arrows appeared out of thin air and flew towards Serdek. Serdek raised his shield again to block the attack of Shadow Arrow. He casually killed two H.L. dogs in front of him. Samira followed Serdek and broke in. She opened her sky strike bow and nailed the head of a two-headed H.L. dog to the stone wall of the basement. Without waiting for the H.L. dog to make any reaction, she nailed the head of the second H.L. dog to the stone wall of the basement. The two heads were nailed to the stone wall, and the H.L. dog died on the stone wall without even letting out any wails. The black magician held up a magic shield with a cold expression. He stretched out his hand to open the iron cage next to the test platform, and more H.L. dogs rushed out from inside and surrounded Serdek. And he also took the opportunity to hide behind the test bench and began to draw the magic pattern array in front of him. His body seemed to blend into the thick ink, and a black magic vortex appeared above his head. He simultaneously grabbed it in his hand. Two magic crystals lit up the magic gathering array at his feet. A black box appeared in front of the black magician. This demon box carried a strong aura of H.L. All the sides of the box were engraved with various faces of pain, despair and wailing. Those faces seemed to be constantly squirming, as if their souls were imprisoned. And, just after the box appeared, the black lid of the demon box was suddenly pushed open by a big hand. A goat-headed demon, with a curved goat's horn on its head and goat's hooves on its legs, but its body and face resembled a human's, crawled out of the box. Come out. This is the black magic summoning technique, which can summon demons from H.L. This nearly 3-meter-tall goat-headed demon was wearing black armor, and the horns on its head were also exuding demonic energy. He stretched out his hands, and countless black energy surrounded his hands. Suddenly, a machete appeared, and the bronze machete exuded. With a strong demonic aura, the goat-headed demon jumped out, rushed towards Serdek without hesitation, and swung the machete in his hand to chop down at Serdek. The space in the basement was not enough, and the ceiling above his head was cut out by his machete. The crack was meters deep, and the earth and rocks on the roof of the shed poured down, and it actually burst out of the earth and rocks. The machete struck Serdek as shield, and the shield of blessing broke instantly and dispersed into a piece of holy light. Serdek felt as if he had hit a carriage, and the shield on his arm hit his chest hard. Eisenhardt's magic pattern structure on his body lit up countless runes, helping him offset most of the impact. Even so, he still fell down on the steps, and the stone platform under his but suddenly fell into pieces. The black magician hiding behind the test bench did not forget to take the opportunity to throw 2 shadow arrows at Serdek. Serdek reacted quickly and raised his shield again to block the shadow arrows. But he didn't dare to use his shield to resist the goat-headed demon's machete. Seeing its second slash, Serdek quickly rolled around on the steps to avoid the sharp slash. The goat-headed demon struck the steps with his knife, and the steps in the basement collapsed completely. The half-elf archer following Serdek also took the opportunity to jump into the basement. Her black figure was like a cheetah. While flipping in the air, she shot an arrow at the black magician with the sky strike bow. Unfortunately, this arrow hitting the magic shield. The light yellow magic shield only trembled slightly, but was not broken. The black magician was obviously frightened, and immediately shrank under the test bench and continued to recite the spell. At the same time, just above the 2 round platforms, the souls of the H.L. dogs and the souls of the human captives were fused little by little under the constraints of the magic array. The magic array was even absorbing a large amount of black devil breath from the surroundings. And the 2-headed H.L. dogs were captured. Nourished by these black demonic energies, the body expanded rapidly, and at the same time let out a low roar. Its body burst through the iron cage, and its skin, which originally looked like black shale, had an obsidian-like luster. A big bulge actually bulged between the 2 heads where the neck was split. After a few seconds, the bulge was expanded, and a new head appeared inside. The eyes of that head were actually purple. Serdek even felt that the H.L. dog's head was full of complex emotions, as if it possessed extremely high intelligence. This is the king of hellhounds. Ha ha! The advanced devil symbiosis contract actually succeeded. You are the king of H.L. dogs with human wisdom. He is your life partner. You will live and die together. The black magician laughed loudly behind the magic experiment table. The laughter seemed to have been suppressed for a long time, and could finally be released. When the 3-headed H.L. dog looked at the black magician, it had a look of disgust on its face. But almost in the next second it rushed in front of the iron cage of the human captives, tearing at the iron cage with its huge mouth, and just shook its head slightly. The iron cage became a pile of scrap metal. The demon servant in the iron cage suddenly grew more than 2 meters tall. He was different from the hunched demon servants. The muscles on his body were bulging, like a tall northern warrior. This demon servant actually grabbed the head of the king of hell dogs and turned over to ride on it. The moment the 2 of them came together, Serdek even felt a faint pressure. Even this goat-headed demon has no such dangerous aura. The demon servant looked at his hand. A trace of demonic energy condensed in his hand, and a giant black scimitar slowly appeared from his hand. The black magician looked at his research results with joy and chanted a series of spells. Boom! A wall of fire appeared at the entrance to the basement, and the blazing flames and billowing smoke blocked the heavy armored infantry outside. A suffocating heat wave and smoke suddenly appeared in the basement. Serdek moved his body again, avoiding the goat-headed demon's chop. Huge cracks were once again made on the roof of the basement. The sand fell down, and a huge pile of sand and gravel immediately appeared in front of the experimental platform. The goat-headed demon continues to chase the embarrassed Serdek. Samira stood in the corner. The sky strike bow in her hand exploded a magic crystal, and suddenly the power of thunder and lightning filled the entire sharp bow and emitted arcs of electricity. Samira knocked an arrow, and the shadow of the great elf Windrunner appeared behind her, with most of the shadow hidden in the wall behind her. She aimed at the goat-headed demon who was chasing Serdek everywhere in the basement, and released a light arrow in the basement filled with countless thick smoke. The light arrow flew out, and the entire basement was filled with countless electric arcs. A group of H.L. dogs besieging Serdek and Samira, their bodies trembling in the arc of electricity. The light arrow pierced the goat-headed demon's brow. With a bang, a handful of purple viscous blood burst out. Only then did the goat-headed demon notice Samira in the shadow of the corner, wearing a black magic pattern. Before he could pull out the arrow from its forehead, a beam of lightning passed through the soil in the basement and fell hard on the goat-headed demon. Lightning struck down, and the goat-headed demon was scorched all over, and the top of his head was completely penetrated by lightning. Just in the lightning beam, the goat-headed demon fell suddenly. The 3-headed H.L. dog king sprayed out 3 magic bullets. Serdek held up his shield to block the shadow arrow, but was blown away by a big fireball and hit the wall hard. The tall demon servant rode 3 H.L. dogs and rushed towards Serdek. who was unable to move by the wall, raising the black sword in his hand high. Chapter 1068, Capture of Samptown. At this time, the legs of the demon servant have been combined with the body of the three-headed H.L. Dog King. The black armor pieces also cover the legs of the demon servant. The demon servant does not even need the strength of the waist and hips. As long as he lifts with the long-handled black war blade in your hand, you can strike with a thunderous force. The three H.L. heads, which are even larger than the heads of the earth dire bears, have grown black hard skin, and their large mouths are filled with sharp teeth, with the sharpest canine teeth being half a foot long. The black war blade struck Gerda's shield hard. A layer of sacred shield emerged from Gerda's shield, and the black war blade smashed down unstoppably. The shield hit Serdek again. Serdek only felt a huge shock in his chest, and the war blade stabbed along his shoulder. On the stone wall behind you, the three heads of the hell dog bit Serdek's arms almost at the same time. If the raised Gerda shield hadn't blocked Serdek's face, the middle head of the hell dog might have bitten Serdek's head. Serdek still clearly remembers what the great swordsman Quintus said to him not long ago. Dak, although you have successfully broken through the second rank and have the strong physique of a second-rank knight, you have never been able to really understanding the power of the second turn strong. What do you think is the biggest difference between us and the first turn? Serdek was a little puzzled at the time, but just replied, I can mobilize the sacred power in my body, and I can release these powers more freely in battle. Unexpectedly, great swordsman Quintus just shook his head slightly and said to Soldek, the most powerful thing about second-turn warriors is that we can use our bodies as a bridge to accept powerful forces from the outside world. Serdek has been trying to understand the words of Quintus great swordsman recently. In fact, when he saw the battle between magicians in the northern canyon of Myra Mountain, when Archmage Harper cast the 4th-level group magic meteor and fire rain, what he said to the great swordsman Quintus was even deeper. There are layers of understanding, but the veil covering the eyes has still not been truly lifted. Now, in the basement of the guard camp in Samptown, facing the king of H.L. Dogs in front of him, Soldek suddenly felt a glimmer of an opportunity, which might be called a flash of light in the spiritual sea. Potential. The shadow of an archangel instantly appeared behind Serdek. It clasped its hands in front of its chest in a prayer gesture. At this moment, a pair of white wings actually wrapped around Serdek's almost shattered body. Angels are all radiating divine light. Serdek injected the perception of the sea of spiritual consciousness into the archangel shadow. It was as if he pushed open a sacred door. Behind the door was a vast golden sea. He took the first step into the door. I felt the vast and surging power of holy light pouring crazily into my body. His mental perception could not last for a second in this vast sea. The next moment, he was pushed out of the door by the surging power of the holy light. But even so, Serdek's whole body was dyed golden at this moment, and the archangel shadow began to materialize, shrinking and attaching to Serdek's body. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden armor, and in the surging power of holy light, the black war blade inserted into his shoulder quickly vaporized. The two H.L. dog heads biting Serdek's arm were also quickly eroded in the holy light. The broadsword in Serdek's hand exuded a sacred aura, and his body was filled with an unprecedented power. He raised his foot and kicked the sternum of the H.L. dog, and the broadsword in his hand severely cut off the head in the middle. Then Serdek broke free from the wall, struck the demon servant with a sword, and killed the demon. The servant was cut in half with a sword. The corpses of the three H.L. dogs fell backwards and collapsed in front of the black magician's horrified eyes. And Samira's arrow has been pointed at the black magician hiding behind the test bench. The thick smoke in the basement was almost suffocating, and the original crying sounds in the prison inside had become very weak. At this time, there was a violent crash at the entrance to the basement. The stone wall at the entrance collapsed. Countless rubble pressed the wall of fire underneath. Two huge ogre heads squeezed in among the billowing smoke, and they heard ancient sounds. Lightem shouted from the basement entrance, Dak, how are you doing in there? It will be ready soon. Serdek endured the heavy pain in his chest and answered quickly, I surrender. Don't kill. The black magician also raised his hands at this time, planning to get out from behind the test bench. An arrow flew past with a whoosh sound. The first arrow pierced the magic shield. The second arrow was hidden behind the first arrow and inserted into the black magician's throat with a pop sound. The black magician fell on his back with an expression of disbelief. He covered his pierced throat with both hands and could not even say a word. Serdek rushed to carry the corpses of the three H.L. dogs on his shoulders. Because the H.L. dogs were too large, Most of them were dragged on the ground. He quickly walked to the collapsed entrance and grabbed Gully. Timyu stretched out his hand and took the lead in getting out of the basement. Samira followed closely behind, dragging the magician's body that was still cold to the lobby on the first floor of the guard camp. Surdak then carried the body of the goat-headed demon up despite the thick smoke billowing from the basement. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment had already rushed to the second floor. During the battle with the H.L. dogs, everyone began to prioritize killing the demon servants. As long as the demon servants were killed, many H.L. dogs would actually turn into a handful of ashes. The two-headed ogre was also surprised when he saw Surdak dragging out the body of a three-headed H.L. dog from the basement. Then Gulaitam was finally able to escape and rush to the second floor, leading a group of heavy armored infantry soldiers to sweep the building. Samira stood by the blood pool in the hall on the first floor, looking at the pile of corpses piled in the corner of the hall, and said to Soldak with a tired look, "This is the transformation field where demon servants and H.L. dogs sign a symbiosis contract. Those who fail to transform will become the food of these H.L. dogs after they successfully transform into demon servants. The first thing they need to do is obtain the H.L. dogs. The dog's approval probably means that he wants to eat people there." Samira pointed to the pile of corpses in the corner. There were many corpses of demon servants lying scattered beside them. However, they seemed to be affected by the power of the contract and quickly turned into ashes that could be blown away by a gust of wind. Soldak sat down on the steps stained with blood. The holy light on his body had faded away. He felt a little heartbroken when he saw several gaps in the Gerda shield in his hand. After all, this is a second-level magic pattern structure. I didn't expect it to be so badly damaged. It may also be a demon research laboratory. After all, there are thousands of demon servants gathered here in Samp Town. I think with the transformation speed here, it may not be possible to form such a large army of demon servants. They actually succeeded in creating the King of Hell dogs. This is not good news, Serdek said with a wry smile. Then he stood up from the steps and heard the sound of the fighting upstairs getting smaller and smaller, and said to Samira, "They should have almost cleaned up. Let me see if there are any good things on these magic skins. There should be a high-level gog hidden in Samp Town. We have to speed up, and we can't let them escape." While the two were chatting, they heard the sound of glass breaking from upstairs, and Samira rushed into the yard. She saw a black magician riding a magic harpoon out of the guard camp building in the heavy rain. Samira hurriedly stepped on the marble statue in front of the guard camp door, leaped high in the air, and pulled the person in midair. The bow shoots an arrow. There was some misdirection in the rain, and the arrow failed to hit the black magician. Instead, it shot through the propulsion device of the magic harpoon handle. I saw the magic pot suddenly extinguished in midair, and the black magician fell from the air. However, he continued to recite the spell quickly in midair, and after a few seconds, it turned into a black mist. At this time, Serdek also chased out of the hall. He happened to see the fallen black magician turn into a black mist like green smoke in the rain. He quickly picked up a short-handled throwing axe from the ground and poured a trace of it into his hand. With the power of the holy light, Serdek then raised his arm and threw it towards the blue smoke. The flying axe exuding a faint holy light penetrated the black mist. The black mist melted into a piece of blood in the holy light and merged with the rain falling from the sky. The light red rain fell on the yard and was washed away in a short time. A broken magic pot lay in the mud, and Serdek didn't even bother to look at it again. Soon the cleaning work in the guard camp was coming to an end. The fire in the basement had been extinguished long ago, and the thick smoke had almost cleared. The infantry soldiers, who were responsible for entering the basement to clean up, moved out the H.Lish evil spirits one by one. Dog carcasses, in addition to hundreds of corpses of the town's residents. These small town residents are the prisoners in this prison. Unfortunately, the black magician set a fire in the prison. Although the fire did not burn, the thick smoke that came out choked all the tortured prisoners. Died. So many people did not survive. Many people almost buried their faces in the soil before suffocating. Unfortunately, they all died in the end. The bodies at the guard camp will be handled by people from behind. And Serdek, Gulaitam and Samira will go to the next place to clean up the scene. The bearded Edgar led his men to guard the dock on the north shore to intercept the demons trying to escape from Bella Lake. However, he had been waiting for most of the day and did not wait for a low-level demon until groups of heavy armored infantry arrived. The soldiers boarded the pier, and the bearded Edgar led a group of men in fishing boats and landed from the pier. A remnant low-level demon army passed through the east gate of Samp Town and fled into the Sy-Roman plateau in panic. They fled north along the east bank of the Noma River. The heavy cavalry of the Luther army chased them all the way, leaving behind a group of demons. After removing the corpses of the cavemen, the H.L. dogs successfully escaped pursuit. Cerdak successfully occupied the town of Samp in just 2 days. Chapter 1069 Samp Town after the war. After the rain, the sky clears up. In the town, in an alley paved with stone slabs, the rainwater flowing in the underground ditch next to the alley has a faint purple color. There are infantry soldiers cleaning the battlefield everywhere. They go from house to clean up the corpses of H.L. dogs and cavemen. By the way, they will also sneak into the house and search for valuable items in the room. If they are lucky, they can also find jewelry in the owner's bedroom, box or something. Some families even have candlesticks with silver decorations. Or there are some silver coins and copper plates hidden in the money jar in the corner. There are some torn clothes in the yard. And occasionally you can find some rotten fingers and teeth that can't be chewed in the corner. If you can find small packages among these rags, there will probably be some silver coins hidden inside. If you are lucky, you may even find gold coins. If the amount is not large, you can bravely stuff it into your pocket secretly. But once discovered, not only will you be punished, but from now on, you will no longer be able to clean up the battlefield. Of course, there are also some benefits for soldiers who plan to go to the battlefield. For example, if you turn in property, you will get a certain amount of merit points. In addition, low-level magic materials such as the claws and teeth of the H.L. dog do not need to be turned in, although they are not too valuable. If you accumulate more, it will be a considerable amount of income. The soldiers carried the corpses of the cavemen and H.L.s onto 4-wheeled carriages, and once they were loaded, they were transported to the sand hill on the west side of Samp Town. There is a sand pit on the other side of the sand hill. The corpses of the H.L. demons will be thrown into the sand pit by the coachman and burned together. The driver of the carriage squatted beside the carriage. They usually hold a skinning knife in their hands and stare at the H.L. dogs thrown into the carriage. No matter which vicious dog still has claws on its body, the coachman will cut off the claws with a skinning knife. Take the paws of this H.L. vicious dog to the caravan, and each paw can be sold for almost 15 copper coins. Although the money is not much, as long as the coachman keep a close eye, it is not difficult to pick up 70 or 80 H.L. dog paws every day. The soldiers who move the corpses look down upon the claws of these H.L. dogs. At most, they would pry off the canine teeth of the H.L. dogs. As long as these canine teeth are more than 10 centimeters long, each tooth can be sold for 1 silver coin. Canine teeth that are less than 10 centimeters long and longer than 6 centimeters are considered inferior goods. Each of these canine teeth can be sold for about 50 copper coins. Infantry soldiers transporting the corpses of these H.L. dogs in Samp Town can earn at least dozens of silver coins a day. When fighting the H.L. dogs, many H.L. dogs died first because of the demon servants. Because they were restricted by the power of the symbiosis contract, the bodies of the H.L. dogs would completely melt under the power of magic. When the infantry soldiers discovered the pattern, they would not take the initiative to hunt down the demon servants. Instead, they would give priority to killing the H.L. dogs. In this way, the demon servants would completely dissolve their bodies under the restriction of power, and the corpses of the H.L. dogs would remain. Almost all of the H.L. dogs that were carried out were beheaded by the infantry, and then put in wooden boxes. The head of the hellhound must be surrendered, even though the most valuable part of the hellhound needs to be turned over. Cleaning the battlefield is still a very happy thing. 13 single-headed ones, and 1 double-headed one. This one has a broken belly. Please sign this. Next to the coachman stood a clerk from the logistics department. He checked next to the carriage, and then said to the infantry soldier captain who was cleaning the battlefield, "This clerk is responsible for approving merit." The number of H.L. dogs killed this time was a bit large. The heavy armored infantry soldiers were not able to take away the heads of these vicious dogs at first. It was a bit troublesome to count and attribute them afterwards. "This was broken before we moved it," the infantry soldier captain explained. "Write it down. If you don't write it down, I won't be able to explain it to the superiors." The clerk pushed the account book in front of the infantry soldier captain and said flatly, "I heard that someone found gold coins from the dog's belly, so the superiors will be so strict." The infantry soldier captain pinched his nose, signed his name on the account book, and whispered, "Who would endure the stench and reach into the cesspool to feel for gold coins? I'm really convinced." Hearing the captain's complaint, the soldiers behind him carrying the corpse of the H.L. dog laughed together. Just 1 gold coin is enough. Of course, cleaning the battlefield in the town is not just as simple as carrying the corpses, but also washing away the blood in the courtyard. There is no need to repair the collapsed courtyard wall, but at least the cracks in the wall must be blocked with those broken stones. It is also necessary to rearrange all the furniture and items in the house, and then seal the windows and doors with wooden boards. The parchment seal, sealed by the Town Hall of Samptown on April 8th, 2588 is attached. These seals are nailed directly to the door panel with nails, so they will not fall off in a short time. After all this work is done, the small courtyard is considered clean. The busiest place is the row of businesses on the main street of Samptown. These places have now become the public property of Samptown. Some of the businesses that sell various foods have almost been turned over by the H.L. dogs, and they are almost no different from ruins. Those trading houses that traded cloth, ironware and daily items, although the shops were also messed up, a lot of supplies were preserved, because the local noble lords died and fled. The first meeting to regain Samptown could not be held. Therefore, these noble lords will become allies of Lord MacDonald's army. Samptown is considered to be the land that Soldak developed from the Hell Demon tribe. Therefore, everything currently owned by this town is considered his private property, including the surrounding areas, large meadows, and the entire Bellenorma Lake. Compared with Makuso City, which was reduced to ruins, the buildings here are still relatively intact. The only ugly thing is the smashed city wall on the south side of the town. If you want to rebuild it, it will probably cost a lot of money. Serdek stood on the observation tower on the roof of the City Hall building, from which he could see the entire city of Samptown. More than 20,000 heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers were cleaning the battlefield in the town. Infantry soldiers were everywhere in the streets and alleys. Carriages carrying corpses passed through the west gate of the town and transported the corpses to the sand hills in the distance. The entire town hall building has now become the command post and field hospital of the heavy armored infantry regiment. A large medical tent has also been set up in the hospital, although this siege took advantage of a heavy rain. Those demon servants and the flame song the revolutionaries were completely silent, but the hellhounds and crypt warriors guarding the city still caused a lot of casualties to the heavy armored infantry regiment. It would be easier to deal with it if the dead soldier directly took out a pension. As for the wounded soldiers, they were basically concentrated in the field hospital converted from the town hall. Sia, the water magician, and some people temporarily transferred by Soldak became members of the field hospital. But the main treatment was still Serdek took charge personally. This time, enough heads of H.L. dogs were harvested. Not only did they obtain a large number of magic cores, but these primary sacrifices were also packed into boxes. After all, the magic sealing boxes were limited, and those that could not be packed were sent to the altar for replacement. Come back and bless the wounded soldiers with God's blessing. The most precious thing about the blessed body is not only its powerful recovery ability, but also its ability to temporarily improve the physique of the warriors. The strength is also slightly improved, but the effect is slightly worse than that of the Lion King potion. Nonetheless, it also allows warriors to feel a higher level of power. For warriors, this will make it easier for them to break through their own bottlenecks. In fact, this is the effect of the Lion King potion. Soldak had just finished treating wounded soldiers. He was holding a cup of hot tea and stood on the observation tower, looking at the town of Samp that had been washed by the heavy rain. Lake Naranoma to the north seemed to be embedded in Samp, a sapphire on the Yeruomen plateau. Every time after a war, he was always the busiest, and this time was certainly no exception. When fighting the H.L. Dog King who was fused with the wisdom of the demon servants, Serdek was slightly injured. But after all, he was a second-turn knight with the body of holy light. In just 2 days, his injuries were completely healed. And when he opened the door in the spiritual world, he saw the vast sea in front of him. And he finally understood the path he wanted to take in the future. Standing on the observation tower now, I feel refreshed. Samira didn't even wipe the purple blood off her body, so she walked up from the revolving staircase with a few shadow demon skins and god furs. Thea came over and handed Samira a cup of hot tea. Samira threw the leather stained with demon blood on the floor of the tower, took the hot tea, and sat down against the wall. Serdek walked over to inspect the magic skins and pelts. After all, if you can peel off a piece of goj fur with the magic pattern of life, you can still sell it for a good price. This kind of quick casting life magic pattern of fireball is like a cheating device for those first-turn magicians. In the time it takes for others to condense a small fireball. Mastering the fireball technique can condense 3 life magic patterns. Suppression in quantity is simply more powerful than level 3 magic. Surdak found only 5 furs, with the fireball technique life magic pattern from nearly 1,000 Goj furs. And the rest were ordinary magic skins. None of the Gog furs Samira brought back had the fireball technique life magic pattern. Surdak folded them up and set them aside. This kind of leather has extremely high fire resistance and very good magic conductivity. Whether it is making magic robes or magic pattern structures, they are good magic materials. In addition to the fur of flame Goj, there was also a black shadow demon skin with a glazed luster. Surdak stretched out his hand to touch it and could clearly feel the magic aura flowing on it. He also did not find an invisible life magic pattern. I heard that this kind of life magic pattern is even rarer. However, this kind of shadow magic leather from the H.L. demons, even without the invisible life magic pattern, is still a very popular magic leather among assassins. As long as it is sold in Benes City, it is destined to be a hot commodity.
Is it cleaned up this time?
Surdak asked Samira. After the war, there were several shadow demons hiding in Samptown. They assassinated several soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment one after another, and also killed several guys in the business group. Samira has been capturing these shadow demons in the town recently. Samira shook her head and said,
There may be more,
but they are hidden deeper. They hide in the shadows. As long as they don't come out to kill people, it is probably difficult to be discovered.
Chapter 1070 Gogfur. In addition to a large number of Gog pelts and shadow demon pelts, Surdak also obtained a pelt of the Gog King in Thumper Town. It is currently hanging on the lava pool of the lava mine for baking. The fur is equivalent to the leather of a level 4 monster, which is higher than the leather of the Crypt Lord with a huge life breath. The life magic pattern on it is called the Ring of Fire. Surdak also harvested a piece of leather from the King of Hell dogs. However, I don't know if it was due to the artificial upgrade of the level. This leather from the King of Hell dogs does not have the magic pattern of life, so it is worth the price of the one above. The leather of the Hellhound King is probably much worse than the fur of the Crypt Lord and Gog King. Businessmen and magicians heard that Commander Surdak had a lot of high-grade leather in his hands, and everyone was asking around if Commander Surdak was willing to sell these high-grade magic skins. For businessmen, this may be just a business, but for magicians, who doesn't want a magic robe with fire resistance? When Surdak was treating the wounded soldiers, no one would choose to come at this time. However, after Surdak completed the treatment work, the magicians heard the news from the water magician, and they all came to see Surdak. Surdak met with this group of elite mages from the law enforcement group in the office of the town hall. These young people were wearing magic robes and holding wands in their hands. When they walked into the office, Surdak stood at the door to greet everyone. Personal. They followed Archmage Harper to the plane of Gonbu through the temporary portal, just to eradicate the black magicians hiding in this plane. During this period, he has been working hard to provide various information to the heavy armored infantry regiment.
Commander Surdak, please forgive us for disturbing us.
Magician Job standing in front said to Surdak politely. Surdak had dealt with Job several times and knew him well. He sat at his desk and asked the magicians,
I wonder if there's anything I can do to help you.
Thea brought over a tray of juice and placed it on the coffee table in front of the magicians. As an assistant, Sia has crossed over from the purely medical aspect to the administrative aspect. Sia has a fair, pure and bright face. Almost all the magicians focused their attention on Sia's clear blue eyes. Magician Job often saw Sia, and he woke up instantly. He coughed lightly and said,
In order not to waste your precious time, Commander Surdak, I will just say it. I heard that Commander Surdak has a batch of Gog furs, but I don't know if Commander Surdak is interested in selling them. Of course, Gog fur has no other value to me except selling it.
Surdak nodded and admitted while holding black tea. Seeing what Surdak said, Magician Job knew that there should be no problem with this matter, and quickly continued to ask,
We want to buy some Gog pelts. Can you sell us some?
Sure enough. Surdak nodded and agreed without hesitation.
Of course, it's no problem. How much do you want?
Magician Job glanced at his companions around him. His eyes lit up, and he said,
We each want to buy a few pieces. Of course, one piece is fine. How much does a piece of Gog fur cost? It's easy to talk about the price.
Surdak touched his nose, turned to Sia and shouted,
Thea, please call Quartermaster Lewis Fitch over here.
Sia poked her head out of the assistant's cubicle at the door and responded with a sweet voice.
Okay.
Louis Fitch wiped his sweat, walked quickly through the corridor, and broke into Soldak's office. He has been extremely busy recently. The entire town's property needs to be inventoried. He was called to Commander Serdak's office just after taking a short nap. He kept complaining in his mind. Commander Serdak simply wants to squeeze out all the oil from human marrow. As soon as he walked into Serdak's office, he saw a dozen young magicians crowded on the sofa in the lounge area. Soldak sat at his desk, smiled and said to Quartermaster Louis Fitch,
"Mr. Quartermaster Louis Fitch, how many achievements do we young magicians have in the military camp?"
Quartermaster Louis Fitch quickly took out an account book, spread it directly in front of Soldak's desk,
and said,
"Please let me check the ledger."
He raised his head and saw the young magician sitting opposite Soldak, and asked,
"Oh, you are? Job Huntington."
Wizard Job answered politely. Quartermaster Louis Fitch lowered his head, searched in the account books, and then said,
"Your Majesty, Master Job, you have 9,250 merit points in the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment."
Job looked confused, pointed at his nose and asked,
"How come I still have merit?"
Quartermaster Louis Fitch explained to Job,
"These merits are judged based on your attendance rate and mission completion. There may be some errors each time, but it is relatively fair."
Serdak tapped the table with his fingers and said to Magician Job,
"Since you have the merit points of our Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment, you have the right of first refusal, and you can also enjoy the internal welfare price. The 9,250 merit points are worth 92 gold coins. Such a god, which is equivalent to a second-level monster, is usually worth no more than 15 magic crystals. However, this time we harvested nearly 1,000 complete god pelts in Samptown, and the value will be greatly reduced. Each pelt is worth 10 magic crystals. So according to the merit points you currently have, you can exchange it for a god fur, and there will still be some merit left. Of course, you can also choose not to use merit points and directly spend 10 magic crystals to buy a god fur."
After Serdak said this, he looked at the young magician sitting on the sofa and said,
"Everyone here also has merit points and can enjoy these benefits. Of course, if you have other ideas, you can also tell them."
A group of magicians sitting on the sofa looked at Soldak in surprise. They didn't expect him to be so generous. This was simply a free gift. At this time, the magician's eyes were all focused on Quartermaster Louis Fitch. A young magician couldn't help but ask,
"What about me? Quartermaster Louis Fitch. My name is Eddie Eddington."
Magician Louis Fitch opened the account book and carefully checked it. Then he raised his head and said to the young magician,
"Your Excellency Eddie Magician, you have 8,500 merit points in the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment."
Eddie Magician's eyes widened and he exclaimed,
"Oh my god! This is really unbelievable. I can also exchange it for a piece of god demon skin."
Serdak said to the magicians,
"It's nothing. If you pay, you will get corresponding rewards. I expect you to perform better."
Magician Eddie hesitated for a moment, then asked Soldak,
"Then can we save this part of the merit value? I heard that there is a merit exchange list in the military camp, and we can use the merit to exchange for the things on it?" "Of course, but these merit points can only last as long as I am in office. I will clear all merit points before leaving office. In the end, those parts that cannot be exchanged for items will be exchanged for gold coins."
Serdak answered,
"Then I'd better exchange it for Gog's magic skin."
Magician Eddie said. The magicians obtained the Gog fur as they wished and left the command post happily. After the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment entered Samptown, they quickly took over the uninhabited town. When the town residents fled, a large amount of supplies were left behind in the town. The Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment gathered together all the materials left in the town. All the houses in the town, including furniture, were sealed. These properties will be inventoried before new town residents enter Samptown. The auction will be held again. This land originally belonged to Lord MacDonald. After the Hell Legion occupied this place, Soldak led the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment to take it back from the Hell Demon tribe. Therefore, this place can be regarded as a lore developed by Serdak. The local noble lords died and fled, and no one was able to attend the lords' meeting immediately after the town was recaptured. Therefore, all the land here belongs to Serdak. Not only the land around Samptown, including the entire town. Of course, according to the 433 territory distribution law, if Serdak wants to obtain this land, he must prepare land twice the size of this land elsewhere, and hand it over to the Bena province and the Green Empire. Most of the houses have been sealed, and the soldiers of the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment began to clear the streets of the town.
As for many houses that were extremely damaged during the battle, repairing the houses can only be put on hold for the time being, and can only be started when Samp Town is inhabited again. The town will be temporarily managed by the logistics department of the Heavy Infantry Regiment. The business group has entered Samp Town, and they rented a commercial street in the center of the town from Soldak as a temporary store. The businessman Director Deke of the Palm Bay Business Group even proposed to Soldak that he wanted to buy a store, building a street store, and opening a branch of the Palm Bay Merchant Group in Samp Town. At the same time, several adventure groups also entered Samp Town with the caravan, and they were uniformly arranged in an open residential area. Some adventure groups also searched for low-level demons in the town. As long as they search for low-level demons in the town, they can get bonuses from the military camp. However, if any member of the adventure group takes something that does not belong to them, or damage town buildings in any form, once discovered, a huge fine of more than 10 times will be imposed. Surdak planned to repair the town's wall, but due to the lack of craftsmen, the matter could only be shelved. Chapter 1071 News about the formation of the Swordsman Group. As the other three Lord armies successively regained many small towns in the Western Plateau, the heavy cavalry regiments met in Samp Town under the leadership of their respective commanders. Before the heavy cavalry entered Samp Town, they had to pass through the west gate of the town. They saw the city wall in ruins and stone bullets piled on the ground. The soil near the city wall was covered with purple and black blood. After a thick layer of knowledge, everyone knew that this siege battle was not easy. The heavy cavalry who entered the town then felt the scale of Samp Town. This is obviously not just a little bigger than other small towns. Some of the other small towns are even only a quarter of the size of Thumper Town. Moreover, 3 or 4-story buildings in Samp Town line both sides of the street. There are some exquisite garden houses in the wealthy area. However, the wealthy area has been completely sealed off by infantry soldiers. Surdak is commanding there, as an official's property. Even if there is an ordinary piece of furniture in the house, it is at least high-end goods made of indigo wood or above. Some heavy cavalry regiments did not enter the city. After all, some cavalry were difficult to restrain. Once they caused trouble, the commanders would not look good. Several heavy cavalry regiments stationed their camps near the lake. This beautiful Bellenormand lake is clear, and the center of the lake has a deep blue color, which is particularly in line with the aesthetics of the Bena people. After the heavy cavalry regiments of each lord's army captured their respective towns, they not only gained a lot, but also brought their respective spoils to Samp Town. The harvested magic cores were of course put into the pockets of the commanders of each legion. The teeth and claw blades of the H.L. dogs were private trophies of the cavalry, and they could dispose of them freely. The war in the Gonbu Plain is only halfway through, and no one can see clearly what will happen next. Therefore, the soldiers will not keep these trophies. They will directly take them to the merchants and sell them. If they can raise a sum of money, they will send it to their families. If they only have a little, they can find a tavern to drink it all that night. In stomach. After all, everyone is an elite cavalry member of the heavy cavalry regiment. So of course the trophies in their hands will not be too little. But when these heavy cavalrymen ran to the merchant group to trade with their trophies, they were stunned when they saw the canine teeth and claw blades in the big boxes in the merchant group's warehouse. Those boxes were stacked together, and there were actually dozens of large boxes. After careful questioning, I found out that these warcraft materials were obtained in the Battle of Samp Town. I heard that the corpses of the H.L. dogs and cavemen were burned in the West Sand Hillock for a week before they were extinguished. Thinking of so many flank cores piled up on the city wall, the heavy cavalry had to re-estimate the strength of Commander Surdak. Among this group of lords, some heavy cavalry regiments successfully arrived at Samp Town, while some heavy cavalry regiments encountered difficult things and failed to arrive at Samp Town as scheduled. I heard that Lord Endicott's army lost a lot of heavy cavalry this time, since they had already spoken when the troops were divided, and each was responsible for their own lord's legion. This matter had little to do with Surdak, as for which heavy cavalry regiment of the lord's army suffered the most casualties in the process of regaining the town. Soldak knew better, because he was the real leader of the Samp Town Field Hospital, and needed to provide medical care to all seriously injured people. The real situation can be heard from the few words the cavalry is doing treatment and chatting casually, since the battle plan for the Saruman Plateau was not yet over. Some of the lord's regiments, whose casualties were not heavy, rode through the main street of Samp Town and left Samp Town through the east gate. Next, they conquered the remaining small towns one after another. But this time, the Lord army was smart, and planned to unite together before attacking the next small town. There are two towns that Serdek needs to recover next on the eastern plateau, one of which belongs to the Lutheran army and is not far from Samp town. The other one is in the farthest place, in the town of AK, located in the northeastern corner of the Sai Roman plateau. In fact, AK town is also a fairly small town. This town is located in a remote place on the plateau, but the size of the town is only smaller than Samp town. This makes Serdek even more curious about what is an AK town that attracts so many people. Go over there. In fact, the Black Magic Hermitage originally controlled the town of Acre and opened the door to demons in Ark Town, which allowed so many low-level demons to flow into the Ganbu Plain. Therefore, before Serdek set off, he had to integrate the heavy armored infantry regiment. Another reason why Serdek stood still was because privately, the commanders of these Lord Legions actually began to loan some soldiers from the heavy armored infantry regiments to Serdek, hoping to ask Serdek to send troops for support. The first one to come to the door was Commander Kent of Lord Colin's army. However, when Colin's army chose to attack small towns, there were only 3 small towns left. Commander Kent had almost no choice, so he chose one. There is a small town called Bergen less than 100 miles south of Samp town. Collins's army crossed the Noma River and was about to go south with the other 2 Lord Army alliances. This time he acted very cautiously. In addition to heavy cavalry, Serdek actually applied for 3,000 heavy armored infantry. That is to say, in the afternoon, the great swordsman Quintus sent a mage to deliver a message back on a magic sword. Their group of magic pattern swordsmen actually followed the valley road from Acre town into the mountains and entered the snowy mountains of the Ganbu Plain. A stronghold of the Hell Demon clan and the Black Magic Hermitage was discovered in the snowy mountains. Great swordsman Quintus hoped that Serdek's army could arrive at Acre town as soon as possible, and at the same time bring a batch of supplies and manpower there. It is said that the town of Acre has been plowed from beginning to end by the constructed swordsman. Now that Serdek has arrived in Ark town, he probably only needs to send some people to capture the town. After receiving the letter from great swordsman Quintus, Serdek began to make detailed preparations. Now the work in Samp town is slowly getting on track. Serdek originally planned to lead the heavy armored infantry regiment to continue eastward. Now the great swordsman Quintus hopes that Serdek can go to Acre town as soon as possible. Naturally, Serdek did not dare to neglect the meeting. On the morning of the 3rd day after receiving the letter, Serdek led 20,000 heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers and marched toward the town of Acre. This time there were not so many accompanying business groups, and the scale was not that big. Many of the remaining business groups stayed in Samp town, and they planned to open a branch here, passing the Bellinoma Lake Dam and looking at the vast lake in front of him. Serdek felt that this was really a livable place. Chapter 1072 The Altar in the Small Town. 20,000 infantrymen of the Heavy Armored Infantry Corps left the town of Samp on the shores of Lake Bellinoma and entered the eastern plateau. The land here is sparsely populated, and the vast land is covered with green grass. You can walk dozens of kilometers eastward from Samp town. It can be said that this is the large pasture where Lord MacDonald once raised war horses. But now there is not even a single living animal on the entire pasture, let alone horses, cattle and sheep. Apart from the lush green grass, there are only vultures in the sky that do not want to fall. But those white H.L. dog feces have not yet melted into the soil. The rabbit holes on the grass seem to have been dug by cavemen, and there were even some traces of rabbit fur left at the entrance of the holes. They were obviously hunted to death by the cavemen and H.L. dogs. Mages rode magic harpoons, circling and patrolling around the infantry regiment. Soon a group of H.L. dogs lurking in the deep grass were discovered behind a mound. The number was less than 100. Serdek let the heavy armored infantry legion march as usual, and only sent out a light cavalry from the Luther Legion Corps to clean out those H.L. He was worried that there were 3 H.L. dogs hiding among the dogs, so he asked Samira to set off with a light cavalry regiment to carry out the hunting mission. With the second-level strong men mixed in the team, the light cavalry successfully completed the hunting mission. The light cavalry also know that there is a merit exchange list in the Legion. As long as you have merit, you can get back many valuable and good things. Even if you don't want those precious magic items, you can still get back some gold coins at the worst. It is precisely because of this benefit that the cavalry in the light cavalry regiment feel like they have been given a shot of blood when performing their tasks. They fought very bravely, mainly because the cavalry were not afraid of being injured. As long as they were not killed on the spot, they could be revived by Serdek when they returned to the military camp. The light cavalry are all very good bow riders. On the grassland, They rely on their excellent endurance to fight horses. It can be said that they come and go like the wind on the grassland. All low-level demons who try to sneak up on the heavy armored infantry regiment will be directly exposed to the eyes of the mages who are investigating in the sky. The magicians kept discovering low-level demons all day long, and then sent the light cavalry regiment to clean up. When these light cavalry returned, each of them had a bloody linen bag hanging on their saddle. It was almost filled with loud heads. The light cavalry harvested many hellhound heads along the way, making other soldiers in the legion envious. The great swordsman Quintus sent a message to come to our town quickly, and Cerdak did not want to delay on the road. They would set out every day before dawn, and they would camp on the spot only when it was completely dark. 3 meals a day were dry food eaten during the march. The conditions were very difficult. Cerdak even gave his Qinglin horse. The horses also gave way to carry the supplies carried by the legion. He mingled with the infantry regiment, ate and lived with everyone, and walked all the way to Acre town. Since the top commander in the legion has set an example like this, the soldiers have no complaints. The marching speed was not slow. After 7 days of continuous walking, the heavy armored infantry regiment arrived at the boundary monument of Acre town. A huge stone more than 7 meters high stood by the roadside. There was no writing on it. In the center of the huge stone a huge rune is engraved in its place. With years of exposure to wind and sun, the imprints of the rune have become somewhat blurred. But when Cerdak saw the rune the first time he saw it, he recognized it as a symbol in the language of runes. The army hurriedly passed in front of Runeterra and walked along a road with no grass for more than a day, and finally arrived at the town of Acre at the foot of the eastern foot of the snowy mountains. The flat plateau suddenly ends here in Acre town. The terrain to the north suddenly turns into steep snow ridges, and even the east side is also a majestic and steep snow mountain. Along the way, the light cavalry regiment hunted at least dozens of small groups of L dogs. They were considered the most profitable group in the legion. When entering the town of Acre, 2 magicians happened to come out of the town to greet them. But they did not see the great swordsman Quintus and the great swordsman Chester. Although Cerdak knew that this place had been cleared by the constructed swordsman group, he did not expect that the constructed swordsman group had completely occupied Acre town. The L demons here were dying and running away. Very quiet. After asking the 2 magicians, he learned that the great swordsman Quintus and the great swordsman Chester each led a team of constructed swordsmen into the snowy mountains to clean up the stronghold of the Black Magic Hermitage in the snowy mountains. This time, the constructed swordsman group assembled more than 1,500 constructed swordsmen, and the 2 great swordsmen each took away 500 swordsmen. There are only 500 constructed swordsmen left who are unable to completely control the entire town of Acre, and can only guard the most important magic area in the town. Although the constructed swordsmen occasionally found time to hunt down low-level demons in the town, forcing them to hide everywhere, the constructed swordsmen have never been able to completely eradicate these low-level demons. To this day, some hellhounds, Gog and Shadow demons are still hidden in many houses in the town. There are many cavemen hiding in the underground tunnels. They are probably afraid of being killed, so they all hide during the day and only come out at night. There are dark clouds over Acre town, and the snowy mountains only have white snow on their peaks. When you enter the town, you will feel the wind blowing in front of you with a biting coldness. There was deathly silence over the entire town of Acre, and traces of battles were everywhere. Only the figures of swordsmen could be seen on the main street. Cerdak seemed to be able to feel the strong demonic energy of the town. There are no walls in Acre town. The outermost part of the town is connected by the courtyard walls of the town's residence houses. The courtyard walls made of bluestone are uneven in height. Some courtyards are full of trees, and some courtyards only have simple walls. A main street extends out. Occasionally, you can see flaming Gog from the walls and windows of the house. And there are also figures of cavemen in some ditches. They looked very alert, but they just appeared and disappeared the next second. The army did not enter Acre town immediately. Cerdak, Archmage Harper, Samira, Gulidum and others followed the 2 magicians to the magic area in the northwest corner of the town. Along the way, Cerdak found that Acre town was much more dilapidated than Samp town. Many building doors and windows were extremely damaged, and the wooden furniture in the rooms was also covered with black blood stains. There were messy traces of battles everywhere. But as time went by, a kind of decadence filled the town. It can be seen that when the low-level demons appeared in Acre town, the residents of the entire town were probably unprepared. The mottled bloodstains on the wall seemed to recreate the scene that day. The residents of the town were unable to respond to this sudden change. Almost everyone in the town died from the mouth of the
Dog. And some it is here that the inhabitants are transformed into demonic servants. Some wooden buildings only have a little black frame left. And the masonry houses have also suffered serious collapse. Some dark purple weeds have begun to grow on some dark soil in the town. Those are only found in the H.L. world. Plant. Obviously Acre Town has been seriously invaded by demons. And even the environment here has been demonized to a certain extent. The magic district was also severely damaged. Many shops seem to have caught fire, and are now in ruins. Serdek rode a blue-scaled horse into Acre Town. It can be seen that this town is also quite prosperous. There are many shops on the central street of Acre Town. If it were not for the blood stains on the walls and glass, Serdek even felt that he entered an ancient city that had been dusty for a long time. Many magic shop doors are open. The products inside have long been invisible, and many shelves have collapsed. Most of the street trees on both sides of the street are dead, and some purple plants are even growing in the flower beds. Those purple leaves obviously do not need sunlight and rain to grow well. Serdek raised his head and saw the magic tower in the town. It was a 3-story circular building made of stone. It was not very tall, but it was like a 3-story birthday cake, round and flat. And there are also exterior cloisters and exquisite stone pillars with reliefs. In front of the magic tower is a huge square, with a pool in the middle that no longer sprays water. The water in the pool is actually purple. Seeing the huge pyramid-shaped altar made of skeletons in the square, Soldek's heart felt as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. His heart seemed to suddenly stop at this moment. It was a pyramid-shaped altar made of corpses. It would take at least several thousand corpses to build an altar of that size. These corpses piled up on the altar should be sacrifices. Their bodies had no blood. Their faces were hideous, and they looked like mummies. The altar in the square was tightly tied with silver chains. These chains were actually as thick as arms, and they were connected from the altar to all sides of the square. Only then did Serdek notice the square in front of the magic tower. There seemed to be a large array made up of hundreds of magic rune boards. There were also magic lines drawn between these magic rune boards. The connection seems to be the work of a certain great magician. Streams of mana were drawn from around the square and continuously poured into the center of the altar. Serdek turned his head and looked at Archmage Harper at this time. There was no surprise on his face, and it was immediately clear that he should be aware of it, since the mage group had always been the one delivering the news from the constructed swordsman group. Serdek didn't know that there was such a large magic circle in Acre Town. Soldek and Archmage Harper followed the 2 magicians to the edge of the square. The 2 magicians said to Archmage Harper, "Teacher Harper, Teacher Morrison is on the altar." Archmage Harper nodded slightly, turned to Soldek and asked with a smile, "How about it? Do you want to go up with me and have a look?" Serdek touched his nose and said to Archmage Harper, "Great swordsman Quintus wrote a letter urging me to come to Acre Town. I'm afraid it's also for this matter." "Right." As he spoke, he pointed to the altar in front of him. Chapter 1073 Demonic Body. Archmage Harper stood on the edge of the square and nodded slightly. He stepped forward, and Serdek quickly followed from behind. Stepping into the square, Serdek realized that he seemed to have entered a completely enclosed space. The magic shield was completely invisible from the outside. It was like air, but it existed. Entering the square, Serdek immediately felt that the air was filled with a strong black devilish energy. The rune metal plates on the stone floor of the square are also constantly rotating. The 4 elements of wind, fire, earth, and water are constantly being extracted by the magic pattern array, and they are flowing towards the altar along the 16 thorium chains. Standing there inside the square, you can see an elemental cage on the altar. Archmage Harper explained to Serdek as he walked. "Those of us did not expect that the situation in Acre Town would be so bad. The magicians responsible for the investigation came here and found that the black magicians of the Priory not only opened a demon door here, but also used it here. Thousands of people in the town built an altar of life with their flesh and blood. If not for this emergency, they would not have mobilized 3 groups of constructed swordsmen overnight, and also mobilized all the magicians in Rit City to directly break into the plateau, deep down, and capture the town of Acre in one fell swoop regardless of the cost." Serdek thought to himself, the Magic Guild must have spent a lot of money to be able to tell Archmage Harper regardless of the cost. His eyes looked at the 16 thorium chains that were engraved with magic patterns around the altar. Each one was almost as thick as an arm and about 100 meters long. Even if these chains were only plated with a layer of thorium, they should be very valuable. Serdek walked a few steps quickly, followed him, and curiously asked Archmage Harper, "Master Harper, what is the purpose of this altar of life?" Archmage Harper deliberately didn't say anything, pointed to the top and said,
"Would you like to know if you come up with me and take a look? Morrison is up there too."
After saying that, Archmage Harper quickened his pace. Cerdak turned back and motioned to Gulaitam and Samira to wait outside. And he quickly followed. The two magicians did not follow.
"The further you go inside, the stronger the demonic aura will become. But I believe that these dark demonic auras will not affect you."
As he spoke, Archmage Harper not only held up a magic shield for himself, but also for Cerdak. A translucent magic shield was set up. Cerdak had long felt the black demonic energy in the square. The power of the holy light in the nodes in his body was constantly moving. Not only did his body repel these black demonic energies, the holy light emitted from his body could even purify them. Black demonic energy. He was not affected at all. Stepping onto the altar made of corpses. Even though the steps were covered with thick blankets, it still made Cerdak feel particularly uncomfortable. In particular, the heads of so many corpses were exposed, and their faces still retained the painful look before death. There were only 13 steps, and Cerdak felt as if he had walked all day long, and the hardships he had experienced poured into his mind one by one. He lowered his head to prevent the complicated and unreadable expression on his face from appearing, and followed Archmage Harper onto the altar. Above the altar is a ground made up of countless corpses. The bloody magic circle painted on it has been destroyed. The heavy heart of Cerdak standing on the altar is slightly relieved. In the center of the array, 16 silver chains wrapped around a bloody body. It was a body wearing black armor. Or it can be said that the layer of armor originally grew out of the body. There was no head, and the bloody neck seemed to be dripping with blood. Both arms and legs were severed, and none of the limbs were on the altar. Only the bloody body was wrapped in chains. But Cerdak had an intuition that this body should be alive. In addition to having normal breathing, there is also a normal heartbeat. Archmage Morrison and 4 other archmages stood at the 5 corners of the altar. Their feet were flashing with magic light. The magic power transmitted by the 16 chains formed a huge birdcage. Under their feet, there should be a forbidden magic circle, each person holding a high-grade magic crystal in their hands. It can be seen that they are a little tired mentally. The body in the center of the circle began to gush out blood, and the blood kept pouring out with the sound of bang 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 heartbeat.
When our investigating magician came to Acre Town, he discovered the demon body on the altar. But at that time, he was still like a mummy, sucking the blood of the people under the altar.
Archmage Harper said. Cerdak felt that his heartbeat rate was somewhat similar to that of this demonic body.
"This is the body of a high-level demon king."
Archmage Harper then introduced Cerdak.
"The biggest flaw of the Devil's Gate created by the Black Magic Monastery is that it is bound by the power of the laws of the plane world. Only low-level demons can pass through the Devil's Gate they created. You have probably seen that. Under normal circumstances, low-level demons can pass through the Devil's Gate created by them. Demons can't stop the cavalry of our Green Empire."
Archmage Harper continued. Cerdak's body emitted rays of holy light, resisting the invasion of the Black Devil's energy.
"The method they came up with this time was to kill an evil demon king with the ability to resurrect."
The they that Archmage Harper refers to are black magicians.
"Then break the body into 6 pieces and turn it into a mummy to minimize the vitality. Then hide it in the belly of a low-level demon. Bring it to the plane of dry cloth, and then invade a small town and use the entire town's peoples build an altar of life with flesh and blood. And then restore the decomposed body of the evil demon king to its original strength. The demon body that has restored its original strength can be resurrected in the Ganbu plane. In fact, their plan has been successful. It turns out it works. They're just a little too impatient."
Archmage Harper asked Cerdak.
"Do you remember the magic union they massacred in Makuso City?" "Yeah."
Cerdak, Archmage Harper explained.
"Actually, that head is the head of the evil king. The head was originally here in Acre Town. It was completely restored with the power of the altar. Probably because he didn't want to wait. He chose to enslave the body of a human warrior and break into the magic guild in Makuso City alone. In fact, he did it. Almost all magicians died in his hands. He even broke into the showroom on the top floor, and someone detonated the magic circle in the showroom. This magic storm not only destroyed his enslaved body, but also created a spatial rift in the showroom, and locked the evil king's head in that space that is about to collapse. So much so that this torso has never been able to find a suitable head. So it can only be left on this altar to continue nourishing until the mage we said discovered him. Do you want to know where Quintus and Chester went?"
Archmage Harper asked. Cerdak worked hard to digest the information and said casually,
I heard before that he went to the snowy mountains. Yes, they went to look for his limbs,
Archmage Harper said.
Originally we guessed that some of the limbs might be in Samp Town, but we guessed wrong.
Soldak knew that Archmage Harper definitely did not bring him here just to stand here and listen to stories. So he asked Archmage Harper directly.
Master Harper, what do you need me to do?
Archmage Harper said.
The evil king has the power of a 6th level monster at its peak. Even if his body is broken, the power we have can only seal it at the magical level. But we can't harm him at all. As you can see, we need 5 2nd level masters control the magic circle day and night. And even so,
he can even absorb the power of magic to strengthen himself. But your power of holy light is different. Holy light is like deadly poison to the devil. We plan to use your power of holy light to suppress him and complete the final seal.
After Archmage Harper finished speaking, he took out a very high-end magic sealing box from his magic pocket, then patted it hard and said,
This advanced magic sealing box contains a space array. As long as we can put this body into the magic sealing box, we will have a way to seal it.
Surdak said with some surprise.
Are you going to put it in the demon sealing box?
Archmage Harper nodded and said,
That's exactly it. Do you want to do it now?
Surdak touched the broadsword at his waist and asked. Archmage Harper put the magic sealing box back into his magic belt bag and said,
Let's go. Of course, this kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later.
Surdak made up his mind and plucked up the courage to walk side by side with Archmage Harper toward the center of the circle. But every time he takes a step, he will feel the heartbeat of the body in the center of the circle speed up. And his own heartbeat is also speeding up, as if something is eager for him to walk over quickly. He turned to Archmage Harper and asked in a low voice,
Master Harper, have you felt the call of that body?
Archmage Harper was startled for a moment, and then said,
Maybe it's the power of holy light in your body that feels it.
Surdak closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and mobilized more power of holy light in his body. The broadsword in his hand was like a luminous spar, although Archmage Harper did not move towards him. They talked about how to suppress the power of the demonic body, but Surdak felt that it would be the most direct way to go up and poke a few bloody holes in its body. Thinking of this, his steps became more determined. He walked step by step towards the center of the altar. Chapter 1074 Purification.
Plop. Plop. Plop.
As Surdak continued to approach, the heart in the chest of the demon body beat more violently. It seemed to be able to resonate with Surdak's heart, causing Surdak to have a strange hallucination that it was himself. You can't hurt it under any circumstances, because once that heart stops beating, your own heart will stop too. He even needed to take deep breaths to calm the violent beating of his heart. The dark clouds above Acre Town formed a huge vortex. Electric snakes flashed through the clouds. The center point of the clouds happened to be aimed at the altar. Electric snakes fell from the sky. Unfortunately, they all disappeared halfway. It seemed to have some kind of attraction for Surdak, such as the magic lines on the surface of the body. Surdak thought that if he could peel off the skin, it would probably be the most valuable piece of skin he had peeled so far. Sheet of leather. Thinking of this, Surdak couldn't help but touch the skinning knife tied to his thigh. This altar has been destroyed by magicians, and the demon body is suppressed by the chains on the altar. Those chains are supported by 16 sets of magic pattern arrays on the square. Those magic pattern arrays continuously transport mana towards the demonic body, and under the action of the magic array, they form a huge cage. Under the suppression of the magic pattern array, the demonic body was like being locked in a birdcage, and there are 16 chains tied to this demonic body. It wanted to struggle, but unfortunately 5 2nd level senior mages stood at the 5 corners of the magic circle, with magical binding forces constantly attached to the demonic body. Surdak stood in front of the demon body, holding a broadsword in his hand, and did not speak for a long time. At this moment, Surdak seemed to be pulled into a vast space. The vast starry sky above his head was no longer a node that he could light up at will, but endless darkness. He closed his eyes and moved forward to find an exit. Countless fantasies flew past his eyes, and finally his eyes suddenly opened up, and a huge dark star appeared. It was like there was a bright starry sky inside his body, and there was also such a dark star that absorbed everything in the world. However, when Surdak advanced to the 2nd level powerhouse, he took the initiative to abandon the dark star. Now that he appeared in front of Surdak again, he had no attraction at all, and he didn't even want to take a second look. Just as the dark star kept rotating and absorbing everything around it, a demon head flew over from nowhere.
Serdek clearly remembered that he had seen this head once in the top showroom of the Magic Guild. For such an evil demon king's head, Serdek actually saw him giving him a stiff smile.
Knight, I know it's a little late to say anything now, but I don't think it's a wise choice for you to control the Holy Light. Compared to the Holy Light Knight, the Dark Knight has stronger contract power.
The evil demon king said to Serdek said kindly. Serdek raised his hand, and a wisp of holy light appeared on his arm, like a weak candlelight in this darkness.
But I think Holy Light is also good,
Serdek answered honestly. The evil demon king's head actually smiled disdainfully. In this dark space, the head of the evil devil began to grow infinitely. Soon the head turned into a huge monster in front of Serdek. The aura of destruction was released from the head, and Serdek felt a gust of wind can blow you away.
Look, is this power particularly powerful? Its essence is devouring, or it can also be said to be plundering.
The demon king said to Serdek quite proudly.
As long as you are willing to let go of your soul now, I can give you this power.
Serdek moved a step back slightly, and looked at the head of the evil demon king in front of him. He paused for a few seconds before saying,
If you are willing to let go of your soul, I can take you to a whole new world.
The demon king was slightly startled, as if he didn't understand why Serdek said that. After Serdek finished speaking, he clasped his hands together, and then an angel appeared in the spiritual world. It was a light that almost filled the dark world. Then the archangel actually opened his eyes, but there was still no emotion in his eyes. His empty eyes seemed to be just staring at the verifying hands. Pray. A beam of light fell on Serdek, and Serdek felt that the power contained in his body had doubled in an exaggerated manner. Countless holy lights came out of Serdek's body. Holy flame. The archangel suddenly opened his hands upwards, and his wings were fully opened at this time. The evil king seemed to have never encountered such a situation before. He stared at Serdek and the archangel behind him in disbelief, and then looked at pure white fire appeared on his body. Then came the sharp pain that penetrated deep into the soul. The evil king opened his mouth, but could not howl. He could only turn into wisps of black flame under the sacred flame. When Serdek opened his eyes, he felt that the body of the evil demon king in front of him, which was tightly bound by chains, was already dying. He took a step forward, raised the broadsword in both hands, and a shadow of an archangel appeared behind him. This was Serdek's power. The shadow of the archangel was completely consistent with Serdek's movements. Consistent. When Serdek held the broadsword in both hands and inserted it into the body of the evil demon king, the shadow of the archangel behind him also thrust an illusory sword into the residual thoughts in the body. The demon body on the altar actually trembled violently, and traces of black air appeared on it, constantly floating to the sky above the altar. Archmage Harper watched with his own eyes as this demonic body was chopped into a plume of black smoke by Serdek's sword, and then disappeared. It seemed that preparing the advanced demon sealing box was of no use. As the angel's shadow disappeared, Serdek began to silently feel the surging power in his body. He felt that his spiritual power was several times stronger. It was as if the evil king had just turned into a wisp of smoke, and the angel's shadow was injected into it. The power in Serdek's body, the body of the evil spirit that we have struggled with for so long and failed to seal, was actually purified by him so easily. Archmage Harper walked up and saw the thorium chain falling on the altar floor, and said with surprise. Serdek held the broadsword in his hand and looked at the tiny bit of dust left on the altar. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He heard footsteps coming from around him, and turned around to find that Archmage Morrison and 4 other magicians had gathered over.
The reason we called you here in such a hurry is because we found that this demonic body is showing signs of getting ready to break free from the thorium chain. Thank you so much,
Dak,
Archmage Morrison said to Serdek seriously. Chapter 1075 Transcript. The swirling dark clouds in the sky are gradually dissipating, and the black demonic energy around the altar is gradually becoming thinner. 16 huge thorium chains were put into the magic pockets little by several great magicians. When they walked off the altar, they just nodded to Serdek, and then walked to the square to clean up the magic rune boards. A group of magicians also came out from the buildings around the square to help. There was only a little bit of ashes left on the demonic body on the altar, and even this bit of ashes was put into a crystal bottle by Archmage Morrison. The 2 archmages, Morrison and Harper, led Serdek down the altar. Immediately, a group of magicians carried oil barrels and poured kerosene around the altar. More than a dozen barrels of kerosene poured all the mummies around the altar. These mummies have long lost all their moisture, and they can be burned with just a little spark. After the fire oil on the slope, 4 magicians stood at the 4 corners of the altar, with a cluster of small flames that kept jumping on their fingertips. With a flick of his finger, the fire fell on the corpse in the corner of the altar. The flames instantly shot up to 1 meter high, and the fire spread quickly, and soon a large number of mummies were enveloped in the flames. The heat waves spread rapidly, and no one could stand within 10 meters of the altar. The mummies were constantly twisting and deforming under the high temperature, and they also made some hissing sounds. Thick smoke billowed from the altar, and the smoke column was slightly tilted by the north wind.
Fortunately, the holy light can purify the evil spirit. Otherwise, we would be in a lot of trouble this time.
Archmage Morrison took a long breath and whispered to Archmage Harper beside him. He seemed to be in a very good mood. In the past few days, Archmage Morrison and 9 other second-level archmages have been taking turns suppressing this demonic body on the altar. This boring life has seriously affected his mood, perhaps due to the influence of the black demonic energy. Many negative emotions have arisen in his heart. A person is afraid of always thinking about bad things. The more often he does this, the easier it is to fall into a certain emotion and be unable to get out. He knows that several other great mages are also in this situation. Fortunately, Cerdak and Archmage Harper arrived in time. Moreover, when they arrived in Arc Town, they didn't care about anything else and went directly to the altar to deal with the matter. This made Archmage Morrison even more satisfied. Archmage Harper was a little short in stature and more upright. At this time, he complained without any scruples.
So, it was the Statue of Liberty who abandoned the Green Empire. But the holy light is always there.
Almost everyone in the Empire knew that the Goddess of Liberty abandoned the Green Empire. But because there are so many believers in the Green Empire Statue of Liberty, no one dares to speak like this.
Harper, we are magicians. This is not the right time to discuss these sensitive topics.
Archmage Morrison usually pays more attention to his words. After all, as the chief of the law enforcement group, he does not want these words to reach the ears of the Statue of Liberty believers.
By the way, Dark,
Archmage Morrison said,
similar situations may happen again. But after all, you are the supreme commander of the Beta Coalition, and you cannot leave the military camp casually. So we need your help. This method will be used every time. All the troubles have been taken care of. All you need to do is come over and purify the remaining limbs of the evil king.
Archmage Morrison paused and then said,
Next, you should follow your own pace to regain the entire Roman Plateau. If you need anything, just say it.
Okay,
Archmage Morrison.
Soldak quickly agreed.
Next, Harper, and I will lead the mage group and the remaining constructed swordsmen from Acre Town into the snowy mountains to support Quintus and Chester. You stay here and wait for our news.
Archmage Morrison finally added,
When the situation on the Roman Plateau stabilizes, we will plan the next step.
Okay. Cerdak agreed. The altar fire behind him completely burned out, and the constructed swordsman group guarding nearby also stood up from various rooftops and terraces.
A group of magicians also appeared over the square in Acre Town. Under Soldak's order, soldiers from the heavy armored infantry regiment outside Acre Town entered the town, and followed the method of cleaning the streets in Samp Town, and began to clean up the H.L. dogs and cavemen remaining in the town street by street. Acre Town can also be regarded as a town with a population of 150,000. The entire town is neatly divided into 4 districts. Entering the central area of the town, you can feel its original prosperity everywhere. The building walls on both sides of the street are exquisitely decorated, and fancy doors and windows with the unique style of the dry cloth plane can be seen everywhere in this small town at the foot of the mountain. The door to the first floor of the town hall was open, and a large pool of blood could be seen on the steps. Soldak walked into the town hall and walked around the basement first before walking to the second floor. There was also a strange smell in the corridor, and some blood stains could be seen on the walls. Some of them not only splashed on the walls, but even splashed on the ceiling. Cerdak led a group of infantry soldiers to carefully inspect all corners of the town hall, and then asked people to start cleaning up the town hall, which will become the temporary command post of the heavy armored infantry corps. Cerdak stood on the roof terrace of the town hall, looking at the west side neighborhood of Acre Town. He could also see the body of A.H.L. dog hanging on the wall. A magician came up from the stairs and whispered to Cerdak.
Commander Cerdak, Teacher Morrison said that you might be interested in this transcript and asked me to send it to you.
The magician handed a parchment scroll to Cerdak, bowed and left in a hurry. Cerdak walked back to an office he chose and sat on the soft sofa. There were still some messy parchments scattered in the corners of the room, and the ink bottle on the table had not even had time to be closed. The ink inside had dried up long ago,
and the pen was still lying on the table. It can be seen that the official left this room. How panicked you should be when you are in the office. When I opened the scroll, I discovered that it was actually a volume of interrogation records. The scroll states, the Constructed Swordsman Group and the Magic Union Law Enforcement Group attacked Acre Town and captured 2 black magicians. However, these 2 black magicians have now died in the torture chamber. And the specific cause of death is ominous. Many black magicians are willing to sacrifice part of their souls to the devil in exchange for more powerful power from the devil. However, if the soul falls into the hands of the devil, there are also very big drawbacks. You cannot reveal any secrets about the devil. Once you reveal the secrets about the devil, you will be cursed by magic. The entire interrogation process is recorded in detail on this magic scroll. The file describes how the black magicians forced the town residents to sign a symbiosis contract with the H.L. dogs. If humans want to transform into demon servants, they need to sign a symbiosis contract. The most important thing about this kind of magical contract with Hell Dog, as the leading party, is that both parties need to be voluntary. No matter who has resistance in their hearts, there is no possibility of signing a magical contract. Serdek has never been able to figure out how the residents of the town degenerated into servants of the devil. It is clear that as long as there is a trace of resistance in the heart, this symbiotic contract cannot succeed. This scroll record reads, the place where the symbiosis contract is signed is like a beheading stage. A.H.L. Dog will squat opposite the beheading stage. The residents captured from the town kneel on the beheading stage. I am standing next to the beheading stage holding a magic scroll. We'll ask each person who is escorted, are you willing to become the master of pain and the loyal servant of the artist Demon King Duriel in the H.L. world? If you are willing to surrender, you must sign a symbiosis contract with the H.L. Dog in front of you. A lot of people would yell at me, get out of here, you disgusting mad dog. But anyone who scolds me will have his head bitten off by the vicious dogs of H.L. Then the body was dragged out and fed to the vicious dogs of H.L., becoming their food. Later, the spectators will continue to be dragged to the beheading stage, and the ceremony will last for a long time. The more people are killed, the easier it is for the psychological defenses of the people behind to completely collapse in the face of this cruel punishment. And they become the contract partners of the H.L. dogs. Question: why do you create these demon servants? In terms of combat power, they are not even comparable to those cavemen. Answer: initially, in order to facilitate communication, we were unable to issue complex commands to these stupid H.L. dogs. They always couldn't figure out what we needed them to do. With these demon servants, we can communicate freely with the H.L. dogs. Better control them. Question: those 3-headed H.L. dogs also crawled out of the Devil's Gate? Answer: how is it possible? The Demon Gate can only allow low-level demons with power equivalent to a first-level monster to pass through. However, H.L. dogs will evolve if they eat too many people. The first one to evolve a third head, the H.L. dog, is called Basimuller, and it simply eats too many people. Serdek remembered the king of H.L. dogs, whose leather was still contained in a magic sealing box in the lava mine. After seeing the record on the back of this scroll, Serdek understood the whole story. In fact, black magicians have been operating in the Ganbu Plain for many years. It can even be said that Lord MacDonald rebelled against the Bena province, and it was these black magicians who instigated it. The main purpose is to convince Lord MacDonald to destroy the portal and cut off the connection with the Bena province, so that the black magicians can open the devil's door and let the low-level devils enter the Ganbu Plain and live in the snowy mountains in the ice and snow, hidden, when they had sufficient numerical advantage. These low-level demons, led by black magicians, captured the town of Acre. Of course, the main purpose of conquering Acre town at that time was also because a mummy of the evil demon king, which was divided into 6 parts, was actually hidden in the belly of the caveman and brought to the Ganbu Plain. In order to resurrect the evil demon king, the black magicians captured the town of Acre, which has a population of about 150,000, and built a life conversion altar. It was this evil demon king that completely interrupted the black magician's plan to cultivate the H.L. Dog King and Crypt Lord. In order to collect more lives, he cultivated a large number of demon servants, and then drove the H.L. dogs, and the cavemen occupied the eastern part of the Saruman Plateau. It was also during this period that a named Crypt Lord named Dog Earns appeared in the Crypt Legion. At the same time, a Hell Dog King was born in the Hell Dog Legion, named Basimuller. The two of them led their armies to fight against Lord MacDonald's first army in the western area of the Saruman Plateau. Basimuller, the king of Hell Dogs, showed outstanding military talent on the battlefield, and won the trust of the Crypt Lord Doranges. The first legion of the MacDonald family suffered a defeat on the Plateau battlefield and ran back to Makuso City in embarrassment. The demon army occupied Sai Rumen. Originally, according to the plan of the Black Magicians, it was planned to develop on the Sai Rumen Plateau for a period of time. After the team of the H.L. demons grew, the evil demon king could truly descend to the Ganbu Plain, and then seize Muku in one fell swoop. Suwa City. But the head of the evil king, who had always been uneasy, after fully recovering its strength on the altar, couldn't wait to take over the body of a construct knight, mixed with Lord MacDonald's army, and successfully sneaked into Makuso City. The demon king was worried that the MacDonald family would eventually open the portal and put the Bina army into the Ganbu Plain. The only ones who could rebuild the portal were magicians. So the impulsive demon king killed Makuso directly, the magic guild in the city. Unfortunately, the last step involved him. In the showroom where the space collapsed, the body he occupied was torn into pieces by the space storm, leaving only the head on the demon body, probably summoned by the evil demon king. The Crypt Lord Dogons and the H.L. Dog King Basamule completely ignored the dissuasion of the Black Magicians and summoned 300,000 low-level demons to attack Makuso City. The first legion was defeated and fled back to Makuso City. What happened next was very clear to Soldak. Adler MacDonald abandoned the city at the critical moment, and then led his heavy armored infantry regiment to hold on to Makuso City for 5 days, and finally successfully repaired Makuso. The teleportation gate of Suwa resisted the army of H.L. demons. Cerdak closed the file and closed his eyes. Only then did he deeply feel that there seemed to be only a thin line between success and failure. If the caveman army had occupied Makuso City and released the head of the evil demon king in the magic tower, I am afraid that the current war would have been a different situation. It would certainly not be like now. With the 4 armies in the magic tower, they marched together on the Sai Rumen Plateau to clean up the remaining demon army. Cerdak sat up from the sofa, retied the sheepskin scroll in his hand, and pinched his aching eyes. By the time he left the town hall of Acre Town, it was almost dark. When we arrived at Acre Town this time, we didn't experience any fighting, so Soldak didn't need to carry out post-war treatment work. The commanders of each infantry regiment cleaned up the town, and there was no need for him to run over and point fingers. Instead, he did it. The child was at ease. Returning to the tent, Cerdak passed through the Void Gate. Chapter 1076 Holy Armor. Several kobold slaves, holding candles, were digging a stone wall in the lava mine. They used their furry claws to hold flat shovels and craftsmen's hammers, and carved out a row of square bookshelves on the mottled rock wall. A row of books was already placed on a section of the completed stone wall bookshelf. These books were all brought out by Cerdak from the library in the underground ruins north of Wazamala City on the Maka Plain. Aphrodite selected some books from the many books and asked the kobold slaves to dig a row of bookshelves in the lava mine specifically to place these books. Now this lava mine has been transformed into a living room by Aphrodite. The only little trouble is that from the depths of the lava mine, a salamander will crawl out from time to time. But recently, these salamanders have become much more honest. Every time the two-headed ogre wants to taste food such as roasted salamander neck meat, Cerdak has to go deep into the cave to catch it. The population of salamanders in the lava mines is gradually shrinking, forcing them to continue to migrate to the deepest parts of the lava mines. Another shortcoming of Aphrodite's room is that although the entrance to the lava mine is behind the magma waterfall, the privacy is quite good. But because it is a mine itself, there is no gate, and you can just walk along the waterfall. You can walk into the mine through the stone wall at the back. The succubus also thought about building a gate at the entrance of the mine, but this would turn the lava mine into a closed space. There are several lava pools in the mine, and there are hot winds coming out of the ground. Once a gate is built, if you open the door, this place will immediately become a big steamer with unbearable heat. It was for this reason that Aphrodite called a group of kobold slaves and planned to carve out a living room at the entrance of the mine. Aphrodite was lying on a wicker chair by the lava pool, with a magic book about space, contract summoning and space teleportation, covered on her face. There were several magic books on the stone platform on her right. The top one, this book is obviously 10 classic examples of magic element matrix architecture. But these books are filled with some awkward and difficult to understand goblin text. If the black magicians in the monastery could understand goblin language, they would know what they missed in the underground ruins library in the Maka Plain. Hearing the sound of familiar footsteps, Aphrodite picked up the magic book on her face again, turned to Cerdak and asked, Didn't I say that we will be busy for a while when we get to Acre Town? Why do we have time to come here today?
She waved to the kobold slaves squatting by the fire not far away. And the female kobold immediately came over with her fat ass swaying and holding 2 cups of hot tea. Cerdak took a cup of hot tea, sat on the stone pier beside the lava pool, and told Aphrodite about the altar he saw during the day and the body of the evil demon king locked on the altar. Aphrodite's face was a little ugly, and Cerdak could feel that her heart was filled with fear. Hearing that Cerdak used holy light to purify the demonic body on the altar, he patted his turbulent chest and let out a sigh of relief. The succubus, who was lying on the wicker chair, turned over, put his hands on the back of the wicker chair, lay on the wicker chair, and explained to Cerdak.
In HL, the demon clan is much higher than the succubus clan in terms of status and power. They can torture other low-level demons through cruel means and will be resurrected in extreme pain. They are considered to be the class of demons, the most powerful existence in the world. The evil demon king at the peak of his power is more terrifying than a level 6 monster. For our succubus clan, it is completely suppressed at the soul level. They often go to the territory to capture some clan members. The magic of the succubus clan will not have any effect on the evil devil king. Fortunately, you got rid of its body.
Aphrodite wore a magic robe that looked like a nightgown. The neckline revealed a large area of delicate skin. The way her eyes narrowed made people couldn't help but touch her head twice. Only then did Cerdak express his doubts.
I mean, when I used the power of the holy light to purify it, it was obvious that it had been reduced to ashes under the holy light. But then I discovered that the magic armor that was integrated with its body had actually run away.
Inside my spiritual sea of consciousness.
The succubus's eyes widened.
The body of your evil demon king hid in your spiritual sea of consciousness?
She seemed to have a deep-seated fear of the evil king. Soldak nodded and continued.
Yes. It's just that the magic armor doesn't have any breath. I'm worried that his residual thoughts haven't been completely purified and are still hiding in that magic armor.
Aphrodite blinked and said,
Then pour the power of your holy light into the magic armor. In your spiritual world, you have the power of the holy light, so you don't have to be afraid of him. Use it. This magic armor seems to be able to absorb the power of the holy light.
In fact, this is what Soldak is worried about. After hearing this, Aphrodite breathed a sigh of relief.
In this case, it shouldn't be some magic armor. You try to get in touch with it. After all, it is your spiritual sea of consciousness. And there is the world you have built.
Cerdak thought about it and felt that Aphrodite's words made sense. So he sat by the lava pool and entered a meditative state. After being promoted to a second-level powerhouse, Cerdak's mental power expanded several times compared to before. So he no longer needed to sit still, brew, or guide when entering a meditative state. Cerdak quickly entered his spiritual sea of consciousness, which was a completely lit starry sky. Here, Cerdak was just a spiritual thought, as if there was no body at all, and the illuminated stars surrounded the center point. It was rotating slowly, and he had a vague feeling that these star lamps were the nodes of the body, slowly rotating around the center point of the body. There is a door at the center. He once pushed open that door with the blessing of the archangels,
prayer technique,
and knew that there was a vast sea inside. However, he did not try to open the door again this time, because the magic armor was suspended above the door, and the power of holy light fell from the starry sky. Those light pillars were like sharp swords. Each array of light fell on the magic armor. The body of the evil king in the magic armor has completely disappeared. The empty armor has countless complicated patterns and runes on it. Every time the holy light falls on the magic armor becomes more dazzling. He tried to control a stream of spiritual power to enter the magic armor. He could clearly feel the holy light inside the armor, slowly seeping into the magic lines. Just as the holy light continued to pour into the armor appeared silently on Cerdak's body, and the dazzling holy light forced Aphrodite to hide far away. Although she and Cerdak had a symbiosis contract, the holy light contained in Cerdak's body was still very deadly to Aphrodite. Aphrodite chanted a magic spell and blessed herself with a layer of magic armor so that she didn't have to completely avoid the holy light of this armor.
This is not the magic armor worn by the evil demon king. This is probably the sacred armor used by an angel. I guess it must be that the evil demon king once killed an angel and took away the holy armor from the angel. It was corrupted into the demon king's armor. And now you have purified the demon body with holy light, and the armor has returned to its original appearance.
Aphrodite hid behind the stalactite pillar and told Cerdak her guess. The power of the holy light was consumed very quickly. and Cerdak could feel the stars in his body, just like the city lights extinguishing one after another in the middle of the night. Cerdak felt a little dizzy and quickly stopped pouring the power of holy light into the armor. And then the radiant armor disappeared from Cerdak's body. Cerdak recovered from his meditative state. He opened his eyes and seemed to be still immersed in the state just now. Aphrodite then came out from behind the stone pillar and said to Cerdak, "You seem to have a very powerful armor now. But the strength you have now is not enough to use this armor. It seems you need to become stronger." Cerdak nodded and agreed with Aphrodite's statement. Purifying a demonic body actually resulted in such great benefits. This time he also found out that he had a body of holy light and could withstand the coming of angels. Cerdak wanted to try it 2 more times before this feeling disappeared, so as not to forget this feeling after a while. In order to prevent Aphrodite from being burned by the holy light, Cerdak came to the outside of the lava mine. On a platform not far outside the lava mine, kobold slaves built a row of warehouses. From bags of wheat flour to whole logs of wood. From flint to oak black powder barrels. The warehouse is almost full of these supplies. This is also the reason why Cerdak agreed to keep the Ryecatcher merchant group in Samptown. Even if the supply line on the Roman plateau is cut off, the heavy armored infantry regiment will not run out of food. In recent times, kobold slaves have begun to move to other lava rivers to mine sulfur mines. There are only more than 100 kobold slaves here. When supplies are delivered, they will move the supplies from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. On the way, he usually had nothing to do, so he dug a road from the lava mine to the sulfur camp at the foot of the mountain that could be used by double rows of 4-wheel carriages. Today, a material turnover warehouse has been built in the sulfur camp at the foot of Pussy Mountain, and a large amount of materials transported from Helensa city have been stored here. Standing next to the lava waterfall, you can clearly see 4-wheel trucks loaded with flint parked in the turnover warehouse. Cerdak found a flat volcanic rock and sat down, summoning the Archangel Shadow. A 7-8 meter tall Archangel Shadow was extremely eye-catching on the mountainside, and even the clouds filled with volcanic ash above his head were broken. A hole opened. The Archangel Phantom seemed to feel Cerdak's call. While he clasped his hands together, a ray of holy light fell from Cerdak's head. Countless golden feathers are scattered in the golden light pillars. Chapter 1077 Night in Acre Town. Pray. This was the first blessing after the arrival of the angel. Cerdak in the light pillar felt that his body was almost transparent under the holy light, and those golden feathers were clearly condensed by the overflowing holy light. Under the holy light, Cerdak once again entered the sea of spiritual consciousness. This time he went straight to the door. His arm glowing with the holy light touched the door, and he pushed it open very easily. That door. He stepped into the vast sea behind it. The blue sky. The endless sea. And only the tip of the iceberg exposed in the distance. I originally thought that if I took a step forward, I would encounter great resistance, and it would most likely be ejected by the light inside. Unexpectedly, he walked straight in. A huge wave hit him, and the coldness penetrated into his bones. He was originally floating on the sea, and the huge wave swept him into the sea. The cold sea water made his whole body a little stiff. He rolled randomly with the surging waves, and what followed was a strong sense of suffocation. In the sea water, Cerdak felt that his mental energy was exhausted very quickly. He stretched his arms hard and waved the water with his feet vigorously. He surfaced, and he felt a thin layer of ice quickly forming on his face. A huge wave hit him, and Cerdak's eyesight went dark again. When Cerdak woke up, he was lying on a wicker chair in the lava mine. Aphrodite sat elegantly aside with a cup of tea in her hands. The light in the lava pool reflected on her face, making her pretty face turn red. "Those kobold slaves saw you fainted outside the mine, so I asked them to carry you in. How do you feel now?" Aphrodite reached out and touched Cerdak's forehead, but her little hand was a little cold. Maybe he fainted because his mental energy was exhausted just now. Cerdak supported his body with both hands and sat up from the wicker chair. The smell of Aphrodite's perfume still lingered on the wicker chair. Aphrodite pressed one arm on Cerdak's chest, letting him continue to lie on the wicker chair, and asked him, "In the end, what happened?" Cerdak was lying relaxedly on the wicker chair. Aphrodite's delicate face was close at hand. As long as he raised his chin slightly, he could easily touch her soft lips. He could even feel it. The 2 big water droplets are so soft. He held his hands on his slender waist very naturally, lying on the wicker chair without moving, and said casually, "I found a door in the sea of spiritual consciousness. After I tried to push a door open, I fell into it in the cold sea. Before I even surfaced, a huge wave knocked me out.
Aphrodite pretended to be a senior and said to Serdek,
You are coming into contact with the power at the second turn level. You are sensing the deeper power of your spiritual sea of consciousness. I thought you would climb a sacred mountain covered by clouds and mist. To become a knight at the peak of the second turn is to finally climb the mountain. Why did you go to the top of the mountain to bathe in the holy light to fall into the sea? You are not a water magician. How could you meet the sea? Apart from the sea, did you see anything else? Sky?
Serdek said tentatively. Aphrodite couldn't help but roll her eyes, but took the opportunity to rest her head on his generous chest. The thumping heartbeat made her feel dizzy. Acre Town. In Serdek's marching tent, Sia was lying boredly in the square water tank. This water tank was indeed a bit strange, with good texture. The outside was painted with a layer of black paint, and the inside was covered with thick felt. It even had an exquisite lid. After filling it with water, it was just enough for Sia to fill it. You lay comfortably inside. Sia found this water tank from the coffin shop, and Sia knew what it was used for. But because the texture is very good, and the most important thing is that it is just long enough, Sia's beautiful tail fin will not be exposed when she sleeps. There is a layer of water magic protective shield in the tent. This magical shield can block outside exploration. Only in this way can the privacy in the tent be guaranteed. Samira and Gulaitum were guarding outside, and both the leaders of the heavy armored infantry regiment and Archmage Morrison were blocked outside. The excuse Samira gave was that Commander Serdek was resting in the tent. Sia was a little helpless. Her status as an assistant was really. She patted the water splash with some boredom. She misses her days in Thumper Town. Lake Bellinoma is really a nice place. She can swim in the lake to her heart's content and chase the fish in it. There is not even a river here in Acre Town. She held up a huge water ball from the water with both hands, and the water ball reflected her delicate face. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath. Even the air is full of the smell of freedom. She constantly enlightens herself, and the various difficulties along the way may be the price of freedom. No matter what. At least this place is much better than the Seven Seas. She remembered the boring life in the Seventh Sea Palace. At that time, she was a living gift. The meaning of life was probably to marry a noble of a certain dynasty. Maybe the Janissy clan. Maybe a human. Or something else. Race. When she thought of the river lord from the Olenek Basin, she felt sick and wanted to vomit. Then she found an opportunity to escape from the Seven Seas. What a terrible fate. The first ship she encountered when she surfaced was a slave trafficking ship. During those days when she was trapped in the water tank, she remembered those slave traders who put her in a big fish tank and sold her to the Belan Plain. Serdek is really annoying. He always thinks about sending her back to the Seventh Sea. Siako has never thought about going back. Even staying in Bellinorma Lake would be better than returning to the Seventh Sea. But actually living in Doden Town is not bad. At least there are two good friends there. But if Zigna knew that she might become... Sia's face was slightly red. The water balloon in her hand burst. A handful of water was poured on her face, and she took the opportunity to sink into the water tank. The heavy armored infantry regiment fully occupied the town of Acre. The H.L. dogs and cavemen hiding in Acre Town have some survival experience, and most of the land around Acre Town has been demonized. Many plants that can only grow in demons grow in the soil around Acre Town. Got to be quite strong. Whether it is a H.L. dog or a caveman, these demonic plants can be used to fill their stomachs when they are hungry. They don't have to run out and eat people to survive, which makes the cleanup task in Acre Town more troublesome. Many cavemen are hiding in the sewers, and the H.L. dogs are also hiding in some narrow gaps. In this old town, there are countless nooks and crannies that can provide them with hiding places. The population of Acre Town is second only to Samp Town, and the town's construction area is also very large. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment swept the streets, collected valuables, and sealed the houses. They were just waiting for the immigrants from the Bena province to come after the Ganbu plain was fully recovered. Whether these properties are rented or sold, they will be a fortune. At night, there is a garden square at the end of a small alley. There is a fountain that is not dry or polluted. Opposite the fountain are 3 flagpoles. On the middle flagpole hangs a bloody yellow leg of lamb. The only person who can eat leg of lamb in Acre Town is the two-headed ogre Gulaitum. This leg of lamb is Samira got it from the ogre. It is now hanging on a pillar not far away, with some sheep's blood still stained on it, falling drop by drop on the stone slab below the flagpole. Tick tick tick.
The north wind blowing from the snow-capped mountains makes the night very cold. Samira was lying behind a rock holding the sky strike bow, taking a nap with her eyes closed. Sia was soaking in the pool in the center of the square, her wet hair sticking out of the water and hiding on the edge of the pool platform. She was a little nervous, but also a little excited, staring at the leg of lamb. This was the first time Samira invited her out for hunting. Thea had always dreamed of becoming a demon hunter, and this time, it just happened to fulfill her dream. For Samira, she just wanted to take a nap between hunting. In the past few days, she had been looking for hidden demons everywhere in the town. Now she can take a nap behind the rock wall, which is very interesting to her. It was a good rest for me, so I decided to take Sia out after much thought. Sia silently patted the three-color tail fin. The small pool suddenly sparkled, and a small water cover protected the two of them. Several cavemen seemed to have smelled this attractive fragrance and carefully crawled out of the ditch. They had completely lost their vision and only relied on hearing and smell to identify directions. These days, they have been gnawing on the moss in the sewer. Now they can smell the smell of blood. Faced with the irresistible temptation, they finally crawled out of the sewer. Thea woke up Samira. The caveman almost crawled slowly on the stone slab, and his short limbs left 3 water marks on the ground. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger. The leg of lamb was so close that they could even feel the tempting blood dripping on their faces. Just as the 3 cavemen were fighting for it, they opened their big mouths and tried to take it. That little leg of lamb, a shadow like a black line, ran at full speed in the small square, rushing towards the leg of lamb. A 2-headed Lound erupted a fireball from its mouth, sending 3 cavemen flying. The 2-headed dog pounced on the lamb leg. Just before it bit down, 2 black arrows streaked across the night sky and inserted into the back of the dog's head silently. The dog let out a whimper. Screaming, he fell far away. Samira stood up from behind the stone, and then shot 3 arrows at the 3 cavemen. Thea happily got up from the pool and started cleaning the battlefield. As the sound of horse hooves came from outside the town, Samira climbed up the wall and jumped to the roof. At night, she saw a group of cavalry entering the town along the road. Chapter 1078 Demon Hunter Thea. In the darkness, a space above a square pool statue was slightly distorted. The image was like the distortion of vision caused by the steaming heat wave on an uninhabited road in midsummer. But this part of the distortion was human-shaped, and it was silent. Restless movement. Not to mention at night. Even during the day, as long as it is willing to hide in the shadows, no one will notice it. Shadow knew that Samira was not easy to mess with, and she was very agile. Every time she jumped, she was as light as a cheetah. Therefore, it immediately chose Thea as its attack target. He jumped off the statue, and even if his legs stepped into the pool, he did not make the slightest sound. However, if you look carefully, there will be subtle noises on the water. Ripple. It didn't even have a shadow. Seeing the vivid life in front of him, the excitement that surged from the bottom of his heart made it somewhat uncontrollable. There was a wave of fluctuation in his heart. The moment he got close to Sia, it enveloped Sia's body. The water element cover suddenly burst like a bubble. But the shadow didn't feel the instant disorder of the water element at all. He continued to approach Sia. "Who is it?" Sia asked softly, while using her slender fingers to draw a magic circle. The ancient Naga language was born for the purpose of magic spells, but later generations developed it into a unique language and culture. So reciting a mantra is as easy for Sia as speaking. At this moment, Samira actually saw Sia drawing the magic pattern array with both hands at the same time. Samira also reacted very quickly. With just a slight hooking movement of her right little finger, the black steel arrow in the quiver automatically jumped into her palm. When he opened the sky strike bow, he saw a vague figure appearing behind Sia, even if it was just for a moment. Samira's heart suddenly felt cold, and it was too late. Dazzling red magic lines appeared on her arms, and 2 arrows were shot out at the same time, aiming at Sia's eyebrows. The arrow was a bit reluctant in the haste. The shadow dagger stuck behind Sia, ignoring the 2 steel arrows shot at Sia, and the fifth sword in his hand cut Sia's neck. The arrows that were shot collided with each other midway, and the arrow tips actually shot at the shadow behind Sia. But at this time, the fifth sword in the darkness cut off first. The sound of Sia's spell also stopped. At the same moment, when the sword pierced Sia's neck, Sia suddenly turned into a pool of clear water. The dagger pierced the clear water. The human-shaped clear water immediately scattered into countless water droplets, falling in like raindrops. In the pool, the shadow paused,
swung the sword in his hand, and hit a steel arrow shot by Samira. It ignored one thing. That is, Samira shot 2 arrows. When one of them flew away, the other arrow shot through its shoulder. The shadow holds a fist sword and wants to get into the shadow. How could Samira give it a chance to escape? She shot another arrow, hitting the shadow in the back. The shadow almost fell to the ground. At the last moment, it actually threw itself into the darkness, and its body merged with the darkness. Samira regretted that the arrow did not carry the power of thunder and lightning, so that the duck flew away, taking 2 black gold arrows with her. At this moment, Sia's body suddenly condensed and formed next to the pool. The upper body was still a transparent water element, but the shape maintained the shape of a mermaid. Her mouth was like chewing gum, and she spat out a blister in the next second. The water bubbles drifted away into the darkness ahead, expanding in the wind. The shadow didn't care at all about the floating bubbles. It didn't even dodge. It raised its fist and sword and bumped into it. The water bubble touched the shadow, and in just a moment, the water bubble showed obvious deformation. The shadow reappeared, and the fist sword in his hand stabbed the bubble hard. Unexpectedly, the bubble did not burst, but instead produced a suction force that completely swallowed the shadow into the bubble. The shadow was swallowed into the bubble, and he tried his best to break free. But no matter how hard he stabbed the bubble with his fist and sword, the bubble was like a piece of thick cowhide with great toughness, and could not be pierced at all. Just when Samira saw that Sia's magic was so powerful, she was about to lead someone to capture her alive. Then I heard Sia faintly shout, "Hurry up, Samira! The blisters can only last 6 seconds." Samira then reopened her bow and knocked an arrow. And an arrow with wind blade mixed with the power of thunder and lightning on the sky strike bow was shot towards the bubble. Arrows are flying. The blisters burst. It was a perfect connection. The shadow in the bubble couldn't dodge at all, and was shot in the chest by an arrow. His body flew backwards with the arrow and hit the floor hard. At this time, everyone clearly saw a black figure with 3 arrows stuck in it, still struggling to crawl towards the shadow not far away. A water bomb gathered on the tip of Sia's finger. With a flick of his finger, the water bomb flew out quickly, overturning the shadow again. At this time, the shadow seemed to be unable to struggle. The fist sword in his hands was pressed against his chin, and he lowered his head fiercely. The sword in his hands came out from the top of his head, leaving only a corpse on the ground. Thea and Samira cautiously chased after him. The shadow had already begun to twitch.
"This shadow demon is really cunning,"
Thea sighed and said to Samira beside her,
"Let's go! Before the body cools down, let's take him to the boss."
Samira squatted down, put her knees on the shadow demon's neck, and cut off its head with the dagger in her hand. Samira whistled, and soon there were footsteps from the other end of the alley. Several infantry soldiers quickly ran towards this side. Samira threw the body of the shadow demon into the demon's ceiling box and kicked it again. He kicked the H.L. dog corpse at his feet and said to the infantry soldiers running over, "You guys clean up this place and wash away all the blood. The corpses of the cavemen are thrown outside the town and burned. This H.L. dog will compensate you, but you must remember to hand it over." "Yes, Lord Samira," the infantry soldier said respectfully. After saying that, without even looking at the infantry soldiers, he took Sia and turned around and walked along the other exit. Before leaving, "I didn't forget to take away the leg of lamb hanging on the flagpole." "Samira, where are we going next?" Thea followed Samira excitedly and asked.
"There is a free market on the opposite street, and there is a well at the entrance of the free market. Let's try our luck there,"
Samira replied.
"Okay."
Thea quickly agreed and said that this was her first time being a witcher and everything was new to her. In Samira's eyes, Sia's understanding of water magic has almost reached its extreme. Her use of water magic is always unique, and she has an unbridled imagination. Chapter 1079 Rita's Dowry. In late April, the heavy cavalry of the Lord's Legion successively recaptured various small towns in the Sai Roman Plateau, and the loaded Lord's army gathered in Acre Town. The supplies accompanying the military merchant group also arrived at Acre Town at almost the same time, including food, military supplies, and other groceries. The Luther Legion is one of the 13 Lord armies. Like other Lord armies, it also has a main attack town. This town called Lagan is close to the town of Acre. The heavy cavalry regiment of the Luther Legion rushed into the town of Lagan. 3 fully equipped heavy armored infantry regiments also surrounded the town heavily on the outskirts of Lagan town, because they got along very well with the Magic Union law enforcement group. The reconnaissance done by the mage group This time was also very effective. The heavy cavalry drove straight in and divided Lagan town into 8 independent theaters in less than 2/4 of an hour. Then a heavy armored infantry regiment, the cleanup of war zone after war zone, left almost no consequences for Lagan town. The soldiers of the Lutheran Legion took away all the belongings and sealed all the buildings in the town for storage. The cleanup work in Acre town ended successfully. A cleaning team composed entirely of first-class warriors brought a large amount of armaments into the sewers of Acre town and completely cleaned out the cavemen inside. Samira and Thea have also been hunting down some shadow demons and H.L. dogs in recent days. Since the demon gates summoned by the black magicians can only withstand the passage of low-level demons, the shadow demons who can come to the Ganbu plane through the demon gate are also extremely weak groups. Even so, when passing through the Devil's Gate, the bodies of these shadow demons were almost on the verge of collapse. Some shadow demons, with slightly stronger individual strength, even frequently exploded in the passages opened by the Devil's Gate in the space rifts, causing the passages to collapse. Every time it collapses, black magicians are required to come up with a large amount of magic materials to repair the passage. This kind of cross-stepping through the demon gate will seriously damage the body of the shadow demon. After a period of cultivation in the Ganbu plane, the shadow demon has recovered some strength. In general, in terms of strength, these shadow demons are still only huge. A group of trolls in the shadow demon army, placed on the killing table, was a complete corpse of a shadow demon. A tungsten steel arrow penetrated the skull from the lower jaw and hit the demon core in the skull. The demon core pushed out from the upper skull. Above the head, the flower exploded, and it was too dead to die. Soldak held a skinning knife in his hand and drew a line on the shadow demon's chest, peeling off the black hairless leather like taking off clothes. The shadow demon on the playing field is only less than 1.5 meters tall, with very long arms. Now it looks like a skinned chimpanzee. The forearm bones have evolved into a pair of fists and swords, and a pair of meaty, the soles of the feet are very thick and have 6 sharp claws at the front. I heard that there was once a skinning master who peeled off a piece of leather with the invisible life magic pattern from the shadow demon. Later, this leather was made into an invisibility cloak by a master tailor. 21 magic patterns were drawn on the cloak. This invisibility cloak is currently stored in the treasury of the Angel Bold royal family. Now the Green Empire magicians have also developed a simplified version of the invisibility cloak. Although there is also an invisibility magic effect. You can only stand in the shadows and stay still. Once you move, you will become visible. Even if you don't move, as long as you are illuminated by light, the hidden person will have a translucent body outline. It is said that the invisibility cloak made from the shadow magic skin with the magic pattern of life does not have these shortcomings of the simple version of the invisibility cloak. After catching so many shadow demons, Surdak failed to find a shadow demon skin with the magic pattern of life. Surdak believes that the factor causing this situation is not only because this kind of invisible life magic pattern is rare, but more importantly, these shadow demons themselves are a group of eliminated products, and the probability of the life magic pattern appearing is greatly reduced. In the past few days, Surdak has had some free time, so Soldak took this opportunity and began to continuously explore the vast sea deep in the spiritual world. After several attempts, he can now swim against the huge waves in the cold water for about a quarter of an hour. Unfortunately, even after soaking in the cold sea water, he still didn't know where he was going. He thought to himself, he can't keep swimming around in the sea. However, Surdak now also clearly realizes that if he wants to find the answer, for now, he can only continue to strengthen his body and strengthen himself. At least he must persist in this ice sea for a while longer, and maybe he can find the answer. Every time he came out of the vast sea, his mental power would almost be exhausted, and the stinging pain on the mental level made him miserable every time. At this time, he would lie on the bed and receive the nourishment of the holy light, until the body completely recovers. You will have a very intuitive feeling. The spiritual power in the sea of spiritual consciousness is constantly growing, and the range of the aura of power is constantly increasing. Surdak also took the opportunity to return to Wall Village in the past few days, and specially attended the engagement ceremony of his sister Rita and Danila Knight. Since Surdak is still a noble lord participating in the Plain War, and is the supreme commander of the Ganbu Plain, if he appears publicly at Rita's engagement ceremony, he may be directly sent to a military court. So this time he secretly returned to Wall Village, and he just met Rita and Danila Knight in the villa. Then the whole family went next door to visit Rita and Daniela's new home. This is a brand new villa. The main body is entirely made of reinforced concrete. The wall surface is covered with a layer of marble slabs with embossed patterns. The terrace in front of a 3-story villa is supported by 2 granite sculptures. The glass window of the roof attic can just look at the attic of the house. April in the deserted land is dry and rainless, which is considered the best season for building houses. The construction period of this kind of house made of volcanic ash cement is very short. Serdek felt that the cement in the gaps between the stone slabs was still a little damp. The doors and windows of the villa had been installed and painted with thick white paint, making the entire villa look very fresh and gorgeous.
Pay attention to having someone pour water on the walls of the house every morning and evening. This volcanic ash cement will become very strong only after being soaked in water for a long time.
Daniela listened very carefully and nodded to indicate that she had taken note of it. Rita generously held Daniela Knight's arm with a sweet smile on her face. She seemed slimmer, and even learned to wear red nail polish. Soldek pulled little Peter up the steps. Natasha helped old Sheila follow behind. And the family walked into this brand new villa. Daniela has been supervising the work here recently, so it is the first time for both Natasha and old Sheila to come to the villa here. The walls in the living room have been painted white, and wooden handrails have been installed on the stairs. But the hall is still empty.
Lord Viscount, I plan to invite Miss Rita to Helensa City in the next few days to pick out some furniture from a business store to fill up all the space in this villa.
Daniela put her arm around Rita's shoulders, said to Serdek. Rita seems to be looking forward to her trip to Helensa. Serdek stood next to the wall on the side of the fireplace, looked at the snow-white wall and said,
"The layout looks pretty good. Let me see how many oil paintings need to be hung here. I remember that there should be a specimen of a blue ice deer head.
You can also hang it here."
As he said that, he pulled out a wooden frame from his magic belt bag. It was filled with oil paintings wrapped in linen. Serdek took out another wooden box and opened the lid. There was a lifelike statue inside. Blue ice deer head. Under everyone's surprised eyes. He walked to the center of the living room and said with a smile,
"The living room seems to need carpets, coffee tables, and sofas. There should be a row of wall tables here. There should also be candlesticks, tea sets, and ornaments on the wall tables."
Every time he mentioned a piece of furniture, Serdek pulled out a box wrapped in linen from his magic belt bag. The whole family covered their mouths in surprise at first, but later on they lost all excitement. Serdek's magic waste bag seemed to have infinite space. From the moment he walked into the villa and started to take out the things, he could see that each piece was very exquisite, and they were the kind of antique furniture only used by nobles. Each piece has a lengthy sense of age.
The bed in this bedroom. Rita, what do you think of the color of the carpet? The size of the dressing table in the bathroom seems a little inappropriate. The tub is okay. This box contains a few curtains. By the way, I almost forgot about these lighting fixtures. What do you think of the crystal chandelier?
Most of these furniture are piled in the living room of the villa, which is a little messy. The furniture Soldak brought back was enough to fill every inch of the villa. And he also brought back a lot of artwork such as oil paintings, sculptures, and small ornaments.
Dak, did you prepare these for me?
Rita couldn't control her excitement. She and little Peter hugged Soldak's arms and asked excitedly.
Of course.
Serdek said matter-of-factly.
I brought these all back from the Gonbu Plain. I occupied a large area of land there and owned several small towns. Some nobles abandoned their homes, so you left these good things to me, and I picked out some furniture that is suitable for this villa and brought it back. But unfortunately it is not new furniture. I hope you don't dislike it.
Rita touched the wall cabinet inlaid with gold filigree patterns. Even an ordinary aristocratic family should not be able to dislike this kind of thing. Knight Danila didn't expect that Serdek would bring so many gifts this time, so he could only keep expressing his gratitude to Serdek. Serdek touched Rita's fluffy blonde hair and said,
"We hope you can turn these thanks into more love for our Rita."
Rita was so excited that she kept talking even during dinner. Chapter 1080 about dreams. After dinner,
he took Daniela and ran to the villa next door to decorate his new home. There is still only one cook in the house. After dinner, Natasha and the cook cleared the table together. Little Peter has been pestering Soldek, hoping to get a real sword. Serdek rubbed his forehead and never agreed. He was not worried that little Peter would hurt himself, but giving him a fine quality magic weapon now might force him to become more accustomed to this type of weapon. Soldek hopes that little Peter can be exposed to more types of weapons and choose the one that suits him best. Old Sheila sat on a wicker chair by the fireplace, with a thin blanket covering her knees, looking at Soldek, who had a loving look on his face, and chatted with little Peter. Her eyes became a little blurry.
Although she had never been able to regard the man in front of her as her son, she had to say that he had always done a good job and meticulously fulfilled the promises he had made. Almost all the young people in the village who followed Surdak to the Belan Plain kept sending money home. When the old people in the village met old Sheila in the past, they kept boasting that she had a good son. But now few people still say those words, and their eyes looking at old Sheila are full of respect. After all, this young man who single-handedly changed the lives of the people in Wall Village has now become a noble lord. Although Surdak always deliberately downplays this status in the village. As more and more people in the village, the young man followed him out, and the villagers had a clearer understanding of Surdak, a noble lord who owns a large area of Warcraft Forest and hilly highlands. That land is 10 times larger than the desolate land, and it is also richer than the desolate land. And he was also engaged. His second and third wives were the daughters of the great nobles in Bena City. Old Sheila was a little worried about Natasha's future life, but these were beyond her control. She groped the smooth armrests of the wicker chair, her eyes a little dry. Surdak injected some power of holy light into old Sheila's body, using the power of holy light to nourish the aging organs in her body. He lowered his head, and a ball of sacred aura emerged from his palms. "I will come back as soon as possible for Rita's wedding," Surdak said, while holding old Sheila's somewhat loose-skinned hand. "If you can't get away from the dry cloth plain, don't force yourself." Old Sheila mumbled vaguely in her mouth. "You must be careful when fighting there," Surdak promised. "I will pay more attention." Old Sheila asked casually, "When will your wedding be held?" Surdak paused for a moment, and then said, "After the war in the Ganbu Plain is over. The wedding may be held in Rith City." He looked at old Scylla, but he didn't see any emotion in her eyes. "I will probably live in Rith City for a long time. When I settle there, I hope you can live there for a while. The living conditions there are much better than here." Surdak stretched out his hand to pull away the blanket and covered old Sheila's knees. However, although the holy light could heal, it could not delay aging. Old Sheila shook her head slightly and said, "When people get old, they don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to be buried outside after my death." She raised her eyelids that were getting heavier and heavier, and when she looked at Surdak, there was a hint of sparkle in her cloudy eyes, just like when she stopped in the living room of the earthen house. But her words were much more tactful. "I mean, if Natasha will affect the mood of your new wives, just leave Peter and Natasha here. When you want to come back and see us." She probably felt that saying this was like not treating Surdak as a family member. So she paused for a moment and then said, "You have done a good enough job. If Dak knew that the village has become like this and Rita can get married and live in a gorgeous villa, he would be very satisfied. Yeah. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Now we can no longer count you as a burden. You can run forward as much as you want and try to fulfill your dreams. Dak, what is your dream?" The first Dak was his dead son, and the second Dak was her recognition of Surdak. Surdak looked at the frail old man and seemed to suddenly see the entanglement in her heart. "I don't have any dreams. I have always been pushed by others. Recently, I have been thinking about what I want to do." Surdak smiled and looked at Natasha, who came over with a fruit plate. He took the fruit plate very naturally and put it on the coffee table. "I don't have any big ambitions, and I haven't thought about which plane I have to save. Maybe I just want to walk around with the people around me, and occasionally stop to look at the scenery along the way." Old Sheila fell asleep on the chair. Surdak put old Sheila's hand into the blanket. Natasha prepared the bath water, and Surdak finally experienced a rare moment of relaxation. The bathtub was just big enough for 2 people, but there seemed to be a little too much water in the bathtub. It kept rippling and always overflowed along the edge and flowed all over the floor, probably because she hadn't done any rough work for a long time. Natasha's skin became much more delicate, and the rough calluses on her palms disappeared. When she stopped, she would lie in Suldak's arms, resting on his shoulders. She would raise her head and pointed chin, showing off her long neck and exquisite collarbones like a swan, with light blue lips. His eyes looked up at Suldak's side face. At this time, her movements became very careful, even when changing positions. When the two chatted, Natasha was basically talking and Surdak was listening. Natasha would ask him about life outside. For example, what do the cavemen look like? Do Lounds really have 3 heads? Can we still eat luncheon meat in the military camp? She will also talk to him about the changes in Wall Village, what has happened in her family recently, and some small troubles in her own life. The women in the village, who used to be able to chat with her now, are all shocked when they see her. We have to bow down and salute, and we will no longer squat by the pool and chat happily. Sometimes I don't even need to do laundry. Many villagers have become rich and have married young and beautiful wives and hired some servants. When she walks to the pool with a bucket in her arms, there will be people rushing to wash her clothes cleanly and even iron them. Gotta be neat. Recently, she received an invitation to a ball from a noble lady in Helensa city. This invitation kept her awake for several days. She was worried that she would be resented if she didn't attend the ball. And she was worried that she would be resented if she did. An embarrassment at the dance would bring disgrace to Serdek. She would also talk to Serdek about some trivial things in the village. Now the population of Wall Village has increased 10 times than before. And there are more conflicts and disputes. The old village chief is too busy. And occasionally, she will come forward. Handle disputes. Serdek is the best listener at this time. He will not interrupt rashly, but will only say that he is used to it. Perhaps, he had been away from Wall Village for too long. And Serdek wanted to see the night view of Wall Village. She boldly wrapped herself in a blanket, ran barefoot to the terrace, and wrapped a blanket around the two of them. Serdek silently looked at the reservoir under the moonlight, the sparkling river, the neat wheat fields on both sides, the townhouses in the village, the free market with countless awnings under the dead trees, and Wall Village. The outer buildings have extended to the banks of the canal. He looked down at Natasha. Under the moonlight, there was a satisfied smile hidden in her clear eyes. Her sweet lips were always raised unconsciously, and her soft blonde hair was blown messy in the night wind. The mages sent word that the two great swordsmen Quintus and Chester led the constructed swordsman group to discover traces of the black magician and the demon army deep in the snowy mountains. It is unimaginable that there is an ethnic group living deep in the snowy mountains. They can be said to be the original aborigines of the Ganbu Plain. The first Earl of the MacDonald family led his army into the Ganbu Plain, occupied most of the land here, and drove the indigenous people into the snowy mountains, where the snow never melts all year round. The original plan was to let these indigenous people live in the snowy mountains. They were left to fend for themselves. But unexpectedly, these aborigines survived tenaciously, and established a group of tens of thousands of people in a valley. The black magicians established a stronghold here, and discovered that perhaps due to historical reasons, the indigenous people here actually had a trace of demon blood in their bodies. They do not object to signing a symbiosis contract with the H.L. dogs. Nor will they suffer the backlash of demonic blood. At least after signing the symbiosis contract. They will not be covered with rotten abscesses like the Green Empire people. And they do not even object to eating and sleeping with the H.L. dogs. The black magician formed an army of demons in the snowy mountains. I heard that the leader of this aboriginal tribe originally had the strength of the peak stage, in order to seize the plain of Ganbu and welcome the arrival of the demons. He even did not hesitate to commit suicide. Use your hands and feet to let the evil devil king's limbs rest on your body. Great swordsman Quintus met the patriarch deep in the snowy mountains. With the power of the demon king in his body, the patriarch actually wounded Quintus great swordsman. If a magician hadn't taken the risk to rescue Quintus great swordsman might have perished in the snowy mountains of the Ganbu Plain. 13 lord armies gathered in Acre Town, and Serdek began to mobilize heavy cavalry into the snowy mountains to conquer the H.L. demon army there. Because if you want to enter the snowy mountains, you have to consider the issue of cold protection and heating. And the heavy armored infantry regiments are all dry cloth plain resistance forces. They live in the rainforest all year round, and have never lived in such a cold environment. By the time the army prepared cold-proof supplies and began to march into the snowy mountains, it was already mid-May. The mage led the way, and after entering the snowy mountains, the journey went smoothly. When we first entered the snowy mountains, there were still some coniferous forests at the foot of the mountains. But the mountains here overlapped each other. The higher we went, the higher the terrain became, and the higher we went, the colder it became. The army is stationed outside the valley where the demon army is entrenched, and the entire mountain range is covered with thick snow.